Introduction. After the War of the Usurper, Eddard Stark returned from Dorne with 2 children, one of whom is known as the Bloodwolf girl. Chapter 1 will. King's Landing is one of the few grand cities in Westeros. The others barely qualify as towns, mere marketplaces named after their settlements, all of which serve as ports. Its uniqueness lies in being a true city, entirely enveloped by towering walls, necessitating the ruler to maintain a guard of thousands for security and defense. It possesses the distinctive grandeur of a large city. Even from afar, one can see its soaring towers, which on clear days appear to pierce the heavens, evoking admiration and awe as one contemplates the disposition of its rulers residing within. Will had only recently joined the ranks of the city's guardians a few months prior. Draped in his golden cloak, he felt a sense of valor that transformed the very manner of his movements. He straightened his back, surveying the city he was sworn to protect, his initial pride in this role long since faded. Though he harbored disdain, he also cherished it deeply. This position was secured through the meager silver stags acquired from liquidating his deceased father's assets, along with the assistance of friends. His father had once been a prosperous merchant, engaged in the spice trade from King's Landing to Braavos, but after several failures, he fell into despair, and in his final years, succumbed to debauchery. For the sake of these vices, they moved from their stone mansion to a modest abode, and fortunately, he died before squandering their last possessions at the brothel owned by the current master of coin. He vividly recalled that fateful day, when the servant brought him the dreadful news. He was honing a sword, purchased with ill-gotten gains. Upon hearing the news, he set down the sword and hired a cart to retrieve his father from the brothel's back alley. People said he died with a captivating smile, having seen the Blessed Mother. Will knew this was merely flattering rhetoric from the brothel's manager. What he truly witnessed was a loathsome grin, with the corners of his mouth twisted upwards, his purplish, bloated lips adorned with strands of dried saliva. This was undoubtedly a symptom of excessive use of aphrodisiacs. Perhaps he did indeed see the Blessed Mother, who greeted him with her 2 white hairs. After attending to his father's affairs and tallying the remaining possessions, Will discovered that aside from a few trinkets, nothing remained. The 7 gods proclaim that people arrive in this world naked and shall depart in the same manner. Yet he could not help but admire how his father had managed to reduce their estate to such a paltry state. When he resided in the opulent manor, he had once dreamed of one day serving the king as a knight, hoping to be addressed as Sir even by the Prime Minister. However, once cast out from the grand estate, he felt the coldness of the world. His winter was approaching. The Stark family is wise, and it is no surprise that their lineage has thrived for millennia. The refrain his father often recited was, "It is all trash, trash, a bunch of trash." This led him to believe that his own surname would likely perish by the next winter's onset. Trash. That was the legacy he inherited. Will contemplated making these 2 words his epitaph, but lacking funds for a tomb, he resigned to the earth, wrapped securely, and cast into the Blackwater River. After his demise, those friends whom his father had deemed trash surprisingly pooled their silver stags to purchase him a golden cloak. Their only request was for him to stand guard at the city gates, facilitating the smuggling of meats from beyond the walls, as was the custom at other gates. Feeding the hungry citizens of King's Landing was of utmost importance. If anyone deserved his gratitude for the golden cloak, it was the butcher, Pentos. Of course, he never personally slaughtered any animal. He merely cut and sold the deceased creatures from both inside and outside the city to the ravenous populace. Although some accused him of mixing human flesh into his offerings, the common folk of King's Landing adored him. Will despised him, particularly for the moniker Pretty Boy. "You have a handsome face," his other friend, Soffit, often remarked, "we should put it to good use." It was this very statement that sparked the idea to fund his golden cloak. He had assumed Soffit would assign him a task to seduce noble women, given his past successes. However, he felt such endeavors relied more on wit and charm than on looks. "Offer yourself to the queen, bear the king a dark-haired prince," they jested. Will recalled their fanciful musings. The father of Lord Janos Slint, like Pentos, was a beloved butcher. Whether he mixed human flesh into his pork is unknown, but now he has risen to become the commander of the city watch of the 7 kingdoms. If such a man can attain command, why can't our pretty boy become a handsome golden cloak? Another friend chimed in with further fantasies. Lord Slint has not only left behind a widow and a castle, but also several daughters of marriageable age. If you don a golden cloak and seize the widow, who knows, you might become the next Slint. If a golden cloak could win Lord Slint's widow, then the king's guard could surely ensure the queen's pregnancy. That cloak is not easily obtained. Ha! If Lord Slint were still alive, it would indeed be exceedingly difficult, but times have changed. The Butcher Commander is ruthless, and even the meat trade is hard to manage now. I've heard this commander has embezzled from his men's wages. Currently, officers in need of gold dragons are lined up from the Dragon Gate to the Cobbler Square. Trust me, to collect an extra silver stag, they would stoop to anything, another friend, a petty thief, remarked. Though he was a rat, he excelled in dealings with King's Landing's golden cats. Without rats, what use are cats? Things transpired swiftly. Armed with a small pouch of silver stags, he approached the captain of the guard at the Mudgate, and within a week, he donned the golden cloak. Initially, all seemed well. He simply hadn't anticipated the meager pay associated with the golden cloak. After paying rent, he found himself living on the edge, far worse than his illicit dealings. The sole advantage of his new identity was the aura of authority it bestowed, for which he could only thank the Prince of the Outlaws. However, the side effect of that imposing presence was the physical toll it exacted after a day's duty, leaving him sore and weary. No wonder some of his fellow gold cloaks took to wielding clubs against the filthy, flea-ridden denizens. It was merely a means of stretching their limbs. Such barbaric actions were not where Lord Wolf found his amusement. He yearned to witness the tournament in King's Landing. As a gold cloak, this was considerably simpler. He merely needed to secure a duty during the tournament. The city's fleas were not fond of obedience, but maintaining order at the tournament was straightforward and safe. Yet, this was easier said than done, as just a few years prior, a gold cloak had his skull crushed in a stampede. What a stroke of bad luck. He not only wished to witness the tournament, but also to participate. What man wouldn't want to take part? Unless he were a penniless wretch. A destitute man could not afford a full suit of armor or a war horse, let alone the necessary attendance, logistics, and the potential loss of a lance. Lavish equipment abounds within the Seven Kingdoms. Should one be fortunate enough to unseat a Kingslayer, the ransom for the armor and horse would suffice to ensure a commoner's comfort for life. Will, in his quest to serve at the tournament, spent his last remaining copper stars. His friends would never allow him to squander money on participation, for they believed solely in his face. It mattered not. He had long understood that the ballads sung by bards would not celebrate him. He aspired to be a tall Duncan, encountering his Prince Aegon, wishing for bards to extol his glorious deeds. Yet, he possessed no grand honor, only his family's legacy. And the bards were but vessels for the nobility, quenching their thirst with the distasteful remnants of their lords, singing forth sweet fragrances. The cacophony of screams echoed throughout the venue, yet only the esteemed nobles, accompanied by their worldly wives, children, and servants, were permitted to raise their voices in the final arena. The commoners from the flea-ridden quarters were utterly excluded from the spectacle. This was merely the preliminary round. The sheer number of participants necessitated a filtration process to eliminate the majority of unsuitable contenders. The audience consisted primarily of ordinary citizens. Managing the noble lords and affluent merchants was a far simpler task than dealing with the common folk. He was acutely aware that his focus should be on a handful of desperate gamblers and restless youths. But regrettably, the crowd was predominantly young, many bearing multiple sensitive labels. A figure clad in golden robes discreetly imparted wisdom on how to maintain order while engaging in the unsavory act of groping the ladies of high society. If the order was too impeccable, a touch of chaos was required, for chaos was the shortcut to ascendancy. Alas, such esteemed ladies were scarce in this environment. Silence, bellowed the captain of the golden-robed guards from a distance, rallying his brethren to join in the chorus. Silence. The long cry dispelled the inexplicable emotions, and the din ceased abruptly. Nearly 1,000 participants were set to compete in this tournament, as his captain had informed him, with the aim of identifying 77 victors within 4 days, culminating in the crowning of a champion in the remaining 3. The Guardians of Love and Beauty were exempt from the preliminary rounds, standing as seed entrants. Hence, only 70 out of the 1,000 could truly progress to the next exhilarating phase. The arduous preliminary rounds would stretch from dawn to dusk. If Lord Will's calculations held true, they would need to engage in over 900 duels, filtering through 4 rounds to narrow the field from 1,000 to 70. With only 2 arenas available, the ensuing 4 days promised to be exceptionally hectic. Initially, he was willing to wait for the injured combatants to gracefully exit the stage, but it didn't take long before he began to emulate his golden-robed brethren, urging the defeated to vacate the arena or directly dragging the lamenting contestants away. Over the days, he witnessed a multitude of gruesome fates. Many not only lost their steeds and armor, but also limbs, and in some cases, their very lives. He suspected that most commoners flocked to witness the bloodshed, perceiving it as thrilling entertainment. In truth, it was far from compelling, at least not to the standards he deemed worthy. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that ordinary citizens could still catch glimpses of remarkable displays, as the preliminary rounds occasionally featured two formidable competitors crossing paths, a rare treat that intensified as the event progressed. The further along he ventured, the more heraldic emblems he could discern, with the nobility invariably rising above the throng of competitors. Perhaps the gods favored those of illustrious lineage. He recognized the shield adorned with the emblem of the Braywood family, encircled by a dozen birds, and the double bridges of the Froey family, albeit with slight variations. More intricate shields delineated ranks, showcasing the crests of various families to signify their true identities. In his youth, Lord Will had been eager to learn such heraldry. When these illustrious knights graced the arena, the crowd erupted in applause. The common folk cheered fervently, as did the knights, the king, and even the courtesans. Yet, the golden-robed guards, tasked with maintaining order, appeared rather indifferent. It was no wonder that the Copper Star could pave the way for such a role. His golden-robed companions, having witnessed numerous tournaments in King's Landing, grown weary of the spectacle of noble crests, gleaming armor, and majestic steeds, had long since lost their fervor amidst the burdensome labor and unpredictable dangers. Perhaps in a few years, he too would become akin to a fully tamed tiger, leaping through hoops set by the elite for mere applause or a hearty meal. No, at most, he was but a kitten. Only the commander was entitled to leap through the circles devised by the grand figures. A dead tiger became worthless, destined to be devoured. A cat, however, would simply rot in the gutter. Mysterious Knight. The crowd roared. Lord Will turned his gaze towards the source of the cheers. The mysterious knight, like any other contender, was clad in armor, with a helm adorned with a grotesque emblem seemingly painted in jest. The shield bore the same design, revealing a side profile of a red dog's head against a white background, its fur bristling. He had never comprehended how a dog's head could exude such majesty. It resembled a flaming inferno. Such an emblem was surely absent among the Seven Kingdoms. The mysterious knight faces the illustrious Garse Hightower from the Academy of Glory, proclaimed the impromptu referee. Mysterious Knight. The audience chanted. Regardless of their station, both commoners and nobles were captivated by the allure of the mysterious knight. The spectators eagerly anticipated the moment when a knight's identity would be unveiled post-battle, a spectacle beloved across the Seven Kingdoms. The lore surrounding the mysterious knight was rich with tales and songs, some protagonists still living to this day. Garse Hightower's shield bore two black towers at the upper left and lower right, symbolizing his status as a second son, while the upper right showcased a red-gold fox, representing his maternal lineage from the Froey family of Brightwater. Grey Iron. The crowd chanted. This promised to be a noteworthy match, the mysterious knight against a renowned noble. While the audience might favor the mysterious knight, his physique lacked the robust stature typically associated with victors. Although he was not short, he did not possess the imposing presence one would expect. Moreover, while his steed appeared strong, it lacked vigor, and his armor was rather rudimentary, lacking embellishments that would denote quality. Even his squire was merely a child, raising doubts about his ability to endure a lengthy joust. In stark contrast, Grey Iron exhibited all the hallmarks of a great noble. Finely crafted armor, an intricately embroidered green cape, a helmet that was both tower-like yet aesthetically pleasing, and a perfectly fitted shield, all impeccably arranged and of considerable worth. Should the mysterious knight manage to hold his own, this single bout could suffice to satisfy the crowd. If the mysterious knight emerged victorious, his armor could fetch a ransom of 10 golden dragons, and the Hightower family was never short of gold. Any impoverished knight would yearn for the chance to duel such a noble. Fortune, however, had favored this mysterious knight. Commence. The referee barely waited for both parties to signal readiness. Though the mysterious knight could not rival Grey Iron's brawn, Lord Will was perplexed by how he managed to raise his lance, yet it was held steady and unwavering. There was no sign of strain. On the other hand, Grey Iron was a seasoned competitor, composed and methodical. Were Lord Will wealthy, he would undoubtedly place his bets on Grey Iron. He had long outgrown the belief in miracles. Unseat him. The crowd urged Grey Iron. Stand back. Lord Will forcefully pushed away spectators eager to rush forward, granting himself a moment to observe and ensuring the safety of the prominent knight. It was not uncommon for distinguished knights to meet grim fates. As the two steeds collided, Lord could not see clearly, but the mysterious knight's lance shattered, landing firmly against Lord Hightower's shield. Grey iron strike failed to make its mark, but he regained his balance after the tremendous impact and gracefully transitioned to the other side to switch lances. While the mysterious knight's armor may have been inadequate, his steed was undoubtedly exceptional, its splendor accentuated by the knight's stature, invigorating the spectacle with a commanding presence. The previous thundering sound now signified unparalleled ferocity. Mysterious knight, the crowd called out. Lord had no choice but to once again push them back to their rightful places. Second lance, commence. The Grey Iron Knight was the first to charge, his lance firmly poised in his arm as he galloped forth. The mysterious knight, seemingly aided by divine forces, swiftly parried the lance, causing the Grey Iron Lord to strike nothing but air. In an instant, the mysterious knight's lance struck true, piercing the center of the shield, shattering the lance, while the Grey Iron Lord, thrown from his steed, fell to the ground after a brief gasp. A hush fell over the crowd, only to be shattered moments later by a chorus of cheers for the mysterious knight. Lord will observe the Grey Iron Lord struggle to rise, cursing under his breath as he departed with his attendants and the assistant referee. He had lost decisively, without a request for a foot battle. By the following day, after a preliminary round had eliminated several noticeably inferior competitors, including the unfortunate Hightower, the remaining battles promised to be far more exhilarating. An unknown knight fell heavily from his horse, suffering a broken leg, too pained to cry out loudly. A frail attendant, covered in acne, could not lift him, prompting Will to assist in dragging the knight to a tent outside the arena. The victor, perched upon his horse, held the fallen knight's helmet, awaiting the return of his steed and remaining armor. He would not survive the night. The attendant might strip him of his belongings, slit his throat when no one was watching, and cast his body into the Blackwater River, where it would drift into the elegant Blackwater Bay. Outside, he caught another glimpse of the mysterious knight, unchanged since their last encounter, with a crimson wolf's head and a mane that flared like flames. He had triumphed in the second round, and Lord noted that he had received 5 golden dragons as a redemption reward. The mysterious knight had also noticed the injured knight. The latter moaned softly, teeth chattering, drenched in sweat. Will considered returning to his post, but paused to observe the knight's intentions. Wearing a helmet and armor that concealed his identity, the mysterious knight displayed no inclination to reveal himself. Will peered into the helmet's crevice, noting that the knight's face was also shrouded, clearly intent on safeguarding his identity. Consider yourself fortunate. You did not break your neck, Will remarked, feigning familiarity with the situation. Indeed, it is fortunate. This leg may yet heal. Knight, what is your name? The grievously wounded knight stifled a groan upon hearing this. The mysterious knight's voice sounded like that of a boy in the throes of adolescence. Abarath, I have no coin, he replied, the latter half of his statement draining the strength from the former. Well, I happen to have a little. Here, have a drink. It will ease your pain, Will observed as the mysterious knight poured a small vial of milky liquid into Abarath's mouth. Cole, once he falls asleep, carry him back to the inn on a stretcher, secure him a room, and perhaps hire 2 attendants to care for him. He will need to lie on that stretcher for some time. Alas, what a pity! The mysterious knight grew ever more enigmatic. Young man, you possess a kind heart, Will chuckled, feeling a surge of happiness. You too are kind, my lord. Lord Will turned and departed. He had duties to fulfill. That evening, he shared with a few close companions that the mysterious knight was but a youth, perhaps only 11 or 12 years of age. Oh ho! Does that mean we have another Barristan? Is his hair golden? Perhaps he is our Prince Joffrey. Penner laughed heartily. If so, he will be sung of for 1,000 years, destined to be an eternal emperor. If that is the case, I shall rename my carving knife Joffrey's Mercy. That would be unfortunate. I called him young man today. I wonder if he would use Joffrey's Mercy to sever my tongue, another quipped. Without a tongue, that would be dire, though Penner could always help you sell the remainder, Flint replied, ever so cruelly. I only sell prime cuts, Penner muttered. How could this golden robe be anything but prime meat? It is precisely the golden robe that renders the meat poorer. The butcher complained. Will has only worn the golden robe for a short while. He was born broken. Will laughed heartily, and his companions joined in. As he parted from the butcher pinter, the distant red keep atop Aegon's hill still twinkled with lights. There lay the king and queen. The squalid streets of the flea market, too, flickered with lights, echoing with shouts, laughter, cries, and screams. Draped in the golden robe, he felt a semblance of safety. Shouldn't he? Summer had persisted for 7 years, an unusually long season, as far as he knew. Yet, amidst this lengthy summer, the flea market remained rife with those who fought over the slightest morsels of food. The golden robe would eventually be devoured by a pack of madmen, as his squad leader had lamented. We ought to clear out the flea market, capture all the homeless refugees, and sell them into slavery, into prostitution, or whatever tasks they're suited for. Otherwise, we should toss them into Blackwater Bay to feed the fish, lest God knows when it might carve us up for a meal, he had said. I suppose during times of hunger, Will had replied. How could there be enough food to feed them? Even if we tried, how long could we sustain them? And if they were sated, they would only loosen their legs and breed more, each a cancer upon the city. Yet we rely on them for our sustenance, Will could not voice. Do you know how many people can fit under a single tent in the flea market? 7 gods, men, women, the elderly, and children. Over 30 in such a small space, more than a sheep in my pen. He gestured towards the size of the tent. Returning to his dwelling, dark and cramped, it was still far superior to the flea market, for at least he was alone in this abode. He shed his duty's golden robe and leather armor, removed his long sword and dagger, cast aside his boots, and stripped off his long robe and undergarments, seeking fresh water to wash himself. If there were 2 consecutive days of overcast skies, he would pray that his clothing would not become too damp, for he had few changes of garments. He felt that if he could not extract something from his post, he would struggle to sustain himself. If he occasionally drank with his friends, he needed to extract more. If he were to hire a laundress, he would require even more. And if he were to carry on his family name, it would likely entail unspeakable deeds. But even then, it was not his fate to bear. Gently kneading his garments in the dimness, he was unaware of what he might extract from them. But as he pressed the fabric, it felt akin to his destiny, degraded, like refuse. On the 3rd day of the tournament, afternoon, the final round of preliminary matches commenced, with 129 competitors remaining, vying for the final 70 spots that afternoon. According to the rules established by the bearded referee, 116 contestants would face off in pairs, resulting in 58 rounds, while the remaining 13 would receive byes. Should all 58 victors qualify for the finals, a lucky contestant would be selected from the 13 to choose their opponent from the remaining participants. Should any victors be unable to participate in the finals, the chief referee must promptly inform the temporary referees to eliminate certain pairings, granting all involved a bye and immediate advancement. Byes were a common occurrence, a loophole frequently exploited by the herald. A fair referee would consider the competitor's strengths, ensuring that formidable knights received byes. In the final round, he beheld more familiar crests. The orange field adorned with runes, a pile of pebbles representing House Royce, the golden lion of the Lannisters, the crescent eagle of the Vale, the crowned stag of the royal family, the vibrant flowers of Highgarden, the red-hearted raven of the City of Hearts, the longbow of Longbow Hall, the red castle of Red Keep, the acorn of Acorn Hall, the black raven of Raven's Nest, the red-green apple of House Fossaway, the red fox of Brightwater Keep, and the golden tree of House Rowan. In addition, he spotted the lance of Dorne piercing the SU and I in the tournament. Who among these esteemed families can contend for supremacy? The guardians of the realm wield only white emblems, yet they too hail from various noble lineages. The herald strives to keep the champions of these illustrious houses from clashing in the preliminary rounds, ensuring they do not engage in mutual combat. It is unclear to Will whether this is favoritism towards the aristocracy or a benevolence towards ordinary knights, yet no one questions it. However, both the herald and the judges harbor disdain for the enigmatic knight. Will once again glimpses the mysterious knight, diminutive in stature, with a lackluster steed, clad in rough yet orderly unadorned armor, adorned with a crooked red wolf insignia. Opposing him stand a knight from White Harbor, his shield emblazoned with a trident-wielding merman, firmly secured to his left arm. Though he is of the Mandrell lineage, his physique resembles that of an ember. Once more, an asymmetrical duel unfolds. Yet unexpectedly, Will believes the mysterious knight will triumph. The mysterious knight faces the knight from White Harbor. Let the battle commence. The temporary judge observes the readiness of the White Harbor knight and promptly signals the start of the contest. Mysterious knight. The crowd roars. The mysterious knight raises his lance high and gallops forward. The cheers drown out everything else, and Will cannot turn to witness the clash, instead gesturing to his companion in golden robes to help disperse the throng from their designated area. He yearns to witness the moment when the two knights' lances collide, yet the crowd surges ahead, forcing him to sidestep and maintain his focus on the knights. He knows that there are likely rogues, like his friend Duncan, instigating chaos, but he cares little. His gaze is fixed on the arena, not on potential thieves. The steeds thunder across the arena. As Will understands, the arena has been meticulously constructed, with each inch of soil compacted by massive stones to form a robust foundation. On this base, a layer of soft sand is laid, neither too thin nor too thick, topped with layers of pine branches and grass to allow the horses to gallop freely while minimizing injury to knights who might fall. This is the dreamland for knights, a place that stirs pride and fervor within any knight's heart. The Knight of Mandrell, like any well-trained warrior, steadies his lance towards the agile, mysterious knight. Wood shavings fly as the mysterious knight strikes firmly against the opponent's shield, causing the White Harbor Knight to tilt and his steed to lose balance. A skilled knight would pray for their feet to disengage from the stirrups, swiftly distancing themselves from the galloping horse. The White Harbor Knight crashes heavily to the ground, fortunate that his horse falls in front of him, sparing him from being crushed. He declines the assistance of his squire and quickly rises to his feet. He has the right to demand a foot combat. Draw swords. The White Harbor Knight calls out emphatically. A knight from White Harbor requests foot combat. Foot battles often yield the bloodiest spectacles, much to the audience's delight. Will had once been troubled by the gruesome sight of bloodshed in his youth, haunted by shattered skulls. The White Harbor Knight, fully armored and imposing, looms over the smaller mysterious knight, his chances of victory high. In the final segment of the preliminaries, should he allow the mysterious knight to progress to the finals, he would surely be ridiculed. His request for foot combat serves to defend not only his own honor, but that of all knights. At this moment, Will entirely forgets the jostling crowd. His eyes, like thousands of others, remain fixed on the arena. The White Harbor Knight immediately draws his sword and advances, akin to a god of war. The mysterious knight also unsheathes his blade, a short and slender sword, appearing much more agile. The great knight swings his sword with both hands, delivering horizontal and vertical strikes. Yet the mysterious knight deftly evades each assault. Will, alongside his companion in golden robes, pushes back the encroaching spectators once more. He turns to see the White Harbor Knight kneeling on one leg, his massive sword flung far away, as the mysterious knight strikes him fiercely on the back of the head with the hilt of his sword, causing the knight to stagger. No miracle is to unfold. Another strike sends the White Harbor Knight's helmet flying off, landing beside the great sword. The mighty knight, blood spilling from his mouth, supports himself on his hands, fully exposing his neck. In this moment, he has entrusted his life entirely to the mysterious knight. Should the mysterious knight bring his sword down, victory would be assured. He would be the Count of White Harbor, and not even the seven gods could intervene to protect his precious life. In the tumultuous arena, reason is cast aside. Even in combat, revealing such vulnerabilities is almost an invitation for the enemy to strike mercilessly. Yet, the mysterious knight refrains from delivering a fatal blow. He kicks the great knight aside, who falls backward, now clearly able to see the mysterious knight and the single-handed sword poised at his neck. I surrender. The great knight cries out helplessly. 20 gold dragons are sufficient to redeem my horse, armor, and weapons. Mysterious knight, may fortune favor you. The great knight shuns the assistance of his squire and stands upright, leaving his squire to collect the giant sword, helmet, and tend to the injured steed. Mysterious knight, mysterious knight. Thousands chant in unison. How many years have passed since the mysterious knight last entered the finals? The mysterious knight leaps onto his horse, galloping around the arena, raising his sword in salute to the audience. Lord Will feels a pang of envy, yet musters all his strength to push the surging crowd away from their path. Surely, the golden-robed overseer must have a more effective means of curbing their reckless advance. It is sheer folly. He fears that a rogue might draw his dagger, inciting murder and bloodshed amidst the chaos. The cheers for the arena continue, and under the loud admonitions of the temporary judge, the mysterious knight finally exits the arena. Everyone yearns to uncover his identity, yet simultaneously wishes to shield it from being exposed. Mysterious knight, mysterious knight. The cheers envelop the arena. This is the most arduous task of maintaining order. He hopes to undertake the role of a guard during the finals, to witness the match up close, ideally from a vantage point better than that of the king. The sun has yet to set, and the 77 knights who will enter the finals have been determined. However, his duties as a guardian of the arena have concluded. Tomorrow, he must adhere to his assigned tasks, patrolling the city gates, walls, and streets, or following the directives of the squad leader or team captain to locate this thief or that brigand. As he finishes his shift, he learns of his duties for the following day. He has been assigned to guard the perimeter of the finals, responsible for maintaining order. This means he will miss witnessing any thrilling matches. At least he is close enough to the finals. As long as the crowd's cheers are loud enough, he will be able to discern the happenings within the arena, learning promptly who wins or loses. Perhaps he can even remove his helmet to alleviate the summer heat. Everyone's focus is on the arena. No one pays heed to the small golden-robed figure seeking a moment of ease outside. Early the next morning, he arrives at his designated position. Here, he can only watch as noble lords, wealthy patrons, and their attendants enter the arena, observing as high-ranking officials, surrounded by the golden-robed brothers, make their entrance, and witnessing the rotund king ride in to behold the queen's chariot. Once these dignitaries have entered, he removes his helmet, cradling it against his chest. The other golden-robed brethren also relax, some placing bets, others straining to listen for the outcomes within. The atmosphere in the arena begins to heat up significantly after the king's arrival. Though the cheers within the arena are thunderous, the host's voice remains powerful, cutting through the din and reaching his ears. Shimmering names are called out, followed by repeated cries of "Let the battle begin." He silently counted the rounds of the jousting competition in his mind. At the height of the excitement, he heard the announcer's booming voice declare, "The 7th lance, commence." Perhaps it was the Knights of Flowers, perhaps the Lannisters, or the Mountain. He failed to hear the announcement for the 8th lance. After the 7th, all that followed was the resounding cheer of the audience. The applause from the noble lords was equally fervent, rivaling that of a flea-ridden den. He heard names echoing like giants: Barristan, Lannister, the Mountain, Gallant, Garlan, the Eagle. Soon, a name emerged that commanded even greater acclaim: the mysterious knight. The arena grew increasingly raucous. He could no longer discern the host's voice, perhaps having exhausted his vocal cords in the fervor of the moment. He must have felt as helpless as I did. He tried to ascertain who was facing the mysterious knight, but to no avail. He had no desire to return to the gilded-robed brothers, to listen to their tedious wagers and predictions. Adjusting his posture, he cradled his helmet and gazed skyward, his ears attuned to the distant city walls, standing tall like a column honoring the horizon. The clamor belonged to the king and the nobles, to the knights, not to the gilded-robed ones, he lamented. Before long, a gilded-robed officer swiftly emerged from the inner arena. His eyes quickly scanned the gathering of gilded-robed men, settling on Lord Will, who held his helmet and gazed at the field with an expression devoid of emotion. Accompanying him were several gilded-robed individuals, bearing a limp body which they cast to the ground. Will approached and saw a gaping, sunken hole in the corpse's chest, as if both combatants' lances had pierced it. The face was bruised, swollen like a balloon, blood splattered across his visage. Will could hardly fathom such a gruesome death. It was truly ghastly. This was a gilded-robed man who had perished in the arena. The gathered gilded-robed brothers rushed forward to assist, but there was nothing they could do. The brother was beyond saving. "You, come with me. Maintain order at the jousting field," commanded the officer, calling Will directly. "Take his place. Don't just stand there. Don't startle the horses, and most importantly, don't get trampled." Will admitted that there had never been a moment more joyous than this. He could now witness the final joust. Though he had not seen the entire event from start to finish, he would witness the most thrilling parts. More importantly, his position was indeed superior to that of the king. He stood at the very center of the arena, the battleground where the knights clashed. He no longer doubted why that unfortunate soul had met his demise in the arena. His task was straightforward: to direct the squires of both sides, swiftly carrying the injured out of the arena and instructing the squires to plant their banners in appropriate locations. It was a simple task, as long as he avoided being trampled by a horse. The announcer was almost directly opposite him. Now he understood the richness of the other's voice. This voice was worth a king's coin, deserving of the attention of the noble lords and ladies present, as he introduced the honors and orchestrated the tempo of the battle. "Third lance, commence." The king's guard in pure white armor faced Garlan, the second son of House Hightower from the Reach. Upon seeing the banner, he needed no further introduction. He felt the thunderous sound of the horses' hooves up close, as if 1,000 steeds charged forth. This vantage point was superb. He could clearly see both knights simultaneously striking their lances against each other's shields, their lances shattering almost in unison. Nearby, squires swiftly cleared away the larger wooden splinters, while others readied new lances for the knights. Both knights were jolted from their steeds by the tremendous impact, but on the opposite side, they had already regained their stances. There was no need for further words. They required a fourth lance. The white-clad knight was unseated under the force of the fourth lance, eliciting gasps from the noble ladies and lords present, especially from the ladies. The fallen white knight struggled to rise, but found himself powerless. His squire rushed forward, hoisting him up and leading him from the arena. Garland's aim was steadier. The white knight had already exhausted his strength, or perhaps he had sustained an injury to his arm. Garland, lance in hand, galloped a lap around the arena, accepting the cheers of the crowd. He paused beneath the king's seat, lifted his helmet, and addressed the throne. Garland Tyrell of Highgarden, I am grateful for the favor of Princess Myrcella. Your Garland has bolstered my courage. He bowed graciously, charming the ladies who cheered for him. The young princess smiled shyly in response. With a flourish, Garland rode away. The next match featured Jaime Lannister against Harlan Hightower, the younger son of Lord Hightower of Longbow Hall. The King's Guard Jaime achieved a resounding victory, unseating Hightower with a single lance. Hightower lacked the courage to request a ground fight and departed with the help of his squires. Kingslayer, the king bellowed, his voice echoing, whether in admiration of Jaime's prowess or in derision. Yet Jaime did not cast a glance towards the dais, striding directly from the arena. The days just concluded amidst the crowd's chants of King Robert. King Robert departed first, followed by his guard, then the high-ranking officials and nobles. Lord Will waited for all to exit, then oversaw the workers as they meticulously cleared the arena, ensuring there were no remnants of splintered wood or blood that might pose a risk of injury. Beside him stood a stranger in gilded robes, exuding an air of authority far beyond that of Will, a mere foot soldier. How did you fare today? The tone was irritating. Like a bishop's hair, sparse, my lord, he replied. Judging by the armor he wore, Will discerned that this man was at least a senior officer among the guard, and he felt it wise not to provoke such a person. Did you see Howin's corpse? The one with the gaping hole in his chest. He was a true lord, captain of the defense at Dragonstone. He could have 12 of golden dragons, but misfortune struck. He was trampled by the crow's horse, taking his heart with it. He pioneered a new manner of death for gilded-robed men. Quite remarkable, Will remarked, eliciting laughter from the other. Indeed, but he was clearly not the most innocent. In his quest for gold, he had been doping the crow's horse, only to have the beast turn on him and trample him to death. The gilded-robed man produced a purse, counting the dwindling silver stags repeatedly. You seem disinterested? Indeed, but instead of voicing it, he said, My lord, you will say what you intend to. How would I know about such matters, right? The gilded-robed man stowed away his purse, grinning at Will, who found the smile unnerving and had no desire to engage further, thus remaining silent. I'm one of his subordinates. Lord Hadwin confided in me a few days ago that he would make a fortune at this lance tournament. I certainly didn't believe him, but seeing his confidence, I knew our Lord Hadwin was up to something underhanded. So, I dispatched someone, really it was myself, to follow him discreetly, and lo, and behold, the rest you've likely heard. He indeed succeeded and achieved his aims. My lord, what is death? Will sought to learn more. Perhaps this was the gilded-robed man's secret. The king, his high officials, and all the lords of the city witnessed his death. There was nothing amiss about it. The question remains, what exactly did he do? He mused aloud, as if boasting of his vast knowledge. He is a relative of Sir Lannister. Their mothers are said to be sisters. One of his own sisters even married a cousin of Sir Lannister. Based on this connection, he set his sights on the crow, and the crow took his heart, just as the Lannister sigil depicts. Sir Lannister did not emerge victorious? Will inquired, perplexed. Sir Cobry certainly did not. His horse ran amok, trampling his own kin. Will remained profoundly perplexed. A person who is malicious enough to profit from harming their own family will not escape divine retribution. The man in the golden robe grinned at him before departing. The one who will benefit, however, will be one of his subordinates, such as myself. Isn't that rather obvious? On the following day, Will arrived early at the tournament grounds, but after a lengthy wait, he did not encounter the golden-robed man from the previous day. Cobry and Hadwin could go to hell. Soon, another golden-robed figure appeared at the post of that scoundrel. As before, the rotund king made his grand entrance into the arena last. Silence. Let us welcome our beloved king, the king of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and the protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon I. The announcer's voice boomed. I am aware that many of you have traveled from all corners of the kingdom to partake in this tournament, but I assure you, you shall not return disappointed. Here gathered are the most exceptional warriors of the realm, an unparalleled assembly of champions. May the blessings of the seven gods be upon all participants. They will undoubtedly present you with the most thrilling displays of combat. Lastly, let us collectively wish for a long summer to accompany us. And most importantly, may my beloved daughter, our princess, Myrcella, have a joyous fifth name day, and may she always enjoy good health. The king's voice resonated powerfully. The arena erupted in fervent cheers, the excitement reaching a fever pitch even before the tournament commenced. In the first round, we have the valiant Ser Garlan of House Tyrell facing the mysterious knight. Will the valiant Garlan unveil the visage beneath the mysterious knight's helm? Let's wait and see. It has been nearly a century since a mysterious knight has made it to the finals. The announcer urged the crowd to cheer. We'll observe the king's hearty laughter, genuinely delighted by the appearance of a mysterious knight. The mysterious knight was as enigmatic as ever. Garlan Tyrell, adorned in vibrant regalia that mirrored his family's sigil, boasted a cloak of rich colors and exquisitely crafted armor that glimmered under the sun, exuding an aura of resilience and elegance. His helmet, lavishly designed with intricate cutouts, bore no flaws, ensuring both lightness and visual appeal, resembling a flower poised to bloom with life. If one were to define the essence of manly valor, one would assert it should resemble Garlan, not the lean figure of the mysterious knight. Begin. At the announcer's command, the war horses charged forth. The ground stirred with dust and debris, providing the horses with a solid footing. The lances pointed straight at each other as both warriors struck their shields at full speed, causing their lances to shatter upon impact. The tremendous force sent both combatants reeling, yet they managed to brace themselves and swiftly regain their composure. Second strike. Garlan Tyrell exchanged his lance, gripping it firmly as his steed thundered forward, maintaining his steady composure. Most of the women in the crowd were cheering for this noble man. The mysterious knight held his lance steady, refusing to yield. When their horses collided, their lances splintered, and the mysterious knight, despite the immense impact, nearly found himself unseated. However, his right foot remained securely planted on the saddle, and with a swift motion, he flung his shield against the central barrier, regaining his balance with astonishing control. His armor may not have rivaled that of the Tyrells, but his horse was undoubtedly formidable. On the other side, Garlan leaned back deeply, taking a moment to restore his balance. Third strike. Garlan steadied his lance, zeroing in on the mysterious knight. Yet, the mysterious knight denied him the opportunity for a fourth strike, leaning forward as though to leap from his horse, delivering a precise and courteous blow to Garlan's twin rose shield, showcasing his exceptional horsemanship and audacious strategy. Garlan Tyrell was unceremoniously thrown from his mount. In the jousting contest, his defeat was unequivocal. The king rose from his seat, applauding the exhilarating duel. Had there been a bench, Lord would have stood as well. Who could remain steadfast atop a horse and deliver a perfect lance thrust solely on their own two legs? This mysterious knight was undoubtedly an exceptional rider, a centaur among men. The mysterious knight prevails. Ser Garlan Tyrell has forfeited the foot combat. It appears we require 2 of the remaining 3 to unveil his visage. Frankly, I harbor grave concerns for our beautiful princess Myrcella, the crown of love and beauty, but I have faith in our white knight. Let us anticipate the forthcoming battles. The announcer proclaimed loudly, "Mysterious knight, mysterious knight." The crowd's chants drowned out all else. Robert laughed heartily from his throne. The mysterious knight galloped through the arena, yielding to the roar of the crowd. Will felt the ensuing contest would pale in comparison. Yet the words of Lord Barristan piqued his interest. "Fearless Lord Barristan, should I be fortunate enough to fall to your prowess, how about we value this armor at 5 golden dragons? It must not suffer defeat." Barristan nodded in agreement, well versed in the banter. The Earl of Stonebridge was a robust figure, and this renowned bronze armor of the 7 kingdoms barely fit him. Its dull gray hue offered no enchantment or sheen, merely intricate patterns. It was undoubtedly the most formidable armor in the realm, impervious to any damage for a millennium, thanks to its magical properties. The Earl and Ser Selmy engaged in 5 rounds of combat, neither able to claim victory. The king deemed Barristan to have scored more points against the Bronze Royce, thus declaring him the victor. Consequently, the guardians of the crown of love and beauty consisted solely of Jaime and Barristan, while the challenger remained the singular mysterious knight. Should the mysterious knight wish to seize the crown, he must best both of them in succession. Moreover, given that this was the final round, there would be no possibility of resting for a day before continuing the contest. Even if either of the renowned White Knights were to falter, they would not be left with much stamina. As for the mysterious knight, he would find honor in defeat. We have all witnessed the mysterious knight's refusal to unveil his helm and reveal his identity, insisting on remaining the thief of the tournament, seeking to claim our princess's crown. This is an ambitious, confident, and powerful contender, the announcer teased. Let us pray that our two white-robed guardians can discern this rogue's identity and apprehend this disruptor of the tournament. Let us hope our white-robed guardians can exhibit their prowess, uphold the honor of the white cloak, and defend the great strength of the crown. But most importantly, let us cheer for all the contestants, for the magnificent battles, for this momentous occasion in history, for love and beauty, for all knights, for all valiant warriors, for the prosperity and peace of our kingdom, and for the unending long summer. What was enveloped in the fervor of the announcer's oration, forgetting to signal his servants to tidy the arena, but they were adept enough not to require his direction. He could hardly articulate how he felt. He desired the white-cloaked knights to overcome the mysterious knight, while simultaneously harboring a subtle anticipation that the mysterious knight would ultimately seize the crown. What he heard was the thunderous applause of the crowd, and what he saw were spectators waving their arms. Even the usually reserved ladies were raising their voices, shouting with fervor, akin to old crones admonishing warriors. Upon the throne, the king's beaming face could not conceal his joy. The mysterious knight had brought him an abundance of delight and expectation, even eliciting a faint smile from the queen beside him. If the sovereign of the realm was in such high spirits, then the subjects below could completely let loose, exchanging whispers or cheering exuberantly. A mysterious knight had not reached the finals in a century. Perhaps after the battles, the ballads of the mysterious knight would be sung from King's Landing to the Wall, echoing from now until the end of time. Let me see. Is there nothing but refuse surrounding you? Let me see. Do you wish to change your tongue? Mysterious knight, unveil him. People wish to keep their secrets until the very last moment. This encapsulates the essence of the mysterious knight, as well as the significance of waiting and anticipation. The mysterious knight faces off against the Kingslayer, Sir Jaime Lannister, adorned in a white cloak and golden armor, emblazoned with the distinctive white sigil of the Kingsguard. The adults in the vicinity whisper amongst themselves, while servants weave through the crowd. Will understands that the adults are engaged in wagering. The mysterious knight versus Sir Jaime Lannister of the Kingsguard. Begin. Lannister, brimming with confidence, charges forward, spear in hand, while the mysterious knight wields his lance with equal steadiness. Lannister's spear is deflected, tearing through the painted wolf's head on his shield, while the mysterious knight's lance remains firmly poised upon Lannister's shield. There are advantages to being slender. Second strike, commence. Rather than the host dictating the rhythm of the duel, it is the combatants who guide the pace. Both competitors seamlessly exchange their weapons, a sight Will has never witnessed before. The lances shatter once more. Lannister shifts to stabilize himself, while the mysterious knight clings tightly to his steed. Ultimately, the mysterious knight's lack of weight proves a disadvantage. The battle must continue. Lannister seems determined to finish off his opponent, leaning forward for a decisive blow. He has detected the other's vulnerability. Will doubts if the mysterious knight can replicate his earlier flawless leap. The weight disadvantage in a jousting match signifies a lack of force. The mysterious knight contracts his form, largely concealing himself behind his shield. As he passes, Lannister's lance shatters, only for the mysterious knight's lance to follow suit. This is a delayed strike, requiring immense confidence, quick reflexes, and physical coordination, as Will realizes. The Kingslayer unexpectedly falls from his horse. The arena falls silent before erupting into fervent cheers once more. Lannister's attendants rush to his fallen position, one managing the runaway horse while 3 others surround him, checking for injuries and preparing their swords for foot combat. Will observes Lannister struggling, yet it is clear that once again, the mysterious knight has triumphed. With assistance, Lannister stumbles away from the arena, conceding foot combat. It is a stroke of luck that he was not trampled by hooves. After the cacophony of discussion fades, the crowd erupts into cheers again. The applause is resounding, destined to be immortalized in song, ringing in his ears for years to come. Will stands in the arena, entirely detached, unsure of what to do. He remains stiff like a wooden figure. As long as he stands tall, others will proclaim he has fulfilled his duty. What more can I do? I am but a mere squire, maintaining my health through petty fights, repaying debts through theft of the Iron Throne, improving my life through extortion and finding solace in the epic tales of others, which serve to fill my own void. 7 gods, you ought to be damned. The mysterious knight wins. Now, I'm more concerned about our princess's crown. Will our fearless Ser Barristan be able to thwart the cunning thief, the crown snatcher? Let us eagerly await the outcome. Mysterious night, mysterious night. The crowd chants in unison. Upon the throne, the king is jubilant, cheering and encouraging, as if he himself donned the mysterious armor, vanquishing foes and claiming victory, seizing the crown. Some of the noble guests beside him rejoice, while others appear despondent, the outcomes of their bets starkly evident. The mysterious knight departs the arena. The host continues his narrative with the same booming voice, and Will listens, filled with admiration. You, indeed, are the true king. Will observes 2 brothers in golden robes remove the offering table from the elevated throne, placing upon it a forked golden artifact. 2 noble women then adorn it with garlands woven from a variety of flowers. Every individual present can behold this crown, a symbol of love and beauty. The garland, resplendent in hues of red, blue, and gold, features roses and other unnamed blooms, yet Will recognizes that it is anything but ordinary. The garland, when placed upon the wrong head, could lead to the crown's fall, to calamity for the living, and to the downfall of the nobility. The kingdom is well aware of such tales. Ser Barristan stands poised at the arena, quietly awaiting his opponent, listening to the fervent calls surrounding him. The host continues to rally the crowd, fully engaging their emotions as thousands await. Even the king waits with unflagging enthusiasm, showing no signs of impatience. Will stands in his position, eagerly anticipating. You are the fire in the hearts of the people. The mysterious knight reappears amidst the crowd's anticipation, his armor now more vivid, no longer resembling mere haphazard scribbles, but rather a distinct wolf's head on his side. His red mane flows like flames. He appears more polished, more composed. He is ready. As the host, it is my honor to witness this contest alongside the king, queen, prince, princess, and all of you. Let's begin. The arena erupts into thunderous applause before swiftly falling silent. Fearless Ser Barristan raises his spear, urging his steed forward, accelerating with grace. The mysterious knight mirrors his movements. The lances shatter. Both riders lean back simultaneously. They exchange weapons, and once again they splinter. They switch weapons, and once more they break. Barristan would never aim his spear elsewhere, but at the shield, and the mysterious knight shares this understanding. It is an old man against a youth. The one with superior horsemanship and stamina shall prevail. Yet today, the mysterious knight has endured an extra round. On the 4th strike, Ser Barristan is unceremoniously thrown from his horse, but he quickly rises, experienced enough to know how to dismount gracefully. The mysterious knight leans back once more, his feet over the horse's back, but with a slight adjustment, he remains firmly seated. Mysterious knight, should this be merely a contest of skill, I would gladly concede. However, today is not just a competition. It is a matter of defending Princess Myrcella's honor, and I shall not yield midway. Bring me his sword. He bellows, hoping the mysterious knight at the far end can hear him. The entire arena hears him. Foot combat. Foot combat. The crowd is now in a frenzy. Will feels a surge of madness himself, joining the golden-robed brothers beside him in the uproar. I'm not merely a spectator. Oh, but I am a spectator. Fearless Ser Barristan of House Selmy, to defend the princess's crown, requests foot combat. The host expends all his strength, as if this were his final proclamation. Attendants spring into action, bringing forth a long sword for him. Ser Barristan unsheathes his steel blade with flair, striding boldly to the center of the arena. The mysterious knight, too, draws his steel sword from the attendants' embrace. They advance toward Will's direction. Will steps back 3 paces, granting them ample space for their duel. If I were to be slain by a single sword strike, perhaps I would become a part of a ballad sung for 1,000 years. Ser Barristan possesses both strength and skill. The mysterious knight, while perhaps more agile due to his youth, cannot compare in experience to the White Knight. Will muses that if the slender, mysterious knight prevails, it could only mean that Ser Barristan has been injured from his recent fall. The two collide with no pretense of grace. Will's senses whirl. He has witnessed many tournaments, yet never has he heard weapons clashing with such intensity, producing sounds that threaten to consume one's ears. The mysterious knight appears slightly leaner than Ser Barristan, perhaps lacking in strength, yet he shows no signs of weakness. Regardless of Ser Barristan's relentless strikes, the mysterious knight stands firm, refusing to evade, occasionally countering with a tenacity that refuses to concede defeat. That he sought to seize the championship through sheer strength, wielding a long sword capable of cleaving through foes, much like the enigmatic knight. Sir Selmy, adorned in the heavy armor of combat, faced off against this mysterious knight, who had just emerged from the equestrian skirmish, equally clad in formidable armor. To an outsider, the sight of two fully armed warriors swinging their heavy swords might appear monotonous. Yet to Will, it was a spectacle that sent shivers down his spine. Under such armor, few could sustain the exertion for long. Yet these two men showed no regard for their stamina. This style of fighting prompted King Robert to lean over the barrier, gesticulating wildly and shouting with exuberance. He relished this approach to battle. Suddenly, Will noticed that the mysterious knight had quickened his strikes, dodging only to create opportunities for further attacks. It became evident to all that the valiant Ser Barristan was at a disadvantage. The mysterious knight pressed on relentlessly, as if unleashing his final reserves of strength, driving Barristan towards the central barrier of the arena. In the final moments of turmoil, the champion was born. With a swift diagonal slash, the mysterious knight severed the barrier upon which Barristan leaned, causing him to lose his balance and fall. A subsequent strike sent Barristan's sword flying from his grasp. Thousands witnessed the knight's blade poised at Barristan's throat, and the crowd stood in stunned silence for several seconds. Barristan, defeated, weakly pointed at the knight's sword. "You have won, mysterious knight. Congratulations." The knight nodded, sheathed his sword, and leisurely returned to one end of the arena, mounting his majestic warhorse. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, he raised his sword in salute, calling for even greater and more fervent applause. He galloped around the arena, signaling for cheers with each half lap, embodying the exuberance of a youth who could not get enough of riding. "For heaven's sake, would you just remove your damned helmet?" Will glanced at the king, who continued to beam with laughter, joining the throngs in their cheers. Everyone was wholeheartedly captivated by the mysterious knight's glorious and undeniable victory. They recognized that today, this enigmatic figure had been favored by the seven gods. They willingly cheered along with the god-favored knight, chanting "Mysterious Knight." This could very well be the first time in history such an event unfolded. At last, he halted before the crown of love and beauty, lifting it with his sword. With one hand holding the crown and the other discarding his sword, he removed his helmet. Under the gaze of the entire assembly, he let his hair down, placing the crown upon his head as if being crowned. By the seven gods, it is a woman. Chapter 2. Catelyn Stark. The weather was shrouded in mist, and the air outside the room was bitterly cold, as if it were penetrating to the very bones. Catelyn had never been fond of the northern climate. In truth, her homeland in the Riverlands was closer to the north than other southern regions, yet crossing the neck was an entirely different experience. Here, it seemed perpetually winter, and even more daunting was the fact that their ancestral tongue echoed the phrase, "Winter is coming." What could the true winter possibly be like? This was already the 9th summer. As a Tully, she could endure such harsh conditions, especially with her beloved husband and children by her side. She had 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters, each robust and healthy without exception. In her mind, she silently counted her children: the courageous Robb, the intelligent and beautiful Sansa, the lively and clever Arya, along with the younger Bran and Rickon. At this moment, she harbored no discontent. Perhaps a brighter tomorrow awaited. Robb would become the Lord of the North, while Sansa and Arya would marry noble lords. Bran would either become a lord under his brother's command or, following his own dreams, a Knight of the North, a member of the Kingsguard. As for Rickon, he was still too young, and she could not envision his future. She did not wish to continue counting. As a Tully, she had only 5 children, but as the Lady of Winterfell, she must also acknowledge 2 others. Edd's children, a pair of twins, 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy was named Jon Snow, after Edd's foster father, Jon Arryn, while the girl was named Meera, or Meeg, Snow, after the Countess of Bear Island, Meera Mormont. Now the girl was known as Meera Stark. She had been legitimized by a royal decree, and according to the laws of the realm, her claim to Winterfell surpassed that of Sansa and Arya. Fortunately, Robert had not lost his reason and had legitimized her half-brother. Should he have done otherwise, it would have been a profound disrespect to the Lord of the North, who was also his sworn brother, and a blatant affront to Catelyn as a Tully, an insult to the rights of the Riverlands. Robert would never dare such a thing. He understood the consequences. He might not lose 2 allies, but it would undoubtedly cost Jon his life. Indeed, if he were to take such a risk, the cost would be Jon's life. I would remind him why Tully's tongue speaks of family, duty, and honor. However, as the champion of the tournament, the girl who crowned herself as queen of love and beauty before thousands, the king could whimsically grant her legitimacy as a bastard in accordance with the expectations of the crowd. Yet, that would still be a show of disrespect toward the Tullys. I must convey this to Robert. This is a red line, a matter of protection for my children, and I must ensure he comprehends this clearly. But I will endure the presence of Meera Stark, a legitimized bastard. Even with her status, her claim would always rank behind my 3 sons. In due time, I shall advise Ned to arrange a distant marriage for her to the Riverlands, the Reach, Dorne, or even the Stormlands. There will always be a place suitable for her. She will never have the opportunity to encroach upon my children's rights. She stepped out of the hall to greet the now-returned Meera Stark, who was said to have come back from across the seas. As the lady of the house, I need not welcome her, but since she is now a Stark, I must exhibit the appropriate decorum and offer her a fitting response. Her emotions were a tumult of complexity. Meera had left Winterfell of her own accord at the age of 13, and now, 3 years later, she returned, reportedly bearing a convoy laden with goods and provisions. She herself commanded a retinue of nearly 50 guards and an unknown number of servants. This was the demeanor of a king or a great lord. She was but 2 or 3 years older than Sansa. Looking at Sansa now, Catelyn could scarcely fathom how such a girl had triumphed in the arena and returned safely from her maritime adventures. The perils of the sea were well known. Anyone could understand that misfortune could lead to eternal oblivion beneath the waves, a loss of life. The young lion, the brother of Tywin Lannister, had ventured out to sea and never returned, remaining silent forevermore. Had she not raised her until her teenage years, she would not have believed such a girl existed in this world. She had heard that upon winning the tournament in King's Landing, when King Robert learned of her identity, he unsheathed his sword without hesitation and personally dubbed the 14-year-old Meera Snow a knight. At the conclusion of the knight's proclamation, he publicly vowed before thousands, "I do not care who your mother is, although I may have met her or guessed her identity, when you rise as a knight. You are Stark." It was known to all that Robert not only personally knighted her, but also bestowed upon her the Stark surname. Her legitimacy was celebrated in joy and laughter among the thousands, needing no royal documentation to validate it, and no one could alter it. Even more astonishing is the tale that follows. Catherine perceives this not merely as a simple story, but as a mythic legend from the Age of Heroes. The news she has heard reveals that she utilized the prize money from the tournament to purchase ships, recruiting sailors for her adventurous voyage across the narrow seas. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery to her. Yet she is aware that when Ned learned of the girl venturing forth alone, he unleashed crows to chastise Robert for his negligent guardianship over his child. Robert's reply was eloquent, laden with explanations, yet tinged with a hint of regret, which Catherine recognized. Now Robert could boast before Ned of his stewardship. As this thought crossed Catherine's mind, a smile graced her lips. However, there remained aspects that posed a challenge for her as the lady of the house. Meera had returned with a substantial amount of supplies, vehicles, and a multitude of people and livestock, details that had been inadequately conveyed by the crows. She exited the main keep, traversing the corridor, and beheld the now desolate training grounds. Descending from the southern gate tower, she crossed the drawbridge and observed the throngs of people and vehicles outside the castle walls, the bustling crowd parting to pay their respects. There she stood, engaging in conversation and laughter with all whom she might still recognize. She spotted Meera, who in turn saw her and approached with a courteous greeting. "Milady." In contrast to 3 years prior, Meera had fully transformed into a woman, the trials of life having stripped away her youthful innocence and naivety. Catherine smiled and appraised her. She was tall and robust, bearing the quintessential Stark visage, undeniably striking, with an indescribable air of valor surrounding her. "This is no ordinary girl. I must treat her with the utmost seriousness." Her timing was slightly unfortunate. After receiving the crow's messages, Ned had been elated, and upon anticipating her imminent return to Winterfell, he had taken his guard and nearly adult sons out hunting, claiming to prepare a feast for his daughter whom he had not seen in years. Catherine found this difficult to comprehend. Thus, today's reception would fall solely upon her shoulders. "Meera, you have returned." She wished to articulate something more fitting, more appropriate for a matron, yet ended up uttering these rather dry words. "Come with me into the city. This is also your home. How can we allow you to wait here? I am eager to hear the tales of your years away." The crows and travelers from the south have brought a myriad of stories, and many have feared the worst. Indeed, milady, I have prepared gifts for my family. I requested 7 captains to escort the supplies into the city, while the remainder shall remain at the winter market, where there are still many vacant rooms. 7 individuals. This could certainly work, as long as not all entered. Sister, Catherine did not doubt the excitement of her little daughter. Arya, you are as light as ever. Arya dashed towards Catherine, embracing her long-lost sister, only to be swept up into Catherine's arms, resembling a little bear clinging to a tree trunk. Did you truly win the tournament, claiming the wreath of love and beauty, and adorned yourself with it? She inquired eagerly, her arms draped around the girl. Indeed, indeed. If only you had been at the tournament, Arya, I would have personally placed it upon you. How did you manage it? I heard you defeated the fearless Barristan. Arya, come down now. We shall discuss this once we are within the city. Meera has traveled a long way. Let her rest a bit. Catelyn understood that Meera had now replaced the legendary heroine Nymeria as Arya's idol, and the forthcoming lessons in propriety would likely prove even more challenging. If one sister could achieve such radiant success and transcend the ordinary path of a noble maiden, why could Arya not do the same? They bore the same surname. I must choose my words wisely to prevent her from using Meera as a defense. Catherine did not converse much more with Meera, yet the convoy entering the city comprised 300 or 400 vehicles. No matter their contents, Winterfell could accommodate them. Some matters could await Ned's return that evening for further discussion. In the afternoon, the hunters entered through the Hunter's Gate, hauling various game, and within the castle, whether stable hands, blacksmith's apprentices, or servants, all were in high spirits. Throughout the year, aside from certain festivals and distinguished guests, every day was rather ordinary. The castle remained tranquil and serene. It was time to uplift everyone's spirits, and most importantly, for Eddard, today was a day to be with all his family. The attendants and cooks eagerly carried the game into the kitchen, intent on preparing a celebratory dinner for Meera's return. Perfectly splendid, Catelyn. No one was injured. We captured 2 deer, 2 wild boars a row, and... Enough. I'm aware of the bounty. I have seen it. The absence of injuries is even better. Tonight, we can gather in the hall for a lively feast and listen to Meera's tales along with those of her companions. The children can hardly contain their excitement. This evening, Roderick, Jory, and their children, Micah, Harris, Hullen, and Bran. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements, my Lord Eddard. Tonight, we shall all converse freely. Catelyn could envision the family gathering, with countless questions being hurled at Meera from every individual. She would likely recount how she became the mysterious knight, how she secured the championship in the tournament, how she acquired the wreath of love and beauty, how she was knighted, and how she truly became a Stark. Moreover, Catelyn was particularly intrigued by how she sailed to the free cities and what experiences awaited her there, along with the captivating tale she would share. If Arya were to hear these stories, she would surely become even more enamored by the 7. How am I to educate her? In addition to the invited lords of Winterfell and a few family members, there were also the 7 captains who had accompanied Meera. Eddard greeted them, inquiring about their names, while Robb stood by, observing how his father interacted with Meera's subordinates. Meera had brought a plethora of gifts for nearly everyone she might know within the castle. Catherine received exquisitely crafted porcelain figures of the 7, each one lifelike and smooth, far from ordinary. She brought various adornments and garments for her 2 daughters, ranging from ladies' court gowns to wrist ornaments, as well as rare trinkets for Meera Pentos, bringing immense joy to the 2 girls. She gifted Robb a bow made from dragonbone, which seemed to require all of Theon's strength to draw, lavish and enviable. Robb, as the heir to Winterfell, blushed, a rare occurrence for him, clearly pleased with the precious weapon. She presented Bran with a small sword of pure white bone, its material undetermined, perhaps ivory, perhaps rhino horn, or some unknown animal bone. In any case, it was lustrous and smooth, as hard as iron, a sword whose true value was unfathomable, perhaps unsuitable even for a child to wield. She gifted Rickon what was said to be a bronze chain from Ass High, rumored to be solvable only by the most astute minds. She bestowed upon Theon Greyjoy an armguard, intricately laced with golden threads and dragonbone clasps. A practical yet valuable gift. She brought numerous books collected from the trading city for Maester Luwin, along with a lens from Meera, all conducive to scholarly pursuits. Catelyn was unaware of what Meera had given Jon. For Roderick and Jory, she had not forgotten to prepare a set of armor in their family colors, evidently having made arrangements well in advance. Her gift to Eddard was truly extravagant. At the feast hosted by Meera, she donned a white gown, and Catelyn noticed a small crimson wolf head button beneath her neck, paired with a long gray coat, the colors of her house, agile and competent. Among the esteemed guests were the captains of Meera's team. These 7 leaders were far from youthful summer-born boys. Each exuded an aura forged through the trials of battle. 2 of them left a particularly deep impression on her. One was a handsome young man with gray curls, his face marred by a scar that gracefully traced from coarse to fine, enhancing rather than detracting from his rugged charm. His name was Will. The other was a tall, robust man with gray hair and a stern visage, his red-streaked beard betraying no humor. Though he did not resemble a Westerosi, it was evident that Meera held him in high regard. His name was Credo, and from their exchanges, it appeared he bore the nickname Red Warrior. She intended to memorize the names of the remaining captains, but from her distant vantage, she could not catch them clearly. Each was clad in leather armor, their attire nearly identical, resembling warriors who had just stepped out of a military camp. She understood that they were all loyal to Meera, yet the likelihood of them being knights seemed slim. They took their seats opposite the instructors from Winterfell, ensuring that both sides could engage in conversation with the unfamiliar faces from the castle. Meera positioned herself to the right of Eddard, followed closely by Arya, Bran, and Jon, while to his left sat Robb, Sansa, Rickon, and Theon. The younger girl adored her sister. Eddard raised his cup in a toast for all present. Subsequently, everyone began to share their own highlights, as if partaking in a sumptuous feast, while the cooks continuously presented roasted game, assisted by numerous servants who carved and served each dish into the bowls of the guests. The remaining portions were distributed on the table according to their size. Catelyn savored a piece of venison, sipping her half-finished goblet of golden wine from the arbor. She knew that soon, stories of Meera's past years would unfold. Everyone in Winterfell awaited with bated breath, particularly Arya, who could hardly contain her excitement. "My dear sister, I have countless tales to share, yet my cup is devoid of wine," Meera remarked. Catelyn chuckled as Meera playfully teased the girl who idolized her. "Wait a moment, I shall return shortly." Arya, like a spirited little monkey, leaped from her seat and dashed across the hall, seemingly pursued by ravenous wolves. She made a wide circle, passing by Eddard's table and nearly colliding with a passing servant. With one hand, she snatched the wine pitcher from the steward and hurried back to Meera, stumbling as she filled her beloved sister's cup to the brim. Laughter erupted from all around, with Robb and Jon laughing heartily. Even the Red Warrior cracked a smile. "Quickly, speak, Meera, for I have filled your cup. Do not laugh. Listen to my sister's stories. And what story would you like to hear? I wish to hear tales of your adventures in the free cities and your battles against pirates." Catelyn, too, was eager to learn about Meera's experiences abroad over the past years, and how she had transformed into the person she was now. "Very well. I shall begin shortly, my dear sister, with splendid tales." Catelyn watched as Meera took a sip of the wine poured by Arya, and then began recounting her journey to the free cities after purchasing a ship in King's Landing, all while donning a crown of love and beauty. "I named the new ship Love and Beauty. Oh, I had initially intended to name it the Arya, but since Arya has never been to sea, I will sail one day. You may name it the Meera or the Amelia." "You shall not sail, ha-ha." Robb laughed loudly, provoking Arya's fierce indignation. "I certainly will." Their stubborn bickering sent the table into fits of laughter, yet she did not forget her initial inquiry, pressing, "Which will it be, Amelia or Meera?" No. A ship named either of those would sail from King's Landing to White Harbor. I must choose a name less common. However, Arya, if you keep interrupting me, I shall never finish my tale today. It was you who mentioned the Arya ship. That has nothing to do with me. Now, please continue. What happened next? Later, she crossed the narrow sea, with Braavos as her first stop, where she laid eyes upon the Titan of Braavos. She recounted that her first thought upon seeing the colossal statue was how to conquer the city. Catelyn was aware that countless ambitious souls sought to cross the narrow sea to conquer this free city. However, the situation had reversed. Braavos merchants had gradually gained control over Westeros through the Iron Bank, raising the question of which was more perilous, Westeros or Braavos. Upon her arrival in Braavos, she encountered obstacles. The arbor wine was cheaper there than in King's Landing, rendering her unable to pay her crew's wages or procure the necessary supplies for her voyage. She stubbornly refused to sell her wine at a loss, which nearly led to her bankruptcy. Catelyn sighed, recognizing that much of the arbor wine reaching King's Landing was transported by sea, subjected to taxes imposed by the realm and the exorbitant fees charged by the Iron Throne. Given the current tranquility of the strait, Bravo's merchants could directly ship their wine, circumventing all taxes, thus making their wine more affordable by comparison. It appeared that she was not as capable of managing everything as she had assumed. Catelyn continued to listen intently as Meera described her actions amidst these challenges. I persuaded the crew, assuring them that the supplies on board would suffice to reach Pentos. I offered to pay them with arbor wine. Yet, the subsequent storms nearly scattered her ship across the waters of Coer. The sails of love and beauty were shredded by the tempest, the mast snapped, and we could only drift upon the sea. Oh, several crew members lost hope and began to act out, so I threw them overboard. She hoped Arya would not inquire why the crew had acted unruly. Just as we were descending into despair, we spotted a larger ship approaching. I knew we were saved, though my crew seemed even more despondent, for it was a pirate vessel. We drifted on the sea, yet our supplies remained adequate, especially with a few less troublesome souls on board. In order to convince the pirates that we were utterly helpless, I commanded the crew to lie flat on the deck, pretending to be on the brink of starvation. Later, I realized the charade was in vain. They had come from Bravos and had already tampered with their sails and rigging beforehand. It took them quite a while to locate us adrift in the ocean. I captured the pirate ship, but alas, there was no way to transfer my arbor wine to it. I had to let my crew switch ships, allowing Love and Beauty to float with its precious cargo across the sea, perhaps even now it sails in some hidden corner of the ocean. By the 7, this was merely the first step of her voyage. The pirate ship was laden with abundant supplies, various gold coins, and an array of exquisite goods. And most importantly, it was swifter. And what are the pirates? Arya inquired. I initially considered following my father's example and beheading them one by one, but I did not wish for a bloody scene. So, I tossed them all into the sea, I know. The children appeared astonished. Yet Eddard and Roderick began to take the matter seriously. As for our captains, they showed no surprise at all, clearly having participated in such affairs. If the subsequent tales were unsuitable for the ears of children, I would take them away. The pirate ship has been renamed Hope, and we arrived safely at Pentos, filled with hope. It was here that I encountered Bull Roberts, who imparted a wealth of nautical knowledge to me. Elia, there are times when we must learn from those around us, acquiring the skills we need. Evidently, Roberts was among them. He sported a sparse beard, youthful and robust, yet devoid of any reckless traits or the substantial maritime knowledge necessary to instruct others. This Roberts is the nephew of Bull, sharing his uncle's name. His uncle later went missing during a maritime trade expedition and did not return, May added. On the pirate ship, I acquired a multitude of gold coins and rare treasures. To avoid repeating the mistakes of King's Landing, I employed an experienced bankrupt merchant named Meera, who taught me what goods to purchase in Pentos for resale in cities like Lys. Thus, I repaid my debts with the gold at my disposal. Although he was quite amiable and I trusted him, I insisted on having him accompany me. Do you know why, Elia? So that, should I discover his deceit, I could conveniently cast him into the sea. Indeed, this may lack honor, but it is a course of action befitting a leader. Eddard's brow furrowed, as Catherine observed. But it was Robb who spoke. It is your lack of trust that hinders you. If he lived alongside you for many years, you would naturally be able to venture out to sea alone. Robb, I bear the lives of an entire crew. I cannot gamble these lives on trust alone. Moreover, trust is merely a feeling, not a reality. She smiled. However, with Meera, I simply sensed a lack of trustworthiness and wished to keep him close for verification. Pentos is beautiful. I lingered there for a time to reassemble my crew. May indicated the young man beside her, Shar boarded during that period. Catherine regarded the young man named Shar, with brown hair and an average build, appearing to be in his 20s, exuding a lively and amiable demeanor. Milady, you should recount your remarkable achievements in Pentos. Shar smiled, adding an air of mystery to the experience. Catherine understood that the story of Pentos could not simply be summarized by a brief stay. It must contain numerous intricate details. At that time, the Horse Lord of Dothraki was also in Pentos, receiving tributes from the city. Yet, I clashed with them. What kind of clash? Elia inquired eagerly. The conflict itself is of little consequence. Another tournament took place there. However, the victor was not awarded 40,000 golden dragons, but rather a series of bells adorning his hair. I defeated the Horse Lord's chief, known as Cal. Their leader, Cal, was akin to some barbarian chiefs named Mag, who would attach a bell to their hair upon each victory, yet would have their hair shorn if they lost. Catelyn recognized the inherent risks involved. In Pentos, I also encountered an old acquaintance. Father, you know this person. Jorah Mormont of Bear Island. Sir Jorah Mormont squandered his wealth there, and his lady, the wife of his house, reportedly became the mistress of a wealthy merchant. He was left to toil in a mercenary company for survival. Catelyn was aware of Eddard's opinion of this man, but May's measured recounting shocked her. A family of such honor as House Mormont had fallen so low. This woman, whom she had seen once in Winterfell, shared the cold and desolation of the North with her. Catelyn hoped to persuade her to endure the harsh environment of the North through her own experiences, yet the news May brought back indicated her evident failure. This was indeed a vivid account, but it would have been better had May reported it to them privately. The stains of Bear Island and Old Town should not be publicly aired before so many. Clearly, May understood this as she swiftly moved on. After leaving Pantos, we encountered pirates once more. This time, I deliberately steered our ship closer. Unfortunately, we captured only one merchant vessel, while another escaped. The gold, goods, and fine wines were abundant, and in that moment, my understanding of the Sean family's wisdom deepened. Hard work yields rewards far more substantial than plunder. Was such wisdom suitable to be shared in this hall before the children? Sean chuckled nearby, unfazed. Later, we arrived at Volantis, entering the summer sea, cautiously navigating around the lost lands of Illyria, reaching Qys. When the Bay of Sorrow, we once again captured 3 pirate ships, forming a fleet of 5. We sailed to the Slavers' Bay, a city rife with slaves. The unsullied of Astapor, the pleasure slaves of Yunkai, and the slaves of Meereen. Their rulers prided themselves on titles such as the Good Masters, Wise Masters, and Great Masters. I hope the Hope is indeed a pirate ship. What are unsullied, and what are pleasure slaves? Elia pressed further. Eunuch slave warriors. Elia, do not interrupt. I sold unnecessary goods there, and due to the addition of new ships, I continued to recruit crew members. Carl joined the crew at that time. Milady, encountering you has been the fortune of my life. Carl was of average height, lean yet strong, with a darker complexion and a distinctive mark upon his face, appearing to be a trustworthy individual. Catelyn noted his limited fluency in the common tongue. He might have been a former slave, evidenced by the rusted tattoos on his face. I recruited crew members and resupplied before swiftly departing. Catelyn noted the tone in her voice. The experience there may not have been pleasant. I intended to continue eastward, but en route, a ship named Valeri mutinied and fled. For them, the journey had gone on too long, and the trade yields were too bountiful. They were unwilling to proceed eastward. In the Qys Strait, we encountered a fleet of pirates. I lost one ship that day, and those newly freed crew members lingered in that sea forever. Yet I captured 2 new vessels. However, upon reaching Quare, only 2 ships remained. Hope had not endured to that point. Quare is a grand city. Its merchants claim to be at the center of the world, bridging east and west. And indeed, this is true. I shall elaborate further when I have the opportunity. There I sold all my goods and acquired a new flagship, which I named Discovery. It was during this time that I met Gashar and Quisos. This is Gashar, while Quisos could not be present today. Milady, it is my honor to follow you. Catelyn regarded the young man, named Gashar, with brown hair, average stature, and fair skin, appearing to be in his 20s, exuding a lively and amiable air, yet he spoke the common tongue fluently. I replenished the crew and hired a translator before setting sail for the Jade Sea. In that expanse, we languished for 13 days without wind, forced to drift quietly upon the jade-like surface. It was then that I comprehended why the sea was named thus. We sailed along the coast, passing through the cities of Ponk and Hale, eventually reaching Ass High, where we set foot upon the lands of the Shadowlands, accompanied by our guards. The Shadowlands are currently in turmoil and conflict. I have heard reports of battles occurring everywhere. To avoid complications, we turned back from Ass High, laden with silk, porcelain, and all the rare items I could discern. This time, I no longer required Meera. I could judge for myself. Catelyn listened intently, never having imagined that the 16-year-old May had ventured to the borders of the world, reaching Ass High in the Shadowlands. Meera? Catelyn sensed that this Meera must hold some significance at that time. Mill was aboard the Valyrian, and he should possess enough wisdom to preserve his own life. Perhaps he orchestrated his defection, Roberts retorted, filled with ire. Whatever the case may be, we retraced our steps, encountering numerous pirates and storms along the way. Yet we overcame them all and returned safely to the free trade city-states, back to Westeros. During the journey, I vanquished many arrogant pirates and plundered their vessels. By the time we reached King's Landing, I had amassed 5 warships, 13 merchant ships, 8 pirate skiffs, and 10 galleys. Some are anchored at the Isle of Tears, while others rest at White Harbor. The banquet continued for an extended period, with everyone indulging in food and drink until they were thoroughly satisfied, and May had completed recounting her overseas adventures. Catherine understood the importance of allowing Ed and May some time to discuss certain special matters: marriage, the future, the fleet, and the Earl of Bear Island, among others. There were numerous details from her overseas experiences that Ed needed to glean from May. After addressing a few matters, Catherine retreated to Ed's study, where May was also present. After nodding and greeting, May continued speaking. Catherine stepped aside to prepare some herbal tea for Ed and May to counteract the effects of the wine. Linus left him while he was away at war, becoming the mistress of a wealthy merchant. I didn't pay much attention to Linus. I knew she was a foolish girl from the south when I was in Winterfell. If it weren't for her, perhaps Ser Jorah wouldn't be in this predicament. The foolish girl from the south. Might I also be seen as such in your eyes? Catherine could not discern, having met Linus, who may not have been foolish, but was undeniably a vain young lady. He has betrayed his father's expectations. He is the true culprit, Ed muttered, furrowing his brow in displeasure. If old Mormont at the Wall were aware of his current state, he would surely be even more disheartened. I've been keeping track of his whereabouts. Upon my return from Essos, I discovered he had been employed by a prince of House Targaryen, while the prince's sister, Princess Daenerys, had wed the Khal of the Dothraki, and they traveled together to the Dothraki Sea. I inquired about the Targaryen siblings and learned that they had been evading Robert's wrath while traversing the free cities, yet they always managed to escape danger. It is likely someone is providing them with information and shelter. Have you encountered these siblings? Ed pondered aloud, perhaps contemplating a denunciation of Robert's dishonorable actions, but refraining from voicing it. I was unfortunate not to have met them. By the time I returned to the free cities, they had already departed. Otherwise, I would have had the opportunity to present them with wedding gifts. May, do not mention them again, nor speak of them to anyone else. The notion of wedding gifts is utterly inappropriate. You could attract trouble, Ed warned, growing increasingly serious. May, your father is only looking out for your best interests. There is no need to involve yourself in such matters. Catherine understood Ed's concerns. I understand, my lady. At first, I thought, as a knight sworn to Robert, and with my father being the Lord of the North, no one could harm me. However, upon reflection, such a status necessitates a greater distance from them. Although May acknowledged her mistake, Catherine sensed that she did not genuinely take the matter to heart. As she continued, I made inquiries about their situation, and rumors suggest Prince Viserys is a young, handsome, and wise individual, brave and fearless like his brother Rhaegar, a natural-born king. However, the whores of Pentos do not share this view. They uniformly describe him as a spiteful and arrogant beggar prince, a resentful youth. 7 gods, what lengths have you gone to for such information? Catherine felt a wave of dizziness. I merely spent money to gather news. However, I hear his sister Daenerys is a stunning beauty, though quite young and rather timid in nature. She is but a year older than you, Ed remarked helplessly. Generally speaking, if they seek to reclaim the throne, someone like Daenerys ought not to be easily promised to another, and her marriage to the Khal seems to be a strategy to secure military support. King Robert should be concerned about this. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? None at all. Their marriage was arranged by the governor of Pentos, Illyrio. I have heard that dragon eggs, said to be fossils formed millions of years ago, were presented to Daenerys at the wedding. Presented? Catherine exclaimed in astonishment. I purchased a courtyard in Pentos, and, coincidentally, its owner is the governor. Perhaps he had heard some news, which is why we met, though I believe it was more likely due to my victory over Khal, which piqued his interest. She took a sip of her herbal tea. In summary, the Targaryen siblings serve his purposes, and he likely has other collaborators in Westeros. Who might these collaborators be? Dorne? Or others who wish to restore the Targaryens? Perhaps Varys, who hails from across the sea. Who knows? In Pentos, I lack the means to investigate a governor, and in King's Landing, I have no power to scrutinize a court minister. They're still quite young, far across the sea, and must traverse the Dothraki Sea. It is uncertain whether they will return to Westeros to claim their father's power, especially since they no longer possess dragons, Catelyn concluded, deeming it unnecessary to continue discussing the siblings. Indeed, my lady, father need not squander energy on them. However, there are matters to discuss concerning King's Landing. May glanced at Catelyn. Is it related to me? Catelyn felt a sudden wave of anxiety. She loathed the feeling of uncertainty, abhorred the air of insecurity. Upon returning to King's Landing, I was invited to visit the Hand's Tower by the Hand himself, where I met your sister and her child, Robin. Hand Eddard's health is fair, but I'm concerned about your sister. To be frank, her mental state is rather unstable. She is excessively sensitive and panicked, deeply anxious about Robin's safety. How old is he now? Still being nursed? I suspect she is no longer quite sane. Alas, if an ordinary person were to lose their mind, they might only harm themselves. But she is the wife of the Hand of the King and Guardian of the East, well positioned to endanger those around her. It is Robert Arryn, a year younger than Bran, now 6 years old. At that age, Catelyn could not finish her thought. This child suffers from epilepsy. His emotional volatility can trigger fits, and his temperament has turned quite erratic, making it difficult to love him. My lady, not all children are as sweet and endearing as Bran. Catelyn reminisced about the past, feeling sorrow for her sister's misfortune while being grateful for her own fortune. May, too, seemed reluctant to continue discussing Lisa Tully's situation. I encountered an assassination attempt in King's Landing, but fortunately, the assailants were inept, and I emerged unscathed, May stated coldly. 7 gods, you are but a young maiden. Who would seek to kill you? Father, you need not worry too much. Am I not well? As for the assailant, I suspect it was the Queen. She noted Ed's expression. Ah, Father, rest assured, I have not shared this suspicion with anyone else. Well, in King's Landing, I believe the Queen is the only one I could offend. Indeed, the self-proclaimed Queen of Love and Beauty, favored by the King, a strikingly courageous woman. Given the rumors surrounding the Queen's personality, it seemed entirely plausible. Catelyn found herself believing May's conjecture. I have achieved victory in the tournament under the guise of a mysterious knight. The King may bestow upon me the title of knight, but in the absence of any proposal, it would be quite unusual for him to elevate me, a mere bastion, to legitimacy. Meera sighed, as if on the verge of revealing something profound. Father, do I bear resemblance to Aunt Lyanna? A fleeting thought flashed through her mind, but she quickly suppressed it. Eddard seldom spoke of the sister who had stirred such turmoil in the realm, and others rarely broached the subject of Lyanna with him. Eddard gazed into the flames, momentarily at a loss for words. Catelyn had never had the fortune of meeting Lyanna, yet she had heard whispers of a free-spirited and beautiful young woman. Indeed, if she were not beautiful, how could Prince Rhaegar have been so utterly captivated as to act foolishly? Had he not committed that folly, perhaps I could have married. Yes, in some aspects of appearance and demeanor, there are similarities. However, those who know you well understand that you are two entirely different individuals. Robert would never conflate you with her. It seems I've already faced peril due to Aunt Lyanna. Laughter erupted among the three. Eddard chuckled bitterly, the creases at the corners of his eyes deepening, rendering his face even more austere. Meera, what are your thoughts and plans for the future? I shall never support your venture upon the sea again. The shipwright Brandon had his share of successful voyages, yet ultimately, he vanished without a trace. I hope you do not aspire to follow in his footsteps. I have no intention of embarking on further voyages, Father. Then, what if I arrange a marriage for you? I am certain that with your grace and beauty as a queen, your potential as a great navigator, and your Stark lineage, many noble suitors would eagerly seek your hand. Moreover, you are a rare beauty. Catelyn knew that Eddard had never orchestrated marriages for their children, and at this moment, his tone bore an almost pleading quality. Catelyn presumed Meera would decline outright, a sentiment that Eddard likely shared. Father, which nobles can be arranged for me? Catelyn observed Eddard break into a smile. Among the nobles of the north, you may choose almost at will. If you seek a warmer climate and share similar beliefs, consider the Royce family from the Vale or the Blackwood family from the Riverlands. If faith is not a concern, there are still numerous options. I shall surely find you a suitable and perfect match. Father, there is no such thing as a perfect match. Let us take our time in choosing. As for Robb, he has now reached an age suitable for marriage. What arrangements have you made for him? That is not a matter for you to ponder. As for Robb, we have our plans. Catelyn noted Eddard's momentary silence before responding, yet upon speaking, she felt her tone was somewhat abrupt. Fortunately, neither Eddard nor Meera seemed to mind. Ah, Meera should not be my rival, Catelyn mused. My lady, you have 3 sons. There will be ample concerns and troubles ahead. Eddard shook his head with a smile. At present, my greatest worry is indeed our youngest daughter. Laughter once again filled the room. Introduction. After the Usurper's War, Eddard Stark returned from Dorne with 2 children, one of whom is known as the Bloodwolf Girl. Chapter 1 will. King's Landing is one of the few grand cities in Westeros. Others that can barely be deemed cities are merely marketplaces named after their towns, primarily serving as ports. What distinguishes King's Landing is its true urban essence, entirely encompassed by towering walls. To maintain order and defense, the rulers have stationed a guard of several thousand soldiers dedicated to this task. It possesses the unique grandeur of a great city. Even from afar, one can behold its soaring towers. On clear days, they pierce the heavens, evoking admiration and reverence for the rulers residing within. Will had only recently become a member of the city's guardians. Clad in his golden robe, he felt an undeniable sense of authority, altering the way he strode through the streets. He straightened his back, gazing at the city he was sworn to protect, a feeling of pride long faded since his initial appointment. Though he often grumbled, he cherished the position. It was acquired through the meager silver stags he had earned from liquidating his late father's assets, along with the assistance of friends. His father had once been a prosperous merchant, managing spice trade from King's Landing to Bravos, but after several failures, he fell into despair. In his final years, he succumbed to indulgence, and for the sake of these vices, they moved from their opulent stone manor to a modest dwelling. Fortunately, he had not squandered the last remnants of their wealth before dying in a brothel run by the current master of coin. He vividly remembered that day. When the servant brought him the dreadful news, he was polishing the sword he had acquired with ill-gotten gains. Upon hearing the news, he set aside the blade, hiring a cart to carry his father away from the brothel's rear. It was said that he had seen the mother before his death, leaving him with an enchanting smile. Will knew this was merely the brothel manager's flattering tale. What he had witnessed was a grotesque grin, the corners of his father's mouth raised in a sickening expression, his purple, bloated lips glistening with dried saliva, an unmistakable sign of overindulgence in aphrodisiacs. Perhaps, in his final moments, he indeed saw the mother, as her two white rabbits might have saluted him. After settling his father's affairs and inventorying their possessions, Will discovered that aside from a few trinkets, nothing remained. The Seven say that people arrive in this world naked and will ultimately leave with nothing. Yet he could not help but admire how his father had reduced their estate to such a pittance. During his time in the luxurious manor, he had harbored dreams of one day serving the king, aspiring to become a knight, and even being addressed as sir by the prime minister. Once ejected from the grand estate, he felt the chilling embrace of reality. His winter was indeed approaching. The Stark family was wise, and it was no surprise that their lineage endured for millennia. His father's oft-repeated phrase was all rubbish, rubbish, a bunch of rubbish. This left him feeling that his surname would likely perish by the next winter's onset. Rubbish. This was the legacy he inherited. Will considered having these two words inscribed on his tombstone, but lacking funds for a grave, he resolved to let dust return to dust, wrapping his father tightly and casting him into the Blackwater River. After his death, those whom his father had labeled rubbish managed to gather enough silver stags to buy Will a golden robe. All they sought was for him to stand guard at the city gates, smuggling various meats from outside the walls, as was the custom at other gates. Feeding the ravenous citizens of King's Landing was the foremost priority. If anyone deserved his gratitude for the golden robe, it was the butcher, Pent. Of course, he never slaughtered any animals. He merely butchered the deceased beasts from within and around the city, selling the flesh to the hungry populace. Although some accused him of mixing human flesh with regular meat, the common folk adored him. Will despised him, particularly for the nickname Pretty Boy. You have a handsome face, his friend, Soffit, often remarked, we ought to make good use of it. It was this very statement that opened the door to the opportunity for acquiring funds for the golden robe. He had assumed Soffit would assign him the task of seducing noble women, as he had succeeded in such endeavors before. Yet, he felt this required cunning and charm rather than mere looks. Offer yourself to the queen and bear a dark-haired prince for the king, they joked, or remembered their fanciful musings. The father of the Skin Lord, Janos Slint, was a beloved butcher, much like Pent. I cannot say whether he mixed human flesh into his pork, but now he has risen to the rank of commander of the City Watch. If such a man can ascend to command, why cannot our pretty boy become a dashing, golden-robed figure? Another friend continued the fantasy. With the death of Lord Stannis, not only is there a widow left behind, but also a castle and several unmarried daughters. If you don the golden robe and seize the widow, who knows, you could be the next Slint. If acquiring the golden robe could lead to a liaison with Lady Slint, then the King's Guard could surely ensure the Queen's pregnancy. That robe is not easily obtained. If Lord Stannis were still alive, it would indeed be a formidable challenge, but times have changed. The butcher commander is ruthless. Even the meat trade is struggling. I hear this commander has embezzled his subordinates' wages, and now officers lacking gold dragons line up at the Dragon Gate. Believe me, for a few extra silver stags, they would do anything. Another friend, a thief by trade, remarked. Though he was a rat, he excelled at dealing with King's Landing's golden cats. Without rats, what use are cats? The events unfolded swiftly. He merely presented a small pouch of silver stags to the squad leader at the Mudgate, and a week later, he donned the golden robe with ease. Initially, all was well. He simply did not anticipate the meager salary that accompanied the golden robe. Once he paid his rent, his life became exceedingly frugal, far worse than his illicit endeavors. The sole advantage of his new identity was the undeniable air of authority it bestowed upon him, for which he could only thank the rogue prince. The downside of this newfound authority was the weariness that accompanied a day's duty. No wonder some of the Golden Robe brothers enjoyed wielding clubs against the filthy fleas, for it was merely a means to stretch their limbs. Such barbaric behavior was not the source of Will's amusement. He yearned to witness the tournament in King's Landing. As a Golden Robe figure, this was a simpler task. He merely needed to secure a position during the tournament. The city's fleas were disobedient, yet maintaining order during the tournament was straightforward and safe, though it was said that just a few years prior, a Golden Robe had his skull crushed in a stampede. What a stroke of misfortune that was. Not only did he wish to observe the tournament, but he also aspired to participate. What man would not desire to partake? Unless he were a pauper. A pauper could not afford a complete set of armor, a war horse, nor the attendance and logistical support required, not to mention the potential damage to his lance. Within the Seven Kingdoms, opulent equipment abounds. Should he miraculously unhorse a regicide, the ransom for the armor and horse would suffice to ensure an ordinary man's comfort for life. Will exhausted all his remaining copper stars to secure a position within the arena. His friends would never allow him to squander money on participating in the tournament, as they placed their faith solely in his looks. This mattered little to him. He had long understood that the songs sung by bards would not celebrate his name. He wished to be the tall Duncan, encountering his Aegon, longing for the bards to extol his great honors, yet he possessed no grand accolades, only the weight of his family's legacy. And the bards were nothing more than the nobles' urinals, drinking in their filth to sing of their fragrant exploits. The cacophony within the arena was incessant, yet those who could truly raise a clamor in the final arena were either the noble lords accompanied by their worldly wise wives, children, and servants, or the affluent merchants. The commoners from the squalid quarters had no place here. This was merely the preliminary round. The sheer number of combatants necessitated the elimination of the majority of unqualified participants through these initial contests. Most of the spectators were ordinary citizens. Managing the noble lords and wealthy merchants was far simpler than handling the rabble. He knew well that he merely needed to keep a watchful eye on a few desperate gamblers and restless youths. Unfortunately, the crowd was predominantly young, many of whom bore multiple sensitive labels. A certain individual in golden robes discreetly imparted methods of maintaining order, suggesting how to touch the noble women inappropriately. If order prevailed too seamlessly, a touch of chaos was necessary, for disorder was the swiftest path to ascendance. Regrettably, such a setting was devoid of noble women. Silence. The captain of the golden-robed men's voice rang out from afar, prompting him and his brethren to echo the command. Silence. The long call dispelled the bewildering emotions, and the noise subsided in response. Approximately 1,000 contestants were to participate in the martial competition, as informed by his captain, with the goal of identifying 77 victors within 4 days and ultimately determining the champion within the remaining 3. The guardians of love and beauty were exempt from the preliminaries. They were the seeded competitors. This meant that only 70 among the 1,000 could genuinely advance to the next round, with a true spectacle awaited. The arduous preliminaries would extend from dawn to dusk. If Lord Will's mathematics was not flawed, there would be over 900 bouts to determine the 70 from the 1,000 through 4 rounds of advancement. With only 2 arenas available, the coming days promised to be exceedingly hectic. Initially, he was willing to wait for the injured combatants to gradually leave the stage, but it did not take long for him to adopt the golden-robed brethren's practice of hastening the defeated out of the arena or directly dragging away the lamenting competitors. As days passed, he witnessed numerous deaths and grievous injuries. They lost not only horses and armor, but also limbs, and in some tragic cases, their very lives. He perceived that most commoners attended to witness the bloodshed, viewing it as thrilling entertainment. In truth, such events lacked the spectacular nature that Lord Will deemed worthy. However, ordinary citizens were not entirely devoid of enjoyment, as the preliminaries often featured 2 formidable competitors unexpectedly crossing paths, a rare delight, especially as the events progressed. The further along he went, the more crests he could recognize, while the nobility consistently distinguished themselves from the throng of competitors. Perhaps the gods favored illustrious surnames. He observed the shield of the Blywood family, encircled by a dozen birds, and the double bridges of the Froey family, slightly altered. There were even more elaborate shields that delineated status, adorned with the emblems of various families, all signifying their true identities. As a child, Lord will have been eager to learn about these distinctions. When these esteemed knights made their entrance, the crowd erupted in cheers. The commoners were fervent, the knights enthusiastic, the king eager, and even the courtesans were animated. Yet, it appeared that the golden-robed brethren tasked with maintaining order were the only ones lacking in enthusiasm. No wonder the Copperstar could pave the way for such a role. His golden-robed companions had grown weary of the martial displays, tired of the noble crests from across the realm, and fatigued by the gleaming armor and grand steeds. The burdensome work and unexpected dangers had long since extinguished their fervor. Perhaps in years to come, he too would become like a thoroughly domesticated tiger, leaping through circles for a modicum of applause or a hearty meal. No, at best, I am merely a kitten. Only the commander deserves to leap through the grand circles dictated by the influential. A dead tiger is of no use and will be devoured. A cat, however, will rot in the gutter upon its demise. Mysterious Knight. The audience roared. Lord will turned his gaze towards the source of the cheers. The mysterious knight, like any competing knight, was clad in armor, and the emblem on his helmet appeared to be painted with oil colors, reminiscent of a prank. The same emblem adorned his shield, which upon closer inspection resembled a red dog's head against a white backdrop, with its fur dramatically splayed. He had never understood how a canine visage could exude such majesty. It was akin to a blazing flame. The Seven Kingdoms certainly bore no such emblem. The mysterious knight faces the esteemed Sir Garse Hightower of the Iron of Glory from the Academy. The temporary referee announced loudly, "Mysterious Knight." The crowd cheered. Whether commoner or noble, the mysterious knight invariably attracted more attention. The spectators eagerly anticipated the revelation of the mysterious knight's identity following the duel, a highly anticipated event across the Seven Kingdoms. The mysterious knight had etched numerous legends and ballads into history, with some protagonists still alive today. The shield of Garse Hightower bore two black towers in the upper left and lower right, signifying his status as a younger son, while the upper right showcased a red-gold fox, the emblem of the Froey family from Brightwater, representing his maternal lineage. Iron of Glory. The audience cheered. This promised to be an enthralling match, a clash between the mysterious knight and a renowned noble. Though the crowd may place their hopes on the mysterious knight, he was not particularly robust. While not short, he lacked the imposing stature typically associated with victors. Moreover, his steed, although strong, appeared lackluster, and his armor was unrefined, lacking embellishments, and could hardly be deemed exquisite. Even his attendant was merely a child, raising doubts about their ability to endure a joust. In stark contrast, the Iron of Glory possessed all the hallmarks of a great noble. Impeccably fitted enamel armor, a finely embroidered green cloak with tower motifs, an aesthetically pleasing helmet, and a perfectly tailored shield, all meticulously arranged and of considerable value. Should the mysterious knight hold his ground, this single encounter would suffice to satisfy the spectators. Should the mysterious knight triumph, that suit of armor could command a ransom of 10 golden dragons, whereas the Hightower family was never in want of gold. Any impoverished knight would covet the chance to duel such a noble. Yet fortune had favored this enigmatic knight. Commence battle, the temporary referee declared, not even waiting for both parties to signal readiness. The mysterious knight, though not as robust as Iron of Glory, somehow managed to raise his lance, holding it steadily aloft without any visible strain. On the other hand, Iron of Glory was a seasoned competitor, mature and composed. Had Lord Will been wealthy, he would have wagered his fortune on Iron of Glory. He had long surpassed the age of believing in miracles. Take him down. The crowd rallied in support of Iron of Glory. Stand back. Lord Will forcefully pushed back the spectators eager to rush forward, allowing himself a moment's reprieve and ensuring the safety of the esteemed knight. It was not uncommon to witness renowned knights meeting grim fates. As the two steeds collided, Lord Will's view was obscured, yet he noted that the mysterious knight's lance had shattered completely, firmly embedding itself against Lord Hightower's shield. Iron of Glory's strike had failed to find its mark. From the force of the collision, he regained his balance and deftly switched to another lance. The mysterious knight's armor may have been lacking, but his steed was undoubtedly exceptional. and in contrast to the knight's physique, it exuded a newfound vigor, the earlier thundering sound now a testament to unmatched bravery. Mysterious Knight. The crowd roared. Lord Will found himself compelled to once again push them back to their rightful places. Second lance commenced battle. The gray Iron Knight struck first, his lance firmly poised against his arm as he galloped forward. The Mysterious Knight, seemingly aided by divine intervention, swiftly parried the lance, causing Lord Grey Iron to strike at empty air. In the next instant, the Mysterious Knight's lance, having been launched after the initial attack, pierced squarely through the center of the shield, shattering it with a resounding crack, while Lord Grey Iron was thrown sideways from his mount, taking a breath before plummeting to the ground. The arena fell into a hush, only to erupt moments later with a chorus of Mysterious Knight. Lord Will observed as Lord Grey Iron struggled to rise, cursing under his breath as he departed with his attendants and the deputy referee. He had lost decisively, without seeking a rematch. By the following day, another qualifying round had taken place, eliminating competitors who were clearly outmatched, along with unfortunate souls like Hightower, leaving the remaining battles decidedly more thrilling. An unknown knight crashed heavily to the ground, breaking his leg and crying out in muted agony, too pained to wail loudly. A frail squire, covered in acne, was utterly incapable of lifting him, prompting Will to assist in dragging the knight to a tent outside the arena. The victor, mounted on his steed and carrying the fallen knight's helmet, awaited the return of his horse and remaining armor. He would not survive the night. The squire might strip him of his possessions, slit his throat when no one was looking, and cast his body into the Blackwater River, allowing the current to carry him to the elegant waters of Blackwater Bay. Outside, he once more encountered the Mysterious Knight, who appeared as he had before, with a crimson wolf's head, his hair and beard ablaze like flames. He had triumphed in the second qualifying round, and Lord Will noted that he had received the redemption fee of 5 golden dragons. The Mysterious Knight also took notice of the injured knight, who groaned softly, his teeth chattering and his face drenched in sweat. Will intended to return to his duties, but hesitated, curious to see what the knight would do. Clad in a helmet and armor, the Mysterious Knight showed no inclination to reveal his identity. Peering through the helmet's crevice, Will discern that his face was also wrapped in cloth, clearly intent on safeguarding his anonymity. Consider yourself fortunate. You avoided a wound to the neck, Will feigned familiarity. Indeed, it is fortunate that this leg may yet heal. Knight, what is your name? The injured knight stifled a moan at the inquiry. The Mysterious Knight's voice resonated like that of a youth in the throes of adolescence. Ebbor-Egged. I have no money. His latter words drained the strength from the former. Conveniently, I possess a little. Here, have a drink. It will ease your pain, Will observed as the Mysterious Knight poured a small vial of milky liquid into Ebbor's mouth. Coral, when he falls asleep, carry him back to the inn on a stretcher, find him a room, and perhaps hire 2 servants to attend to him. He will need to lie on that stretcher for some time. Alas, what a pity! The Mysterious Knight became even more enigmatic. Young man, you are quite kind, Will remarked, feeling a sense of joy. You are equally kind, my lord. Lord Will turned to depart, as he had duties awaiting him. That evening, he shared with a few close friends that the Mysterious Knight was likely a youth, perhaps no older than 11 or 12. Oh ho, could it be another Barristan? Is his hair golden? Perhaps he is our Prince Joffrey. Penner laughed heartily. If so, he will be sung of for 1,000 years, destined to become an eternal emperor. If that is the case, I shall rename my cleaver Joffrey's Mercy. That could be disastrous. I called him young man today. I wonder if he would use Joffrey's Mercy to sever my tongue. Without a tongue, that would be unfortunate, but Penner could help you sell the remainder. Flint always had a cruel edge. I only sell good meat, Penner muttered. How could this golden robe not be good meat? Precisely because it is a golden robe, the meat must be inferior. The butcher complained. Will has only worn the golden robe for a short while. He was born flawed. Will laughed heartily, and his friends joined in. As he departed from Pinter the butcher, the distant red keep atop the Egan Hill still twinkled with lights, where the king and queen resided. The muddy streets of the flea market were similarly aglow, filled with shouts of anger, laughter, and cries of despair. He draped himself in the golden robe, feeling a semblance of safety. Shouldn't he? The summer had persisted for 7 years, an unusually long season, to his knowledge. Yet, amidst this prolonged summer, the flea market remained rife with fleas fighting over scraps of food. The golden robe would eventually be devoured by a horde of madmen. His squad leader had once complained. We should clear the flea market, capture all the homeless refugees, sell them into slavery, prostitution, or whatever they're meant to do. Otherwise, we should toss them into the Blackwater Bay to feed the fish. Otherwise, who knows when they might cut us open and feast upon us. I suppose when they are hungry, Will recalled replying. There isn't enough food to feed them. Even if we did, how long could we sustain them? And if they were to be sated, they would simply breed more, each a cancer upon the city. Yet we depend on them for our survival, Will could not voice. Do you know how many people can fit under a single tent in the flea market? 7 gods, men, women, old and young. More than 30, all in such a small space, more than a sheep in my pen. He gestured to indicate the size of the tent. Upon returning to his dwelling, which was dark and narrow, he found it already a significant improvement over the flea market, for he was alone here. He shed the golden robe and leather armor, unbuckled his long sword and dagger, tossed aside his boots, and removed his long robe and undergarments, fetching fresh water to cleanse himself. If the sky remained overcast for 2 consecutive days, he would pray for his clothes not to become too damp, for his spare garments were few. He felt that if he could not extract something from his position, he would not be able to sustain himself. Should he occasionally indulge in drinks with friends, he would need to procure even more. If he were to hire a laundress to attend to his living needs, that would require even more. And should he wish to inherit his family name and lineage, he might be compelled to commit unspeakable acts. But even so, it was not for him to bear that burden. He gently wrung his clothes in the dim light, unaware of what he might extract from them, but the fabric in his hands twisted like his fate, akin to refuse. On the 3rd day of the tournament, the final qualifying round commenced, with 129 competitors remaining, vying for the last 70 spots in one afternoon. According to the rules set forth by the bearded referee, 116 individuals would face each other in pairs, resulting in 58 rounds, while the remaining 13 would have byes. Should all 58 victors qualify for the finals, a lucky contestant would be chosen from the 13 to select an opponent from the remaining candidates. If any victors were unable to participate in the finals, the chief referee would promptly inform the temporary referees to cancel some matchups, allowing both opponents to receive byes and advance directly. Byes were common, and this was also an area where the herald often had influence. A fair referee would consider the competitor's strengths, allowing formidable knights to receive byes. In this final qualifying round, he observed many familiar crests. The orange field adorned with runes and a pile of pebbles for House Royce, the golden lion representing House Lannister, the crescent eagle of the Vale, the crowned stag of the royal family, the floral cluster of Highgarden, the red-hearted raven of King's Landing, the arrow cluster of Longbow Hall, the red castle of the Red Keep, the acorn of Acorn Hall, the black raven of Crow's Nest, the red-green apple of House Forrester, the red fox of Brightwater Keep, and the golden tree of House Rowant. Additionally, he spotted the lance of Dorne piercing the SUNI in the tournament. Who among these noble families could compete for supremacy? The Guardians, marked only by white emblems, hailed from various esteemed lineages. The herald endeavored to spare the competitors from these illustrious families, attempting to prevent them from clashing during the preliminary rounds. Whether this was a preferential treatment for the nobility or a protective measure for the common knights remained a matter of speculation, yet none dared to question it. However, both the herald and the judges held a disdain for the enigmatic knight. Will spotted the mysterious knight once more, petite in stature, mounted on a weary steed, adorned in crude yet orderly armor, embellished with a crooked red wolf's head graffiti. Opposing him was a knight whose shield bore the emblem of a merman wielding a trident, firmly affixed to his left arm. Though he was of the Mandeller house, his build resembled that of an amber. Once again, it appeared to be an asymmetrical contest, yet unexpectedly, he believed the mysterious knight would emerge victorious. The mysterious knight faces the knight from White Harbor. Let the battle commence. The temporary judge declared as he signaled the readiness of the White Harbor knight. Mysterious knight. The crowd resounded in fervent unison. The mysterious knight raised his lance high and charged forth. The cacophony of cheers drowned out everything, leaving Will unable to turn his gaze toward the contest. He gestured to his companion, the brother in gold robes, to swiftly usher the throng away from their designated area. He did not wish to miss the moment when the two knights' lances would clash. However, as the crowd surged forward, he could only sidestep to maintain his focus on the knights. He was aware that thieves like his friend Duncan were likely inciting chaos and congestion, yet he paid little heed, intent solely on the unfolding spectacle rather than the potential miscreants. Horses galloped across the arena. As Will understood, the arena had been meticulously constructed with considerable effort. Every inch of soil had been compacted repeatedly with massive stones, creating a solid foundation, over which a layer of fluffy sand was laid, not too thin, nor too thick, culminating in layers of pine branches and grass clippings, allowing the hooves to gallop freely while minimizing injury to knights who might fall. This was the dreamland for knights, a place that inspired pride and fervor in any warrior. The Knight of Mandalore, like any trained knight, steadied his lance and advanced toward the agile, mysterious knight. Wood splintered as the mysterious knight's lance struck forcefully against the opposing shield, causing the White Harbor Knight to tilt awkwardly, his steed losing balance. A skilled knight in such a moment would pray for a swift disengagement from the stirrups, retreating quickly from the frenzied beast. The White Harbor Knight fell heavily to the ground, fortunate that his horse collapsed in front of him, sparing him from being crushed. He declined assistance from his squire, swiftly regaining his footing. He had the right to demand a foot duel. Draw swords, the White Harbor Knight bellowed. A knight from White Harbor requests a foot duel. Foot duels were often the most brutal, yet the audience relished them. Will had once vomited at the sight of blood in his youth, haunted for long by the image of shattered skulls. The White Harbor Knight, fully armored and imposing, pressed the diminutive, mysterious knight, his chances of victory appearing high. In the final phase of the preliminaries, should he allow the mysterious knight to advance to the finals, he would surely become a subject of ridicule. His request for a foot duel was a defense of his honor, as well as that of other knights. At this moment, Will entirely forgot the pushing crowd, his eyes, like thousands of others, fixated on the arena. The White Harbor Knight immediately drew his sword and advanced like a war god. The mysterious knight, too, drew his sword in response. It was short and slender, an ordinary one-handed blade that rendered him seemingly more agile. The large knight swung his sword with both hands, delivering horizontal and vertical strikes, but the mysterious knight deftly evaded each attack. Will, in tandem with his brother in gold robes, pushed back the encroaching spectators. Turning back, he saw the large knight from White Harbor kneeling on one knee, his massive sword flung far away, while the mysterious knight struck him fiercely on the back of the head with the hilt of his sword, causing him to sway unsteadily. No miracle would occur. With another blow, the White Harbor Knight's helmet was dislodged, tumbling beside the giant's sword. The large knight, bloodied, supported himself on his hands, exposing his neck entirely. In that instant, he had surrendered his life to the mysterious knight. The latter could secure victory with a single stroke. He was, after all, the Count of White Harbor, and even the seven gods could not intervene to protect his precious life. In the heat of the arena, reason abandoned humanity. Even in combat, revealing such vulnerabilities was akin to inviting death. Yet, the mysterious knight did not deliver a fatal blow. He kicked the large knight aside, who fell back, clearly able to behold the mysterious knight and the single-handed sword poised at his neck. "I surrender," the large knight cried in desperation. 20 gold dragons are sufficient to redeem my horse, armor, and weapons. Mysterious knight, may fortune favor you. The large knight dismissed the assistance of his squire and stood upright, leaving his attendant to gather the giant's sword and helmet while leading away the injured steed. Mysterious knight, mysterious knight. The crowd roared in unison. How many years had it been since the mysterious knight had reached the finals? He mounted his horse, galloping around the arena, raising his sword in salute to the spectators. Lord Will envied him, yet exerted all his strength to push through the surging throng. Could the chief of the gold-robed brethren not devise a better method to prevent such collisions? It was utterly foolish. He feared a rogue might draw his dagger, inciting murder and bloodshed amidst the chaos. The cheers of the arena continued, and only under the authoritative voice of the temporary judge did the mysterious knight finally exit the field. Everyone yearned to uncover his identity while simultaneously seeking to protect it from being exposed. Mysterious knight, mysterious knight. The arena echoed with fervor. This was the most taxing endeavor in maintaining order. He longed to partake in the final security detail, to witness the spectacle firsthand, ideally from a vantage point surpassing even that of the king. The sun had yet to set, and the 77 knights advancing to the finals had been confirmed. However, his duties as a guardian in the arena had concluded, and come tomorrow, he would fulfill his assigned tasks at the city gates, on the walls, and through the streets, patrolling back and forth, or responding to the directives of the squad leader to track down this thief or that brigand. Upon concluding his shift, he learned of the following day's assignments. He had been designated by his squad leader to oversee security and maintain order at the perimeter of the final arena. This meant he would miss any thrilling contests. At least he was close enough to the final venue. As long as the crowd's cheers were loud enough, he would still grasp the situation within the arena and be the first to know who triumphed or faltered. Perhaps he could even remove his helmet to alleviate the summer heat. The focus of all lay within the arena. No one noticed how a small gold-robed figure sought to ease his own discomfort outside of it. Early the next morning, he arrived at his designated position. Here, he could merely watch as noble lords, wealthy patrons, and their attendants entered the arena, observing the high-ranking officials escorted by his gold-robed brethren, and witnessing the rotund king riding in to greet the queen's carriage. Once these dignitaries had entered, he removed his helmet, cradling it against his chest. The other gold-robed brothers also relaxed, either placing bets or straining to hear the inside rumors of victories and defeats. The atmosphere in the arena began to swell with excitement following the king's arrival. Though cheers reverberated within, the host's voice remained powerful, cutting through the clamor of the arena and reaching his ears. One by one, glittering names were announced. Accompanied by the call to commence battle, he silently counted the rounds of the knights' jousting competition in his mind. At the peak of the event, he heard the host bellow, "Seventh lance commence." Perhaps it was the Knights of Flowers, perhaps the Lannisters, or perhaps the mountain that rode, but he did not catch the signal for the 8th lance. After the 7th, all that followed was the roar of the crowd. The cheers of the noble lords were equally fervent, not dissimilar to those of a flea-ridden den. He heard the names of towering figures: Barristan, Lannister, the Mountain, Gallant Garlan, the Eagle. Soon, he discerned a name that resonated even louder: the mysterious knight. The arena grew increasingly raucous, drowning out the host's voice. Perhaps he had exhausted his vocal cords in his fervent calls. He must have felt as helpless as I do. He attempted to discern who was battling the mysterious knight, but to no avail. He was reluctant to return to the golden-robed brothers and endure their tedious wagers and predictions. He shifted his posture, cradling his helmet, gazing skyward, his ears attuned to the distant castle walls, standing tall like a column, paying homage to the horizon. The uproar belonged to the king and the nobles, to the knights, not to the golden-robed ones, he mused sadly. Before long, a golden-robed officer swiftly emerged from the inner arena, his eyes scanning the gathering of golden-robed figures, settling on Lord Will, who held his helmet and stared blankly at the arena. Accompanying him were several golden-robed men, who bore a limp, soft body, casting it onto the ground. Will approached and saw that this body had a large, concave hole in its chest, as if both sides' lances had pierced through it. The face was a shade of purplish red, swollen like a balloon, blood splattered across the visage. Will could hardly fathom such a grotesque demise. It was truly ghastly. This was a golden-robed man who had perished in the arena. The gathered golden-robed brothers surged forth to assist, but there was nothing they could do. The brother was beyond saving. "You there, come with me. Maintain order in the arena." The officer called for Lord Will. "Take his place, do not stand foolishly, do not startle the horses, and most importantly, do not get trampled." Will acknowledged that he had never felt more elated than at that moment. He would witness the finals of the competition. Although he had not seen the entirety from the beginning, he was poised to witness the most thrilling part. More importantly, his position was indeed superior to that of the king. He stood at the heart of the arena, at the very point where the two sides clashed. He no longer doubted how that unfortunate soul had met his end in the arena. His task was straightforward: to direct the squires of both knights, swiftly escorting the injured from the field, instructing the squires to plant their heraldic banners in appropriate places. It was a simple assignment, provided he did not get trampled by a horse. The host was almost directly opposite him. Now he understood how rich and sonorous the voice of his counterpart was. Such a voice was worthy of the king's coin, deserving the attention of the noble lords and ladies present as he introduced the honors and orchestrated the rhythm of the combat. "Third lance commence." The king's guard in pure white armor faced Garlan, the second son of House Hightower from the Reach. Upon seeing the banner, he needed no further introduction. He felt the thunderous sound of the warhorse's hooves up close. Two steeds were akin to 1,000 charging cavalry. The vantage was splendid. He could clearly see both knights nearly simultaneously strike their lances against each other's shields, the lances shattering almost in unison. Nearby, squires quickly tossed aside the larger pieces of wood that had fallen, while others readied the knights with fresh lances. The two knights were momentarily jolted from their saddles by the tremendous impact, but on the other side, both had already regained their stances. There was no need for further words. A fourth lance was required. The white-robed knight was directly unseated by the force of the fourth lance, eliciting gasps from the lords and ladies in the stands, particularly from the ladies. The fallen white-robed knight struggled to rise, but was too weak to do so. His squire hastened to support him and guided him from the arena. Garland's aim was steadier. The The white-robed knight had already exhausted his strength, or perhaps his arm was injured. Garland circled the arena, holding his lance aloft, basking in the adulation of the crowd. He halted beneath the king's seat, lifted his helm, and addressed the throne. Garland Tyrell of Highgarden, grateful for the favor of Princess Myrcella. Your garland emboldens my spirit. He bowed gracefully, causing the ladies present to cheer for him. The young princess smiled shyly. With that, Garland Tyrell gallantly rode away. The next match featured Jaime Lannister against Harlan Hightower, the youngest son of the Earl of Longbow Hall. The Kingsguard Jaime achieved a resounding victory, unseating Hightower with a single lance. Hightower lacked the courage to request a ground fight and exited with the assistance of his squires. Kingslayer. The king bellowed with exuberance, uncertain whether he praised Jaime's prowess or mocked him. Yet Jaime never cast a glance at the dais as he strode from the arena. The day's tournament concluded amidst the audience's chants of King Robert. King Robert departed first, followed by his retinue, then the high-ranking officials and nobles. Lord will remain to ensure that all departed before overseeing the workers in the thorough cleansing of the arena, meticulously checking for any remnants of splintered wood or blood that could pose a hazard. Standing beside him was an unfamiliar golden-robed man, exuding a more commanding presence than Will, a mere subordinate. "How was your take today?" The tone was irksome. "Scant as a bishop's hair, my lord," he replied. Judging by the armor he wore, Will surmised he was at least a senior officer among the guard. It seemed prudent not to provoke such a figure. "Did you see Hadwin's corpse? The one with the large hole in his chest? He was a true gentleman, the captain of the defense at Dragonstone. He could have won a handsome sum of gold, but misfortune befell him. He was trampled by the Raven's horse. Ha! It took his heart. Indeed, he pioneered a new method of demise for the golden-robed." The other laughed heartily at his words. "Ha ha, quite so. Yet he was clearly not the most innocent. In his quest for gold, he dosed the Raven's horse, only to have it trample him instead." The golden-robed man produced a purse, counting the dwindling silver stags repeatedly. "You seem disinterested?" "Indeed, but what escaped his lips were different words. I trust your lordship will speak what must be said. You think I would know such matters, right?" The golden-robed man pocketed his purse, grinning at Will, who felt uncomfortable under that smile and chose not to respond. "I'm one of his subordinates. Lord Hadwin confided in me a few days prior that he would surely profit handsomely from this jousting competition. I was skeptical, yet observing his confidence, I sensed our Lord Hadwin was up to something dubious. Thus, I dispatched someone, well, it was actually me, to follow him in secret, and indeed, you know the rest. He succeeded and achieved his goal. My lord, his death, perhaps?" Will inquired, eager for more insight. Perhaps this was the golden-robed man's secret. His death was witnessed by the king, the king's advisors, and all the lords of the city. There was no question regarding it. The question is, what exactly did he do? He mused aloud, as if reveling in his knowledge. He was a relative of Ser Lyn Cobury. Their mothers are said to be sisters, and one of his sisters married the cousin of Ser Cobury. Based on this connection, he had designs on the Raven, and then the Raven took his heart, just as Cobury's sigil depicts. Did Ser Cobury not emerge victorious? Will's confusion deepened. Ser Cobury certainly did not. His horse went out of control and trampled his own relative to death, Will remarked, still quite puzzled. If a person is so malicious as to profit from harming their own kin, the gods will not let them go unpunished. The man in the golden robe grinned and walked away. The one who will profit, however, will be one of his subordinates, such as myself. Is this not self-evident? On the following day, Will arrived at the tournament grounds early, but waited a long time without seeing the golden robe man from the previous day. Cobury and Hadron could go to hell. Soon, a new golden-robed figure appeared at the spot occupied by the rogue. As before, the portly king entered the arena last. Silence. Let us welcome our beloved king, the king of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and the protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon I. The announcer's voice boomed. "I know many of you have gathered from across the kingdoms to partake in this tournament, but I assure you, you shall not leave disappointed. Here, we have assembled the kingdom's most exceptional warriors, a group of unparalleled champions. May the blessings of the seven gods be upon all contestants, for they shall present you with the most thrilling combats. Finally, let us wish for the long summer to accompany us, and most importantly, may my cherished daughter, our princess, Myrcella, have a joyous fifth name day, and may she remain in good health forever." The king's voice rang out just as powerfully. The crowd erupted in cheers, the excitement reaching a pinnacle before the tournament had even begun. In the first round, we have the valiant Ser Garlan of House Tyrell facing the mysterious knight. Will the valorous Garlan be able to unveil the helmet of the mysterious knight? Let's wait and see. For it has been nearly a century since a mysterious knight has reached the finals. The announcer gestured for the crowd to cheer. We'll observe the king laughing heartily, genuinely pleased at the sight of a mysterious knight entering the arena. The mysterious knight was as enigmatic as ever. Garland Tyrell, resplendent as his house's crest, donned a cloak of vivid colors, and his armor was exquisitely crafted, glimmering like fine porcelain in the sunlight, exuding an air of resilience and grace. His helmet, ornate with intricate filigree, bore no imperfections, ensuring both lightness and visual appeal. Overall, he resembled a vibrant bloom on the verge of blossoming. If a man possesses martial prowess, well thought, it should resemble that of Garland, rather than the lean form of the mysterious knight. Begin. With the announcer's call, the steeds charged forward. The arena was filled with flying clods of dirt as the horses surged with power. Their lances struck true against each other's shields at full speed, shattering upon impact, yet both knights managed to maintain their balance and composure, swiftly regaining their stance. Second lance. Garland Tyrell adjusted his grip on the lance, maintaining his steadiness as his steed galloped. Most of the women in the crowd cheered for this man. The mysterious knight held his lance steady, refusing to falter. The horses collided, their lances splintering. The impact nearly unseated the mysterious knight, but he secured his right foot firmly on the saddle, deftly swinging his shield to the center railing and regaining his seat with remarkable control. Though his armor may not rival that of the Tyrells, his steed was undoubtedly formidable. On the other side, Garland leaned back deeply, taking a moment to recover. Third lance. Garland steadied his aim, targeting the mysterious knight. Yet the mysterious knight did not afford him a chance for a fourth strike. He leaned forward, nearly vaulting off his horse, and struck Garland's double-rose shield with precision and decorum, showcasing his exceptional horsemanship and audacious tactics. Garland Tyrell was unceremoniously thrown from his mount. In the jousting match, he had been bested utterly. The king rose from his seat, applauding the thrilling combat. Were there a seat available, Lord would have stood as well. Who could remain firmly atop a horse and deliver a perfect strike solely with their legs? This mysterious knight, without a doubt, was an exceptional rider, a centaur of sorts. The mysterious knight triumphs. Sire Garland Tyrell has conceded the ground battle. It appears we require 2 of the remaining 3 to unveil his visage. Frankly, I am quite concerned about our beautiful Princess Myrcella, the crown of love and beauty, but I have faith in our White Knight. Let's look forward to the upcoming contests. The announcer declared loudly, "Mysterious Knight, Mysterious Knight." The crowd chant drowned out all else. Robert laughed heartily from his elevated seat. The mysterious knight rode triumphantly through the arena amid the cheers, gracefully yielding the ground. Will felt that the subsequent contests would pale in comparison. Yet the words of the bronze-robed Lord Royce were intriguing. "Valiant Lord Barristan, should you be fortunate enough to triumph over me, this armor shall be valued at 5 golden dragons. It cannot be lost." Barristan nodded in agreement, well aware of the tactic. The Earl of Stonehill was broad of frame, and this renowned bronze armor of the 7 kingdoms barely fit him. The dull gray hue of the copper was unremarkable, lacking both magic and luster, adorned only with intricate patterns. Yet it was undeniably the sturdiest armor in the realm, its enchantments rendering it unscathed for a millennium. The Earl and Sir Selmy engaged in 5 rounds of combat without a clear victor. The king deemed Barristan the winner for having scored more points against Bronze Royce. Thus, the guardians of the crown of love and beauty were reduced to just Jaime and Barristan, while the challenger remained solely the mysterious knight. Should the mysterious knight seek to seize the crown, he must best both remaining contenders. Given that this was the final round, there would be no possibility of a day's rest before the next battle. Even should either renowned White Knight falter, it would hardly diminish their stamina. As for the mysterious knight, even in defeat, he would retain honor. We have all witnessed the mysterious knight's refusal to unveil his helm and reveal his identity, insisting instead on being a thief in the arena, seeking to snatch the crown that rightfully belongs to our princess. This is an ambitious, confident, and formidable contender. The announcer's voice dripped with mockery. Let us pray that our 2 white-robed guardians can unveil this thief's identity and capture this disruptor of the tournament. Most importantly, let us rally for all the competitors for the great battles for this historic moment, for love and beauty, for all knights, for all valiant warriors striving for the realm, for the prosperity and peace of our kingdom, and for the unending long summer. Will was enveloped in the announcer's oratory, forgetting to signal his servants to tidy the arena. Yet they were already adept at navigating the task without his direction. He could hardly articulate his feelings. He wished for the white-robed guards to bring down the mysterious knight. Yet he also harbored a faint hope that the mysterious knight would ultimately seize the crown. He heard the resounding cheers of the crowd, saw spectators waving their arms. Even the typically reserved ladies were letting loose, shouting with fervor, resembling elder women chastising warriors. Upon the throne, the king's beaming face was unmistakable. The mysterious knight had brought him immense joy and anticipation, even eliciting a faint smile from the queen beside him. If the ruler of the realm was in such good spirits, then his subjects below could fully embrace their emotions, whispering to each other or cheering exuberantly. It had been a century since a mysterious knight had reached the finals. Perhaps, after the battles, songs of mysterious knight would resonate from King's Landing to the Wall, echoing until the end of time. Let me see if your surroundings are mere refuse. Let me see if you wish to change your tongue. Mysterious knight, unveil him. People wish to keep secrets until the very last moment. This is the essence of the mysterious knight, embodying both anticipation and hope. The mysterious knight faces off against the Kingslayer, Sir Jaime Lannister. Clad in a white cloak and golden armor, Lannister brandishes the distinctive white sigil of the Kingsguard. The adults in the arena whisper among themselves, while servants bustle about. Will understands that they are placing bets. The mysterious knight versus Sir Jaime Lannister of the Kingsguard. Begin. Lannister, brimming with confidence, charges forward with his lance, while the mysterious knight similarly steadies his spear. Lannister's lance is deflected, the painted burning wolf emblem on his shield marred. Yet the mysterious knight's lance remains firmly poised upon Lannister's shield. There are advantages to being slight of build. Second lance, let the battle commence. Rather than the host dictating the rhythm of the duel, it is the combatants who guide the pace. The exchange of horses and lances is seamless, a fluidity that Will has never witnessed before. The lances shatter once more. Lannister steadies himself as the mysterious knight grips tightly to his steed. Ultimately, the mysterious knight's slight stature proves a disadvantage. The duel continues. Lannister seems determined to finish the bout, leaning forward for a decisive strike. He has identified his opponent's weakness. Will wonders if the mysterious knight can replicate his earlier flawless leap. He doubts the maneuver can be repeated, for in jousting, a lack of weight equates to a lack of power. The mysterious knight compresses his form, mostly concealed behind his shield. As he sidesteps, Lannister's lance splinters, and only then does the mysterious knight deliver his strike. This late response demands immense confidence, rapid reflexes, and impeccable coordination. Will comprehends this well. The Kingslayer is caught off guard and falls from his horse. A hush descends upon the crowd, followed by an eruption of cheers. Lannister's attendants rush to his side, one controlling the galloping horse while 3 others surround him, checking for injuries and preparing for foot combat. Will observes Lannister struggling, but realizes the outcome is clear. The mysterious knight has triumphed. With assistance, Lannister stumbles off the field, conceding foot combat. It is a stroke of luck that he was not trampled by the horse. The noise of discussion fades, and the crowd erupts in cheers once again. What fervent applause! Your ballads shall be sung until ears grow calloused. Will stands on the field, feeling detached, uncertain of his role. He stands rigidly, thinking that as long as he maintains his composure, others will deem his task well done. What more can be done? I am but a humble squire, sustaining myself through the blows of passers-by, repaying debts with stolen claims to the Iron Throne, enhancing my existence through extortion, and finding solace in the epic tales of others. 7 gods, you are truly cursed. The mysterious knight is victorious. Now, I'm more concerned about our princess's crown. Can our fearless Sir Barristan thwart the cunning thief, the crown snatcher? Let's wait and see. Mysterious knight, mysterious knight. The crowd chants in unison. Upon the dais, the king exudes elation, cheering as if he himself donned the mysterious armor and vanquished every opponent, seizing the crown. Beside him, noble lords and ladies display a spectrum of joy and despair, the stakes of the betting clear. The mysterious knight exits the arena. The host continues to narrate the event with his customary booming voice, and Will listens in admiration. You indeed are the true king. Will observes 2 golden-cloaked brothers descending from the throne to place a table of offerings, adorned with golden utensils. 2 noble maidens weave garlands of various flowers to drape over the golden items. Every eye in the arena can see the crown, symbolizing love and beauty. It is a tapestry of colors, red, blue, gold, comprising roses and other flowers whose names elude Will. Yet he knows that they are anything but ordinary. A crown placed upon the wrong head can lead to its downfall, causing devastation and ruin among the nobility, a lesson the kingdom has long understood. Sir Barristan stands ready, patiently awaiting his opponent, listening to the fervent calls from the crowd. The host continues to stir the emotions of the thousands present. Even the king waits with unfettered joy, displaying no impatience. Will leans forward in anticipation. You are the fire within the hearts of men. The mysterious knight reappears amid the crowd's eager expectation, his armor now more vivid, no longer resembling mere haphazard scribbles, but distinctly showcasing a wolf's head. His red mane billows like flames. He appears more composed and polished. He is prepared. As the host, I take pride in witnessing this contest alongside the king, queen, prince, princess, lords, and all of you. Let's commence. The arena erupts in a thunderous cheer, swiftly transitioning into silence. Fearless Barristan raises his lance, urging his steed into a steady gallop, flowing like a river. The mysterious knight mirrors him. Lances splinter. Both riders lean back, exchanging weapons, and lances shatter again. Barristan would never aim his lance elsewhere, but towards the shield, and the mysterious knight shares this unspoken understanding. An elder and a youth, the victor will be determined by superior horsemanship and stamina. Yet today, the mysterious knight has endured an additional round. By the fourth lance, Sir Barristan is thrown from his horse but quickly rises, experienced in the art of dismounting. The mysterious knight leans back, his feet grazing the horse's back, but with a slight adjustment, he remains firmly seated. Mysterious knight, should this contest be purely jousting, I would yield. However, today, as it is both a contest and a defense of Princess Myrcella's honor, I shall not concede. Bring forth the sword. Sir Barristan calls out, his voice resonating across the field, hoping the mysterious knight can hear him. The entire arena hears. Foot combat. Foot combat. The crowd is now frenzied. Will feels the madness within him as he joins the golden-cloaked brothers beside him in cheering. I am not merely an observer. Oh, I am an observer. Fearless Sir Barristan, in defense of the princess's crown, requests foot combat. The host expends every ounce of energy, as though this were the final utterance of his life. Attendants swiftly spring into action, bringing forth a long sword for him. Sir Barristan elegantly draws his steel blade, striding confidently to the center of the arena. The mysterious knight, too, retrieves his sword from the attendant's embrace. They approach Will's direction. Will retreats 3 steps, ensuring ample space for their contest. If I were to be struck down by a sword, perhaps I would become part of a ballad sung for 1,000 years. Sir Barristan possesses strength and skill. The mysterious knight, though perhaps more agile in his youth, lacks the seasoned experience of the White Knight. Will believes that if the slender, mysterious knight prevails, it would only indicate that Sir Barristan had been injured in his recent fall. The two collide without pretense. Will is dazzled. He has witnessed tournaments, yet never has he seen weapons clash with such resonance, producing sounds that threaten to consume the ears. The mysterious knight appears more slight than Sir Barristan, perhaps weaker in strength, yet he shows no sign of this. Regardless of how fiercely Sir Barristan strikes, the mysterious knight withstands the blows with unwavering resolve, occasionally countering with a stubborn defiance to not be bested. He aspired to seize the championship with unparalleled prowess, did he not? The enigmatic knight wielded a long sword capable of cleaving through armor. Sir Selmy, clad in the heavy armor of combat, faced this mysterious knight, who had just emerged from a mounted skirmish, equally encased in formidable steel. To the untrained eye, the two fully armed combatants swinging their heavy swords might have appeared monotonous. Yet, to Will, it was a spectacle of awe. Under such armor, no one could maintain their stamina for long. Yet both men fought with utter disregard for fatigue. This combat style caused King Robert to lean over the railing, gesticulating and shouting with exuberance. He relished this approach. Suddenly, Will noticed that the mysterious knight's strikes had accelerated, and his evasions were merely a prelude to more attacks. Consequently, all present observed with astonishment that the fearless Sir Barristan was at a disadvantage. The enigmatic knight pressed forward relentlessly, as if expending his final reserves of strength, driving Barristan towards the central barrier of the arena. In the final moments of roaring triumph, the champion emerged. With a swift diagonal slash, The mysterious knight severed the railing upon which Barristan leaned, causing him to lose his balance and fall, only to be struck in the chest by the knight's longsword. As he collapsed, the knight's subsequent blow sent Barristan's own sword flying from his grasp. Thousands bore witness as the knight's blade was poised at Barristan's throat, the crowd frozen in stunned silence for several seconds. Barristan, in despair, pointed at the knight's sword. "You have won, mysterious knight. My congratulations to you." The knight nodded, sheathed his sword, and leisurely returned to one end of the arena, mounting his grand steed amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, raising his sword to beckon even greater and more fervent applause. He galloped around the arena repeatedly, each lap prompting him to encourage the crowd's roars, reminiscent of a youth intoxicated by the thrill of victory. "For heaven's sake, unmask yourself already." Will glanced at the king, who continued to beam with laughter, reveling in the audience's cheers. Everyone was enraptured by the knight's honorable and unequivocal triumph. They recognized that today, the mysterious knight was favored by the seven gods. They delighted in watching him circle the arena repeatedly, accompanied by the collective cheers of mysterious knight, a spectacle that may well be unprecedented in history. At last, he halted before the crown of love and beauty, lifting it with his sword. With one hand clasping the crown and the other relinquishing his sword, he removed his helmet. Under the gaze of the entire assembly, he released his hair, supporting the garland with both hands, adorning his head as though crowned. The seven gods bear witness. This is a woman. Chapter 2. Catelyn Stark. The weather was shrouded in mist, and the air outside was biting cold, as if it were penetrating to the very bones. Catelyn had never favored the northern climate, though her home in the Riverlands was the closest to the north among the southern realms. Yet crossing the neck, everything changed. Here, it seemed eternally winter, and more terrifying still was the stark reminder of their family's motto: "Winter is coming." What must the true winter be like? This was already the 9th summer. As a Tully, she could endure these harsh conditions, especially since she was accompanied by her beloved husband and their children. She had 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters, each robust and healthy without exception. She silently counted her children: the courageous Robb, the intelligent and beautiful Sansa, the lively and clever Arya, alongside the young Bran and Rickon. At this moment, she harbored no dissatisfaction, perhaps even harboring hopes for a brighter tomorrow. Robb would become the ruler of the North. Sansa and Arya would marry noble lords. Bran would either oversee lands under his brother's guidance or, following his dreams, become a Knight of the North, a member of the Kingsguard. As for Rickon, he was still too young for her to envision his future. She did not wish to continue counting. As a Tully, she had 5 children, but as the Lady of Winterfell, she must also acknowledge 2 more, Ed's children, a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The boy was named Jon Snow, after Ned's foster father, Jon Arryn, and the girl was named Meera, Maya Snow, after Lady Maya Mormont of Bear Island. Now, the girl was referred to as Meera Stark. She had been legitimized by a royal decree, and according to the laws of the realm, her claim to Winterfell's inheritance preceded that of Sansa and Arya. Fortunately, Robert had not lost his reason, legitimizing her half-brother. Were he to act otherwise, it would be a profound disrespect to the Lord of the North, his blood brother, and a provocation to Catelyn as a Tully, a flagrant challenge to the rights of the Riverlands. Robert would dare not do such a thing. He understood the consequences. He might not lose 2 allies, but it would undoubtedly cost Jon his life. Indeed, should he dare, the price would be Jon's life. I would remind him why the Tully words are family, duty, honor. However, as the champion of the tournament, crowned before thousands as the queen of love and beauty, the king could whimsically choose to legitimize her bastardy, yielding to the expectations and observations of the throngs. Yet, this would still be a slight against the Tullys. I must convey this to Robert. This is a red line. It is my duty to protect my children, and I must ensure he understands this. Yet I shall endure the presence of Meera Stark, a legitimized bastion whose claim to inheritance will always come after my 3 sons. When the time is right, I will counsel Ned to marry her far away, be it the Riverlands, the Stormlands, or even Dorne. There will always be a fitting place for her, and she shall never have the opportunity to encroach upon my children's rights. She exited the hall to greet Meera Stark, who had reportedly returned from overseas. As the Lady of Winterfell, I need not extend such a welcome, yet now that she is a Stark, I must uphold decorum and offer her the appropriate acknowledgement. Her emotions were a tumultuous mix. Meera had departed Winterfell at the tender age of 13, and now, 3 years later, she returned with a convoy of provisions stretching for miles, accompanied by nearly 50 guards and an unknown number of servants. Such grandeur echoed that of a king or a great lord. She was merely 2 or 3 years older than Sansa, and looking at Sansa now, how could she fathom how this girl had triumphed in the arena and ventured across the sea, returning unscathed? The perils of the sea were well understood. If fortune were to falter, one could be lost to the endless depths, their life extinguished. The young lion, the brother of Tywin Lannister, had ventured forth on a similar quest, never to return. Were it not for having raised Meera to her teens, she would never have believed such a girl could exist in this world. She had heard the tales of Meera's championship at the tournament in King's Landing, and when King Robert learned of her identity, he did not hesitate to draw his sword, personally bestowing knighthood upon the 14-year-old Meera Snow. After the declaration of her knighthood, he publicly proclaimed before thousands, "I care not who your mother is, though I may have met her and possibly guessed her identity. When you rise as a knight, you are a Stark." Everyone knew that Robert had not only knighted her, but had also conferred upon her the Stark surname. Her legitimization unfolded joyously amidst the jubilation and laughter of the crowd, requiring no royal confirmation, and no one could alter it. Even more wondrous is the subsequent tale, for Catherine perceives it not merely as a simple narrative, but rather as a mythos from the heroic age. The tidings she received conveyed that she had utilized the prize money from the tournament to procure ships and enlist sailors for an expedition across the narrow sea. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to her. However, she was aware that upon Ned learning of the girl's solitary venture into the sea, he had unleashed a raven, reproaching Robert for his lax parenting. Robert's response was a lengthy and elaborate explanation, yet bore an undertone of regret that Catherine could discern. Now, Robert could proudly boast of his parenting before Ned. As Catherine contemplated this, a faint smile graced her lips. Yet, there remained aspects that rendered her position as the lady of the house somewhat uncomfortable. Meera had returned with an abundance of supplies and numerous people and livestock, a detail that had been overlooked by the Raven. Exiting the keep, traversing the corridor, she beheld the now deserted training grounds. Descending from the southern gate's tower, she crossed the drawbridge and observed the throngs of people and vehicles outside the castle walls, the bustling crowd parting to pay her respect. There, amidst those she might still recognize, she engaged in conversation and laughter. She spotted Meera, who, upon seeing her, approached and curtsied. "My lady." In comparison to 3 years prior, Meera had transformed into a fully matured young woman, the trials of life having stripped away her youthful naivete. Catherine regarded her with a smile, taking in her tall, strong figure, a quintessential Stark beauty, radiating an indescribable vigor. "This is no ordinary girl. I must treat her with the utmost seriousness." Her timing, however, was slightly askew. Ned, elated upon receiving the Raven's news, had anticipated her imminent return to Winterfell and had taken his guards and nearly adult sons on a hunting expedition to prepare a feast for his long-absent daughter. Catherine found this behavior perplexing. Thus, the reception today fell upon her, the unfortunate intermediary. "Meera, you have returned." She wished to articulate something more refined, befitting a lady or noblewoman, yet all that escaped her lips were these dry utterances. "Come with me into the city. This is your home as well. How can we leave you waiting here? I am eager to hear the tales of your years away." The ravens and travelers from the south have brought a multitude of stories, and everyone is concerned. "Yes, my lady. I have prepared gifts for my family and requested 7 of the guards to escort the supplies with me into the city. The rest will stay at the winter market, where there are many vacant rooms." 7. Certainly that is permissible, as long as not all enter. "Sister." Catherine harbored no doubts about her younger daughter's excitement. "Elia, you are still so light." Elia dashed toward Catherine, embracing her long-lost sister, only to be swept up in her sister's arms, resembling a little bear clambering up a tree trunk. "Did you truly win the championship at the tournament, receiving the crown of love and beauty, and did you adorn yourself with it?" She clung to the girl, eagerly inquiring. "Indeed, indeed. If only you had been there, Elia, I would have placed it upon your head myself. How did you achieve this? I heard you defeated the fearless Barristan." "Elia, please come down. We shall discuss this once we are inside the city. Meera has traveled long. Let her rest a while." Catelyn knew that Meera had now supplanted the legendary heroine, Nymeria, as Elia's idol, and the subsequent lessons on ladyhood would likely prove more challenging. If one sister could attain such dazzling success and transcend the ordinary path of a noble maiden, what grounds did Elia have for failing to do the same? Their surnames were now identical. I must devise my words carefully to prevent her from using Meera as a shield for her own defense. Catherine did not engage in lengthy discourse with Meera, yet the procession into the city comprised 300 or 400 vehicles. Regardless of their contents, Winterfell would accommodate them. Some matters could await Ned's return that evening for further elaboration. In the afternoon, the hunters entered the city through the Hunter's Gate, dragging various game behind them. Within the castle, whether stable hands, blacksmith's apprentices, or servants, every individual was rejoicing. After a year filled with the mundane, save for some festivals and esteemed guests, the castle was tranquil and serene. It was time for everyone to gather in celebration, particularly as for Eddard. Today was a day to be with all his family. Attendants and cooks, filled with exuberance, transported the game into the kitchen, preparing a feast to honor Meera's return. Perfectly splendid, Catelyn. No one was injured, and we captured 2 deer, 2 wild boars, a roebuck, and— Enough, enough. I am aware of the bounty, and I have seen it. The absence of injuries is indeed fortunate. Tonight, we shall gather joyously in the hall, listening to Meera and her retinue's tales. The children can hardly contain their excitement. Tonight, Roderick, Jory, and their children, Micah, Horace, Hullen, and Bran. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements, my Lord Eddard. Tonight, we shall converse freely and joyously. Catelyn could envision the familial gathering, where an array of questions would be hurled at Meera from every corner, compelling her to recount how she became the enigmatic knight, how she triumphed in the tournament, how she received the crown of love and beauty, how she was knighted, and how she became a true Stark. Moreover, Catelyn's curiosity would be piqued, eager to learn how she navigated the seas to the free cities and the adventures she encountered there, filled with captivating stories. If Elia were to hear these, she would surely become even more fervent. 7 gods, how shall I educate her? Aside from the invited leaders of Winterfell and a few family members, there were also the 7 captains who accompanied Meera. Eddard greeted them, inquiring their names one by one, while Robb stood by, observing how his father treated Meera's subordinates. Meera brought an array of gifts for nearly everyone she might know within the castle. Catherine received a beautifully crafted set of the 7, each figure lifelike and exquisitely smooth, far from ordinary. She brought a variety of adornments and garments for her 2 daughters, from ladies' court gowns to wrist ornaments, and an assortment of rare trinkets from Meera and Pentos, bringing immense joy to the 2 girls. She gifted Robb a bow made of dragon bone, which seemed to require all of Bran's strength to draw, a luxurious item that evoked deep envy. Robb, as the heir of Winterfell, flushed with rare embarrassment, clearly enchanted by the precious weapon. She presented Bran with a small sword of pure white bone, the material unknown to her, perhaps ivory, perhaps rhino horn, or some bone of an animal she did not recognize, yet smooth and translucent, as hard as iron, the true value of which was unfathomable, perhaps unsuitable for a child to wield. She bestowed upon Rickon a chain of purple copper said to originate from Ass High, reputedly, only decipherable by those of sufficient intellect. She gave Theon Greyjoy a bow guard, entwined with gold thread and dragonbone clasps, a practical yet valuable gift. She presented Maester Luwin with numerous books gathered from trading cities, alongside a lens from Meera, all conducive to the pursuit of knowledge. Catelyn was unaware of what Meera had gifted Jon. For Roderick and Jory, she had not neglected to prepare a set of armor suitable to their family colors, evidently arranged well in advance. Her gift to Eddard was indeed extravagant. At the feast, she donned a white gown, and Catelyn noticed a small blood-red wolf head button at her neck, complemented by a gray long coat, symbolizing her family's colors, both agile and competent. Among the attendees were the captains of May, 7 men, not of youthful summers, but seasoned warriors, each bearing the essence of battle. 2 stood out in Catelyn's memory. 1, a handsome young man with gray curls and a scar running from coarse to fine along his cheek. Yet this only enhanced his rugged charm. He was known as Will. The other was a tall, robust figure with gray hair and a stern visage, his red beard distinguishing him from the folk of Westeros. It was clear he was a captain of May's trust, named Credo, who seemed to carry the moniker Red Warrior. She intended to remember the names of the remaining captains, but from her distance, she could not catch them clearly. Each donned leather armor, their attire nearly identical, as if they had stepped forth from a military encampment. She knew they were loyal to May, but they appeared unlikely to be knights. They sat opposite the instructors from Winterfell, ensuring that both sides could converse with the unfamiliar faces of Winterfell. May took her place beside Eddard on his right, followed closely by Arya, Bran, and Jon, while on his left sat Robb, Sansa, Roderick, and Theon. Little Arya adored her sister. Eddard raised a toast for everyone, and then each person began to share their highlights, akin to a sumptuous banquet, as the cook continually presented roasted game, served by multiple servants who carved and filled each guest bowl. The remainder was distributed across the table. Catelyn savored a piece of venison, sipping half of a golden wine from the arbor. She anticipated the stories May would soon recount, and everyone in Winterfell awaited eagerly, especially Arya, who could hardly contain herself. "My dear sister, I have many tales, but my cup is empty," May teased. Catelyn smiled as May playfully engaged with the adoring girl. "Just a moment," Arya exclaimed, leaping from her seat and dashing across the hall, as though pursued by famished wolves. She made a wide circle, nearly colliding with Eddard, then snatched the wine jug from the steward, scampering back to May, spilling some as she filled her beloved sister's cup. Laughter erupted around the table, with Robb and Jon laughing heartily. Even the Red Warrior allowed a slight smile. "Speak quickly, May, I have filled your cup. Do not laugh. Everyone, listen to my sister's stories." "What story do you wish to hear?" May inquired. "I wish to hear of your adventures in the free cities, your battles against pirates," Arya demanded. Catelyn, too, was eager to learn of May's experiences abroad over the years, and how she had transformed into the person she was now. "Very well, my dear sister. I shall begin my tale forthwith," May replied, taking a sip from the wine Arya had poured, and then regaling them with the story of her ship purchase in King's Landing and her subsequent journey to the free cities, after adorning herself with a crown of love and beauty. "I named the new ship Love and Beauty. Oh, I had intended to name it the Arya, but Arya has yet to sail the seas. I will sail one day, but you may name it the May or the Nomelia," Arya retorted. "You shall not sail, ha." Robb laughed loudly, provoking Arya's indignation. I will." Their playful bickering elicited laughter from the table, but Arya did not forget her earlier question, demanding, "Is it the Nomelia or the May?" No. A ship with those names could sail from King's Landing to White Harbor. I must choose a more uncommon name. However, Arya, if you continue to interrupt, I shall never finish my story, even if I drink to excess today. It was you who mentioned the Arya ship, not I. But please, continue with your tale. Later, she crossed the narrow sea, with Braavos as her first destination, where she beheld the Titan of Braavos. She recounted her initial thought upon seeing the Titan was how to conquer the city. Catelyn understood that many ambitious souls sought to cross the narrow sea to subjugate this free city. Yet now, the merchants of Braavos had gradually gained control over Westeros through the Iron Bank, making one question whether Westeros or Braavos was the greater danger. Upon her arrival in Braavos, she encountered obstacles. The wine from Arbor was cheaper there than in King's Landing, and she struggled to pay her crew's wages, unable to procure the necessary supplies for a voyage. Stubbornly, she refused to sell her wine at a loss, nearly leading her to bankruptcy. Catelyn sighed, recognizing that much of the Arbor wine was transported by sea into King's Landing, where it was subject to taxes imposed by the kingdom and specific levies to the Iron Throne, naturally inflating the price. Now, with the straits relatively peaceful, Arbor merchants could deliver their wines directly to Braavos, bypassing all taxes, making Braavos wines significantly cheaper in comparison. It became clear that she could not always navigate challenges with ease. Catelyn continued to listen as May described her actions amidst such difficulties. "I persuaded the crew, assuring them that our supplies would sustain us to Pentos. I offered to pay their wages with Arbor wine. However, subsequent storms nearly scattered her ship along the coast of Qohor. The sails of Love and Beauty were torn by the savage winds, the masts splintered, and we were left adrift at sea. A few crew members lost hope and began to act mischievously, and I had to toss them overboard." Catelyn hoped Arya would refrain from asking why the crew had misbehaved. "Just as we were descending into despair, we spotted a larger ship approaching. I knew we were saved, though my crew appeared more despondent, for it was a pirate ship. We were adrift, but our supplies remained sufficient, and we were rid of a few troublemakers. To make the pirates believe we had lost all combat capability, I ordered the crew to lie flat on the deck, feigning starvation. Later, I learned this charade was in vain. They had come from Braavos and had already made preparations aboard their ship. It took them considerable time to locate us adrift in the sea. I captured the pirate ship, but, unfortunately, could not transfer my Arbor wine aboard. I had to arrange for my crew to switch ships, allowing Love and Beauty to float with my precious wine. Perhaps it still sails somewhere across the ocean." By the 7, this was merely the beginning of her maritime journey. The pirate ship was laden with abundant supplies, gold coins of every kind and various exquisite goods, and most importantly, the ship was swifter. What the pirates? Arya inquired. I had initially intended to execute them one by one, as my father would have done, but I wished to avoid a bloody scene, so I tossed them all into the sea, Catelyn surmised. The children appeared astonished, while Eddard and Roderick grew serious. May's captains, however, showed no surprise, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. If the following stories were unsuitable for young ears, I would escort them away. The pirate ship has been renamed Hope, and we arrived safely in Pentos, carrying Hope with us. There, I encountered Bull Rob, who imparted a wealth of nautical knowledge to me. Elia, at times we must learn from those around us to acquire knowledge and hone our skills. Indeed, Rob was present as well. He sported a sparse beard, youthful yet robust, devoid of any reckless traits, and lacking the extensive maritime knowledge required to teach others. This Rob is the nephew of Bull, sharing a name with his uncle, who later vanished during a maritime trade expedition and never returned, May added. On the pirate ship, I amassed a great deal of gold and rare treasures. To avoid repeating the mistakes of King's Landing, I enlisted an experienced bankrupt merchant named Meera, who guided me on what goods to purchase in Pentos for trade in cities like Lys. With the gold I possessed, I repaid his debts. Though he was warm and I trusted him, I insisted on having him accompany me. Do you know why, Ilya? It was to easily dispose of him into the sea should I discover his deceit. Yes, while it may lack honor, such actions are sometimes necessary for a leader. Ed's brow furrowed, a detail not missed by Catelyn. But it was Rob who spoke. You do not trust him enough. If he lived alongside you for many years, you could surely leave him to sail alone. Rob, I bear the lives of an entire crew. I cannot gamble their fates on mere trust. Moreover, trust is merely a sentiment, not a reality. She smiled. However, regarding Meera, I simply sensed his unreliability and wished to keep him close for verification. Pentos is a beautiful place. I lingered there for a time, reassembling my crew. May pointed to the young man beside her. Charles boarded during that period. Catelyn observed the young man named Charles, brown-haired, of average build, appearing to be in his 20s, exuding an air of vivacity and friendliness. My lady, you ought to share your great feats in Pentos, Charles smiled, adding an air of mystery to the narrative. Catelyn understood that the story of Pentos could not merely be summarized by a brief stay. It was undoubtedly filled with intricate details. The Horse Lord Dothraki was also in Pentos at that time, receiving tributes from the city. However, I found myself at odds with them. What kind of conflict occurred? Ilya inquired. The conflict itself was not significant. Another tournament took place. The victor, however, did not win 40,000 golden dragons, but rather adorned his hair with bells. I defeated the Horse Lord's champion, known as Cow. Their leader, Cow, was akin to some wild chieftains who were called Magna. Each victory allowed them to adorn their hair with a bell, while defeat meant the loss of their hair. Catelyn recognized the inherent risks within this tale. In Pentos, I also encountered an old acquaintance. Father, you know this man. Ser Jorah Mormont from Bear Island. Ser Jorah squandered his wealth there, and his lady, the wife of his house, is said to have become the mistress of a wealthy merchant. He was left to toil among mercenaries for survival. Catelyn was aware of Ed's opinion on this man, yet the manner in which May recounted the tale shocked her. A lineage of honor like that of House Hightower had fallen so low. This woman, whom she had once met in Winterfell, shared a kinship with the cold and desolation of the north. Catelyn hoped to persuade her through her own experiences to endure the harshness of the north, but from the news May brought back, it was clear she had failed. It was a vivid account, yet it would have been more fitting for May to report this privately. The stains of Bear Island and Old Town should not be spoken of in the presence of so many. Clearly, May recognized this and swiftly continued. After leaving Pentos, we encountered pirates once more. This time, I willingly approached their ship. Unfortunately, we only captured a merchant vessel, while another escaped. The gold, goods, and fine wines were plentiful, and at that moment, I gained a deeper understanding of the saying of House Tully. Effort yields rewards far swifter than plunder. Was such wisdom suitable for sharing in this hall before the children? Tully chuckled, unconcerned. Later, we arrived in Volantis, traversing the summer sea, carefully navigating past the lost lands of Illyria, reaching Qys, where in the Bay of Tears, we captured 3 pirate ships, forming a fleet of 5 vessels. We journeyed to the Slavers' Bay, where the cities were rife with slaves. The unsullied of Astapor, the pleasure slaves of Yunkai, and the slaves of Meereen, all ruled by those who called themselves benevolent lords, wise lords, and great lords. I hope the pirate ship truly is a pirate ship. We're the unsullied, and what is a pleasure slave? Elia pressed. Eunuch warriors. Elia refrained from interrupting. There I sold unnecessary goods, and due to the addition of new ships, I continued to recruit crew members. Carl boarded at that time. My lady, meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life. Carl, of medium build yet lean and strong, with a darker complexion marked by unique tattoos, appeared to be a reliable individual. Caitlin noted his command of the common tongue was not fluent. He might have once been a slave, his face bearing the scars of rusted tattoos. I recruited crew members there, resupplied, and then departed swiftly. Caitlin sensed a shift in her tone. The experience there may not have been pleasant. I intended to continue eastward, but en route, a ship named Valeri betrayed us and fled. They had journeyed too far and found the spoils of trade too abundant to continue east. In the Qys Strait, we encountered another pirate fleet. This time, I lost one ship, and those newly freed crew members were lost forever to those waters. Yet I captured 2 new ships. However, upon reaching Qarth, only 2 vessels remained. Hope did not endure to that point. Qarth is a grand city, where merchants proclaim themselves to be in the center of the world, bridging east and west. Indeed, there is truth to this. I shall elaborate further when next we meet. There I sold all my goods and acquired a new flagship, which I named Discovery. I met Gasher and Kaisos during that time. This is Gasher, while Kaisos was unable to join us today. My lady, it is an honor to follow you. Caitlin regarded the young man, named Gasher, brown-haired, of average stature, fair-skinned, appearing to be in his 20s, radiating warmth and friendliness. Yet he spoke the common tongue quite well. There, I replenished my crew, hired a translator, and set sail for the Jade Sea. In that expanse, we endured 13 days of calms, drifting silently upon the jade-like waters. It was then I understood why it was called the Jade Sea. We navigated along the coast, passing through the cities of Pank and Hale, ultimately reaching Ass High, and alongside our escort, set foot on the lands of the Shadowlands. The Shadowlands are now embroiled in war and turmoil. The news I have heard speaks of conflict erupting everywhere. To avoid trouble, we turned back from Ass High, loaded with silk, porcelain, and all the rare items I could discern. This time, I did not require Meera. I was capable of making my own judgments. Caitlin listened intently, never having imagined that the 16-year-old may had ventured to such borders of the world as Ass High and the Shadowlands. Meera? Caitlin sensed that there was something amiss with this M.I.R.T. that time. Mill was aboard the Valerie, and he should possess enough wisdom to preserve his life. Perhaps he orchestrated the defection, Roberts said, filled with indignation. Whatever the case, we nearly retraced our steps, encountering numerous pirates and storms along the way. Yet we overcame each challenge, safely returning to the free trade city-states, back to Westeros. During the journey, I vanquished many self-righteous pirates and plundered their vessels. By the time we reached King's Landing, I had acquired 5 warships, 13 merchant vessels, 8 pirate skiffs, and 10 galleys. Some are anchored at the Isle of Sisters, while others rest at White Harbor. The banquet lasted for an extensive period until everyone had feasted to their heart's content, and May had concluded her account of her overseas adventures. Catherine understood she should allow Ed and May some time to discuss certain matters of significance. Marriage, the future, the fleet, the Earl of Bear Island, among others. There were numerous details regarding her overseas experiences that Ed needed to glean from May. After addressing a few matters, Catherine stepped into Ed's study, where May was also present. After nodding and greeting, May continued to speak. Catherine withdrew to prepare some herbal tea for Ed and May to alleviate their inebriation. Linus left him while he was away at war, becoming the mistress of some wealthy merchant. I did not pay much attention to Linus. When I was in Winterfell, I discerned that she was a foolish young lady from the south. Had it not been for her, perhaps Seriora would not have ended up in this predicament. The foolish young lady from the south. Might I also be regarded as such in your eyes? Catherine could not ascertain. She had met Linus, who perhaps was not foolish, but was undoubtedly a vain young woman. He has betrayed his father's expectations. He is the true culprit, Ed said, his brow furrowed, his discontent palpable. If old Mormont of the Wall were to learn of his current state, he would surely be even more disappointed. I have kept an eye on his whereabouts. Upon my return from Essos, I discovered that he had been employed by Prince Targaryen, while the prince's sister, Princess Daenerys, had wedded Dothraki Horse Lord, and they have since journeyed to Dothraki. I inquired about the Targaryen siblings and learned that they have been traversing the free cities, evading Robert's pursuit, yet they consistently manage to escape peril. It is likely someone is providing them with information and shelter. Have you encountered this brother and sister? Ed pondered aloud. He might have wished to condemn Robert's dishonorable actions, but refrained from voicing it. I did not have the fortune to meet them. By the time I returned to the free cities, they had already departed. Had it been otherwise, I would have had the opportunity to present them with wedding gifts. Do not speak of them again, nor mention them to anyone else. The idea of presenting wedding gifts is utterly unfounded. You may invite trouble upon yourself, Ed said with increasing gravity. Your father only wishes what is best for you. There is no need to involve yourself in such matters. Catherine understood Ed's concerns. I understand, my lady. Initially, I thought myself to be a knight sworn to Robert, and my father the Lord of the North. No one could harm me. However, upon reflection, the more exalted my status, the further I should distance myself from them. Though conceded, Catherine knew she had not truly taken the matter to heart, for she continued, I made inquiries about their situation. Rumor has it that Prince Viserys is a handsome and wise youth, brave and fearless like his brother Rhaegar, a born king. However, the prostitutes of Pentos do not share this view. They uniformly describe him as a bitter and arrogant beggar prince, a resentful youth. 7 gods, what have you done to acquire such intelligence? Catherine said, feeling a wave of dizziness. I merely spent money to gather information. However, I have heard that his sister, Daenerys, is a true beauty, albeit quite young, with a rather timid disposition. She is only slightly older than you, Ed remarked helplessly. Generally speaking, if one seeks to reclaim a throne, a person like Daenerys should not easily be betrothed. The marriage to the Horse Lord is presumably a strategic alliance for military support. King Robert ought to be concerned. What are your thoughts on this? I have none. Their union has been arranged by Illyrio, the wealthy governor of Pentos. It is said that dragon eggs, said to be fossilized from eons past, were presented to Daenerys at the wedding. Who is this one? Catherine inquired, astonished. I purchased a courtyard in Pentos, and, coincidentally, the owner of that courtyard is this governor. Perhaps he had heard some news, which is why we met. Of course, I believe it is due to my victory over Caro that piqued his interest. She sipped her herbal tea. Overall, he has his own motives regarding the Targaryen siblings. He likely has other collaborators in Westeros. Who might these collaborators be? Perhaps Dorne? Or others willing to assist in restoring the Targaryens? Or perhaps Varys, who hails from beyond the sea? Who can say? In Pentos, I lack the means to investigate a governor, and in King's Landing, I possess no capacity to investigate a court minister. They are still quite young, far across the sea, and must traverse the Dothraki Sea. It is uncertain whether they will return to Westeros to claim their father's power, especially since they no longer possess dragons. Catelyn felt it unnecessary to continue discussing the siblings. Indeed, my lady, it is unnecessary for father to expend energy on them. However, there are some matters concerning King's Landing. He glanced at Catelyn. Could it relate to me? Catelyn's heart suddenly tightened. She despised the uncertainty and the aura of insecurity. Upon my return to King's Landing, I was invited by the Hand of the King to visit the Hand's Tower, where I met your sister and her son, Robin. Hand of the King, Eddard's health seems fine, but I worry for your sister. To be frank, her mental state is rather unstable, excessively sensitive, and in a constant state of panic regarding Robin's safety. How old is Robin now? He is still being nursed. I fear she's no longer of sound mind. Alas, if a common person were to go mad, they might only harm themselves. But she is the lady of the Hand of the King and the protector of the East, with ample means to endanger those around her. Robin Arryn, he is 1 year younger than Bran, so he should be 6 now. At that age, Catelyn could not continue. This child suffers from epilepsy. He becomes agitated and has fits, and his temperament has become quite erratic, making it difficult to love him. My lady, not all children are as sweet and endearing as Bran. Catelyn reminisced about the past, saddened by her sister's misfortunes, while feeling grateful for her own fortunes. Too, seemed unwilling to continue discussing Lisa Tully. In King's Landing, I encountered an assassination attempt, but fortunately, the assailant was clumsy, and I emerged unscathed, he stated coldly. 7 gods, you are but a newly adult young woman. Who would seek to assassinate you? Father, there is no need for excessive concern. Am I not well? As for the culprit, I suspect it to be the Queen. She noted Ed's expression. Father, rest assured, I have not mentioned this suspicion to anyone else. In King's Landing, I believe the Queen is the only one I could have offended. Indeed, the self-proclaimed Queen of Love and Beauty, favored by the King, and a strikingly valiant woman. Considering the rumored character of the Queen, it was entirely plausible. Catelyn found herself inclined to trust May's supposition that I have claimed victory in the tournament as the enigmatic knight. The king may bestow upon me the title of knight, yet in the absence of any proposals, he elevates me, a mere bastard, to legitimacy, which seems rather irregular. Meera sighed, as if on the verge of voicing something, yet holding back. Father, do I bear a striking resemblance to Aunt Lina? A fleeting thought sparked in her mind, but she quickly suppressed it. Eddard seldom spoke of this sister, whose actions had stirred turmoil throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and others rarely mentioned Lina in his presence. Eddard gazed into the flickering flames, rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Catelyn had never had the fortune to meet Lina, but the whispers spoke of her as a free-spirited and beautiful young woman. Indeed, how could she have captivated Prince Rhaegar to such an extent as to lead him to folly? Had he not committed such an act, perhaps I could have married. Yes, in appearance, there are similarities, and in demeanor as well. However, those who know you well would recognize that you are entirely distinct individuals. Robert would never mistake you for her. It seems I have already faced peril due to Aunt Lina. Laughter erupted from the three of them. Eddard's smile was bittersweet, the lines around his eyes deepening, making his face appear even smaller. Meera, what are your aspirations for the future? I cannot endorse your desire to set sail again. The shipwright Brandon has embarked on several successful voyages, only to vanish without a trace. I hope you will not follow in his footsteps. I have no intention of continuing my maritime pursuits, Father. Then, how about I arrange a marriage for you? I believe that with your grace and beauty as a queen, a remarkable navigator, and a Stark, many noble suitors would eagerly vie for your hand, especially considering your rare beauty. Catelyn knew that Eddard had never arranged marriages for their children, and her tone held an almost pleading quality. Catelyn anticipated that Meera would outright decline, a sentiment Eddard likely shared. Father, which nobles are available for such an arrangement? Catelyn noticed Eddard breaking into a smile. You may choose freely from among the noble families of the North. If you seek a warmer climate and shared beliefs, consider House Royce of the Vale or House Blackwood of the Riverlands. If faith is not a concern, there are numerous other options. I shall ensure you find a suitable and perfect match. Father, there is no such thing as a perfect match. Let's take our time in choosing. However, what of Robb? He has reached an age suitable for marriage. What are your plans for him? That is not a matter for you to ponder. As for Robb, we have our own arrangements. Catelyn observed Eddard momentarily at a loss for words, and upon speaking, she felt her tone had been somewhat brusque. Fortunately, neither Eddard nor Meera showed any sign of discomfort. Ah, Meera should not be my rival, Catelyn mused. My lady, you have 3 sons, which will surely bring you much worry and trouble in the future. Eddard shook his head, chuckling softly. At present, my greatest concern lies with my youngest daughter. Laughter filled the room once more. Chapter 3. Jon Snow. He had been at the wall for several days, bidding farewell to his family in Winterfell, as his sister had forewarned. This place was no longer the esteemed bastion of honor it once was. Instead, it was overrun by rapists, poachers, murderers, and thieving brigands. By day, he endured humiliation at the hands of Ser Alliser Thorne and a cadre of black-clad brothers. The more egregious insults came from the term bastard, a moniker that echoed cruelly in his ears, perhaps intended as a twisted show of camaraderie. Even in the battles where he excelled, he could not find joy or glory. Victorious though he might be, accolades eluded him, as those who had joined the Night's Watch alongside him turned against him. Beyond the rigors of training, he was burdened with menial tasks, chopping wood, tending to horses, delivering messages, and cleaning. In every respect, he had grown to loathe this place. It was not a realm where honor could be attained. This reality was something his father, Eddard Stark, had never imparted to him, and this thought made the knight feel all the colder. Perhaps the only one who truly loved and cared for him was his sister, his twin, bound to him by blood. In the enveloping darkness, he closed his eyes, almost able to hear the very breaths of the black-clad brothers and the howling wind. He thought he ought to seek out a solitary tower to sleep in peace. Yet, he could not help but reminisce about his days in Winterfell. Within the halls of Lady Stark's household, he had always felt like an outsider, though Robb and Arya regarded him as a brother. A growing chasm had formed between him and the family, particularly poignant during the times when his sister was absent. Had she also departed because she could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere? If it were possible, he wished never to face Lady Stark again in Winterfell. Yet fate often thwarted such desires, bringing him great anguish. Those were eyes that bore the weight of a sword, while he had already been cut and bruised. Perhaps more than seeking honor, he yearned to escape. His sister might have been indifferent to such sentiments. But he could not be so. He recalled the joy he felt when she returned safely from overseas. He had been elated, nearly wanting to shout from the towers of Winterfell. In that vast world, she was the only kin who shared his very blood, transcending time and distance. On the day of her return to Winterfell, he had been out hunting with his father and Robb. Once the hunt concluded, he abandoned them, discreetly informing Hullen before hastily riding off, determined to be the first among them to greet her. He could not bear the thought of waiting while she embraced their father and Robb. He feared he might weep openly upon seeing her, bringing embarrassment to his father and brothers. There were feelings he could not share with anyone but her, burdens he bore in silence. He had thought he would confide in her as he once had, but when she stood before him, words escaped him. She had transformed into a formidable lady, while he remained merely a green youth wielding a practiced sword. They say bastards grow quickly, yet the truth is that bastard girls grow even faster. In the fleeting years that have passed, my sister has transformed entirely from the once carefree girl she was. She has now blossomed into a poised and capable woman, a tall and strikingly beautiful knight, a self-crowned queen of love and beauty, unprecedented in her grace. Yet, regardless of her metamorphosis, she remains my sister. As her younger brother, I harbor a disdain for the mercenaries, soldiers, and officers who linger around her. Their gaze is laden with unwelcome admiration, and I detest their incessant chatter as they seek to encircle her at every opportunity. I vividly recall the moment I saw her again in Winterfell. A surge of affection urged me to rush toward her, to embrace her as I once did with Arya. But confronted with this new version of my sister, I hesitated, caught in an awkward limbo of indecision. However, upon noticing me, she dashed through the crowd and enveloped me in a tight embrace. Oh, what a beautiful moment that was. It filled the void within me, a gaping wound long in need of healing. I should have let my emotions flow freely, yet in that embrace, I found myself fighting back tears. I was overwhelmed with a profound sense of gratitude, mingled with an aching sorrow, as countless unspoken grievances echoed in my heart. Were it not for the multitude of eyes upon us, I would have wept unabashedly. At that moment, I no longer felt like the abandoned child of the world. Was she truly just my sister? For a fleeting instant, I believed I was cradled in my mother's arms. Since that day, my mother's visage in my dreams has finally taken on clarity. She possesses long, flowing black hair, a beautiful face, and a gentle gaze imbued with the wild spirit of the north, smiling tenderly at me. I realize now that this image of her is conjured from my sister's likeness. Perhaps they were meant to mirror each other. In appearance, they align perfectly, and in her treatment of me, she strives to embody the nurturing essence of a mother. Even from a young age, she had meticulously charted my future. I perceived her jesting when she tossed me a map of Westeros and Essos, saying, "Choose any castle you desire, and it shall be yours," as if she were a queen ruling over the 7 kingdoms. I longed for Winterfell, yet it belonged to my father, and would eventually pass to Robb and his children. The castles I envisioned felt tasteless, and with that realization, I felt a twinge of shame. I don't wish for any of them, I laughed. Perhaps I desire the wall. But even the wall was not something she needed to bestow upon me. She merely chuckled softly, shaking her head with a touch of exasperation, resembling a mother soothing her child. Setting aside our childhood, her petite stature often belied her formidable presence. In every other instance, she embodied the role of a mother. I found it astonishing how late I was to realize this. I remember when I was much younger, she would instruct Robb and me in her tender voice, teaching us how to train to meet the expectations of Ser Roderick, guiding us in archery, demonstrating how to adjust our posture for swifter rides. More often than not, she oversaw our reading and writing, dictation and memorization, tasks that Robb and I loathed. I had always assumed this was the directive of father and the lady, and I bore a grudge against her alongside Robb. As we grew older, she would relentlessly challenge Robb and me in the training yard, occasionally including Theon. While Ser Roderick often found it too shameful to watch, he and Robb devised countless strategies to subdue her, yet they were perpetually met with failure. As if their entire childhood had been consumed by this shared animosity and her rigorous martial and literary education. As they grew older, his sister began to urge him to leave Winterfell and venture south. He was convinced that she was still in her right mind and had no intention of abducting Robb. At that time, he was still wrestling with his emotions and was disinclined to entertain her fanciful notions. She believed he was afraid, and with fervent assurances, declared that there was no need for fear, for she would protect him from any danger. Although she excelled in every aspect of combat and study, even in areas where she did not stand out, he knew she was concealing her shortcomings. Nonetheless, he was profoundly astonished by her audacity. He had forgotten the precise reasons for his refusal, whether it was sheer defiance, a reluctance to burden her, or a fear of leaving Winterfell, or perhaps a combination of these sentiments. In any case, after several of her pleas were turned down, she vanished one morning during a busy period, and 3 days later, a note was discovered in her study. A simple line read, "I wish to wander, do not seek me." Yet the underlying message was, "I wish to set sail. Keep it a secret." He labored to keep her secret while secretly worrying for her. He did not disclose her whereabouts to their father or Lady Stark. He had not betrayed his sister, and at least in that regard, he succeeded. Perhaps I should have accompanied her to King's Landing, to sail the seas with her. Journeying to the farthest east, as bold as her followers, leaving Robb astonished. This was the first time he had declined her invitation, resulting in a sense of regret. Soon after, he turned her down again. This time, she proclaimed her intention to forge a new lineage with the power at her disposal. Even having designed a family crest and a house motto, she informed him that she would never marry or bear children, and he would be her sole heir. People knew she commanded over 30 longships, but in truth, there were many more. She possessed numerous enterprises in the free cities, and with this power, establishing her own castle or being granted a fief would pose no challenge for her. This was evidently a goal easily within her reach. She had at least ceased to dismiss him. Recalling his response from that time filled him with shame. Even in the darkness, his face burned with embarrassment. No, I must prove myself through my own strength. I shall join the Night's Watch, at the Wall, earning honor with my own strength and life. This was his reply to her. Upon hearing this, his sister patiently explained, reiterating that his strength could be applied elsewhere and that his honor could be attained through different means. He could still marry and have children, earning respect. But he only listened as if to an old man's ramblings, stubbornly clinging to his position. What a childish stance I take. What am I truly holding on to? You understand nothing, Jon Snow, she said, seemingly resigned. He felt his breath quicken, opened his eyes, and allowed the memories of Winterfell to fade. The cold wind howled outside, and the brothers in black nearby had succumbed to slumber, perhaps not sweet, but at least tranquil. His mind was heavy with thoughts, rendering him unable to find slumber. He longed to toss and turn, yet feared disturbing someone else's solitude. Thus he remained still. He listened quietly to the wind outside the room, its chilly breath whispering to him like a haunting melody. The night deepens, the children sink into dreams. Why do you not sleep? I yearn for my distant homeland. The night deepens, the crescent moon hides behind the mountains. Why do you not sleep? I miss my departed mother. The night deepens, the earth is enveloped in desolation. Why do you not sleep? My path ahead is obscured, the cold wind speaks to me of sorrow. He closed his eyes, tears escaping, trailing down his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he stifled a sob. Unable to sleep, he could only reminisce, soothing the relentless whispers of the wind with his thoughts. He recalled his third refusal, witnessing his sister's rare display of distress and his own childish anger. This had occurred on the eve of his departure from Winterfell with his uncle, Barristan Stark. To the Wall. That night, she sought him out once more. Do not go to the Wall, do not join the Night's Watch. Come with me, whether by sea, southward, or as a wandering knight, it matters not. If you wish to see the Wall, I can accompany you, wherever you desire to visit in Westeros. We shall go together. Do you wish to see Essos? There are many cities to explore, and we can see them all. Just do not join the Night's Watch. Stay with me. She refrained from mentioning family, sigils, or ancient tongues, nor did she speak of honor. Perhaps she believed that such lofty ideals would tarnish his dignity. Whether this was true or not, she had done everything within her power. At this recollection, his face flushed with warmth. I have already informed father of my intention to join the Night's Watch, he had said. He told me it is an honorable duty. I have spoken to Uncle Benjen about going to the Wall, and he agreed. A few members of the Night's Watch had even waited for him a few days, and he would not retract his words to them. They are not heart trees, nor are you swearing an oath to them. They waited for a few days. I shall offer them a few more gold dragons, believing they would be willing to wait even longer. Jon, the Night's Watch does not require you. Come with me. It is I who need you, your sister, your kin, not the cold Wall or the black-clad Night's Watch. I need your strength, your assistance, and your support, dear brother. He remembered her saying this, her hand resting on his face, warm as jade. She had her own retinue, her own power. How could she possibly need a naive brother? This was merely another guise of care. He should have realized this then, yet another response lingered on his lips. Yes, it is all you who need. But do you know what I need? Do you know what I yearn for? You have always understood everything since childhood, unafraid of anything, brave in all endeavors. But I am different. I am but an ordinary man, a foolish boy, a wretched bastard without a mother. He could not fathom why he felt such anger. Yet this memory left him feeling shy, fortunate that the room was shrouded in darkness, with only his flushed face to testify to his turmoil. Honor, capability. Achievement. I am aware of the knight's sword belonging to the young boy and the princess's dream cherished by the young girl. Yet, the Great Wall cannot bestow upon you honor. It can only shackle you. There, the ice and snow will engulf you, the mountains will consume you, and the poets shall not sing your praises. They shall not remember you. Upon hearing the words young boy, he felt a surge of anger, rendering him unable to comprehend the subsequent discourse. In your eyes? I have always been a mere boy, he proclaimed. Let me assure you, I am no boy. I am an adult capable of determining my own destiny. Though the poets may forget me, the North shall not. The old gods are watching. I shall never follow you into mindless toil. Countless ships. Abundant gold. Flaunt them as you wish, and command as many hands as you desire. You may play the enchanting sorceress. I know my path leads northward, where my honor resides amidst the endless ice and snow. He remained uncertain whether the old gods were indeed observing, yet in that moment, he believed his words to be profound. Sorceress? He dared not meet her gaze, for such a title should not befit a sister. I advise you against the Great Wall, lest it destroy your honor. Are you so certain that returning with me would tarnish your reputation? What I intend to do shall never bury you, dear brother. Her defense seemed feeble. He recalled the dizziness that had overwhelmed him. I can conceive of nothing more honorable than protecting the Seven Kingdoms, sister. I have resolved my course and made my intentions clear to father and uncle. I shall not abandon my aspirations for a mere piece of advice, sister. She fell silent for an extended period, as if weighing her words or assessing the veracity of his claims. He was inclined to believe the latter, which only strengthened his resolve. Perhaps donning black attire to protect the Seven Kingdoms is indeed honorable, but your strength could be employed in other noble pursuits. Trust me. Trust your sister. Other honors await you that rival those of the Night's Watch. Is it through plundering ships upon the sea, deceiving merchants in free cities, or perhaps learning foreign sorcery and teaching bizarre swordsmanship? He thrust the dagger of accusation toward her. Do you perceive me as a monster? Her laughter, tinged with anger, echoed. With a flawless forehead and a strikingly noble visage, she was far removed from the image of a beast. I have heard certain rumors, but I know you are not the malevolent sorceress they describe. She articulated the words he could not voice. Jon, what I desire is far from dull, and certainly not wicked. I hope you will assist me. I wish for you to stand by my side rather than embark on a different path, a dark, frigid road, one you have merely heard of but never truly understood. Her voice trembled, and to him, it seemed that anyone choosing this path was irretrievably foolish. I do not merely hear. I have contemplated for a long time, and I am not ignorant. During your absence, I have conversed with countless brothers in black. Why do you assume my knowledge stems solely from hearsay? True, there have been exchanges, but countless? You believe you can attain honors at the wall that are unattainable elsewhere. This is mere hearsay, and a clear indication of your lack of understanding. Her tone was resolute. Yet such fervor only deepened his confusion. Did she truly believe her rhetoric could rival the invincibility of swordsmanship? Do as you wish. His annoyance stemmed from her tone, her arrogance, her sense of entitlement. After a prolonged silence, he declared, Jon, I came hoping you would choose me, rather than the ice and snow. I choose honor, sister. I will not follow you. Once uttered, the words fell like snow from the heavens, destined only to return to the earth. Very well, to avoid tainting you, go forth. Seek your damnable honor, you wretch. He did not watch her depart. He recalled that night, how fatigue and dizziness enveloped him. Words were like blades, and he had been repeatedly cut, each laceration piercing his heart. That night mirrored this one, as slumber eluded him. He remembered the following morning, bidding farewell to Lady Stark, Robb, Bran, and Arya, yet he could not summon the courage to say goodbye to his sister. He was acutely aware that this journey could very well mark their final separation. He was bound for the Wall, the northernmost frontier. While she might venture south to warmer lands, across the sea, perhaps even marry in a distant continent, eventually tending to her own children, she would have her own progeny, her own domain, her own pursuits, and her own ambitions, while he remained but a trivial figure in her life, perhaps merely a troublesome and arrogant younger brother until the end of her days in her palace. At the crossroads, he parted ways with his father, who offered no response to his concern for their mother. With a heavy heart, he embarked on his northern journey, silently bidding farewell to his sister amidst his inner turmoil. Throughout the journey, he spoke not a word, as if his soul had been left behind the previous night. He recalled the weather then, a thick mist enveloping the hills, obscuring vision, much like the chaotic memories of that evening, which he could not untangle. Just as he was lost in despair, the sound of galloping hooves broke through the silence. At his uncle's prompting, he turned to see his sister approaching. On horseback, He struggled to hold back tears. Yet, as the northern wind howled through the night, recollections flooded back, and tears quietly dampened his pillow. Dismounting, she gazed at him, her silence stretching indefinitely. He too found himself at a loss for words, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. Finally, when she playfully flicked a strand of hair from his face, she spoke, as if weaving an absurd tale to dissolve the previous discord. When the Dragon Lords of Valyria ruled the world, they never set foot in Westeros. The Targaryens occupied Dragonstone for a century, yet never claimed an inch of Westerosi land. I sometimes speculate that their absence was not due to Westeros's remoteness, but perhaps because its deities or mysterious forces were too formidable. Legends may not be entirely baseless. Yet the wall would not simply stand there due to the defense against wildlings. She drew forth her sword. This is a Valyrian steelblade, originally intended as your ancestral sword to be passed down to your son and then to your grandson. A self-deprecating smile crossed her face. I found it aboard a pirate ship. I named it Heat and Light. For me, it is too large, a colossal hybrid blade, but when you grow a bit older and taller, it will suit you perfectly, you bastard. In that moment, both shared a laugh, yet he could still perceive her underlying disappointment. It is well known that Valyrian steel is imbued with magical powers. If one were to encounter the whimsical beings from the tales of the old Nan beyond the wall, it would surely prove advantageous. However, as I deftly unsheath it for battle, I fear the trickster may have already claimed my life. He attempts to refuse. Should he perish in the wilderness, this treasured blade would be lost. Likewise, once Wymerlois departs, he would meet the same fate. He tests the weight of the great sword, finding it surprisingly light, contrary to his expectations. Do you think I have not contemplated this? This time, she draws forth a dagger concealed at her side. Its hilt crafted from dragonbone, and the blade forged from Valyrian steel. She removes the sword from its sheath, adjusting the strap over his shoulder, threading it through his heavy cloak to secure it around his waist, then carefully returns the dagger to its scabbard. She meticulously arranges his garments, as a mother would prepare her son for an uncertain battleground. Having completed this, she gazes deeply into his eyes, leaving no words unspoken. She then turns and mounts her horse, galloping away. He stands frozen, watching her figure vanish into the vast wilderness. This time, he cannot contain himself. He bites down on his arm, silently weeping in the night. He is unsure how he managed to fall asleep that night. Upon awakening, White Spirit at his side, he feels weary. He is astonished by how his sister's entreaties to distance himself from the Night's Watch only serve to draw him closer to the wall. Regardless of the hardships that lie ahead, shrouded in darkness and cold, I shall remain steadfast here. May the old gods guide my path and grant me wisdom. I shall hold my ground until death claims me. He dons his attire and steps out of the corridor, traversing the winding, slippery path blanketed in snow, contemplating how to prepare suitable sustenance for White Spirit while pondering methods to break free from his predicament. Identifying a problem and resolving it has been ingrained in him since childhood. I hear you are not faring well here. A familiar voice calls out. Jon looks at the diminutive Lannister and relaxes. Lannister, I did not expect to see you here. Indeed, I know I shall remain here indefinitely. Yet I am uncertain how to proceed. Donaroy shared some wisdom with me, but I do not know why I find myself confiding in him, articulating my questions directly. Oh, spare me. No one wishes to hear your ramblings. My own troubles are relentless, Tyrion interrupts. I merely intended to greet you. Upon hearing this, he finds an unexpected courage and resolves not to surrender. Maester Aemon says you are a wise man. I wish to seek your counsel. Oh, Jon Snow, you truly understand nothing. Challenges are akin to monsters. When confronted with a beast, you should seek refuge behind a giant and let it handle the threat. You come to me, this small fellow, and it only makes me wonder if you intend to first feed the monster with a small morsel before making your own escape. Perhaps he indeed should not. Yet, the metaphor amuses him. Even a small figure casts a significant shadow. Who says I cannot hide behind you? I must admit, I am beginning to like you. He shifts his stance, uncertain how to harness his own strength. Young man, since you seek advice from a diminutive figure, allow me to offer you a somewhat unrefined suggestion. Tyrion interjected, casually leaning against a beam, oblivious to the fresh snow that cascaded from above. The new recruit instructor, Sarah Leeser Thorne, was a simpleton, harboring resentment for over a decade and perpetually uttering foolish remarks that brought misfortune upon others. In my estimation, his true calling lay in mucking stables rather than training new recruits. It was evident that every novice detested him, and should he linger at the wall for another decade, he would likely find himself friendless. In truth, he had already resided there for many years. Were I in your position, I would earnestly undertake the responsibilities he has neglected. In Winterfell, your skills in swordsmanship and archery would surely remain sharp, making you an adequate mentor for those who have never wielded a weapon. Should each recruit come to admire you, decades hence, you may find favor with all, and perhaps ascend to the esteemed position of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Jon swiftly grasped his implication. He had sparred with all the recruits and understood that some had undergone extensive training, yet could not even manage the most basic grip on a sword. Their other skills equally dismal. It was clear that Sir Leeser had no intention of teaching. He merely ridiculed each individual. If he were to embrace this role, he could indeed surpass his current performance. Moreover, if he expressed a willingness to assist those fledgling brothers, they would surely welcome his guidance, which would ultimately benefit the Night's Watch itself. Do what is right. Thank you, Lannister. I now know the course I must take. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Tyrion merely shrugged, adopting a non-committal demeanor. Snow, my lord, now I see you are indeed your sister's brother. As Tyrion ambled down the corridor, swaying slightly, he appeared even shorter. Your sister excels at all she undertakes, yet I find you learn far more swiftly. In this regard, one might be led to believe you are truly of the same blood. Reminiscent of my elder brother and sister, one haughty and carefree, the other foolish and malicious, a perfect match by nature. Tyrion kicked a snowball at his feet, as if it represented his brother and sister. I do not comprehend your meaning. Jon was puzzled by Tyrion's insinuation, yet the mere comparison to his sister brought him a measure of joy, despite the ludicrous and base nature of the phrasing. It is of little consequence, dear Jon. I witnessed the parting of you and your sister at the crossroads. After she left, we all presumed you had turned to stone. Believe me, even if you are not truly siblings, it feels that way. If my sister treated me thus, I would gladly endure a lifetime as a dwarf. Perhaps. Tyrion exhaled sharply, as if the morning chill at Castle Black had frozen him. Jon was reluctant to converse about his sister, yet some matters were beyond his control. I have heard that all your siblings possess wolves, save for your sister? That is yet another tale. Upon discovering the wolf pups, he had intended to gift the white wolf to Arya, for she too was a Stark. The wolf rightfully belonged to Arya Stark, not to Jon Snow, yet unexpectedly. When his sister merely picked up the white direwolf for inspection, she declined the offer. This is a male wolf. It is for you to nurture. According to what he said to his father, the ice wolf is the emblem of the father and should be raised by them. When he discovered only 6 pups remained, he recalled the bitter memories of that time and felt a profound regret for his sister. However, as he lifted White Fang, only his own sense of regret remained. Inextricably, fate has assigned each Stark child a wolf. White Fang is our shared wolf, yet she is fierce enough without needing another wolf by her side. Jon chuckled. A pair of twins can only share one wolf. This encapsulates the true essence of the half-sibling. The gods are both real and cruel. Indeed, my brother praises her swordsmanship, stating that her strikes are both swift and precise, her movements as elusive as a gazelle's antlers, making her a formidable opponent. She has also mastered magic, though that need not be mentioned. From a young age, she has trained against the larger Theon, later practicing alongside me, Robb, and Theon. Ser Roderick always felt too embarrassed to watch. Jon sighed with a wry smile. It is evident that my elder brother's defeat is well-deserved. This has provided me with much joy for quite some time. Tyrion grinned. Do you truly relish watching your brother humiliated? I merely wish for him to improve. If something could temper his arrogance, then a little embarrassment is inconsequential. The more I witness his blunders, the more joy it brings me. It is undeniably worthwhile. He tightened his cloak. The cold here is truly bone-chilling. Let us head to the hall for some freshly baked bread, and perhaps a bowl of stewed lamb if available. Then let us go? Jon suppressed his inquiries, following closely behind as they made their way to the hall. Crossing the porch, at that moment, sunlight broke through the clouds, casting its glow upon the wall. Both were awestruck by the sight before them. They were not standing before the wall, but rather in front of a colossal blue ice crystal. In this sunlight, the crystal spanned the horizon, shimmering brilliantly, as if the ancient gods of bygone eras and spectral beings were swirling within it, recounting their past grandeur and present discontent. Although it was not night at this moment, he believed that the peculiar spirit spoken of by the old nurse might indeed linger. He grasped the sword at his waist tightly. Chapter 4. Catelyn Tully. Perhaps the 7 gods answered her prayers, for Bran remained in Winterfell. Yet what remained was a shattered Bran. Her poor child, her most cherished one. According to Maester Luwin, this child would likely be left crippled. Even if he awoke, he would never stand again. Still, she clung to the last glimmer of hope. Meera told her that she might help Bran walk again, if only she placed her full trust in her. If a demon were to appear and offer to return her Bran to her, she would trade without hesitation. Moreover, this was a legendary figure who had traveled the entire world, her Bran's sister, though a half-sibling, still a sister. She believed this person would not employ malevolent magic to harm her Bran. To find peace of mind, she watched the healing process, observing every spell she cast, missing not a single moment. Each time, she would carefully remove Bran's garments, positioning him to lie on his side, her hands gently resting upon his back. In those moments, Bran would emit soft, miraculous groans, and Catelyn recognized that these were not sounds of anguish, but rather signs of revival. Most importantly, she observed the subtle twitching of his toes, as if he were still dreaming of scaling the towers of Winterfell. Throughout this process, it seemed that Meera also paid a price. Each time she finished, she appeared utterly drained, as though she had been deprived of vitality. Catelyn was unaware of the toll it exacted from Meera. She could offer her everything, and if it were possible, she would even sacrifice herself. She understood that magic always demands a price. According to ancient lore, it is life for life, soul for soul, body for body. In a moment of desperation to hasten the process and ease her mind, she once urged Meera to slay a prisoner to restore Bran. But Meera merely regarded her with a puzzled expression. Believing this was insufficient, she proposed trading her own life for her son's return. At that moment, Meera seemed to grasp her intent, offering a weary smile. "My good lady, I am no sorceress, nor a wicked witch. Trust me. Bran will awaken and return to his former self, though it will require time. We need not make others pay a price, and certainly not you." Catelyn felt powerless to aid her child, repeatedly beseeching the Seven for intervention, yet receiving no response. She weakly inquired of Meera when Bran might awaken, to which Meera smiled wearily in return. "I would wager he will awaken within 3 days, my lady." Her trust in Meera deepened. That was the most powerful assurance she had ever heard. As for the subsequent remarks about resting and not overexerting herself, they were utterly meaningless to her. She could not rest, nor cease her vigil. She would wait for Bran for a week, a month, a year, or even a lifetime. Just 3 days. She could spend those 3 days by Bran's bedside, ensuring he saw her first upon awakening. She believed she would be the first to witness Bran's revival. Yet she was mistaken. She could not have fathomed that within Winterfell, someone would wield a dagger against her son, lying defenseless in bed. Her watch was not entirely in vain, for it was Bran's direwolf that truly safeguarded him. When people found her, she sat on the ground, laughing maniacally. One hand stained with blood. Beside her lay a stableman with a throat torn open. Ser Roderick washed and bandaged her wounds, feeding her honeyed milk. She had never slept so deeply. Upon awakening, feeling the pain of her injuries, she smiled. When informed that Bran had awakened, she felt no sorrow for not being the first to witness his revival. Her joy was boundless. After seeing Bran, she resumed her role as the Lady of Winterfell, reflecting on her previous behavior with a wave of shame. She felt she had brought disgrace upon House Tully and vowed never to behave so again. When she called for Meera once again, she expressed her gratitude, and Bran awakened at the appointed hour. This time, she no longer needed to assess Meera's abilities through observation. She could directly inquire of Bran. She did not have to relinquish the dignity of the Lady of Winterfell to beseech Meera for assistance. That was a disgraceful act for Catelyn. She would emerge anew as a different Catelyn. "Madam, now that Bran has awakened, I must procure herbs for his medicinal bath, along with a regimen for his muscles and bones. I believe he will rise again," Meera narrated as always, calm and composed, resembling a steadfast warrior more than a mere woman. "What herbs? I can send someone to fetch them for you." "There are many, my lady. I will personally lead the search, and you may assist with the subsequent arrangements. Moreover, my men in Winterfell have been restless. Their bones are likely rusted. I will take them with me, of course, hunting within Stark's lands, a request for which I have already sought Robb's permission." Catelyn smiled. Hunting was a trivial matter. Yet, she was pleased that Meera could move about independently. She had initially requested Eddard to take Meera to King's Landing, both to safeguard Eddard and to distance her from the north, away from Winterfell. Although Eddard had disagreed, she believed that with persistence, she could persuade him. With Bran's fall from the tower, everything had become unspeakable. She needed Meera to remain by Bran's side for his care. More grave matters awaited her. If someone sought to kill Bran, it implied that his disability was no mere accident. When Robb, Roderick, Theon, and Maester Luwin reported the matter to her, Meera requested to take her leave, but Catelyn insisted she stay. If she could trust Theon, there was no reason to distrust Meera. Friends, Valyrian steel daggers are rare. To use such a weapon to kill is the folly of those so affluent they lack a sense of monetary value. To follow the trail of this dagger would lead us directly into the web of someone with malicious intent. It would be better to leave this dagger as a memento for Bran. Meera articulated a truth that resonated with all present. diminishing her initial desire to wield the dagger in King's Landing for investigation. She hinted at Prince Joffrey, and Catelyn understood. A dagger used to kill him as a keepsake? Theon laughed. How absurd. Consider it a warning then. Just like the warning that winter is coming? Theon chuckled even more, oblivious to the inappropriateness of jesting with the Stark family's words. Meera smiled subtly, choosing not to engage further, while Theon reveled in his self-satisfaction. If that is the case, how could we ever know who murdered my son? Catelyn gazed into Meera's eyes, conveying her understanding, though uncertain if Meera could grasp the implication. She felt a mix of helplessness and anger. It was a reasonable suspicion, yet against such an individual, they could do nothing and must remain silent, merely feigning normalcy. Perhaps you should inquire what Bran saw before his injury. Roderick, an elderly man with white hair and a beard, has devoted his life to serving House Stark and is a figure of utmost trustworthiness in all respects. Almost every boy in the household has received his guidance. He is practically family. He had inquired of Bran, who could not recall the incident of his fall. However, he mentioned a dream in which you appeared, Meera. The ever-smirking Theon seemed to insinuate that suspicion might rest upon Meera. Catelyn would not permit such an atmosphere to linger. She had always found his mocking grin distasteful, as if he derided everyone he encountered. For pity's sake, either call her sister or refer to her as Lady Meera, Catelyn said, shooting a glare at Theon before pressing for details. What was this dream about? He replied that in his dream, he continually fell from the tower, haunted by crows that urged him to fly, yet he could not take flight. Eventually, Meera appeared beside him, slaying the crows one by one until none remained to disturb him, and then he awoke. Robb followed up, recounting the dream. The significance of dreams is often enigmatic and cannot be accurately interpreted. I believe we should not dwell on it. Maester Luwin, clad in his wool-lined leather, still wore his scholarly robe, giving him a somewhat portly appearance. Such wisdom is commendable. Catelyn trusted Maester Luwin, and when this topic reached its conclusion, she felt empowered to issue a directive. Turning to Meera, she said, since you were able to protect Bran, I hope you can continue to tend to his recovery. Then, addressing Maester Luwin, she continued, I understand that healing is traditionally your domain, but given the circumstances, I cannot help but let Meera attempt it. And I hope you can comprehend my position. My lady, this matter is a reflection of my own inadequacies. You may certainly allow Meera to try her hand, and I am more than willing to assist wherever necessary to enhance my skills. Catelyn observed him intently, finding no trace of discontent. Maester Luwin, you are my mentor. The knowledge I possess regarding navigation, astronomy, history, and herbalism has been imparted by you. Without such wisdom, I might have already perished in the narrow sea. Please remain close by while Meera treats Bran, as I have other inquiries that require your guidance, some of which may necessitate your direct involvement. Theon scoffed, eliciting a sharp nudge from Robb. Catelyn smiled, reflecting on how girls often mature faster than boys. These two were still mere boys. My lady, Robb has already secured the news of Bran's assassination attempt. I ask that you keep this matter confidential and refrain from revealing it to anyone to avoid alarming the enemy. Catelyn glanced at Meera, lamenting the attention to detail that women possess. I share your sentiment. Everyone, please maintain secrecy, as if this incident has never transpired. Lying in bed, Bran appeared even more emaciated. He was capable of speech, but lacked the beaming smile he once had. Perhaps it would return only with full recovery. She reminded herself to be content with this progress. She observed as Meera treated him. This time, he managed to sit upright, while Meera merely placed her hands upon his back. It seemed as though she had done nothing at all, yet from Bran's expression, it was evident she had accomplished much. Bran stood bare, his face flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet the gaze of his mother, let alone that of Meera. Yet, Catherine merely observed him with a gentle smile. I can feel it, Bran exclaimed. What do you feel? Came the surprised inquiry from Catelyn. I can feel my legs, I can feel my toes. I can feel down below, he nearly shouted. Bran, do not move, absolutely do not move. Any disturbance before your full recovery could negate all progress. Trust me, you must endure just a few more months. Meera carefully turned Bran around. His cheeks were crimson, and he must have felt utterly humiliated, the poor fool. Indeed, Bran, do not move until you are fully recovered, Catelyn reiterated anxiously. I shall prepare a medicinal bath for you. With it, your recovery may be expedited. And perhaps in just a few weeks, you will walk unaided. What a miraculous technique. How do you achieve this, Meera? Master Luwin surmised that it was likely not sorcery, but rather a legitimate method of restorative care. Master Luwin, I am aligning his meridians. His bones are uninjured, but rather, it is the nerve pathways that have been affected. If repaired in time, some function should return, Meera explained, grasping Luwin's hand. Caitlin observed the peculiar expression on Lewin's face. Nerve pathways. Is that a concept introduced by the Citadel? Meera did not respond, but placed her hand upon his. Do you feel it, Master? I sense warmth flowing between our hands. He inquired in astonishment. It is not magic. It is the harnessing of the body's energy. I cannot articulate what it is precisely, but it is not sorcery. I can perceive the most subtle sensations, including the nerve pathways. When I sense them, I can manipulate and catalyze them. What extraordinary power! Master Lewin bowed to her. Perhaps you can explain the medicinal bath to me. I shall prepare it. Yes, Master Lewin, your assistance is precisely what I need. There are many herbs whose names I do not know, and I can only forage for them in the wild. With these herbs, the recovery can be hastened. Caitlin had great faith in Meera. Yet, she had just heard a term that filled her with trepidation, compelling her to inquire, what does it mean to recover partially? Caitlin could sense her voice quaver. Initially, she had been filled with hope. My lady, this partial recovery may allow him to walk, to ride, to run, and to engage in intimate relations, but it may not suffice for him to wield a sword and vanquish Robb. His physical condition may hinder his potential, Meera explained solemnly. What more could I possibly wish for? At first, I merely desired for him to live. Then I hoped for him to speak, and later for him to stand. I should not expect more. The gods have already been merciful. She reached out to Meera. Meera, please do all that you can. I have no other desires. This child, although not destined to become a member of the elite guard, is still capable of being a commendable lord. Now that he has awakened, it is imperative for him to continue his studies, for learning can also serve as a refuge from idle thoughts while lying in bed. Master Lewin interrupted her reverie, his gaze fixed upon Bran. Yes, Master Lewin, please assist him as you did with Robb. After instructing Master Lewin, Caitlin kissed Bran and, after offering him comfort for a considerable time, departed. Numerous matters awaited her within the castle. She was not only Bran's mother, but also that of Robb and Rickon. The upheaval in Winterfell had hastened Robb's maturation overnight, and she could not afford to behave like a petulant child. She needed to embody the true essence of a noble woman. Winterfell and the market of White Harbor were home to dozens of guards loyal to House Manderly, with several times that number serving them. As for those who had not reached Winterfell, she dared not contemplate their fate. However, the wealth acquired through Manderly's maritime endeavors was ample, sufficient to cover the wages of these individuals. Their earnings had indeed brought prosperity to the surrounding markets, including the brothels, which had stirred considerable commotion in Winterfell and its vicinity. Today, they had ventured forth from Winterfell to hunt, and perhaps the area would be significantly quieter. Caitlin had her own responsibilities. She had a younger son to attend to. She arranged for Tina and Lumbo to prepare food for Bran and requested the old wet nurse to regale Bran with his favorite tales after Master Lewin's departure. She also needed to accompany Rickon in learning everything he wished to know, even attending to the feeding of the direwolf pup. Direwolf pup, such a childish name. His affection for this creature paled in comparison to his love for Summer, just as his fondness for Rickon did not match that for Bran. This realization filled her with guilt. In the remaining moments, she found herself reminiscing about Eddard, far away in King's Landing, as well as her beautiful and gentle elder daughter, Sansa, and her whimsical youngest, Arya. She was confident that Sansa could navigate the intricate courtly protocols of King's Landing. However, she harbored concerns for her younger daughter, fearing that the capital might not nurture her into a refined young lady. Gazing at the direwolf pup, she was reminded of the direwolves and the deceased stag, alongside Sansa's own direwolf, Lady. When Lady S' body was returned to Winterfell, all the wolves had begun to howl, and the thought sent chills down her spine. She had never had an affinity for those wolves. Yet, Summer had saved Bran, awakening her to the realization that the direwolves represented not only the sigil of their family, but also its strength. With two girls bereft of this power, she pondered their well-being in King's Landing. The anguish of separation was profound, and she resented herself for sending Eddard to the unfamiliar south. Indeed, the former hand had been slain, yet this had no bearing on the distant north, where they could wage war upon one another while the north remained untouched. If half of Manderly's intelligence regarding Lysa was accurate, she ought not to place trust in Lysa's accusations. She felt utterly befuddled. Did the presence of 3 healthy sons embolden her to believe she could contend in the south? Eddard Stark had 3 healthy sons. When he, taking the counsel of the old maester, aspired for great ambitions in the realm, he, along with his heirs and the elite from various houses of the north, perished in King's Landing. She cast aside such dreadful thoughts, yet fear clung to her like a shadow, unsettling her. No, Eddard would surely remain unharmed. She had received word that Eddard's brother, Benjen, had vanished while patrolling north of the wall. Searches had yielded no results, and hope for his survival was waning. Perhaps she should convey this news to Eddard in King's Landing. It seemed that Eddard might be the last surviving son of Lord Rickard. Alas, she had 3 sons by her side, each in good health. May the 7 bless them, and may the old gods favor their faithful in the distant south. As night fell, Roderick returned to the city, contrary to her expectation that he would be camping outside. They brought back an assortment of peculiar herbs, as well as a prisoner. The prisoner, with thick lips and gray eyes, referred to himself as the Smelly One, flashing a sycophantic grin that irked her greatly. "My lady, the gods are truly cruel. Such horrors have transpired." Roderick's words sent chills down her spine. She was loath to hear any grim news. "We captured 2 hunters in the hunting grounds of Winterfell." Roderick pointed at the Smelly One. "By the gods, they were hunting people. We encountered them by the stream, and they were skinning their prey, a girl. We killed one and captured the other." Hearing such a tale made Catelyn's skin crawl. This must surely be the work of the Dreadfort. Robb approached. "Mother, we must confront Lord Roose Bolton." Roose Bolton was a man whom Eddard regarded with great caution. He was not someone Robb could easily handle. The deceased, as the prisoner claimed, was named Ramsay Snow. The clothing and trinkets corroborated this, indicating that they had slain Roose Bolton's bastard son, perhaps even his only son. If Roose's attitude toward his illegitimate offspring bore even a fraction of Eddard's sense of honor, this was not a matter to be taken lightly. "Mother, they committed murder on our father's lands. We need not hesitate. We shall directly question Lord Bolton." "Indeed. Your arrangements are commendable. We need not hold back. Let us confine this Smelly One to the dungeons. The deed is done. What more is there to ponder?" Catelyn had long heard of Roose Bolton's infamous bastard. If half the rumors were true, he was the North's most despicable wretch. "And what shall we do with the corpse of that bastard?" "Perhaps we should skin it and return it," suggested Theon, indifferent. "The North forbids skinning men," Robb reminded. "Then let us behead him and send the head back," Theon replied. "Lord Stark has taken many heads from the living." "Robb, this dead man's head is quite fitting for you to handle," Theon jested to Robb. "Let us show some respect to Lord Bolton. Returning the body should suffice," Robb asserted. Catelyn nodded quietly, pleased by the child's composure. "So be it." The body of Ramsay Snow would be returned, the situation explained, and a stern warning issued to Lord Bolton to enforce strict discipline among his men. After giving her orders, Catelyn still felt a twinge of unease. She finally pinpointed the source of her discomfort. "That girl, the one who had been flayed? My lady, I granted her a swift end." Roderick looked even more pained than she did, a burden for this honorable instructor. Catelyn felt slightly dizzy. Had she not screamed, we would have remained oblivious to such horrors. Theon too wore a solemn expression, perhaps shaken by the very scene itself. What did she say before her death? Catelyn found herself asking this question, though she knew she ought to remain silent and forget the matter entirely. The northern weather was harsh, and the people were equally brutal. The girl's face and body had been mutilated beyond recognition. She could not utter coherent sentences, only beseech the gods for mercy. We were powerless to intervene. Roderick fidgeted restlessly, like a white-haired gorilla. "Let it end." Meera, our queen of love and beauty," he added. Even her guards looked pale. Theon offered a bitter smile. "Just like me. Let it end. 7 gods above, you northerners, conclude this matter swiftly. I can bear no more. Good lady, this cruelty is unique to the north. Not all northern men are like this," Roderick contended. Catelyn wished to avoid further discourse on such topics. She waved her hand, urging them to depart. Only Robb remained, clearly wanting to speak with her. "Mother, Lord Bolton must face punishment. His bastard has committed a heinous crime, and he must provide an explanation and accept appropriate retribution. Furthermore, I demand his assurance that such atrocities will never occur again." It was then that Catelyn noticed Robb's pale countenance. Indeed, Robb was a man of justice, but I must teach him to remain calm, to exercise patience and balance. Not all matters could be resolved through violence, nor could every problem be addressed directly. Bolton was the most influential noble in the north. Any action against him must be approached with caution, demonstrating both authority and grace to his vassals. "Tell me, are you prepared to confront him?" "No, mother." "Very well. Robb, I understand your distress. You are a good boy. However, your father is far away in King's Landing, and in the north, we must not burden him further." Catelyn gazed at the boy, whose hair mirrored her own, filled with pride and profound tenderness. "I am grown now, soon to be of age, no longer a child, mother." "In a mother's eyes, who is not a child?" Catelyn smiled, seeing him at a loss for a retort. The following morning, Meera returned to Winterfell with her guard, yet Catelyn noticed the absence of any game. Her net contained only plants and roots, while her bag was filled with various unknown stones. "Classify these plants and lay them out to dry in a clear space," Catelyn commanded upon hearing her issue orders. "Madam, please hold on." Meera observed her, mentioning Ramsay Snow, and added that she had discovered other victims. Catelyn glanced back at the returning party, where an incongruous silhouette emerged, a young woman, her face marred by wounds, swathed in a vast, fur-lined cloak, trembling within its confines. These individuals were but playthings for Ramsay. He would strip them bare, momentarily grant them reprieve, only to hunt them down as prey. It was said that if they amused him, he would slay them and skin them, naming his hounds after their identities. Should they fail to entertain him, they would meet a similar fate. But with the skinning preceding their demise, Meera addressed her directly in the courtyard. Though slightly impatient, she reiterated earnestly, for Bran's sake, that Ramsay was deceased, and they would return his remains to the Dreadfort, ensuring that Roose Bolton managed his own affairs. Furthermore, the matter of skinning must be categorically prohibited. In essence, this issue had been resolved, and it was time to cease further concern. "Madam, this is the reason I have brought this person back." Alas, it seemed that the one who had truly perished was not Ramsay. The calm words conveyed a chilling reality. With just a few phrases, Catelyn comprehended that being a captive in Winterfell was the true plight of the Bolton bastard. "How unfortunate it is for me to be embroiled in such sordid affairs. Summon Robb, Theon, and Ser Roderick at once to the keep for counsel. If the true bastard yet lives, should we slay that wretch or return him to the Dreadfort? I doubt Robb would ever permit such a fiend to escape unpunished. Such abhorrent acts demand a singular form of retribution. Yet is this the appropriate moment to make that decision?" As Catelyn envisioned the figures she sought gathering in the Great Hall, she noted Robb's reddened eyes. Already aware of the truth, "Jane, escort this poor girl away and see to her comfort." Robb turned away in anguish, now fully cognizant that he was the true Ramsay, and inquired, "What do you have to say for your crimes?" She understood that his son could confront this transgressor directly. The girl, terrified, protested, "I am not Ramsay Snow. I am a wretch. She merely wished to harm me." He dragged his thick lips into a smile. "Regardless of who you are, your actions render you irredeemably vile. The only distinction lies in whether we deliver the wrong head to Roose Bolton. It matters little, for we shall send both. Lord Bolton will discern which one to bury and which to feed to the dogs, if the dogs are willing to partake." Meera articulated these sentiments with unembellished clarity, asserting that she ought not to usurp Robb's role in judgment, even if the outcome remained unchanged. "In the name of Robert Baratheon I, Robb, perhaps Roose Bolton has but one son," she hinted, resolutely maintaining that she would not speak until her son rendered his verdict, yet Robb appeared vexed by her interruption. "I am teaching him to be a person of discernment. Madam, if a conclusion aligns with divine law, earthly morality, and one's own conscience, I believe there should be no further hesitation based on extraneous factors." Meera remained steadfastly composed. Catelyn glanced at the silent Robb, who remained obstinately resolute. She then turned her gaze to the taciturn Theon, whose thoughts were a mystery even to the gods. "I should not seek his support." Her eyes fell upon Ser Roderick, who even turned his face away. Finally, she looked at Meera, a mere girl nearly the same age as his son. How could she possibly offer Robb any valuable counsel? They were all oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Though she too wished for the demise of such detritus of humanity, Robb was the heir of the North. Beyond the law, he must consider the repercussions and ramifications of his decisions. He was responsible for the peace and tranquility of the North. Even if he were to act, he must be prepared to confront Roose Bolton. Were they ready? A lord who strictly adhered to the law would merely be a nuisance. And those who offered such advice were nothing but blockheads. Am I the only one contemplating Robb's rule? Am I the sole bearer of this advisory burden? I should have summoned the maester, yet such a grim affair should not taint his ears. "Robb, how shall you handle Roose Bolton's wrath?" "Mother, I need not concern myself with Roose Bolton's fury. He should be wary of my own," Robb replied. Meera was right. This matter conformed to the laws of the realm, aligned with the moral fabric of humanity, and resonated with my inner convictions. I have no reason to abstain. At that moment, Robb embodied his father's role, Catelyn mused. He heeded this bastard sister's words more than mine. I, Robb Stark, acting Lord of Winterfell, in the name of King Robert Baratheon of House Baratheon, the Undulls, the First Men, and the Protector of the Seven Kingdoms, sentence you to death. You have the right to choose to die as a wretch or as Ramsay Snow. Robb pronounced solemnly. No, you dare not kill me. My father will avenge me. He chose to die as Ramsay Snow. That choice bears no relevance to the dead, Ramsay. Robb stood tall, having embraced the mantle of Winterfell's lord. Theon, take him to the yard. I shall execute him myself. Also, mother, since Bran can now rise, he should join us. Theon smiled, swiftly kicking Ramsay, attempting to drag the howling man from the hall. The example set by his father was clear. She knew he could look into Ramsay's eyes and sever his head. No, I can join the Night's Watch. You cannot deny me that option. Ramsay snarled. No, that option is not available to you, Robb replied fiercely. My uncle Benjen Stark and my brother Jon Snow serve at the Wall, and I shall never allow one such as you to become their brother. Chapter 5. Bran at the conclusion of the day's lessons. Maester Luwin announced that he was free to move about. He was finally liberated from the burdens of the sigils, languages, cultural customs, and historical legacies of the great houses. The Maester often said that the knowledge acquired in youth leaves the deepest impressions, yet he found himself weary of such mere memorization. Sitting upon his bed, he beheld the sunlight streaming through the window, dust motes dancing in the light. He gazed outward, following the angle of the sunlight, only to find a hint of darkness. As he raised a hand to shield his eyes, the azure sky and low-hanging white clouds peeked through his fingers. The sunlight was remarkably gentle, warming his skin with a comforting embrace. Such weather was ideal for scaling walls. The air was crisp and invigorating, allowing one to ascend from the corner of the city walls to the highest tower without breaking a sweat, his feet discerning the warmth of each stone beneath him. Yet, now it was a different story. After enduring treatment and unpleasant baths, he could finally rise from bed and walk independently. But his legs no longer obeyed him as they once did. They felt like two unfamiliar appendages. May said it would be best to relearn how to crawl as if he were a newborn, using this practice to regain his physical coordination. However, he felt it was beneath his dignity to be crawling at his age, especially when even Riken had ceased to crawl. He had attempted it, but the sight of his little dog and the summer cat mimicking him only deepened his embarrassment. When would he be able to walk again? The scholar had mentioned that it takes children 3 to 4 years from birth to learn to walk. That felt like an eternity. In truth, he had been diligently exercising, as May advised. Since he could stand, he had refused assistance from anyone, preferring to invest an exponentially greater amount of time instead. May reassured him that with ample practice, he would surely recover fully, and her support would expedite the process. Bran unconditionally trusted her. She had once claimed he would stand again within 3 days, and indeed, on the 3rd day, he managed to free himself and descend to the ground. May still dedicated her days to tending to his muscles and limbs, and he recognized this consumed far too much of her time. Yet, this task was irreplaceable, and he yearned to recover as swiftly as possible. It saddened him deeply that May, nearly a lady of the realm, was compelled to remain in Winterfell, along with her retinue of soldiers, solely to attend to him, a mere child. He struggled to rise from his bed, and Miss Jasmine gracefully approached him, draping a cloak over his shoulders and fastening the ties. He expressed his gratitude in silence. He took deliberate steps forward, contemplating the weirwood in prayer for his father, for his 2 sisters who were away, and for Jory, Fat Tom, the Septa, and the other companions who had accompanied his father southward. He was certain that his father, Eddard Stark, would never betray his country, a sentiment shared by Bran and all his kin in Winterfell. Had they not all remarked on the brotherly bond between Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon? Even Robb had been named in honor of the king. Now, the entire Winterfell was palpable with tension. He could feel it, though no one spoke of it to him. When he inquired with Maester Luwin, the scholar merely replied that nothing would transpire. Would nothing truly happen? Robb had convened with their mother, Theon, Roderick, and May to discuss matters of war. He could almost hear the incessant cawing of the ravens, each carrying messages to various castles. Robb was summoning their father's bannermen southward to battle the lions. A wave of guilt washed over him. As a cripple, he could contribute nothing. If only he had not been injured, or if he had simply perished from his fall. May could have accompanied their father to King's Landing. In that case, regardless of what transpired, they would have returned safely to the north. She is not only a legendary warrior, but also a knight imbued with magic. Dozens of great ships lie anchored in various ports, and had she been by her father's side, she could have been of great assistance. Yet, she is trapped in Winterfell because of me, and in turn, my father, sister, and Jory are also confined in King's Landing. The thought of this brings tears to Bran's eyes. His direwolf, Summer, senses his emotions and gently licks the hand that rests on his cane. The cane was crafted by Maester Luwin to suit his height. When his mother learned that he refused to crawl and insisted on practicing to stand, fearing he might fall, she enlisted Maester Luwin's help to create it. The cane makes him appear almost as aged as Maester Luwin, does it not? Indeed, it has significantly reduced his tumbles. But what if he learns to walk and still relies on the cane? Would they mockingly nickname him Old Bran? That would be most unflattering. The path to the heart tree torments him, but what exacerbates his distress is that Adu and Jory wait nearby, observing him as he struggles forward, making him feel utterly disabled. Adu, carry me to the heart tree. He concedes defeat, yearning only to reach the heart tree swiftly to pray for his father. Adu chuckles and obliges, lifting him as requested. However, Bran feels the position must look exceedingly awkward, and he is profoundly uncomfortable, enduring Adu's unpleasant odor. Upon entering the grove, he finds Meera standing before the heart tree, her hand resting upon one of its eyes. She appears both serene and sorrowful, a sight Bran has never witnessed before, and she hardly notices their arrival. Adu instinctively halts. Indeed, I am not the only one praying for my father, mother, Robb. And Meera share the same intentions. Put me down, he instructs Adu. Bran, Meera acknowledges him. Bran struggles to articulate his feelings about this sister, who is only a few years his senior, yet seems to possess a maturity that makes him feel as if she were a sister of their mother or father. Meera, I thought you were with Robb, discussing plans to rescue father, he says, stepping closer to the heart tree, feeling its gaze upon him. Yes, Bran. Your brother is resolute in gathering father's bannermen to march south. My opinions diverge greatly from theirs, which is why I have come here to converse with the heart tree. Bran glances at the heart tree again, suspecting Meera is jesting. He harbors many questions, but is uncertain whether these adults would deign to answer a mere child, especially one who is a cripple. She smiles at him. A beautiful sight that does not seem mocking. You, too, can perceive it. The heart tree will respond to you. However, if you lack sensitivity, it remains merely a tree. Following her gaze, Bran looks up at the pale heart tree. Its trunk is entirely white, while all its leaves blaze like flames, swaying gently in the wind and producing a soft chime like wind bells. He does not grasp her meaning. What did it respond? Can you understand? It speaks of a father imprisoned in the depths of the underground, perceptible yet beyond sight and rescue. Its strength in the south is feeble, unable to assist me. And it sighs. There are countless other things, yet I cannot see or hear them. Bran gazes at Meera, feeling a flush upon his cheeks under her gaze. He seems stripped of all secrets, for she has seen him unclothed far too many times. He observes her lustrous black eyes, akin to a deep well, concealing myriad mysteries unbeknownst to him. What then shall we do? The heart trees of the south are fewer than those of the north. As I have heard, they were felled by the Undulls. We are but mortals, not deities. Many matters cannot be resolved by divine intervention. We must rely on our strength and wisdom to confront challenges and achieve our aims. In truth, all we can do is fulfill our obligations and execute them well. Heaven aids those who help themselves, yet scorns those who abandon themselves. Her eyes sparkled brighter. No mere oracle could possess such brilliance. Few impart the principles of the divine to him. I have heard from the nuns that the divine punishes those who show it disrespect while rewarding those who serve it diligently. Bran, some beings may wield considerable power, thus falsely claiming divinity. They demand respect, service, and love, compelling mortals to act according to their will, punishing those who refuse. Such deities are, in reality, false gods. Even more depraved, mere tyrants, madmen, consumed by their own tempers. Indeed, most ordinary people encounter those who exploit the name of the divine for personal gain. Among them, a few may lack selfish motives. They are either deluded fanatics or ignorant souls. She sighed, gazing at the faces turned towards them. Do you know? A true god is devoid of joy or sorrow, love or hate. All things in the universe are but mere fodder in their eyes. They resemble the trees before us. The mountains afar, the eternal stars suspended in the sky, unchanged for anyone. Should you curse them, they will not respond. Should you adore them, they will not grant you favor. Bran could not comprehend. Why should a true god be devoid of emotion? If the divine is indifferent, why should we revere and admire it? You know, Bran, ponder why you have come here. Surely, you seek something from it. She fixed her gaze upon the heart tree. I have heard that in ancient times, the ancestors would extract the entrails of their enemies and hang them upon the heart tree to appease the old gods and other deities, engaging in various brutal sacrifices with utmost devotion. But do you know how the divine responded to them? Bran felt a knot in his gut. How did they respond? Have you forgotten what I just said? A true god sees all worldly matters as mere fodder, thus offering no response. Since the divine does not respond, why do they still perform sacrifices? Some beings, wielding power, bind themselves to specific forms to maintain their existence. Once the form is activated, they must manifest to assert their presence. Well, you are still too young. Such matters should not concern you. I, too, find it difficult to comprehend. If the old gods remain unresponsive, does that imply they are the true deities? If the old gods exhibit such indifference, why would they reveal to you that your father is imprisoned beneath the earth? The heart tree resembles the clouds above. When these clouds appear dark and foreboding, they signal an impending downpour. Similarly, the heart tree is akin to the stars in the sky, eternally fixed in their positions. By observing it over the vast ocean, we can ascertain our location and navigate our course, a lesson surely imparted to you by Master Luwin. They do not alter our fates, yet, through careful observation, we can glean knowledge that aids us in confronting our adversaries. The heart tree and the gods serve as instruments, much like the garments we don, each possessing unique functions. So, how might we discern the messages conveyed by the heart tree? It requires study, Bran. Just as a navigator must learn to interpret the stars for mapping, like a housewife must gather her drying clothes and provisions before the storm approaches. By learning about them, comprehending their essence, and utilizing their wisdom, we can bolster our confidence and assurance when challenges arise. Indeed, education is essential, yet no one has guided me. Bran, you, too, possess dreams, don't you? I am aware of this. I can sense it, and I believe you can, too. Meera lowered her gaze upon him, and Bran felt her eyes gleaming brighter, like stars in the night sky, shimmering and almost piercing his perception. This is the strength within your blood. Explore it and master it, and you shall naturally communicate with the tree. How often have Bran and Master Luwin discussed the nature of dreams? Yet the scholar always dismissed them. He recalled the scholar's tone and demeanor. Bran, many dreams are merely the whimsical and mischievous fruits of a child's daytime antics, devoid of substance. Such is the attitude toward children. Master Luwin merely maintained patience, never truly perceiving him as an ignorant child. Bran understood. I have had dreams, Bran spoke softly, as if uncertain of his own words. Did I transform into a wolf? Meera winked at him, fully aware, knowing everything. Bran silenced himself. Unsure whether to confide in Meera about the contents of his dream, he felt it better to withdraw. Will you harness these powers to aid Robb in rescuing our father? I will exhaust every ounce of my strength. But you said your views differ from theirs, from Robb's. Our aims align. It is merely the details that differ. Robb wishes to summon the bannermen to march south and confront the lion, yet I believe they are too hasty. Ah, Bran, I am unsure if Master Luwin has apprised you of the current situation. In truth, if Robb descends southward, you shall become the Lord of Winterfell. You cannot remain merely a child. You must grasp the broader context. Perhaps, in a few years, you will need to wield your own sword and don armor to engage in real battles. She patted Bran on the shoulder. Continuing with insights meant only for the ears of the mature, which roused Bran's spirits, compelling him to listen intently. King Robert has 2 brothers, and numerous rumors abound. In truth, the king's eldest brother, Stannis, has sent ravens to all the lords, asserting that the prince currently seated upon the Iron Throne is not the offspring of the late King Robert, but rather a bastard birth from the illicit union of Ser Jaime and Queen Cersei, thus lacking the rightful claim to the throne. The younger brother, too, espouses this same contention, yet has adorned himself with a crown. No one ever disclosed these matters to me. Even if Robert's children are deemed unworthy of kingship, it is not the younger brother's turn to ascend, just as Winterfell is not destined for me. Therefore, the late king's son and his 2 brothers are bound to clash, each unyielding in their resolve. You are familiar with the history of the Dance of the Dragons, are you not, Bran? Maester Luwin once instructed him, and he recalls that during his studies of that history, his fascination lay solely with dragons. He could even recite the names of all the dragons, both living and deceased. The Targaryens, after Aegon I, were divided into the Blacks and Greens in their pursuit of the Iron Throne, leading to a devastating civil war. Although peace was eventually restored, the Targaryen lineage saw the extinction of dragons thereafter. Indeed, to be precise, it was several years post-conflict before their dragons vanished entirely. In that war, there were only 2 factions, Princess Rhaenyra and Queen Alicent's son, Aegon. As the war progressed, the Blacks and Greens were left with no choice but to forge a tenuous alliance through marriage to conclude their strife. Though the Targaryens managed to maintain their rule, they were gravely weakened. Yet, you see, the ruling Baratheon family of the 7 Kingdoms has never possessed dragons, and they too are fracturing into 3 warring factions. The accusations are so severe that compromise seems unattainable. Will they continue to fight indefinitely? Bran felt a flicker of delight at the implication. Until the other 2 factions are decimated. However, any one of them who wishes to preserve the integrity of the realm will require the North, will need the Starks. If one of the brothers prevails, father will likely return home safely. If the son wins the war, as long as the king is not mad, we reveal our wolf's teeth, and father too will return unharmed to the North. The phrase wolf's teeth made him smile, yet he could not be overly optimistic. If only Robb would refrain from marching south, he would be quite pleased. Yet now Robb intends to summon his bannermen to descend into battle. Indeed, the dire wolf against the lion, Who knows how much blood will be shed before one side conquers the other entirely. My counsel is to refrain from premature involvement in the war. We ought to observe the unfolding events from the north. Bran understood that physically, the dire wolf is not lesser than the lion. Yet he oddly felt as though their dire wolves were still juvenile and incapable of contending with the southern lions, a thought that instilled fear within him. A lone wolf may perish, but a pack thrives. Bran recalled his father's teachings. Robb is not yet fully mature, and his other brother is now at the wall. He himself is still young and disabled, not to mention Rickon, who remains a mere child and occasionally requires Summer to subdue the direwolf pup. Will you assist Robb? Bran could scarcely hear his own voice. He feared the answer might be unfavorable. Bran, I shall certainly assist him. He is my brother. And I too am a child of our father. A smile graced Bran's lips, yet a bittersweet pang coursed through his heart. But you lack a wolf. Meera refrained from delving further into that topic, instead redirecting her discourse. The shapeshifter's ability is both a gift and a temptation. The deeds of wolves do not imply that one can don their skins and act accordingly. Beneath their hide, one must remain cognizant of their humanity, upholding the morals and honors inherent to mankind, eschewing the allure of pleasures not meant for our kind. Beyond that, one may explore, learn. It is akin to the clouds in the sky, the stars in the night. You must endeavor to learn, to validate, to practice. Yet, no one has taught me. Similar to a child learning to walk or run, without instruction, one ultimately finds their way. However, the training here resembles climbing a wall. Not everyone can scale it. Nor can all who attempt do so as adeptly as before, and you are not innately skilled at climbing walls. She touched his face, eliciting a sense of embarrassment within him. In essence, it conveys that as long as you train and explore, growth will come naturally. He yearned for growth, eager to discern what it would manifest as. Meera, what is your dream? I no longer require dreams. I can transform into an eagle soaring in the heavens or a cat prowling the earth. Should dragons exist in this world, I would wish to attempt that as well. But you must keep this a secret. I have heard the wildlings refer to individuals like me as shapeshifters, a sign of capability beyond the wall, yet potentially met with disdain in the north. I shall keep your secret. Can I shift into a wolf at will? You may. However, Bran, your responsibilities are considerable. You must absorb the teachings of Master Luwin, strengthen your legs and feet, and cultivate the abilities we just discussed. I shall strive diligently. I shall walk again soon. Feeling considerably better, he ceased his prayers to the heart tree. After Meera departed, he laboriously settled beside the fishbone tree, grasping its roots, yearning to uncover the stories whispered by the rustling leaves of distant lands. The tree's response eluded him, as only the sound of rustling reached his ears. Akin to the gentle chime of wind bells, he persisted in his attempts, yet the whispers remained faint. Suddenly, Bran was jolted awake. Robb had arrived. He opened his eyes to behold the massive head of Grey Wind. It was truly enormous. He turned to Robb, whose countenance bore the weariness of one ravaged by the northern winds, as if a single night had stripped him of his youth. He no longer resembled a boy. A thought that filled Bran's heart with sorrow. Robb. Bran supported himself against the ground, prompting Robb to rush to his aid, but he stubbornly rebuffed him, rising with difficulty, yet resolutely standing on his own. I can stand by myself. Bran, seeing you regain your footing brings me immense joy. The day you awakened. The day you could descend from your bed. I arranged for Master Luwin to dispatch ravens to both King's Landing and the Wall. They must have received the good news by now. How long do you think it will take for you to return to normalcy? Jon has written back, expressing his intention to come and see you. Robb shared the same hair as him, though his was shorter and cullier. He is far stronger than I, and more robust as well. I remain uncertain. I have been diligently training all along. He hesitated to inquire about the war, but ultimately voiced his concerns. I am aware that we have signaled to our father's vassals. Are we truly on the brink of battle? Robb marches south. He is the Lord of Winterfell. Yet apart from what Meera has informed him, he knows nothing. Can one truly be a lord while remaining ignorant? Indeed. I am prepared to lead our forces southward to the neck, to thwart any armies that dare invade the north. If necessary, we will press further south, compelling the Iron Throne to yield and return our father to us. Robb's voice was resolute, as though he were already commanding a great army on the march. Meera suggested we should wait in the north, biding our time for a Targaryen conflict, allowing them to sort their own affairs, regardless of who ultimately claims the Iron Throne. As long as the north remains Stark territory, they will have no choice but to release our father. Bran, we are Starks. We are men of House Stark, and they will undoubtedly free our father. However, we Starks will never idly stand by while our kin face humiliation from afar. We shall not await the mercy of our foes. We must strive for everything ourselves. Moreover, We are the dire wolves of the north. We possess this land. And if we do not display our fangs and claws, they will look down upon us, as will our vassals. This is the only path I can choose. Do you understand? Bran had never witnessed such a solemn Robb. In that moment, he transformed from brother to king. Will you take Meera with you south? No. She will remain with you in Winterfell. You shall be the lord of Winterfell, and she will assist you in managing all matters of the realm. She should accompany you south. What of Mother? Will she not assist me in governing the lands? Robb chuckled bitterly. No, Mother will come south with me. She will seek aid from the Vale at the Eyrie. She is the most suitable candidate for the task. Furthermore, grandfather is gravely ill, and she wishes to return to Riverrun to visit him. How can we refuse such a request? She should stay behind. What of Rickon? He is still so young. He nearly shouted. You and Meera will care for him. Caring for children is a mother's duty, not hers. She should accompany you south. You know her capabilities. Together, you cannot defeat her, he exclaimed loudly. Bran, do not be childish. This is war. Personal strength is unnecessary. Moreover, our journey south does not require sailing. The path is merely mud. She is a lady and should not be forced into such tasks. She can transform into an eagle, into a cat. She is not limited to sailing. Bran regretted promising to keep Meera's secret. I do not need Meera to care for me. She is not little Rickon's mother. Bran, she is the one who helped you rise again. With her by your side, you will recover sooner. Mother believes it is best for her to stay behind and look after you. Do you not wish to stand again soon? Yes, I do. But he knew he ought not to respond thus. Bran felt that his recent outburst had caused a headache, and he was at a loss for how to respond. Additionally, a painful cramp began to twist in his abdomen. Leaning on his crutch, he began to retch. Bran, are you all right? Robb hurriedly assisted him. With Meera by my side, what could possibly trouble me? Suddenly, the wave of nausea struck Bran, leaving him both embarrassed and irate as he forcefully pushed away Robb's hand. Summer, we must go? He urged, taking cautious steps, one after another. Summer merely regarded him, casting a glance at Grey Wind, and moved half a step in tune with his pace. The embarrassment weighed heavier on him. Ultimately, he allowed Hodder to carry him out of this mortifying situation. Yet, as he stepped beyond the Weirwood Grove, a wave of frustration washed over him. All he desired was to convey to Robb that Meera's presence beside him held far greater worth than being near a cripple. But now, he was resolute in his refusal to return and endure further humiliation. He loathed his own ineptitude and kicked out in anger. The force of his boot sending it flying, striking Hodder in the face. Hodder! Hodder exclaimed. Bran! His mother called softly. Bran responded in a whisper, his voice barely audible even to himself. This day is truly vexatious, he thought, his cheeks flushing. His mother stood on the bridge of the corridor, able to survey everything from her elevated position. Bran observed her poised figure, acutely aware that she had been watching him for quite some time. This scene had certainly not escaped her notice. Bran. Catelyn descended from the corridor towards the bridge, and at that moment, Hodder gently set him down. Mother, are you to accompany Robb south? He hoped his face would lose some of its crimson hue. Bran, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Robb has summoned the bannermen for the journey south, and I will depart even before him. I must seek reinforcements at the Eyrie on his behalf. No one is more suited for this task than I, Bran. After we leave, you will serve as the acting lord of Winterfell, and as your brother. You must look after Rickon. Yes, everything is arranged. I shall follow your commands. I know. Bran was oblivious to the coldness in his tone. Yet his mother smiled at him. Bran, I assure you, you are my dearest son. Neither Robb nor I wish to leave Winterfell, to part from you and Rickon. You know how deeply I care, especially for you. Bran felt his mother's hand flowing through his hair. Mother, I do not require your sorrow. I have grown, almost entirely. It is Rickon who needs you. He is but 4 years old, and he is already so difficult to manage when you are here. If you both leave, he will spiral out of control, not to mention the dire wolf. That beast has already bitten many. My Summer cannot contain it. Rickon requires you by his side, not me. Not a crippled brother. Upon uttering the word cripple, he felt tears welling up. No, Bran, you are no longer a cripple. You can walk normally now, albeit slowly. And Meera has assured me that you can fully recover. With diligent training, you could still become a great knight. Is that not your lifelong dream? As she saw him cry, she crouched down and embraced him, the scent of the chapel's candles enveloping him. I know, I believe. But neither you nor Robb should leave Winterfell. Bran found himself unable to cease his weeping, torn between the anguish of how to keep his mother and brother from departing and the struggle to halt his own tears. Bran, do not be so childish. You just claim to have grown up. If both Robb and I remain in Winterfell, who shall venture south? Catelyn caressed his chestnut hair, and Bran understood that this was the gentle fa-ade of a mother, beneath which lay the unyielding visage of Lady Stark. Meera Stark, my sister. You are all aware of her capabilities. She should not languish in Winterfell merely to tend to my recovery, for I have already mended. He felt a slight alleviation. She ought to lead the northern forces to rescue our father. Bran loathed being treated like a child and detested the fact that he truly was just that. Bran, cease your obstinacy. With her by your side, your recovery is assured. That is her gift, yet such a gift does not confer the ability to command troops. Especially since she is a woman, a bastard, albeit now bearing the Stark name. You know the temperament of the northern lords. They would not heed her command. I know you would argue that she is the self-proclaimed queen of love and beauty, but the tournaments and warfare are entirely disparate matters. We could never entrust the lives of thousands to her leadership. He understood that his mother harbored a profound distrust of Meera, a sentiment he believed only he could perceive. Robb can command them to obey Meera. He possesses that authority. He is the Lord of Winterfell, the heir of House Stark. Bran, my Bran. Even if Robb could command their obedience, the northern forces must converge with the troops from the Riverlands and the Eyrie. They may act upon Robb's orders out of respect for your father, Eddard Stark, and the Tully family, but they will never submit to Meera. Bran, you understand the consequences of an army lacking a single commander. Catelyn's voice grew urgent. She is still a knight, bestowed with that title by King Robert in front of thousands. Bran simply wished for his mother to heed his words. Let Meera descend, allow Robb and mother to remain. Bran, many knights and heroes from the tournaments have perished on the battlefield. Knighthood grants her no advantage whatsoever. Bran seethed, sensing that his mother had gained the upper hand in this debate, her gentle tone concealing the delight of a victor, which only fueled his anger further. Robb is not even a knight, and just months ago, he wielded a wooden sword. He should stay in Winterfell rather than march south to war. Bran, Robb is the protector of the North, the heir of Winterfell. He cannot hide behind his vassals. Nor will he allow himself to remain safely in Winterfell while his bannermen go to their deaths. Should he do so, your father's vassals would scorn him, belittle him, and ultimately abandon him, which is utterly unacceptable. She paused for a moment, stroking his hair. Though his swordsmanship may not rival Meera's, he has been learning military strategy at your father's side for quite some time, which gives him an advantage over Meera, and in battle. It is not merely skill with a sword that matters. As a commander, would it not be foolish to wield a sword on the battlefield? Then let Meera accompany Robb southward. He need not attend to my ailments. I am already capable of walking unaided. He is far more beneficial to Robb than he is to me. Bran, in his despair, perceives that adults often consider themselves to be tolerant, open-minded, and wise. Yet he finds them to be obstinate, inflexible, and incapable of heeding genuine counsel. Bran, Roderick is to escort me to the Eyrie. Following Robb's departure, you serve as the acting Lord of Winterfell. Although Master Luwin offers assistance, he is not versed in martial matters. After the army marches south, the only one able to shoulder the responsibility of defense will be her. Furthermore, her duties in Winterfell extend beyond merely tending to your needs. She bears other significant responsibilities. You see, we have already placed her in a position of great importance. Catelyn displayed a victorious and satisfied smile, which Bran despised. She presumed that my affection for Meera was merely a desire for her to be valued. Bran felt his heart shatter with disappointment, fragmenting into countless pieces until he felt nothing at all. Consequently, he called for Hodder to carry him back to the study. Summer, too, drooped his ears, resembling a defeated pup. Chapter 6. Ronald, even in the summer, Winterfell is not warm. The chill of morning and evening penetrates to the bone, quite unfriendly for one accustomed to the free cities. Yet, Winterfell and its dominion are sufficiently vast. After Robb and his vassal army march south, these foreign men enjoy newfound liberty, permitted to hunt in the surrounding woods as authorized, and upon winning the tournament, this bestowed upon him boundless delight. For Braavos boasts no such forests, and trees are a rare sight. There, any piece of wood is precious, and the thought of using it for fuel is simply unimaginable. In his youth, he fought in the streets for dung left by livestock, which could be used as fuel. He harbors no nostalgia. Life was exceedingly arduous. In accordance with the beautiful commander's directives, they are required to present only the most succulent portions of their forest spoils to the Lord of Winterfell, that slow-moving boy, Bran. In truth, most of these offerings end up with the large-nosed steward of Winterfell, who passes them along to the villagers surrounding Winterfell under the name of the slow-moving boy, as compensation for the disturbances caused by foreign interlopers. A small portion remains for preservation or to accompany the officers' meals. Ronald believes that the northerners of the village hold them in high regard. How could they not? He has already spent a considerable amount of the gold he painstakingly scavenged from across the globe. If he continues to dwell here in such carefree abandon, it will not be long before he must rely on the wolf girl's wages to sustain a humble existence. The thought of this fills him with discontent. He had initially assumed that in this shabby village, there would be little opportunity for expenditure, which had troubled him for a time. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. These seemingly barbaric northerners have brought forth everything these battle-hardened warriors desire. Women, women, women. Only those with designs on the beautiful commander likely carry bulging purses. Setting aside such distractions, he finds himself more enamored with the hunt. Here, the forests stretch vast, the fields are expansive, and the game, beasts he has never encountered, create a hunter's paradise. If only Winterfell did not impose limits on the maximum number of hunts allowed. A deer, a roe deer, 3 wolves, 1/3 of a bear, 10 wild chickens, 10 wild ducks, 5 squirrels, and an unlimited number of wild boars. These are the restrictions imposed by Winterfell upon their hunters, or rather, the limitations set forth by the enchanting commander. They often pursued wild boars, yet it was the bear or deer that determined who was the finest hunter among them. He had triumphed only thrice, one of those victories coming from his team's hunt of a black bear. However, that particular occasion proved disastrous. He forgot that the hunting quota for bears had already been exhausted, forcing him to pay thrice the market value in penalties. To compound his misfortune, in the process of slaying the bear, he lost a servant and 3 hunting dogs, leading to significant monetary reparations that weighed heavily on his conscience. Due to this blunder, all hunters subsequently refused to lend him their dogs, compelling him to pay a higher price to seek assistance from distant hunters. To remedy the situation with the hunting dogs, he rented a cottage outside the city and employed servants to train them. Nevertheless, the dogs were still mere pups and would require at least 6 months of training before becoming useful. Their hunting excursions typically spanned 3 days, setting off on the first morning and returning by the afternoon of the 3rd day. The experience of enduring the elements gave him a sense of being on the battlefield. Yet this tension was illusory. They were in the north, bearing the hunting banner of the ice wolves, surrounded by beasts but devoid of any real peril. During this time, the thrill of pursuing prey, issuing commands, and exploring the untouched wilderness filled him with immense joy. Most small game would directly serve as provisions for the army, dog food, or be given to local hunters and farmers along the way, or simply discarded to the local populace in exchange for essential supplies. He had become well acquainted with most of the surrounding residents. Beyond the act of hunting itself, he relished the food, particularly those dishes crafted from his own catches. Under the guidance of the lady, he and his comrades had developed various culinary methods: roasting, pickling, stewing, boiling, braising, simmering, and ing. He vowed that these preparations would never become tiresome. Any game they could not consume would be handed over to Winterfell. A portion would be preserved for storage, while the remainder would be processed immediately. In the training grounds, several grilling stations were set up, tended by maids who kept the fires burning continuously. The cleaned game was skewered on iron rods, rotating over the flames, repeatedly brushed with sauce, while offal was sautéed and simmered, served in enormous iron basins. It was in such a tempting environment that they continuously trained and toiled. Although the populace of Winterfell dwindled, the warmth of the fire coupled with the aroma of meat was sufficient to dispel loneliness and solitude for all. He understood that some of his comrades had grown weary of the cold days and daily training, despite the commendable provisions provided by the lady, with barbecues, bread, and buckwheat cakes available to ensure everyone was well fed. Corlyston found this lifestyle rather tiresome. How could such a stable existence compare to the thrill of drifting upon the sea? A few days prior, he had departed Winterfell and returned to White Harbor. Ronald scoffed at this notion, deeming it a child's perspective. Once one becomes accustomed to the storms, dangers, and monotony of the sea, anyone would yearn for a more stable life. Of course, the opportunity to indulge in the pursuit of game only added to the allure. He firmly believes that by following this young lady, he will swiftly acquire his own territory in this unfamiliar land, engaging in relentless hunts each day. Initially, he anticipated that Lord Robb Stark of Winterfell would journey south with his sister, and they would have the opportunity to achieve merit and be granted titles. However, only 7 among their group were fortunate enough to seize this chance, including his brother, Royal. He would represent the young lady and offer his assistance to the young wolf. As a gesture of goodwill, Royal's small team performed only moderately among their numerous counterparts, excelling in mounted archery and sprinting, while their skills with long swords and lances languished at the bottom. When Royal first departed, he congratulated him on his good fortune, but now he is filled with concern. This brother is all that remains. The 3 brothers had once together traversed the streets of Pentos, toppling the horse lords, teaching pirates a lesson in lists. intimidating slavers in Meera, humiliating the blue-lipped sorcerer in Qohor, and delving into the barren lands of Ashai to plunder temples. Countless victories. He can trust the young lady but cannot extend that trust to her half-brother. Despite acknowledging the boy's commendable qualities, a lingering unease remains. News from the south suggests that this young wolf has achieved great victories worthy of song, yet he keenly observes the young lady's discontent, sensing that there are matters unknown to him that she has chosen not to disclose. His apprehensions regarding his brother are justified. The three brothers had endured a life of hardship on the streets of Braavos, honing their skills amidst brawls. When they finally demonstrated their fearless courage, they were recruited by a knightly order, trained, and began serving a series of shameless fools, misers, and madmen. When the young lady summoned personnel in Braavos, the three brothers eagerly boarded the ship. Their voyage was fraught with diverse challenges, witnessing a plethora of landscapes, undergoing various trainings, accomplishing numerous tasks, and achieving successes. Just as they believed they could continue to revel in the sights and attain further triumphs, Roga found eternal rest in Meera, that land infamous for its slave trade. The trio was reduced to a pair. This marked a grave crisis for their team. The great lord of Meera was prepared to turn their past selves into commodities for gold. Yet, under the young lady's sword, the lord was compelled to submit. They not only retrieved Roga's head, but also claimed the golden head of the harpy they so proudly boasted of. If his conjecture holds true, that golden head still resides in the house of the bearded merchant in Qohor. To possess another's deity and treat it as a plaything ranks just below the thrill of the hunt, a luxury he covets immensely. Now, he can only hope for royal safety and wish that the young lady's brother possesses wisdom and valor akin to hers. However, it was nearly foolish for the young wolf to leave the young lady in Winterfell. The castle boasts two formidable walls, within which flows fresh water from the river, making its defenses daunting. He cannot fathom the magnitude of force or the number of lives that would be required to conquer this fortress. Fortunately, as private soldiers of Meereen, they are not tasked with manning the walls. Otherwise, the northern folk would awaken to find frozen corpses guarding their stronghold. Even though the defense of the city is unnecessary, certain matters remain unavoidable. At present, the young lady is deliberating with the scholar about the establishment of a colossal kiln for porcelain manufacturing outside the city, where they will spend the majority of their time supervising and organizing laborers. This is no mere impromptu decision. She has long identified deposits suitable for porcelain production on a nearby hill, asserting that stones lacking gold can transform into precious porcelain through fire and heat. Perhaps this embodies the essence of her design, the language of fire and heat. In Ronald's perception, she would never allow herself to succumb to idleness, nor would she permit her warrior attendants to languish in leisure. She either instructs her followers in swordsmanship, guides laborers in constructing the kiln, assists the lord in managing territorial affairs, or tends to the ailments of the slow-moving boy, never pausing in her endeavors. Compared to this young lady, Ronald enjoys a modicum of ease, albeit only a slight one. He is tasked with ensuring the daily training of his subordinates and fulfilling his learning obligations. Naturally, if fortune smiles upon him during the weekly drills, he earns the right to hunt in Stark's hunting grounds, where the spoils will be prepared and placed upon the grill, with the women left in Winterfell eager to care for such provisions. Any food that cannot be consumed will be divided among the laborers, assistants, and all those nearby. Even the hunting hounds of Winterfell will be afforded a chance to partake. At times, he feels a twinge of envy towards the laborers. As the commander of the city defenses and the Lord's chief advisor, the young lady could easily conscript them without compensation. Yet, she insists on providing bread and meals, paying wages that sometimes take the form of farming tools, excellent implements that should not be squandered on these wayward peasants. While the young lady does not pursue women like a warrior might, she undoubtedly spends money at a pace unmatched by anyone else. Occasionally, Ronald muses that she might invest all her maritime earnings into Winterfell. He is skeptical of this approach. Winterfell will never rightfully belong to her. So why invest in a castle that will ultimately not be hers? He keeps such thoughts to himself, as his lips are sealed. However, not everyone shares his discretion. It appears that our fair lady cares for her younger brother not merely as a sister, but almost as a mother. Those of us who revere her, follow her, and are willing to accompany her on her journeys now find ourselves serving this little boy. Ptolemy strikes the scarecrow fiercely with his training sword, venting his frustrations at Ronald without turning his head. We gather medicine for him, forage for herbs, dry them, and soon I suppose we will even be wiping his bottom. Ronald stifles a laugh. When has he ever wiped someone else's bottom? It has always been others attending to him. The matter of medicinal herbs has long been entrusted to others, and it seems he is deliberately stirring trouble. eager to witness Ronald's reckless behavior and the potential chaos it may bring. In my opinion, rather than languishing here, we should have disbanded in Bravos and purchased a house with a pouch of gold. Damn it, how foolish we were to have ventured to this godforsaken north. He glances at Ronald, noticing him listening intently, and continues, even remaining at the port. Listening to the winds and watching the performances would be preferable to being in this desolate place. He shouted, damn the barking dog, ah, cursed wolf. Ronald understood that not everyone adored this place, nor could everyone cultivate new hobbies here. You truly are fierce. Even the scarecrow seems frightened by you. Ronald paid no heed to his complaints. If you wish, you can leave now. A bag of gold awaits you, not to mention what you've stolen over the years. Suddenly, he pondered, heaven forbid, you haven't squandered all your money on women, have you? Humph, that was his retort. This money could easily procure several swift vessels in White Harbor. One must realize that upon your return from Ashar, you might, like the young lady, acquire gold, ships, and renown. Even becoming a governor in the East would not be beyond your reach. Damn, even the red comet in the sky sighs for you. Flatterer, you make it sound simple. Why don't you go? He gazed at the heavens. The red comet signifies the dragon. The old nurse of Winterfell, along with that inexplicably wild girl, share the same sentiments as the young lady. The fantasies of women are all alike. Ptolemy, bare-chested, scrutinized the scarecrow, sweat glistening on his taut, bronze skin. Wild girl? You've entangled yourself with that too? What is so difficult about it? He scoffed derisively. You haven't engaged with the old nurse, have you? I've even entangled with the young lady. You foolish pig, said Alia from the kitchen. The young lady will eventually have you castrated. Why would he mention that to you? Ronald, have you lost your wits while hunting? He grabbed a towel, vigorously wiped the sweat from his face, and tossed it back. All right, let us embrace. I told her not to praise my chest hair for its grandeur and masculinity. And then she foolishly began recounting the old nurse's views on the red comet. Are you satisfied now? Ah, I thought the gods pitied my brother, thus after his death. They suddenly remembered to offer a lament and tribute. The one who perished was the most reliable and handsome, while the survivor is the most wretched, ugly, and lacking in ambition. The gods truly are blind. Ptolemy swiftly struck the scarecrow with a sword on either side, his speed remarkable. Rogo was an exceptional warrior, but the red comet would not descend for him. Because of the dragon? Because of the dragon's birth. I do not believe it. No one asks you to believe. Speaking of dragons, I recall we were on a ship where we seemed to have acquired a dragon egg. That vessel was named the Sea of Summer. Do you remember the red priestess aboard? He wiped the sweat from his brow. She was truly captivating, unlike any woman I had ever seen. The young lady is far inferior. Her bosom was at least as large as this head. The wooden sword pierced the scarecrow's head, steady and precise, befitting the best swordsman. Ronald deemed himself incapable of such prowess. The young lady claimed that after seeing the comet, she dreamt of dragons. As for the old nurse, listening to her tales left me so terrified that I couldn't sleep at night, longing only to flee back to Pantos, lock the doors, and spend my life hidden beneath the covers. When did you ever listen to northern tales? Every time after being with a northern woman. No wonder you were terrified. The young lady spoke of the dream she had. Can dreams truly hold significance? What do you think? In my opinion, it largely depends on the dreamer. If a young boy dreams of a three-eyed crow, one might dismiss it easily. However, if it is the young lady's dream, it warrants a different consideration. Ronald gazed at the blood-red comet with its elongated tail, suggesting it could indeed be a dragon. I knew it. You are such a sycophant. The moniker sycophant Ronald suits you well. Yet, you are not entirely wrong. Some dreams of certain individuals should not be taken lightly. My mother always told me tales of queens and witches, where strange powers often manipulate great figures through dreams. Thus, they are half-truths, depending on one's interpretation. Do you truly believe that the red comet signifies the birth of dragons? I only believe that many self-important individuals perceive the red comet as connected to their destinies. Rather than bask in self-importance, I would prefer to think it cheers for the dragons. It has been several centuries since dragons roamed the earth, has it not? Ronald was aware that the only family known to have dragons was the Targaryens, yet they too have been without dragons for a very long time. Now, even the existence of dragons is shrouded in skepticism. He once heard in a distant land that the so-called conqueror Aegon did not arrive riding a dragon, but rather on the back of a red-robed sorceress, conquering enemies with fire, thus becoming the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps dragons have always existed. Or perhaps they vanished 150 years ago. If dragons were indeed to be hatched, rest assured, we shall soon discover who the true masters of dragons are, or who their victims may be. The young lady must safeguard our dragon egg. If a true dragon emerges, the egg's value will soar. Ah, The young lady certainly has an eye for opportunity, refusing to part with the dragon egg no matter the offer. In Kiel's, some have offered enough to purchase 2 warships. Us. It belongs to the young lady, not to us, and besides, it is merely a fossilized dragon egg. Even a deity could not conjure a dragon from it. I suspect its beauty has captivated the young lady's attention. He seemed tireless, continuing to wield his sword. And in my view, it would be wiser to sell it at a high price. Decorative items cannot compare to the solidity of gold. A dragon egg is nothing more than a rough, oversized gem. After all, gems are the adornments of the vain, while warriors need only their swords. Watch your tongue, Ptolemy. I foresee the young lady eventually silencing you. Huh. I am more than thrice the young lady's age, if that does not permit me to call her a young lady. I would rather return to Pantos and tend to the Sea King's needs. You may need to explain what vanity entails. When has the young lady ever exhibited vanity? Ptolemy never bothers with explanations. He speaks as he wishes. With a wooden sword in hand, Ptolemy remained still, as if confronting a scarecrow. Ptolemy was an adept swordsman, a fact Ronald had always acknowledged. He had served as a swordsman for the Sea King in Pantos for many years, but his manner was far from charming. And for decades he had remained unfulfilled, ultimately ending up on the young lady's ship. Ronald found it perplexing that as Ptolemy aged, his temper seemed to grow, even surpassing that of his brother, Royal. How long do you intend to stare at that scarecrow? Before he could finish his thought, Ptolemy swiftly thrust his sword 3 times into the scarecrow, targeting its head, neck, and chest. I seek a method to vanquish the young lady. I have never been defeated by a woman in my life. Ronald chuckled, yet Ptolemy appeared far from jesting. You may challenge her at any time. But not today. She is in a foul mood. In my opinion, that is a fortuitous circumstance. Ptolemy sheathed his wooden sword, encircling the strong man, adopting a defensive stance as though it were the young lady herself. What misfortune has caused her ire? Is her brother intending to wed her off? Ronald found the notion rather amusing. No, flatterer, it is a different matter. Let me remind you, should you wish to flatter her effectively, refrain from addressing her as princess in her presence. Her brother has been crowned king of the north, and therein lies her vexation. Can one truly be so incensed? Just a few years past, she was but a base-born bastard, and now she stands as the legitimate sister of a king, a princess of the realm. Though there are 3 other kingdoms, she is undoubtedly the only one free among them. She opposes the division of the kingdom. Yet I perceive her greater concern is that her brother, adorned with a crown, may alienate allies and unwittingly cultivate enemies. Observe, she tirelessly attends to her brothers. One after another. She has 4 of them. If she frets over each sibling in such a manner, she may soon cease to be my rival. You ought to be pleased. You must be a fool. Ptolemy abruptly swung his sword, cleaving the straw man once more before swiftly leaping aside. Ronald was uncertain to what extent he battled against his imagined foe. In recent days, crows have flitted in and out. She has certainly conveyed her sentiments. Yet young men seldom retract their convictions unless they are met with dire consequences. You ought to worry for another brother. Royal would likely prefer serving a king rather than a mere lord. Let us hope for the success of King Rob's endeavors. If the gods are merciful and grant King Rob success, may it allow us to ascend to the battlefield sooner. Alas for me. Waiting for the young king to complete his campaign means we may gain nothing. He surely does not believe we have cared adequately for his brothers to merit a castle. If that is the case, I might as well return to the disputed lands. Perhaps I might find a crown to wear. You ought not to accompany her back to Westeros. Ronald believed such a person should forsake all gold and dedicate themselves to warfare until they perish upon some inexplicable battlefield. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. The call to arms of Winterfell's horn interrupted his words. For what reason do men follow women? Ronald was unperturbed. The horn sounded for battle, and I surmise it is the young lady who wishes to march south. His guess proved correct. We have received a plea for aid from Lady Ida of Torrance Square. In her letter, she states they are besieged by invading Ironborn, and their fortress teeters on the brink of collapse. Now, it is our turn, the defenders of the north, to engage in battle. The young lady, clad in light armor, occupied a secondary seat in the hall, yet she undeniably exuded the presence of a true leader. House Tully has dispatched a great host to follow King Rob. We must not permit the Ironborn to harass us from the rear. The young lord of Winterfell is a clean, slender child, and he has performed remarkably well for his age, as the lord remarked with solemnity. Most of the forces have been taken by Rob, and if we summon valor near the castle and seek assistance from neighboring lords, we could muster a 2,000-strong army. This task should rightfully belong to the commander of the city's defenses, yet it is the old maester, Master Lewin, who speaks. Summoning troops is a waste of time. Speed is of the essence in warfare. I will mobilize my 40 men and hire another 40 mounted warriors to march south. Once we raise the banner of the Ice Wolves beneath the walls of Torrance Square, our numbers will not fall below 200, which is sufficient to vanquish the invading pirates." The hall fell silent, and after a moment of contemplation, she added, "My lord, after my departure, please appoint Maya as the new commander of the city's defenses. Take good care of Rickon." Those who wield control within Winterfell had already made their decision, and no one dared to speak further. "Moreover, Master Lewin, please send a raven to Lady Dustin of the Last Hearth, instructing her to gather her family's forces and seal all escape routes from Torrance Square to the shores of the Shivering Sea. Remind her that the soldiers accompanying Robb are too few and too elderly to be of much use. Let her ponder the rest herself." "Yes, Commander." Master Lewin bowed in acknowledgement. They came and went in haste. Ronald followed the others outside, aware that true strategy would never be arranged within such a hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, for this assault, we shall don no armor. Assemble outside the southern gate in 1 hour, equipped with bows, swords, daggers, and 2 flasks of arrows. Those who arrive late will be tasked with digging latrines for the entire army. Oh, and Udo, remind Big Beard Kurt to prepare 2 days' rations for each warrior." Ronald swiftly returned to his chamber, changing into a padded cotton shirt, topped with a light goatskin vest. Over the vest, he donned a long-sleeved leather ensemble, and while he would typically wear an inner layer of chainmail, he opted to forego it in favor of an additional layer of leather fastenings, finishing with an outer leather coat. His lower attire was simpler. Aside from his tunic, he wore 2 pairs of lightweight moleskin trousers, thick woolen socks, and sturdy boots, reliable for wind and warmth. He slung his long sword at his waist, tucked a dagger into his belt, and took down the bow and crossbow from the wall, securing the crossbow to the opposite side of his belt. He possessed a longbow as well, though its string was down, too cumbersome to carry properly. He held it in one hand while cradling 2 flasks of arrows in the other, readying himself to depart the city. This was traditionally the role of a squire. Yet he had not chosen well. He hoped that green beard, squinting eyes, blunt-eyed, fat Jim, old goat, and Hawken would act with alacrity and not be the last to arrive. They waited amidst the clamorous gates, with Greenbeard being the last of their group to reach the hall, though there were others who arrived even later, which eased his mind. Digging latrines for the entire army was hardly a noble task. These are all splendid preparations for battling pirates. The already prepared Charles approached him, exuding confidence and a smile reminiscent of his deceased brother. He would be better suited as a merchant in Pintos than fighting in this frigid land. "Oh, the only true delight is the javelin. Certainly, I have heard that the madmen of the Iron Islands delight in hurling axes. Some are so skilled that they can shave a man's beard with a flying axe. This time, I must seize an axe to practice." His casual tone elicited hearty laughter from his subordinates, and Ptolemy joined in. "It is indeed terrifying. It reminds me of that pirate captain from the Queen of Saltmarsh. His axe throwing is commendable, and his javelin skills are impressive as well, receiving endless praise from the young maidens. He is a solitary swordsman, reluctant to take on any followers." The young lady donned a suit of leather armor, a single-handed sword hanging at her side, and in her right hand, she clutched a delicate gray cloak. The bustling city gate fell silent upon her arrival. "Roberts, this time you have struck gold," she declared, disregarding the moans around her. "After such a long wait, pirates have finally engaged. We have all been impatiently anticipating this moment." Thus, amidst their laughter, they set forth. Chapter 7. The Countess. The post-war Castle Crag resembled a place long abandoned, its already dilapidated state further marred by the scars of battle. The heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, while the ground was littered with fallen corpses, both of Westerlings and Northmen. Surrounding them were the agonizing moans, all narrating the brutality and harsh reality of war. The soldiers of the North, braving the gentle drizzle, methodically gathered the dead and tended to the wounded. In the distance, a group was digging graves, for far too many bodies required interment. Countess Sibel of Crag Castle believed they ought to excavate graves far from the castle, rather than carelessly find spots near the outer walls. These Northmen showed little regard for the deceased Westerling soldiers. The graves were shallow, and a handful of soldiers carelessly tossed the bodies into the pits, hastily covering them, perhaps leaving the remains vulnerable to the wild wolves of the forest. A plague would surely arise come spring, she thought. She was Sibel Spicer, the wife of Count Gavin Westerling of Castle Crag. Maintaining a castle as a noblewoman is no easy task, especially amidst the ravages of war. Yet, I am no noblewoman. I am merely the daughter of a merchant. Wisdom is my armor, and magic is my spear. She had witnessed her brother and her brother's children pierced by a spear and plummet from the castle walls, ultimately interred alongside all the fallen warriors. The fierce battle had concluded, the dead were gone, and the living mourned. This was the moment for wisdom to shine. She had a husband to rescue, a family to uphold, and children to protect. Her husband, Gavin Westerling, had long been captured during another glorious battle of the wolves. And from a servant of House Frey, she learned that he remained imprisoned in Sea Watch. Following the disastrous defense of the castle, all his children, along with herself, had become captives. Slightly fortunate was she that the victors, adhering to a sense of elegance, had not cast the castle's lords into prison. They were still permitted to move within designated areas, but only just. Although the castle had fallen, they had not surrendered to the invaders. Despite a certain bearwoman informing her that should they yield to the young wolf and swear fealty, her husband Gavin and his children would be immediately released. Yet she recalled the cost of betraying the Lord of the West. The souls of Reyes and the Tabek family's old friends still cried out in the rain, their lamentations echoing so near that with each rainfall, she could hear the whispers and wails of the departed. Would anyone ever hear of Westerling? Would they hear of Spicer? As the bastion between the West and the Riverlands, it was no surprise that various fates would unfold at Castle Rock should war erupt between the two houses. She would not be startled by such developments. The only uncertainty that lingered was whether the Westerling family, which had existed since the time of the ancients, could endure beyond this battle. Aside from her husband, there were few remaining branches of the Westerling line, though she had borne many children. They lacked the maturity to survive in this predatory winter. She was their shelter. As the morning mist dissipated, the scattered tents of the Northern Coalition were visible atop Longstone Castle. Were they to be stationed here for an extended period? This was untenable. She wished for them to launch an immediate assault on Goldtooth and Lannisport, anything to leave this place behind. This stronghold did not belong to the Northerners. She had heard the bear-woman mention that the young wolf sought to depart swiftly, aiming to attack other castles in the west. But he had sustained a minor injury during the siege of Castle Rock. His vassals were concerned that his wounds might worsen and collectively refused his demand to continue marching, strongly advising him to recuperate until his injuries were resolved. Thus, their prolonged stay was justified. Both she and the young wolf shared the same hopes, yet none were realized. She could only wait within the castle for their departure. As the countess of the castle, most of the northern nobility adhered to noble etiquette in her presence. The young wolf, Robb Stark, treated her with a respectful and polite distance, which she appreciated. She never feared that this youth would commit acts of cruelty, unlike Duke Tywin. Her true concern lay with the ordinary soldiers under his command. Whenever she stepped outside the stone fortress, the soldiers guarding them would display either lewd or infatuated smiles. And she could sense their thoughts, brazen and disrespectful. She could only urge herself to be strong, to feign ignorance, as if she still held dominion over the castle. She recalled the events that transpired the day after her confinement. A soldier had boldly followed her after she emerged from the fortress. When she became aware of his presence, she could only hope he would take the hint and leave, but he persisted in his pursuit. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, she turned and warned him in anger. Yet he acted as if nothing had occurred. She knew it was futile and held no expectations of effectiveness. The soldier's following did not alarm her, as she was accustomed to such gazes. However, his subsequent words filled her with dread. "My lady, if you have any special needs, feel free to come to me. No matter what it is, as long as you let me touch you, above or below, your choice." He chuckled, emphasizing, just one touch, once at a time. The soldier's audacity terrified her. Presently, their supplies had not dwindled. The guards methodically provided them with bread, cheese, ham, persimmons, and apples. During her youngest son's illness, she had requested honey, which was promptly granted. Yet she remained uncertain whether, after some time, the Northerners would continue to ensure their provisions when they discovered a scarcity of food, or if soldiers might resort to enticing her with the very bread that rightfully belonged to them. If the lady of the castle were to endure such treatment, what of the daughters and maidens? Would they suffer before her? As the mistress of the castle, she felt compelled to devise a means to alter her predicament. Wisdom served as her armor, while magic was her lance. She contemplated numerous strategies, yet each was dismissed in turn. Hence, she resorted to clandestinely beseeching the deity of an unknown name, a divine presence brought from the distant east by her grandmother, imbued with the power to manifest reality. Provided sacrifices were rendered, it would deign to undertake tasks that the seven gods deemed beneath them. She had invoked this power on 2 occasions. The first was to fulfill her father's wishes by seducing the son of the Earl of Cragstone, thereby enabling Spicer to ascend from merchant to recognized noble. It was well known that the Westerlings were an ancient and esteemed lineage, having intermarried with the kings of Caen for generations. Countless queens had emerged from this fortress. and many princesses had found their final resting place within its walls, a legacy that the Spicer family coveted with great envy. To this end, she prayed to the deity. Following a piercing wail, she offered blood as a sacrifice, adorning the trees with bloodied entrails. She nearly retched as the deity responded, successfully ensnaring the heart of Gavin Westerling, compelling him to abandon his betrothal to Goldtooth and sever ties with his father. Upon achieving this, she endeavored to erase all memories of the events, seeking solace in the company of her husband. Yet soon, she discerned her husband's deep-seated anxiety over their fractured family ties, which profoundly affected their bond. Reluctantly, she was forced to revisit her memories. The second instance was far darker and more harrowing, a recollection she scarcely dared to summon, for the sake of her beloved husband. To ensure her bloodline merged with this ancient name, and to salvage their relationship, she resorted to dark magic to eliminate Gavin's father, his brother Lawrence Westerling, along with all their offspring, thereby paving the way for Gavin to become the Earl of Cragstone. The magic was devastatingly effective. They succumbed one by one during that year's influenza outbreak. Gavin ascended to the title of Earl, and she became the Countess of Cragstone. She remained oblivious to the fate of those sacrificed. The individuals who had served as offerings, post-magic, resembled desiccated mummies, contorting in grotesque agony within the ship's hold. She dared not examine them closely, opting instead to incinerate their remains. Days later, she overheard whispers among the fishermen along the riverbank, recounting the harrowing, anguished wails that had echoed across the waters that night. The Countess had not attained the respect she desired. She was perpetually barred from entering Caen City, and Duke Tywin never deigned to visit his vassals. Gavin once believed this to be an oversight on the Duke's part, but she understood that Tywin had always held the Spicers in utter disdain. She often contemplated enacting revenge through dark sorcery upon those who dared to provoke her. Yet the desire for vengeance was eclipsed by an overwhelming fear, not only of the horrific imagery, but also of the inexplicable, sweet fascination that lingered within her heart. Wisdom could not resolve her current troubles or quell her anxieties. Thus, magic remained her lance. She merely prayed to the unknown deity, resolute in her devotion, offering no sacrifices. The following day, she and her brother, Lord Rofer, were summoned to the stronghold of Stonehold, now occupied by the young wolf. The hall had undergone a transformation. Adorned with banners from various houses, the sigil of a running wolf upon a white expanse signified the North's royal banner. A roaring giant with brown hair on a crimson background represented the Amber family. Countless other emblems were present, from the North and the Riverlands alike, prompting her to ponder whether this hall had ever hosted such a multitude of sigils from foreign houses over the millennia. The young wolf wore a bronze crown shaped like a sword, his thick brown beard covering his face. Though he was quite young, his demeanor, whether feigned or genuine, imbued him with an air of gravitas, enhanced by past victories in battle. Beside him stood his vassals, clad more in chainmail than armor, appearing almost barbaric compared to the lords of the West, who had long derided the Northerners as savages. "My lady Countess, Sir Rofer," the young wolf began, his tone earnest yet courteous, as he endeavored to maintain his authority. "We are aware of the road connecting Castle Rock and Goldtooth, yet we are unable to select this path for our advance. I hope you might provide any insight into alternative marching routes, or any servants or merchants who may possess such knowledge." His words were solemn and polite, but somewhat superfluous, for the Countess perceived that, in the presence of the icy wolves threatening nearby, no one would dare undervalue him, oblivious to the true power of the dire wolves. The Countess found herself momentarily distracted by the young wolf. "Huh, Your Grace, it seems this lady has taken a fancy to you," boomed a voice from a towering figure. Over 2 meters tall, with a booming voice and a beard even denser than the others, giving him a more savage appearance. The Countess maintained her smile and donned her mask. "Your Grace, I am but an ignorant woman. I know nothing of matters of battle, nor have I ever heard of the routes you mentioned, nor do I know who might be informed." She feigned hesitation, glancing at her brother, Sir Rofer. "However, since you seek counsel, I hope my brother can provide the answers you require. If you have any other needs, pouring wine, changing linens, boiling water, or tending to wounds, I may be able to assist. Only a madman would allow you to tend to wounds." The giant interjected once more. "In that case, my lady, you may take your leave, and let your brother Sir Rofer remain." The woman embroidered with the emblem of a standing black bear nodded, and the king assented in due course. She cast one last glance at the King of the North before departing Stonehold. Once her brother returned, she eagerly spoke up. "Brother, we must kneel and submit to the wolves." She lowered her voice, hoping that no one else could overhear, and wishing her brother Rofer Targaryen would not overreact. "Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten Tywin?" "Lost my mind," What nonsense is this? I have not forgotten. She whispered. Of course, I remember. But if we allow these wolf cubs to pillage and occupy this place, there will be nothing left of Westerlings. Do you not understand that the mines have run dry and our provisions are dwindling? As winter descends, perhaps we shall be among the first noble souls to perish from hunger. Even if we survive through the winter when spring arrives, we will lack both the funds and the manpower to sow the seeds. The summer in Westeros has persisted for a full decade, 10 long years, during which our savings have been steadily siphoned away by the Northerners. What length of winter shall follow such an extended summer? Moreover, once the wolves depart, the walls and the fortress shall inevitably crumble. In short, should we refuse to surrender, our family is destined for ruin. Let us not forget the substantial investments the Spicer family has made here. Should Westerling be destroyed, the Spicers will stand to gain nothing. Can we afford to surrender? He was consumed by anxiety. We have no money, and while we might seek a loan from Casterly Rock, do you think we have fallen to such depths for no reason? It is merely a facade. She hesitated to elaborate further to her brother. The formidable curse looming over the young wolf lord is a source of dread. His fate has been preordained, sealed in a grim script. The resolution to his fate is already inscribed, and his demise heralds both his tragic end and the complete failure of his ambitions. If we could leverage a small weight upon his downfall to elicit a grand return, why would we not? I possess knowledge of magic, and I see through its illusions, all for the sake of our family and our children. A facade? He grasped her implication and gestured for her to continue. The Countess still recalled the efforts her grandfather and father had expended to obtain their noble status, as well as the ridicule she faced upon becoming the Countess of Casterly Rock. She remembered how her daughter was spurned by Sir Kevan Lannister. Presently, feigning surrender to the young wolf lord represents a golden opportunity. I have strategies that could lead Lord Tywin to forgive or even endorse our transgressions, potentially elevating your Spicer family to true nobility in the Westerlands. I take issue with your choice of words. This is our Spicer legacy. Indeed, you ought to persuade my nephew, for he is the rightful heir to Casterly Rock. My son is not one to keep secrets, she sighed. He is an honest lad, and it would be wrong for him to be involved in such sordid affairs, which is precisely why I sought you out. Secrets? Huh. You coddle him excessively, rendering him almost foolish. Aside from his laughter, he is utterly naive. Very well, let the Spicers handle the sordid and the ignoble, while the honor remains with your esteemed Westerlings. Honor, not mere reputation. This is the language of Westerling. Perhaps the Spicer tongue could be inverted. Reputation, not honor. The Countess mused, for her father's lineage desperately craved that reputation. I have no desire to embroil my son in this conspiracy. Since I am your husband's appointed regent of Casterly Rock, I shall take the reins of this surrender, even in failure. Perhaps Lord Tywin would not lay blame upon Westerling. This is what you desire, is it not? His brother, Rolf Spicer, is courageous, yet equally astute, possessing the cunning of a merchant, a quality well masked by his broken nose and sturdy frame. Did I ever entertain such thoughts? As long as we communicate our feigned surrender to Tywin, we shall not fail. To convey our message, we must reclaim the castle and the Raven. To gain his trust, we must outline our plans and assist him in vanquishing Robb Stark. From a young age, you have displayed remarkable intelligence. Otherwise, Gavin would not have been so captivated by you. Pray indulge me, what is the plan? Robb smiled, appreciating his brother's open-mindedness towards any novel idea. A stark contrast to the antiquated nobility. Gavin had previously informed everyone that Lord Tywin believed the Freys would never concede the crossing to the Starks, due to the Lannister Frey kinship. Yet, our Lord Tywin has evidently erred. His sister married the second son of the Frey family, one without inheritance rights. Moreover, he has labeled the Freys as thieves, a slight the Lord of the Riverlands is unlikely to forget or deem more palatable than tardiness. Robb scoffed coldly, envious and resentful of the nobility. I hope you can maintain such bravado before Tywin. The Countess remained unfazed. This trait had previously brought her considerable trouble, and at his age, he was beyond the reach of reformation. Nonetheless, you are correct. Lord Tywin has miscalculated this time. The Freys have indeed opened the crossing to the Starks, which resulted in the capture of his beloved son and inadvertently led to the fall of Riverrun to the whelps. The Golden Lion, sometimes is merely a facade. I wonder where you find such audacity. Yet still, it is a lion, reigning over the Westerlands for a millennium. The Countess emphasized that the Freys have opened the crossing to the Starks, and Robb Stark has betrothed his daughter. Otherwise, why would the Frey family serve as the young wolf's vassals? Tywin's folly lies in underestimating that even the whelps of the North can wield marriage as a weapon. Tywin remains oblivious. Sending a sister cannot compare to gifting a crown. Furthermore, His sister is long past her prime, overweight, and parading about to showcase her husband's foolishness. You truly understand. That Gina wench is indeed proud, huh? More than double her Fry husband's weight. He concealed his smile, questioning whether this time you intend to vie for a man from the Fry family. Robb is clever, yet the Countess believes her brother can sometimes be rather brutish. Vie for a man. She would not employ such a crude term. It suffices to dismantle this union, clipping Lord Tywin's enemy's wings. He would not only pardon our treachery, but reward our loyalty. The beauty ploy of House Spicer? Alas, the Spicer family has no beauty left. He rubbed his temples, appearing weary. I hope my words do not displease you. Just because you managed to win Gavin's heart does not imply you can ensnare the direwolf now. You fool. When did I claim it was to be me? She raised her voice. Janie? He confirmed with a glance, growing slightly irate. Have you lost your mind? You have already posed that question. I assure you, I am not mad. Does this answer satisfy you? Very well, speak plainly. Do not leave me to guess. Just remain silent. Our father has toiled extensively for the newly established family, yet ultimately, it is I who solidified his position, compelling Gavin to forsake his betrothal to Goldtooth. My Janie can surely persuade that boy to abandon his pact with the Freys, and upon success, not only will the Spicer family gain immense credit, but Westerling will also remain secure and unscathed. The young Wolf Lord bears some resemblance to the youthful Gavin. Yet Janie pales in comparison. She is merely a naive little girl, devoid of the wisdom that comes with womanhood. It is the enchantment of a woman that captivates a man. Huh, enchantment. Do you truly believe that the lads from the north have never encountered women? To forsake an engagement and allies in favor of a mere child just blossoming into adulthood? If he possessed even half of his father's reverence for honor, he would never have chosen Janie or her sorcery. His voice rose too high, prompting the Countess to pound her fist, signaling him to lower his tone. Sorcery is my spear. You are mistaken, Rolf. It is genuine magic. Have you forgotten our grandmother? She is the family's taboo, a hopeless lunatic, deemed to have tainted the purity of our lineage. Yet she possessed an enigmatic power. You? I must caution you. This is lowly witchcraft. And witchcraft is a sword without a hilt. Its misuse will inevitably lead to dire consequences. You know well the reason for her banishment. He postured like a paragon of virtue. How laughable. If witchcraft could procure castles, titles, and queens, what price would be too steep? Moreover, the cost is borne by others. Witchcraft cannot yield authenticity, decaying steak, icy swords, golden urine. It can weave everything you desire, yet all is hollow and devoid of meaning. I had thought you would have grasped this by now. What remains unclear is your understanding. A castle is a castle, a title is a title. A queen is a queen. How can they be anything but real? If they are not real, I should not be the Countess. Humph, a crumbling castle, a cursed title, and a widowed queen. Rolf remained sullen. Do you think I desire this? We are the Spicers. A hollow name is all we seek. As for the widow, the royal widow deflowered by the king, she is quite suitable for the second son of the city of Cayenne. The Countess could feel her ire rising. How could the legitimate daughter not be worthy of his second son? Damn it. If you wish to proceed, then do so. But I warn you, I shall not partake in any wicked schemes. What righteous dealings exist in this world? You may surrender at will. Janie, this is indeed the name of a queen. They spent an entire day deliberating the manner and terms of surrender, determined to avoid any semblance of suddenness. After engaging in their ostentatious discussions and ultimately reaching a consensus, they were restored to their former status. She reclaimed Janie's chamber and her jewelry box, dismissed the maidservants, and personally attended to her daughter's grooming, adorning her in beauty that radiated youthfulness. Janie is a compassionate girl with a sweet voice and an attractive appearance, yet this is a mundane facade. Appearances can allure mortals and entice kings, yet they are insufficient to overturn understanding or capture the spirit. To compensate for this, she adorned her with an ancient jade bracelet, inscribed with archaic totems and mysterious script, secretly applying her daughter's blood upon it. The brilliance flickered and faded, perceptible only to her. Janie appeared even more beautiful, like a gentle light, calm and warm. Do you find the young lady beautiful? The Countess inquired of Jay. Jay is a gentle little girl, her childlike voice still unrefined. Petite and endearing, everyone holds her in great affection. With the confinement now at an end, she is filled with joy. Indeed, she is truly beautiful. She flitted around Janie like a young fawn, chattering with youthful exuberance. The Countess pushed open the window of the house, allowing the sunlight to stream in, illuminating her cascade of golden, soft hair, which shimmered more brilliantly than Janie's chestnut locks. More captivating were her gem-like blue eyes, sparkling like precious stones. Under the sun, The girl smiled even more charmingly, revealing a gap-toothed grin, reminiscent of an angel. Do not blame me. I cannot leave the rugged city, for I cannot find a suitable companion. Alas, is there any more of that flower milk? I truly cannot endure the shrill cries of such lovely girls. Chapter 8. Florian of the Reach. As the sun descended beyond the high hills, the world gradually surrendered to the embrace of night. Aside from the distant glow of the Red Keep, the surroundings were engulfed in an endless darkness. He relished the obscurity. If only he could, he would indulge and drink amidst the shadows, which would delight him even further. The night belonged solely to him, allowing him to abandon the tiresome pretense of reluctant performances, free from the contemptuous mockery of the crowd. After a bag of wine, even the dimmest of grass huts could cradle him in regal comfort. The night understood him best. Daytime, for the most part, proved unkind. The day would taunt him, revealing a plump, quivering figure of failure, a comical transformation from knight to jester. He occasionally mused that mockery was, after all, the jester's duty. If he had been brought to King's Landing to be trained as a fool, he ought to feel fortunate at this moment. The role of the jester was simple. Over the years, he humorously realized he possessed a remarkable talent for buffoonery. To incite laughter from all quarters, he needed not exert himself. His very visage and mannerisms provided ample amusement for others. Yet, he had once entered King's Landing basking in the glorious light of the great white knight, Ser Barristan, and now, with Ser Barristan departed, he found himself at the nadir of his existence. He was Dantos, and the only solace he found lay in the solitude of night, preferably without the burden of divine affliction. Yet, the gods were ever cruel, and the throbbing pain in his head was a frequent companion, alleviated only by the embrace of alcohol. For the sake of the night, for the soothing elixir of drink, all the absurdities of the day were rendered worthwhile. However, should his pockets be empty and yield nothing, that old man, Ser Emery, would haunt his dreams, delivering silent reproaches that he could never shake off. At other times, the specters of the long-gone Dakelin and Horold would appear, as if the decline of their family were his burden to bear. This night, however, held nothing for him. He loathed this state of affairs, hoping that his idle thoughts might hasten him to slumber. If the old man insisted on appearing in his dreams, there was little he could do. The great white knight, Ser Barristan, had once saved him in his youth, even if subsequent years had nearly erased him from memory. This was a blessing. He had transitioned from knight to fool, and Ser Emery would never know that before the king stripped him of his knighthood. The king had already reclaimed Ser Emery's white cloak. In his flight, the great knight would surely not recall the child he had once rescued. He had once contemplated ways to assist him, even willing to perish for such a heroic figure. But why would the great Ser Emery require aid from a mere squire? His dilemmas were too complex, his adversaries too formidable, and his mistakes far too early and profound. Sir Elmer consistently found himself in error. He pondered that the esteemed knights in white robes ought not to serve the rebellious new monarch, nor should they squander their brilliance in the mediocrity of a new era. Just look at the foolishness exhibited by his contemporaries. His misjudgments were even more profound. He should never have endeavored to rescue that cruel king, nor should he have sought to save a child destined to become a mere jester. This unfortunate, innocent child should have accompanied his father, siblings, and their loyal lord to meet the gods, rather than languishing here in a pitiful and humble existence, reliant on a modicum of wine to endure the trying nights, burdened with guilt for being too feeble to repay favors. The gods were unkind, granting him survival through the turmoil of the Vale of Shadows, enduring the tyrannical reign of the Mad King, and surviving the massacre in King's Landing, teetering on the brink of death after nights of drunkenness. Yet, survival brought its own cruelty and unending torment. He longed for the gods to reveal the rationale behind such arrangements. He closed his eyes, unable to suppress the flood of memories, hoping they would usher him into slumber. He recalled the charred corpses being removed from the Red Keep, along with the acrid stench that accompanied them. In life, each held a noble title, serving as prime ministers and esteemed officials. Even a fleeting glance in their direction felt like an honor. Yet, their burnt remains were strikingly uniform, and the odor was equally pervasive. He had moved many such bodies, a task fraught with disgrace, yet these experiences had broadened his understanding. If a body was thoroughly incinerated, no degree of stature or adornment could alter its posthumous visage. However, if only partially burnt, or encased in armor, the horror was magnified. He vividly recalled the moment he and his companion, Eno, carefully bore the bodies of the Stark father and son. The father's flesh was charred within his armor, while the steel remained intact amidst the wildfire. The engraved direwolf emblem now cloaked in ash, like a grotesque feast of roasted wolf presented to the king, emitting an embarrassing aroma. He remembered Eno's cautious words as they lifted the corpse. "Do not jostle. Look how perfectly it has crisped." Yet, in the process of transport, they inevitably collided. The metallic armor tore away the adhering, cooked skin and flesh, revealing the pink beneath, utterly divorced from the crispness. His companion lamented why they bore the father and not the son. He had seen the son. The boy's corpse remained unscathed by flames, requiring no concern that it would disintegrate during transport, and he bore no odor, though death was 100 times more terrifying than that of his father. Poor Starks. They surely could not have foreseen that within a mere decade, another pair of Stark father and son would meet a similar fate. This time, he was denied the opportunity to bear the body. The father's head had earlier been displayed at the Red Keep, while the son's head was preserved, occasionally paraded for the king's amusement, with the body sewn together with a wolf's head, showcased on the thoroughfares of Riverrun for all passers-by to behold. Tontos reflected that, when considering the treatment endured by the two pairs of Stark fathers and sons, the current young king, in comparison to Aerys, could be deemed merciful. After all, he was still in his youth, lacking the experience required to instigate cruelty and fear, far from enigmatic. His actions were often impulsive, occasionally drawing attention, such as during the incident when he was intoxicated. Yet, he could not rival the depths of the mad king's malevolence, who had meticulously orchestrated suffering for those around him. Tontos had witnessed the Lannisters' white cloaks, their jeweled hilt grips stained with the blood of the tormented. He vividly recalled the scene of the Lannister army's incursion into King's Landing, where he, a mere squire, was thrust onto the battlements to release feeble arrows amidst a shortage of defenders. He remembered Sir Alazar Thorne, his superior, frantically berating him with every insult conceivable. Had it not been for the harsh scolding from Sir Alazar, he would not have been able to endure the mockery surrounding him today, he mused. Those who spoke ill were not favored by the gods. Tontos perceived Sir Alazar as a resilient man, often wearing a slight smile, yet more frequently a furious tyrant. It seemed he despised everything about Tontos, particularly his surname, had it not been for the inadequacy of the garrison. Tontos believed that Alazar would have cast him from the battlements to become a mere heap of flesh, in the face of a nationwide rebellion. It was widely acknowledged that the fall of King's Landing was inevitable, yet Sir Alazar remained unyielding, even in the direst moments, refusing to cease his vitriol against Tontos, whom he regarded as a complete scoundrel. When the defenders opened the gates and surrendered to Tywin, the latter did not honor his promises. He unleashed his rabid dogs upon the families of his former friends and dealt ruthlessly with all officers and soldiers who had shown him disrespect during the siege. The streets were filled with the screams of the dying beneath the lion's claws, with blood and fire rampant. Compared to the massacre and decapitations at Harrenhal, this chaos was greater and prolonged. The cruelty of the lion had been apparent to Tontos in Harrenhal, yet Sir Alazar failed to recognize this truth. After the city's fall, Alazar still wore his hatred upon his face, his amber eyes seemingly attempting to pin everyone against the walls. Ultimately, the lion offered him a choice, death or the black garb. He chose the latter. Tontos, being even smaller and more humble, understood the art of feigning weakness and submission. During that time, he was vigorous, filled with passion and wisdom, free from inexplicable headaches. He was not spared due to cowardice or submission. He was aware of this. His physique had grown larger and stronger since Harrenhal, yet his armor bore no scars from battle. The wisdom or precisely measured weakness of its owner having protected it along with the emblazoned sigil. The old lion would surely remember. He was the orphan beneath Harrenhal, the progeny of the traitor to King Aerys, a naive child saved by Ser Loras, and a surviving male beneath the butcher's blade of the lion. With the change of dynasties, the innocence of the old regime's sins was self-evident, sparing him the choice that befell Sir Alazar. He also recalled the time he accompanied the fleet with Prince Stannis of Dragonstone during the conquest of Great White. The noble gobbler family of Great White concealed their final troops upon the Naga Hills, vigilantly guarding every entrance to the causeway leading to the Hall of the Grey King. After meticulously polishing all the oil flasks, Stannis commanded a fierce assault, charging forth as one of the foremost soldiers to attack the causeway. Under the banner of the king, the army's morale surged, successfully breaching the defensive positions and penetrating the inner sanctum. Among his valiant companions, Sir Pyp, Baldy Florent, and the formidable Halwyn all perished in battle. In the ensuing chaos, he managed to slay Daron Gobbler, only to be struck by a stray arrow. Wounded and in agony, he tumbled from the throne room, cascading down the cliff, fortuitously caught by a tangle of pine branches. When the battle concluded and the field was cleared, he was discovered. Yet by that time, Not only had Daron Gobbler's death been erroneously attributed to another, but he also missed the opportunity for Stannis to knight him for his valor. When he finally could rise from his bed to reclaim his honor, there was no one left to attest to his deeds. His fellow knights had also perished on the battlefield. Liar had nearly become his moniker, as few believed he had fought bravely. Just as he resigned himself to bearing this ignoble title for life, Stannis commanded the scholars to investigate on his behalf. When a deceased comrade's name was spoken from his lips, Stannis drew his sword and, before the legendary Grey Throne of Naga Hills, conferred upon him the title of knight. Daron Gobbler had evidently died from decapitation, with blood splattering the beams, leading us to conclude that he did not succumb to a piercing sword. Although he bore scars upon his chest and abdomen, they were in a state of decay, rendering their depth indiscernible, thus preventing me from attributing his fatal wound to you. Despite the loss of his greatest achievement, the singular honor of knighthood still filled him with pride. The prince's eccentricity only enhanced the value of this accolade. He recalled the day he lost his knighthood. Initially, he believed it to be a fortuitous day, as the nobles, in celebration of the young king's naming day, bestowed upon each castle guard a hefty sack of red wine, bulging with bounty. Yet he felt fortunate that he was not required to don the golden robes of palace guards, as the order from the captain of the royal guard, Rubio, liberated him from that duty. He was aware of the current rumors suggesting he had become inebriated during the tournament, inciting the young king's wrath and transforming him from knight to jester. The young king had a penchant for brutal tournaments, but what concern was it of his? His sole responsibility was to cry, "Long live the king." However, therein lay the problem. The number of free knights participating in the farcical tournament was woefully insufficient, a stark contrast to the grand event held during the reign of the young king's father. Thus, Lord Janos Slint proposed that the knights of the city defense partake, to bolster the spectacle of the tournament. It was here that the tide of fortune began to turn. He was roused from his drunken slumber to serve as a makeshift contestant in the absurd melee, entirely unaware of his opponent. Only upon full sobriety did he grasp the cruel design of some merciless adult, crafted to cater to the young king's vicious temperament. He realized he had merely been an arbitrary target. He remained oblivious to the courage Sansa Stark mustered to defy Joffrey's command at that moment. At that time, although she was the king's nominal fiancée, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that she could no longer ascend to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. Moreover, she frequently endured beatings from his superiors, the White Cloak Iron Guards. Anyone with a memory would not act so recklessly. He had been rescued by Sansa Stark's foolish kindness. Much like the imprudent Ser Loras had extricated him from the chaos of the Vale. Once he had transformed from a child to an orphan, and now he found himself shifting from knight to jester. He was both a jester and a knight. The amalgamation of the two rendered him an unparalleled king among jesters. A certain wise individual had once informed him that within the realm of the Seven Kingdoms, he was the sole person to have experienced both knightly and jesterly roles. He had forgotten that Florian also belonged to this category. Ser Dantos, the knight, would engage him in debate, but the jester Dantos would not. This record was hardly illustrious. He recalled the Battle of Blackwater, and as he continued to reflect, an inexplicable sensation compelled him to open his eyes. He gazed towards the exit and beheld a shadow that seemed to have lingered at the door for quite some time. When the shadow realized that Dantos had noticed him, it spoke. As far as jesters go, this room was sufficiently adequate. However, as a former knight, it seemed woefully shabby and meager. There was not even a proper lock. A courteous individual would not commence a conversation in such a manner, he mused. He had long been ensnared in the web of conspiracy and had no intention of initiating dialogue, thus resembling a foolish jester as he regarded the shadow. If the light had been more favorable, the other would surely have discerned his confusion and the foolish, slow-witted visage he wore in anticipation. Yet the darkness afforded him little opportunity. "Perhaps you desire a drink?" The voice carried a teasing tone. He was well acquainted with this inflection. There were always those who flaunted their airs before him, and many presumed he would sacrifice everything for a drink. "Ah, this is surely to your liking." A wineskin was tossed his way, and though his movements were both nimble and clumsy, he managed to catch it. Who are you?" he inquired. "Ha, you shall find out in due course." With that, the figure departed as though he had never existed. Aside from the wineskin in his hand and the lingering echoes in the air, nothing remained. He shook the wineskin and removed the cork. It was Dornish red wine, and he understood immediately. Without hesitation, he took a sip, then another. "Farewell, Ser Barristan. Do not disturb me this night." The shadow and footsteps gradually receded, maintaining a rhythmic cadence, as if to remind him that he had not merely dreamt this encounter. Did you think I would care about who he was? I do not care, not in the slightest. Those who are self-important may presume they are significant, but I have long surpassed that stage. 2 days later. On the night he drained the last drop from the wineskin, the shadow reappeared at the door, just as it had days prior. This time, the figure said nothing but flicked out a coin, which clinked and hummed as it struck the ground. Dantos, like a magician, clasped his hands together to catch it. A ludicrous spectacle that elicited laughter from the shadow. This was his jester's talent. A silver stag, he needn't examine it. 1 silver stag was sufficient to procure several wineskins and numerous roasted fowl. Yet he felt a tinge of disappointment. He was the heir of the ancient house of Horold, the master of the long-lost Horold castle. What kind of fool would attempt to buy him with a mere silver coin? Am I but a jester? Huh. Underestimate me at your peril. Nevertheless, a satisfied gleam shone upon his countenance, which in turn pleased the visitor even further. His second arrival mirrored the first. The waiting and counting were arduous for him. A stranger who had come once could easily return a second time, and then a third, up to the 7th. Tasks awaited him, and he did not shy away from them. On the 3rd visit, the visitor presented him with a gold dragon. In the dim light, the gold dragon bore little distinction from the silver coin, save for the duller sound it made upon impact, less resonant than the silver. On the 4th occasion, the visitor brought him a bag of wine, a sack of golden-hued wine from the Isle of Qingting, superior to the wine of Dorne, much like gold surpasses silver. For the 5th visit, the visitor tossed him a bracelet wrought from gold. Each time, he would inquire, "Who are you?" But the visitor merely chuckled, offering no reply. Cloaked in mystery, the weight of gold pressed upon him, causing his blood vessels to throb in a manner utterly unlike before. He recalled a time when he had overheard a humble baker boasting that as long as his trousers were slightly damp, rain would surely follow the next day. The crowd had laughed, yet he continued to prattle on. If they were merely moist, a light rain would fall, but if thoroughly soaked, a downpour would ensue. Some mocked him, accusing him of blaspheming the gods. Yet, Tontos dared not dismiss such claims lightly. He possessed his own little secret. Whenever his blood vessels convulsed, he would witness death the following day. The more violently they throbbed, the sharper his pain, and the more brutal the impending demise would be. Since the passing of King Robert, these convulsions had become increasingly frequent and intense, growing ever more unbearable. In the depths of his being, Tontos understood that his end was nigh. He could even perceive the presence of the stranger beside him, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this enigmatic guest. When the stranger arrived for the 6th time, he presented roasted chicken, gold coins, and a bag of wine. He knew that if the visitor were a devout individual, he would return one final time, but he felt no need for such certainty. People perceived Tontos as foolish, the drunken jester, incapable of remembering how many times the stranger had come. Yet the true Tontos recalled every detail. "Pray tell, I am most grateful for your gifts. Allow me to know how I might repay you," he said with a chuckle. "Perhaps the opportunity will arise soon." On the 7th visit, he received a badge, sculpted in the likeness of the castle, adorned with a crown of gold on its side, interspersed with stripes of red copper and silver. Its mottled gray marks narrating the artifact's antiquity. In his youth, he had seen this emblem. His grandfather often pinned it to the breast of his long coat. Since his grandfather's passing, he had not encountered this accessory again. With the fall of Horold Castle and his family, it had lost its significance. He felt a moment of disorientation. Regardless of how this stranger intended to utilize him, the gold paid, and the uniquely sought gift indicated ample sincerity. He clutched the trinket tightly in his hand, his heart swirling with sorrow, regret, and lamentation. A healthy Tontos, even as a jester, would find it indispensable. A dying Tontos, clutching it, would only experience shame and regret. This, my lord, I never anticipated. I am truly grateful." He forced a smile, expressing his gratitude to the newcomer. "I am no lord. Ha. Perhaps a true lord could indeed find use for you." The stranger, as ever, remained reticent, offering no morsel of information. Tontos did not perceive himself as possessing any value to be exploited, yet the price paid by the visitor had far exceeded what even a jester could hope to repay. He was utterly convinced of this. The following day, after the absurdity of the day had concluded, as he struggled to swallow wine from a bag, a shadow reappeared at the threshold. This shadow appeared more composed, though significantly smaller in stature. "Tontos, do you still cherish the gift I prepared for you? To be honest, that badge has lingered in my collection for quite some time, and I believe it is most suited to you." This voice was not unfamiliar. "Oh, Lord Baelish." He stifled a burp. "I do not know you. I am most willing to serve you. I trust you will serve well. I have sent gifts 7 times. Yet I have not heard whispers among jesters and fools of your acquisition of a mysterious gift." He chuckled softly. "This is delightful, for secrets are the essence of life in King's Landing." "Indeed, my lord. Should you have any commands, I shall fulfill them with utmost sincerity. I shall soon depart King's Landing. I require an eye to remain here. What better eyes could there be than those of a jester? Or do you still consider yourself a knight? No, my lord. Oh, I mean, I am no knight. King Joffrey has stripped me of my title. Your eyes are nearly extinguished. Thus, you must bait quickly. King Joffrey has revoked your knighthood. Do you not despise him for it? He even sought to take your life. This is my fault, my lord. The king, I provoked his ire, and he has spared me. Ha ha. It was Sansa Stark who saved your life. He gazed at him with a smile, as if they had long reached a tacit agreement. I am to go to the Eyrie to wed the widow of Lord Arryn, Lisa Tully. Yet that woman insists that I must concede to a condition for the marriage, which presents a great dilemma for me. Tontos abhorred his enigmatic smile. Pray tell, my lord, what may I do for you? Lisa is your harlot. For the sake of marriage, she would agree to a multitude of conditions. Even if it means flying beneath the blood gate. Lisa Tully is the younger sister of Catelyn Tully. They were inseparable in their youth. But now Catelyn has been slain by the Freys at the Red Wedding. Lisa is heartbroken and resolute in her determination to rescue Catelyn's last surviving daughter. My quandary lies in her insistence that I take her back to the Eyrie, or else I am to return to Harrenhal. That place is far less desirable than the Fingers. He deliberately cut off his speech, pausing for effect, knowing Tontos was scrutinizing him. This daughter is none other than Sansa Stark, who saved your life. I require your assistance in stealthily procuring this betrothal gift. To steal the most significant hostage of House Lannister? If he possessed such capability, he might as well bring the girl directly to Winterfell and then reconstruct Horn Hill in the north. I have been seeking an opportunity to repay this debt, yet you cannot possibly think that this endeavor rests solely upon your shoulders. I require you to first earn Sansa Stark's trust, guiding her to be compliant. After all, she has saved you and will surely be inclined to place her faith in you. Your unique identity grants you frequent access to the palace. Without you, I cannot simply confine her within a box. She has legs and a splendid voice, after all. However, should we falter or should the Iron Throne become aware of our intentions? I cannot ascertain when your loyalty lies with the current occupant of the Iron Throne, or perhaps I have misjudged. He knows the truth. Nay, my lord, I have never pledged allegiance to the current ruler of the Iron Throne. But what of you, my lord? Me? With the affection of a duke's daughter and the duke's wife, what is the reward from the Iron Throne worth? He chuckled, as though it were a foolish inquiry. I shall soon depart, and the particulars will be relayed to you by others. But first, you must approach Sansa and gain her trust. You can accomplish this. Can you not? He readily accepted this task, aware that his life would not conclude in mediocrity, succumbing to illness around a corner in King's Landing. Days later, he comprehended his role, to present Sansa Stark with his ancestral sapphire necklace, requesting her to don it at the king's wedding, to whisk her away amidst the chaos. Guiding her through familiar paths to the seaside, where a small vessel awaited to transport her to the designated ship. According to their arrangement, he would receive 100 golden dragons and a house across the narrow sea, enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. Accomplishing this plan single-handedly was impossible. He required a trustworthy friend with a boat to assist him. The jester had no companions, while the former knight, Tormund, had many, yet none possessed a vessel. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The true issue lay in the fact that if they scorned friendship with a jester, they would evidently be unworthy of entrusting this perilous and uncertain venture. The immediate challenges and objectives burned within him like fire, as if his entire existence awaited this moment. He racked his brain for a solution, hoping inspiration might arise from the pain of his thoughts, yet his mind was a blank canvas. The Stark room and the jester's mask mocking his hubris. He had no choice but to swallow a couple of gulps of red wine and exit the chamber. The impoverished souls of Flea Bottom would not deride him. The fishermen of Mudgate were indifferent. And if he sought a boat, especially an affordable one, there was no place more fitting than Fisherman's Square, along the banks of the Blackwater. Stannis had left an abundance of shipwrecks and wooden masts. The armor, swords, and other valuables had long been scavenged. And now even the splintered timber was being accounted for by fishermen and shipwrights. Should there be a reasonably priced vessel here, Tormund would consider purchasing it. A small boat would suffice to traverse the Blackwater Bay, for his golden dragons were few. A modest vessel, not necessitating the grandeur of your sister, Meera Stark's, nor the accompaniment of skilled sailors, and it need not traverse the Summer Sea, the Jade Sea, or even cross the Narrow Sea. After traversing several concealed tents, he changed his attire numerous times until he deemed himself sufficiently resembling a merchant seeking to purchase a ship before reappearing at the market in the far west. He inquired with dozens of captains regarding the acquisition of a vessel. Most brusquely dismissed him, while a few quoted exorbitant prices. Just as exhaustion set in and he contemplated surrendering, an elderly shipowner began earnestly presenting his dilapidated fishing boat. With a mindset merely to observe, he stepped onto the deck, if such a term could be applied here. Inside the cabin, a shallow layer of water had accumulated, leaving him uncertain whether the vessel might unexpectedly sink into the deep bay while afloat. The sails remained furled, and even in their folded state, their tattered condition was apparent, leading Dantos to question their capacity to catch the wind. Everything about this decrepit ship spoke of its age. The old man, resembling an enthusiastic merchant, regaled him with tales of the vessel's history and attributes. Dantos could discern the myriad stories the old man shared with the ship, as well as his weariness of life at sea, now solely intent on selling it and returning to shore. He feigned a false purpose for the vessel, to which the old man nodded vigorously, promising to assist in unfurling the sails. However, the mast abruptly splintered, nearly striking the old man had he not been nimble. The old man, taken aback, began to lament his misfortunes, eager to assure Dantos that he bore no intent to deceive. Dantos, though impatient, found himself somewhat sympathetic to the old man's plight. His eldest son aspired to be a knight, but fell from his horse at the first attempt, now a cripple, reduced to menial labor with scant earnings. His second son succumbed to a chill shortly after reaching adulthood. His third son, a teenager, perished at sea when he was struck on the head by the ship. His wife had to relinquish this son to a stranger. His eldest daughter married young only to become a widow shortly thereafter, left with a son, and subsequently cast out by her mother-in-law. His second daughter vanished at the market in her teens. His wife fell ill from worry and soon passed away, and his youngest son, after being reluctantly placed as a stable hand, met a grisly fate at a tournament, cleaved in two by a sorcerer's blade. His youngest daughter now sold abalone at home, a sight he had yet to witness, but it was said that men seeking fish could queue from the gates of the gods to the gates of the muck. Dantos lacked the patience to endure this litany of misfortune. Just as he prepared to depart, a rugged middle-aged man approached. He immediately realized this was the old man's eldest son. The man navigated the swaying vessel with a slight limp, prompting Dantos to reflect that if this man were a cripple, he himself might be deemed a mere limper. The man greeted Dantos with a formal gesture before turning to inspect the shattered mast, remarking to his father that it was rotten within, infested by worms. "Father, we ought to thank the gods that such calamities did not occur at sea. There are many derelict vessels along the shore. I shall see if I can procure a suitable replacement mast. You should tidy up and saw off this broken one. When I return, we shall row the ship away. We cannot afford this berth fee. It comes swiftly and departs just as fast." Had Gander not been injured, perhaps he could have truly aspired to be a knight. The old man fell silent, and remarkably, Dantos found himself in agreement. Indeed, parting from the old man, Dantos felt a whirlwind of confusion within his heart. As he prepared to return before the city gates closed, a furtive young man tugged at the hem of his garment, gesturing for him to speak in the nearby tent. "I have heard, my lord, that you seek to purchase a vessel, and thus I have followed you." The youth, no more than 15 or 16 years of age, possessed a voice that was already rough, as if in the throes of change. A fine layer of fuzz adorned his lips, and his black hair framed a sturdy physique, though he lacked any striking handsomeness, rendering him an unremarkable lad. This is not someone who has come to pry into his affairs, he quickly surmised. "My lord, you wish to acquire a ship, yet it appears you are clearly not one of the crew. I wonder, my lord, if you might require a suitable captain, or perhaps a sailor to assist in assessing the vessel's quality. I have grown up on the water, adept at sailing, hoisting sails, navigating by the stars, and overcoming obstacles with ease. I would not place my trust in a stranger." Tontos felt an immediate fondness for the young man. "I have sworn an oath never to betray trust. It is the very foundation of my survival in King's Landing. I have worked aboard the Laughing Mermaid and the Brothers Riss, and prior to that, I assisted on my family's mixed-use fishing vessel. I assure you, I am a competent sailor, even a captain." The youth's eyes sparkled with a blend of confidence and trepidation, a curious courage that filled Tontos with envy. In King's Landing, survival often hinged on feigned ignorance and deceit. "Perhaps you possess skills, but why should I trust you? I have never laid eyes upon you until today. My lord, I am the son of a knight, and I would gladly swear by my father's name that I am worthy of your trust. Oaths are seldom reliable." He recalled Tywin's vows, the promises of King Aerys. "You are indeed the son of a knight. Why then have you not served as a squire? My father passed away too soon, leaving me without such an opportunity. Furthermore, I must provide for my younger brother, sister, and mother." "What is your name?" "Florian Jones." "And your brother's name? Your sister's name? Your mother's name?" Tontos inquired rapidly. Florin Jones, Ellie Jones, and Mary Hawk, Tontos found himself compelled to believe. He could not utter his own parents' names in a single breath. My father is Stephen Jones, who served as a hired knight for House Hawk, which is sworn to House Hightower. Tontos could only find the entire situation absurd. Their fathers shared the same name, and moreover, he marveled at the divine arrangement that had brought them together. Perhaps you are indeed suited to be a sailor or a captain, yet I possess no ship. I know you seek a cargo vessel capable of navigating the Blackwater Bay. Perhaps you might consider acquiring the Laughing Mermaid. I surmise that if you can muster 30 golden dragons, the brown-bearded shipowner would be willing to part with it. Though aged, this vessel is more than capable of serving you for several years. It seems this was your intention from the outset. I trust that, should I make the purchase, I need not concern myself with recruiting sailors? If this is indeed the will of the gods. Yes, if you arrange for me to be the captain. I can recruit loyal and dependable sailors, and wherever you command them to sail, they shall go, even to the lost lands of Valyria. At last, the young man set aside all pretense and smiled. Indeed, the objective is to set sail towards the land of the lost. Tomorrow, 2 hours before the city gates close. Await me here. At present, he must devise a means to persuade the youth to embark on this perilous venture, yet caution is his inherent nature. The capital is increasingly bustling, with the attention of the adults diverted to matters of security and hospitality. No one truly requires a jester. In order to amass the necessary funds to acquire the joyous mermaid, Dantos, after several changes of attire, sold his armor and sword in Iron Street, and relinquished various possessions, such as gold rings, in Silk Street. Coupled with his savings accumulated over the years and the initial deposit for this hazardous endeavor, he barely scraped together 50 gold dragons. He sought out the old man he had encountered the previous day. It was not the old man's unfortunate experiences that captivated him, but rather the unfulfilled nightly dreams of his lame son. He returned to the original berth of the dilapidated ship, only to find that a larger vessel occupied the spot. After searching in vain, he was ultimately able to locate them on the riverbank upstream of the Blackwater River, where their broken ship had managed to erect a mast once more. Lord Gander, Dantos greeted the old man, though his words were directed at his son. My good sir, our ship is yet to be repaired. The mast has been submerged for far too long and is beyond use. However, the mast Dantos had observed was in pristine condition. It is a temporary addition. We intend to procure a sturdier one. The old man discerned Dantos's confusion. I understand. Lord Gander, I have heard from your father that you once aspired to be a knight. Dantos felt such words should be addressed to the youth rather than the middle-aged, limping Gander. It seemed rather presumptuous. I have a proposition. If it comes to fruition, I believe you will be able to realize your dream. My lord, you jest. I am but a fisherman, Gander replied with caution. I am determined to purchase the joyous mermaid. I hope you can serve as my first mate, ensuring that my ship navigates according to my wishes and promptly rectifying any errors made by the captain when necessary. If you can follow my instructions and fulfill the task, your dream shall undoubtedly be realized. Should you harbor even a modicum of interest in my audacious proposal, I hope to find you here at this time tomorrow, when I shall lay everything bare. Dantos comprehended the essence of knighthood and wished for Gander to grasp it as well. He emulated the shadow and tossed a silver coin, signifying the deposit. Gander, more agile than he, donned the attire of a merchant, appearing almost unrecognizable to himself. The promise of joy imbued him with sufficient confidence. At the appointed time, following Florian's guidance, he conversed with the brown-bearded shipowner regarding the purchase. The shipowner readily agreed to sell the vessel, including various unsold goods and cargo aboard, for a total of 39 gold dragons. For the ship's registration, he paid an additional 7 silver bucks to inscribe Florian's name and allotted several more silver bucks for the 3 or 4 sailors he had engaged. Tomorrow, I shall send my steward aboard as well, who will serve as first mate. He was confident that Gander would acquiesce. The following day, Gander indeed remained in place, awaiting Dantos, yet his father was not present. Tontos stepped into the cabin with him. My lord, I am uncertain whether to place my trust in you. Those who frequent the fish market seldom speak in such a manner. Tontos resolved to press further. You may trust me. I swear upon my family's honor and by the 7 gods I revere. You must understand, my lord, that knights are not bestowed their titles for trivial matters. While commoners may be knighted for their courageous deeds and clever assistance, you are ill-suited to earn honor through battle. Thus, you must rely on cunning actions. Among the 7 kingdoms, many commoners have been knighted. Surely, you can find suitable examples. Cunning action, my lord, is it smuggling? Our journey to the destination appears straightforward. Yet evading port inspections proves challenging. It is smuggling, but it does not require circumventing port checks. Tontos was aware of the courage and strength they held. The youthful captain brimmed with pride, confidence, and ambition, ready to navigate any abyss, while the middle-aged, limping first mate possessed a clear and composed goal. Adept at handling maritime mishaps, he could find no better pairing. As the sun rose from the sea, the first rays illuminated the red castle atop the hills, and the city began to stir with life. The kingdom required such a grand wedding to proclaim the nation's great victory, to declare the unity and strength of the Iron Throne. Yet on this day, Tontos beheld only division and frailty. His hands trembled, quaking for the necklace he had sent forth for his grand plan. A severe headache began to throb, compelling him to swallow 2 gulps of red wine. The wine was sour and pungent. Under its alcoholic influence, his complexion swiftly flushed, accompanied by an intense headache, as he began to resemble a drunkard. Would Sansa genuinely accompany a drunkard? Tontos felt a twinge of worry. One who succumbs to intoxication at a critical juncture is not to be trusted. And he had already demonstrated this to Sansa. If she refused to trust a drunkard, all would be lost. Why did Duke Barrys believe he could escort Sansa away? Could the countless souls within King's Landing be merely managed by Tontos alone? He donned his broad jester's garb, adorned with performance props, a measuring device, and letters prepared for Gendry, sealed with mud and stamped with the sigil of Horald. This was his commitment. After the abominable performance concluded, Tontos's remaining task was to wait. The wedding grew increasingly lively and boisterous, with everyone occupied with countless tasks, while he alone had the time to observe and ponder. The escape route had been rehearsed in his mind innumerable times. He hoped Florian and Gendry would prove to be as reliable as they appeared. He still needed to devise a method to approach Sansa swiftly and discreetly. There were too many uncontrollable variables in this process. Tontos was confident the plan would succeed. He believed in the guidance of his dreams. In his dreams, he saw Sansa returning to Winterfell. Yet standing at the wedding site and observing from the dream realm were 2 distinct concepts. Did Lord Barrys ever dream? If not, how certain was he of the plan's successful execution? Or did Lord Barrys genuinely anticipate the plan's complete triumph? Tontos knew the answer. Success would be ideal. Should failure occur, it would not be catastrophic. The loss would merely be Sansa. Certainly, should failure befall him, the blade of Ser Davos would be poised to slice through his throat at any moment. Lord Beric would not entrust his fate into the hands of another. He felt no fear. In fact, he was inclined to greet him. Greetings, stranger. Have you been waiting long? After a prolonged wait, he emerged from the cacophony of panic amongst the crowd. He approached the elevated platform of the nobles, unimpeded and unnoticed, which was a welcome reprieve. Sansa resembled a startled quail, a disconcerting sight. Davos lightly touched her sleeve, urging, "We must hurry. It is time to return to Winterfell." The mere mention of Winterfell imbued her with strength, and Davos was pleased to contemplate that she would follow anyone who uttered those words. All others were rushing towards the fallen king, oblivious to their presence. Davos navigated the familiar corridors, winding paths, and tightly shut iron gates. He draped a cloak over Sansa, walking in the shadows of the trees, hoping that the ancient woods remained allies of the North spirits. "Do not fear, Sansa. I am fully prepared for this journey back to Winterfell. Soon, very soon, you shall arrive." "Thank you, sire, but I am not afraid." "I am not a sire." "Yes, you are." Her insistence amused Davos. She was merely a child. Aside from a few narrow passages that posed minor hindrances to the young girl, their journey was remarkably smooth. They reached the coast beneath the Red Keep effortlessly, as the church bells rang incessantly, their tolls echoing across the waters of Blackwater Bay. Nothing could thwart their progress now. Davos scanned the shore and soon spotted a concealed small boat tethered nearby. He carefully assisted Sansa aboard, and, after launching the vessel into the sea, he swiftly followed. After a moment's hesitation, he set down the navigational instruments and letters, reassuring Sansa before leaping back into the boat, discarding all the fool's attire on the shore to reveal the sigil of House Harath. The fog enveloped the sea, a fortuitous cover, Davos mused. In no time, he would vanish into the vast ocean, escaping the lion's clutches with the daughter of Winterfell, settling his debts. He hoped that the young captain and the limping first mate would not be dissuaded from their vigil by the church bells. He rowed for a full half-hour in the determined direction, and just before exhaustion set in, he glimpsed the weathered merchant vessel, eliciting a smile. "Go now, child. Board the ship, and remember to deliver the letter to the lord you encounter," he instructed Sansa. "Sire, will you not join us?" "My dear lady, I have other matters to attend to. They will escort you home." "You know of home, yes? I have seen that place, where the fishwood trees are so stout that it takes several men to embrace them, and beside it lies a green pond, steaming." "Yes, with red leaves, white branches, And a green pond, Sansa softly echoed, hesitating briefly before bestowing a clumsy kiss upon him. The crew of the Laughing Mermaid erupted into laughter and whistled. Davos had not anticipated such joy. The girl blushed amid the sailors' teasing. "Good sir, may I now inquire about your true name?" Florian Jones asked him. "My name is Florian," Sansa replied. The youth appeared as if he had seen a ghost. "Indeed, I am called Florian." He rode away, filled with bliss and joy. He had others to meet. The exertion of paddling across the sea caused him both pain and fatigue, and as the fog gradually lifted, Dantos discovered another vessel awaiting him on the waters. It was his destination, his fate, the tolling of the cathedral bells resonating as if for him. His headache intensified, keeping rhythm with the chimes. "Dantos." "I have not seen Sansa," said Beric, standing tall upon the ship. "You ought to address me as sir." "Good sir," Beric's smile faltered. "I care not for the titles of drunks. Where is Sansa?" "Sansa has returned home. I am not a drunkard. My name is Florian, and I loathe alcohol, good sir." "Dantos, has your head been steeped in drink?" Beric could glean only so much from the tolling bells, unable to understand more. "Since Sansa has returned home, what brings you here? Do you wish to collect the remainder?" "That fool named Dantos wishes to convey a message to you." He stood at the wedding site, though famished. He refrained from indulging in the feast. Though parched, he resisted the fine wines. Though weary, he would not sit upon any bench. Though overheated, he refused to stand beneath the roof. Meanwhile, you, Sir Beric, were absent yet feasted abundantly, seated comfortably. By the way, the gift you sent to the Lord of the Red Keep was exceedingly well received. Dantos, I have never encountered a greater fool than you. His countenance was a mixture of rage and horror. "Indeed, I am a fool. Is this folly the purpose of your visit?" "No, I have come to express my gratitude. I quite like the emblem." He then heard a whistling sound. An arrow pierced his chest. He felt no pain. Chapter 9. Theon. The weather was ominous and foreboding. The mountains shrouded in mist, far removed from the sea. The drowned god held no power upon the shore. This was the realm of wolves. And even the name proclaimed it so, Wolfwood. He had not previously noted these truths. He recalled his journey from the coastal city back to the Iron Islands. From the Iron Islands to the Stony Shore, from the Stony Shore to Torrens Square, and from Torrens Square to the diverse experiences of traversing Wolfwood. When did I transform from a heroic warrior of the north into a traitorous chameleon? Was it when my uncle poured seawater over my head? Was it when my father held Asha in his arms, mocking me? Or was it when Robb ascended as the king in the north, and I aspired to be the king of the Iron Islands? I should not be a Greyjoy. The taste of grass upon his lips was distinct from the sea's salt. Upon closer inspection, it bore a surprisingly sweet flavor. Perhaps there were other things he had never noticed, many experiences he had yet to undergo. Yet all of that no longer mattered. He wished that those whom he resented in the north would stab him in the back, ideally flaying his face before recognizing him, allowing his blood to spill upon the land where he had spent half of his life. Deep down, he understood that this was merely a delusion. The very person he did not wish to see had already spotted him. "Sion, I never expected to encounter you here." She paused, uncertain of how many thoughts had traversed the silence. "You ought to be with Robb." Sion observed that May had only addressed him after dismounting from her steed, which deepened his sense of despair. He would have preferred her to tower over him, commanding like a lord interrogating a criminal. As you can see, he was unaware of his own expression, yet the ground pressed against his face, causing him considerable discomfort, while his bound hands restricted him further. "Traitor, chameleon." He heard the disdainful voices around him. They belonged to the Northerners, who recognized him. "Am I truly a traitor? If I were a Northerner, if I were a Stark, if I were indeed the son of my adoptive father, Robb's brother, then I would be a traitor. But what if I were a Greyjoy, adhering to the old ways? Then I would not be." Lady Dustin had commanded the blockade of the route from Torrens Square to the Stony Shore. Those left in Torrens Square would face annihilation. No one would come to their aid. If my calculations are correct, King Balon would not merely send his only son to raid the north, would he? "Sion, tell me of King Balon's plans. I assure you by the honor of Eddard Stark that you will be safely returned to the Iron Islands. You must trust me." As she spoke, she gestured for her guards to release his bindings. He was pulled from the ground, feeling the remnants of grass clinging to his face. He had to confront this nominal sister in such a disheveled state. He hoped the grass would fall away of its own accord. His cheeks flushed, yet he could feign indignation or humiliation. He raised his gaze to her. She bore the demeanor of Asha but was more beautiful, a noblewoman's poise, enhanced by her youth. They had both spent years adrift at sea, yet May displayed a refinement that distinguished her. Was that dignity? At least May would not mock him without restraint. Humph. Merely a bastard, barely worthy of calling himself a Stark. It was too late. Besides, I bear the name Greyjoy. How could I betray my father? Uncle Victarion commands 300 longships, surging from the north towards the neck. If the ambush succeeds, the golden kraken banner would now flutter over the waters of the Bay of Crabs. My sister's journey is longer, yet her fleet is smaller and swifter. The northern coast lacks vigilance. Even if a pigeon were to convey information to Deepwood Mott now, it would be too late. Princess, hand him over to me. Within 2 hours, we can uncover all the secrets of the Iron Islands. The speaker's cloak betrayed his identity, one of the Boltons. All secrets? Do you believe you have captured Victarion or Asha? She hesitated. Princess, the saying in House Bolton is that a naked man has few secrets, but a flayed man has none. Given the urgency of the situation, this is the only way to discover King Ballant's secrets and prepare accordingly. He urged, You will not intimidate me. The North has abolished flaying. For this, I even wrote to Lord Bolton myself, you scoundrel. If Robb knew, he would surely hang you. He was uncertain how deep Robb's hatred for him might run. He could not discern the answer. Upon contemplating this, he felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that he had lost a true brother. Sir Rick, you are the heir of Lord Roose Bolton, and it is imperative that you remember the North has outlawed flaying. Of course, if this is merely a threat, then so be it. After all, he is the foster son of my father, my brother. If he is unwilling, there is no need to force him. The North is impoverished. If King Ballan merely seeks to plunder, he is clearly mistaken in his approach. However, if he desires to rule, I cannot fathom anything more significant, though this plan is undeniably reckless. Indeed, it is a mad scheme, one well known to Robert and Tywin. He realized he had underestimated this woman. Had Lord Roderick been in command of Winterfell's defenses, he would surely have succeeded. Yet now, he was merely stepping unwittingly into her carefully laid trap, believing himself capable of achieving a feat worthy of eternal praise. He could not comprehend how she had discerned his movements or set up ambushes along his randomly chosen paths. She smiled, and he recognized that his own expression had confirmed her suspicions. Sir Rick, you must immediately lead the soldiers of Harrenhal to the Bay of Claw. If the bay has already fallen, send word to White Harbor and convey the commands from Winterfell, urging them to gather forces and apply pressure on the bay from the east, while you lead the soldiers of Harrenhal to sever the connection between the bay and the sea. Should fortune favor us and the bay remain unconquered, inform the defenders to be vigilant against enemies approaching from the north. Alas, retain 100 archers for defense, and relay any news promptly to Winterfell. Time is of the essence. He harbored little faith in Meera's orders and strategies. His uncle commanded the main forces of the Iron Islands. If the bay fell, and they took to fortifying the defenses, even an assault from the north could be easily repelled. Moreover, the roads of the neck could hardly accommodate such an army for a siege. As long as the defenders are sufficient in number, quantity holds little significance before this castle. In contrast to Lord Leech, Rick Bolton appeared more akin to a reasonable man. Yes, my lady, what shall you do? He was vastly different from Roose Bolton. If Theon's memory served him well, he was a distant kin to Roose, possibly sharing a grandfather or great-grandfather with him. He should have been the rightful heir to Harrenhal after Domeric Bolton's demise, and it was now confirmed by Lord Bolton himself. I shall escort Theon back to Winterfell. Upon returning to Seaguard, I will relay messages to Robb, Greywater Watch, White Harbor, and Deepwood Mott, as well as Bear Island. If feasible, I shall muster soldiers to confront the unknown enemy. Sir Rick, if the bay has fallen, endeavor to sever the Iron Men's connections to the sea, sabotaging their ships, supplies, and communications. Once our forces are assembled, I require you to besiege the Iron Men from the west of the bay. As you wish. Rick Bolton smiled lightly at Theon before turning to depart. Warden Stark, Mae called out to one of her subordinates, instructing him to convey a message to Lady Dustin. She declared that she had captured Theon Greyjoy and his Ironborn, and ordered that all the Ironborn captured at the Stone Shore be beheaded, their heads displayed on either side of the road to Torrance Square. If any knights or notable figures were among the captives, their heads were to be sent to Winterfell. And she insisted that she desired no prisoners. Although Walton Stark and the Starks of Winterfell shared a common surname, their bloodlines had long diverged. He owed fealty to House Dustin of the Barrolans. A scruffy little man, he bore little resemblance to a Stark aside from his name. His brown beard spilled from beneath a battered helm, resembling a helmeted brown goat, while his clean-shaven skin suggested a youthful countenance, perhaps even younger than Jon Snow. Yes, Your Highness, he stammered, making an effort to stand tall in his salute to the princess. Wait, Mae said, turning again to Theon and pointing at his armguard, adorned with golden threads and a dragonbone clasp. This was a gift she had bestowed upon him when she returned to the north. Theon, since you are a captive, some items should rightly be considered spoils of war. I am pleased that you still possess this armguard, but but it should be worn by one of greater honor. She took the item from his grasp, and Theon's face flushed anew with a wave of humiliation. It is but a trifling gift, he thought. A worthless thing that should have been discarded long ago. He felt a flicker of gratitude for the wisdom imparted to him by King Balon. The foolish old ways were not without their meaning. Say what you will. You may appear to be a Greyjoy, but perhaps, at heart, you are a Stark. She remarked calmly, momentarily evoking the essence of Roose Bolton in him. This trinket was purchased with iron coin before, and it is still iron coin now. Here, take it. Stark of White Harbor. Noticing Walton's hesitation, she added, consider it a gift from a relative. Now, quickly thank the princess and deliver the message, you foolish lad. Charles burst into laughter, addressing the still-dazed Walton. Theon watched as Walton left, filled with a profound sense of shame. When her orders reached the Barrolans, perhaps he would see the pickled head of Dagmar being displayed in Winterfell. Dagmar had once raided alongside the young Balon, and now he led Balon's son into plunder. Unaware that this first venture would cost him his life. Is this my burden? He scoffed. Madness. If it weren't madness, why would the old man wage war in the desolate north? The gods knew the Northmen would not sit idly by while the Ironborn invaded. Even with control of the Bay of Crabs, preventing the lords of the north from returning, did the existing strength of the north not suffice to drive them out? When had he come to trust such a foolish plan? That bag of seawater? He recalled the madman, Euron. It was the briny tide that invaded his mind, transforming him from a hero into a traitor, a chameleon, diminishing his pride into self-doubt, his honor into disgrace, turning him into a loathsome adversary of his brethren. While his father morphed into an unbearable judge and rival, and his sister became a mere jester and spectator. Damned be the sea, cascading down upon him, altering everything beneath his gaze. He yearned to pry open his own skull, to meticulously seek out the clues, yet he found himself incapable of such an action, left with naught but the clanking chains of his hands. By the gods, cursed be the drowning deity. When did I begin to harbor hopes of seizing Winterfell? I was distinctly filled with doubt, yet why did I proceed? Damn it! Surely, the siren call of the tide submerged my reason, and that accursed drowning god dissolved my skepticism. When did my uncertainties regarding May transform into indifference? He was convinced he had been manipulated. He slightly shifted his posture for comfort, observing May whispering something to the burly man beside her, and a dreadful conspiracy lingered in the air. Each of her followers drew forth their long blades, swiftly identifying their targets, forcing the bound Iron Men to kneel and expose their necks. These were valiant men, who had pillaged the Rock Coast together, shattered the Rabbit Legion, and slain the heir of House Hearth. He heard their pleas for mercy, their curses, their agonized cries, and a muffled whimper, that of his own attendant. When Eddard Stark severed a criminal's head, he never averted his gaze, yet here he could not bear to watch. The gods were excessively cruel. They struck down with their blades, heads rolling. The stench of blood mingled with excrement was all too familiar, yet so utterly foreign. Following was the sickening sound of flesh and bone being cleaved. Some did so swiftly, others more languidly. The world spun around him. He felt his mind swell, his stomach twist, a violent cramp inducing him to retch, as if he would expel the last morsel he had consumed in the Iron Islands. The head was to be conveyed by Warden and his men to Torrens Square to console Lady Tohar. He heard it. He had witnessed countless executions, yet today felt profoundly different. His sister, once kind and courteous, was no gentle chick, nor a foolish, rigid knight, and certainly not the benevolent queen of love and beauty. She appeared so alien, as though he had never truly known her. No, this was not her doing. He had nearly watched her grow from a little girl. It was the drowning god that stirred his desires, eroded his composure, and propelled him toward destruction. He beheld his own darkening palm. Was it a tentacle of the sea beast? He widened his eyes to discern, only to find 5 intact fingers. He should have known better than to risk an assault on Winterfell. He should have recognized that this sister, who had claimed the tournament's crown, frequently suppressed him, and had ventured as far as Essos, was not as easily dealt with as Ser Roderick. The drowning god clouded his judgment, amplified his desires, stifled his caution, yet bestowed no strength. Did the drowning god harbor hatred for me? He recalled the shadowy sea creature that had climbed into the castle. Theon, mount your steed. You should be well acquainted with the road to Winterfell. To flee would mean certain death by an arrow. Indeed, he was familiar with the path, having followed Eddard Stark along it to the Tully estate of Riverrun, as well as having traversed it alone to deliver messages. He was well acquainted with the various lords along the way. Perhaps I should flee. Dying by an arrow might be the best outcome. Yet, would they mock me posthumously as a fool who overestimated himself? Or should I simply fall from my horse and break my neck? given that I had previously vomited. It would be quite reasonable to tumble off now, especially in my current state of headache and disorientation. He tightened the reins, attempting to extricate his foot from the stirrup. It would be rather simple without support. But what if I were to break my leg instead of my neck? Would they ridicule me as the one-legged prince of the Iron Islands? Should I ascend to the throne of the Iron Islands in the future? Would they deride me as Theon the Lame? Oh, perhaps what awaits me is the Wall. Surviving as a cripple in such a harsh realm is no easy feat, even for a prince. That place is suited for bastards. I shall not go there. His fate rested in the hands of either Maya or Robb. Far away in the Westerlands. How would Robb perceive him? He had sworn an oath to him, professing their brotherly bond, yet within a month, he had cast aside everything and invaded his homeland. If they were truly brothers, Robb would be furious, compelling him to don black robes and freeze in the bitter cold. But now he was the king in the north, and they were no longer brothers. Or perhaps he ought not to discuss brotherhood with him. Rather, he should state, "You are the heir of Pike, the heir of the Iron Islands. I will ensure you fetch a good price." He slipped his foot back into the stirrup. "Theon, you still have the opportunity to explain the plans of the Iron Islands to me. You know, regardless of the scheme, it shall ultimately fail. Yet it may assist you in choosing your fate. You are your father's hostage. Resistance leads to but one outcome. Never forget that. My fate is not determined by you. But by King Robb, is it not?" He forced a smile, perhaps for Maya's benefit, though he was already a horse's length ahead. Robb was in the south, and news from the south was scarce. The one who truly dictated his fate was not King Robb, but Lord Brandon. This meant that the Lord's guardian, thus you, determined my destiny. Is there a distinction? Certainly. Robb would execute you without hesitation, whereas I would not. You must understand that ultimately, you decide your own fate. You have always been my father's ward. Bran would not wish to harm you, nor would I. Robb would never execute me. Huh, ward. In that case, I have even less reason to explain to you King Balon's plans. He mocked with abandon. You still do not comprehend. Though the Lord of Winterfell is young, he possesses the courage to make a judgment and the strength to sever a head he does not wish to take. Compared to Bolton, your performance has been woefully inadequate. Maya, he lightly kicked the horse's flank, urging it to accelerate, pulling ahead by a length. You must be perplexed, wondering how I can so effortlessly ambush you. She withdrew her light-hearted tone, asserting that if you remain unable to let go of this trivial matter and cling to your father's ludicrous secret at the cost of your own destiny, then no one can save you. Her haughty voice unsettled him. The last individual who exuded such arrogance was Jaime Lannister, yet he ultimately found himself captured. Even in captivity, Ser Jaime retained his pride, though it had long ceased to wound him. He yearned to be by Robb's side once more. What, pray tell, do you wish to convey, Victor? Do not allow this opportunity to slip through your fingers. You have already made a grievous error, pretending that nothing has transpired. Such folly. She urged her steed faster, closing the distance. And while your father has yet to inflict further harm upon the north, be forthright. Understand that the Iron Islands gain nothing in the north, but to provoke me will cost you the heads of sea monsters. By the strength of the north? A jest. Even when King Robert was alive, it required considerable effort. Now, what remains of the north? Foolishness. He smiled, yet Meera had already galloped ahead. Theon, increase your speed. Leading the charge, he found himself ensconced in the center, as if he were the leader of this motley crew. If darkness allows for a leap into the woods, perhaps he might yet escape. No one knows this forest better than I. Hundreds silently encircled him, and though his knights muttered curses, he feigned deafness. As the heir of the Iron Islands, he need not squabble over trivial verbal victories. For 2 hours they galloped through the countryside, reaching a small village where he had hoped to dismount and rest, yet Meera dashed through without a moment's pause. From the rock coast to Torrens Square, and then racing towards Winterfell, he had not rested for dozens of hours, compounded by fierce battles and an emptied stomach, leaving him utterly fatigued. She is doing this on purpose, he thought. She deliberately wore him down, to the point where he could not even contemplate escape. He had no desire to concede or plead for mercy, instead leaning heavily against his horse, allowing it to carry him wherever it may, ideally to hell. In the distance, he glimpsed the walls of Winterfell. The walls loomed tall and formidable, like giants standing upon the plain. Oh, why did he ever think he could capture Winterfell with merely 60 men? Drowned God, drowned God, drowned God, he mused. The drowned God is seeking vengeance against me, punishing this traitor who has been tainted by the old gods. He found it absurd how certain he felt. He could not recall how he entered Winterfell. Darkness enveloped the entire castle. Inside, dogs barked furiously. Though he kept his eyes mostly shut as he traversed various corridors, he knew precisely where he was headed. having escorted numerous criminals to that very place for Lord Eddard Stark. At last, he thought, he could finally rest. The surroundings may be unpleasant, but they would suffice to alleviate his weary body and mind. Sleep eluded him for an interminable time, an eternity it seemed. The prison was desolate, devoid of any fellow inmates, a lamentable situation indeed, as numerous eyes were fixated solely upon him, leaving him incapable of escaping such scrutiny. In the hazy distance, the cries of chameleon, traitor, and stinking octopus reached him, interrupting his reveries of capturing Jaime Lannister, the coastal city, Asha, and the castle of Pike. Chameleon, traitor, rise at once. The voice was unfamiliar. He recognized the prison guards, most of whom had accompanied Robb southward, but this voice was unknown to him, certainly not a familiar face. I am Theon Greyjoy. He resolved to ignore the summons. Get up, you filth. A sharp pain surged through his head, and he heard his own scream. Suspecting that his right eye had gone blind, he clutched his head with both hands. Yet another wave of excruciating pain struck him, his abdomen feeling as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Had he not already vomited, he would surely be retching his innards now. He curled up, nearly unable to keep his teeth clenched, his moans frozen in time. He expelled an unknown liquid from his mouth, uncertain if it was blood, as he could neither see nor smell it. Lift him up. Another kick landed, but he no longer cared. Soon, he was taken to his destination. Unaware of how many steps he had traversed on his own, he raised his gaze to the familiar hall, but a sudden kick sent him sprawling once more, forcing him to lie prostrate on the floor. For decades, he had endured such humiliation, yet this was the first time it had occurred. He looked up. The hall was dimly lit by candlelight, perhaps due to his injured eyes, he mused. He discerned a small figure seated prominently at the head of the table, with Meera to his left and a bachelor adorned with various metal rings to his right, looking utterly dejected. Theon could not discern his expression. Do you despise us, Theon? Eddard Stark seldom smiled at him, yet he had never treated him worse than any of his other sons. His time in this castle mirrored his moments elsewhere. If the gods were merciful, they should have bestowed upon him a Stark name rather than branding him as a Greyjoy, a man of the Iron Islands. Bound by the ancient ways of Ironborn, Stark was the last person he could harbor hatred for. Theon, the Iron Islands have long since pledged to abandon the old ways. There is no possibility of success in raiding now. Sighing, how could you be so foolish? Master Luwin's voice trembled, yet his tone remained resolute, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth, leaving no room for debate. This was a trait of Master Luwin that Theon had always loathed. Theon, Asha Greyjoy has already captured Deepwood Motte, and your uncle, Victarion Greyjoy, has successfully raided the Bay of Crabs. Ravens have already flown tonight to various parts of the north. Once the soldiers are assembled, we shall retaliate against Deepwood Motte and the Bay of Crabs. Master Luwin believes you may play a role in this endeavor, which is why you have been brought here. According to our considerations, if you can aid us in reclaiming Deepwood Motte and the Bay of Crabs, we shall allow you to return to the Iron Islands. However, if I am of no assistance, I cannot help you either. He interrupted her. As Uncle Victarion led the main force of the Iron Islands, a formidable contingent of 4,000 men, to besiege the Bay of Carhold. His sister Asha commanded a fleet of 30 to 40 longships, with a total of over 1,000 men. In stark contrast, he possessed merely 8 longships, assigned to the inconsequential task of harassment. They would hardly regard him, a Greyjoy. Even his father would not consider paying any ransom for him. What a disgrace it was to forsake honor merely for the sake of gaining his acknowledgement. How juvenile. I should mourn for Robb's demise on the battlefield. Oh, the drowned god. Damn it all. The might of the Iron Islands alone could not conquer the north. Yet once we eliminate the Ironborn from Deepwood Motte, we shall encircle Carhold from all sides, and your uncle Victarion will be doomed. He had once garrisoned in that very place alongside Robb's forces. No one could seize Carhold, defended by thousands. No one could swiftly capture the bay, save for your uncle. It was only a matter of time before we subdued Carhold through siege. But time was not on our side. Should the Ironborn linger in the bay, Robb's army would be compromised, jeopardizing the fate of the north. Winter is approaching. I hope you can assist us in shortening this duration. It seems you already have a plan in mind. He could not fathom what he could do for the north. He was regarded as significant by the Starks, yet he understood his insignificance among the Greyjoys. He ought to have realized that not all fathers are Eddard Stark. We shall send a raven to Deepwood Motte, informing Asha Greyjoy that you have successfully captured Winterfell, and requesting her to send reinforcements to Winterfell. You know, between the woods of Deepwood Motte and Winterfell, there are no other great houses besides the mountain clans. Your sister would have no opportunity to verify the veracity of the message. Should she come in person to lend aid, we could capture her. If she dispatches troops, I could systematically annihilate them, thereby reducing the obstacles to reclaiming Deepwood Motte. Should fortune favor us, and we capture all of King Balon as children, we could negotiate with him to command Victarion to withdraw from Carhold. What are your thoughts on this plan? It may indeed succeed. King Balon might not relinquish Carhold for his son, but if it were truly his cherished daughter, he would surely compromise. Asha would never believe that the few dozen men I lead could successfully seize Winterfell. This scheme is far too easy to unmask. How curious it is, then, that you believe it yourself? A good question, indeed. Why? Perhaps he sought to prove himself to his father. Perhaps he longed for respect. Yet, neither of these was the truth. He was convinced that the true reason lay within that pouch of seawater. Under its influence, his perception had transformed. His heart had changed. The once unfamiliar Pike Island grew increasingly familiar, while the bond with his brothers began to fade. He reminisced about the appearance of their room on that first night at Pike. The scent of the sea surged through the window as waves crashed. And he beheld the dark, tentacled sea monster, reminiscent of his house sigil, creeping in. He had thought this but a mirage born of fatigue. At this very moment, memories are astonishingly vivid, leading him to suspect that some great force is deliberately toying with him, the dim gray shadow of a sea monster. Struggling to surge onto the windowsill, transforming into ink as it approaches him, before he succumbs to slumber. The drowned god has seized control of me. I remained loyal to Robb, yet after that night, I began to regard him as a long-ago acquaintance. Under Robb's command, I had achieved glorious victories, capturing the Kingslayer with my own hands. However, after that night, such honors felt like tales from millennia past. Following that evening, even the mission became trivial, as he hollowly extracted Robb's letter, as if presenting a tedious doodle. The true Theon would not act in such a manner. The genuine Theon would not recklessly assault those he did not know, nor would he easily embark on foolish challenges. Thus, what lies at the heart of all this? The drowned god has taken hold of me. It guided him in his dreams to attack Winterfell. Otherwise, how could he have dreamt of the sea engulfing Winterfell? In his dreams, he rode a steed forged from the ocean, leaping over the walls of Winterfell, as the waters submerged all who dared to defy him. The ice wolves swallowed by the tide, the ancient spirits within Winterfell obliterated. He stood upon the waves, proclaiming himself the Prince of Winterfell to all Stark kings of ages past and present. In the dream, the Stark kings howled at him, each transforming into monstrous wolves. Yet the waves surged more fiercely, dragging the fearsome wolves beneath the tumult. The waters inundated every inch of Winterfell, gradually submerging the heart tree until it consumed the last leaf. He stood atop the surging waves, watching as Winterfell transformed into his bathing ground. To the south, he beheld a land of marshes, all bowing before him. To the north, he saw the waves surmounting the wall, turning to ice beneath the cold, yet he remained undeterred, commanding the colossal waves to breach the frozen sea, shattering all obstacles before him, devouring the entirety of the land of eternal winter. This was the dream bestowed upon him by the drowned god, the dream gifted by that sack of seawater. It was the drowned god guiding me to ambush Winterfell, much like the old gods had directed Lord Eddard Stark southward to his demise. Do not speak my father's name. Bran's fury mirrored that of the little wretched wolf in his dreams. We are far from the sea, and the drowned god holds no power here. You would do well to make the right choice now. As I said, we cannot pretend that what has transpired never occurred. The North does not forget. Betraying Robb is the most grievous act I have committed. Maester Luwin, you once advised me that one must correct wrongs promptly and refrain from repeating them. He gazed at Luwin, hoping for an affirming nod. Yes, Theon, one must learn from their mistakes. Since betrayal is wrong, I must not betray again. Therefore, I shall no longer betray my father, my sister, my uncle. I also do not wish to betray your trust any further. Meera, you should take my head in that grove as well. He closed his eyes, pain coursing through him, yet he had never felt so invigorated. He sensed his hands convulsing. Were they to become tentacles? She rose with indignation. Theon was pleased with her reaction and smiled at her, feeling she understood his intent. As Meera and Bran gazed upon the scene, the flickering candlelight obscured Bran's face. In the name of Robb Stark, King in the North and King of the Trident, I, Meera of House Stark, Commander of the Winterfell defenses and Guardian of Winterfell's Lord, hereby pronounce your death sentence. Bran, Meera, even if we do not inform Robb, I believe we can grant him the opportunity to don the black garb. Maester Luwin rose in shock. He has slain numerous inhabitants of the Iron Islands, murdered the heir of Torrhen Square, and countless lords and knights of the Riverlands. He even plotted to ambush Winterfell. This judgment is just. Meera resolutely rejected his proposal. Meera, yet he is the heir of the Iron Islands, the only son of King Gallant still living. He is also your brother, despite your differing surnames. The maester's tone shifted to one of pleading. He felt sorrow for the old maester, who had taught him for decades. He was given as a hostage after King Gallant's defeat, and now that he has rebelled again, I can only grant him his wish. Maester Lewin, my decision is final. Please refrain from further discourse. I shall perish quietly on the shores of the Iron Islands or die aboard a ship returning to Pike. Very well, let it be done. He was pulled from the hall by unfamiliar guards. The execution site in Winterfell was typically in the training yard, but he requested it be held beneath the weirwood tree, to which she acquiesced. Alas, the sword ice was left behind in King's Landing. He had once feared dying beneath its cold steel, but now only regret remained. Come now. Last words, Theon? I hope your sword is swift enough, sister. My father, Eddard Stark, always struck true. He sensed a tremor in his voice. This sword is named Longclaw. Though not as heavy as ice, it is also a Valyrian steel blade. Trust me, it is equally sharp. Indeed, it is sharp enough, he mused. The world spun before his eyes. He felt the chill of the ground beneath him and caught the scent of flowers. As if he could even hear the roar of dragons. Dragons? He struggled to open his eyes wider. A colossal shadow of a sea beast writhed beneath the cold light, only to be pierced by a sword, its wretched scream dispersing like ink across the night sky. Is this a dream? He felt himself rising, glimpsing the pale trunks of trees and the deep crimson, hand-shaped leaves. This is the sky. He beheld the walls of Winterfell, the ancient castle, and the stone tower. He saw Bran, weeping with his face buried in his hands, and Rickon, wailing in anguish, as well as the trembling, speechless old maester. He wished to greet them. He also saw Meera. Oh, she is looking at me too. Chapter 10. Jon Snow. A fine drizzle enveloped the landscape, the distant mountains shrouded in mist. This is my domain. Jon escaped the wildlings, bearing arrow wounds that pierced his thighs and arms, riding a bareback horse that galloped as it pleased. He was unaware of how long he had been on the horse, but fortunately, the reins around its neck allowed him to maintain a firm grip in his half-conscious state. One leg and arm lay utterly powerless. Using his remaining hand, he touched his forehead, detecting a slight fever. I must hasten to deliver the message to the Black Castle. Yet, fatigue enveloped him, and his weakened body rendered him uncertain whether he could reach the Black Castle before the wildlings. Moreover, what significance would it bear? The garrison at the Black Castle was woefully inadequate, aged, infirm, and far fewer than the valiant wildling warriors who had traversed the Great Wall. Perhaps the wildlings were still hot on his heels. He was oblivious to his exact location, yet it was indisputable that he was south of the wall, in the north, in the land of his father. He had escaped from the vicinity of Crown's Landing, of that he was certain. The tower within the lake had once welcomed Queen Alysanne Targaryen, who, alongside her husband King Jaehaerys Targaryen, had flown to the north on Dragonback. The dragon she rode was named Silverwing, while her husband's was known as Vhagar, the Bronze Fury. He was intimately familiar with these names. He wished he too possessed a dragon, for then he could soar through the skies to deliver his message to the Black Castle, to vanquish the wildlings beyond the wall. He grimaced, dismissing the thought. Dragons had long since vanished from the realm, centuries past. The horse halted behind a knoll, equally weary. Jon struggled to slide off its back, both his arm and leg screaming in agony, leaving him uncertain which pain warranted his cries. The arrow embedded in his arm had pierced through his leather armor and undershirt. Not deeply, yet the pain radiating from the wound felt as if his bones were shattering. Summoning all his strength, he yanked the arrow free, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness from the searing pain. Glancing at the arrowhead, a sense of disorientation washed over him. It was a bolt from the bow of the infamous Ygritte. The surrounding mountains stretched endlessly, a stark contrast to the grassy hills of Crown's Landing. Had he already encroached upon the territory of the mountain clans? He had no time to ponder such matters. He required shelter to tend to his wounds, to muster the courage and regain some strength to continue toward the Black Castle. Yet the thickets were dense, interspersed with towering oaks, ironwoods, and redwoods, remnants of white snow lingering atop their canopies. Should he linger or attempt to spend the night? Death would surely claim him. Reluctantly, he inspected the arrow wound on his leg. Using his dagger, he cut away the leather trousers around the injury. Appalled by the depth to which the arrow had penetrated, he attempted to grasp the shaft with both hands and pull it out, but a mere attempt elicited a pained howl, blood gushing from the wound. He tore his undershirt into strips, binding it above the wound to staunch the bleeding, praying that he would not immediately succumb to unconsciousness. And then, he faded into darkness. A chilling rain revived him. The sky remained shrouded in gray. He initially believed it to be night, but upon opening his eyes and gazing upwards, he discerned that several hours remained until dusk. He was grateful to have not lingered in unconsciousness for too long, yet felt a pang of sorrow for not having quietly departed this world. Since he had not perished, his vigil must continue. He hoped the horse was still nearby. Without its aid, returning to the Black Castle would be impossible. Drawing his long sword, its blade veined with ash gray. Mysterious patterns, he mused that if it had not been buried in the mire, it must surely serve some purpose. The gods would not allow such a fate for him, he thought. He rose to his feet, feeling slightly dizzy, yet he knew that he could still walk. He glanced around, hoping that the horse was quietly grazing somewhere, its hunger satiated. Yet, there was no sign of the steed in sight, and despair engulfed him. Fool, think of a way, think of a way. If the Black Castle falls, the entire North will fall into chaos. And if Winterfell is breached, no, Winterfell shall never succumb. It has withstood foes far mightier than the wildlings. He scrutinized his surroundings, yearning for any distinctive feature that might reveal his location. He had traversed nearly the entirety of the North alongside Eddard Stark, Robb, and Theon, having witnessed the distant landscapes of the New Gift during summer. At that time, he had harbored hope for familiar sights, yet all that greeted him now was utter strangeness. He had no choice but to proceed on foot, hoping that beyond the hills lay the wall. He picked up his bow and quiver, casually tossing them into the thicket. The blood on the ground, he covered with clods of earth, hoping the wildlings would not notice. Pain radiated through his body. Each step was a burden. He thought he would collapse after 100 paces, but after 100, he continued. He believed he could barely manage another 200, yet after that distance, he still pressed on. As the sun dipped behind the cliffs, he had lost count of how many steps he had taken. Nor could he recall how many branches the Valyrian sword had severed in his path. Smoke. He spotted the angry plume rising from the nearby woods. Cooking smoke, perhaps? It could belong to a hunter, or the wildlings, or even his brothers in black. If they were wildlings, he would slay a few with his Valyrian blade. His vigil would end here. He trudged toward the smoke, but upon descending the next hill, he found himself disoriented and had to ascend again to regain his bearings. After committing the direction to memory, he resumed his journey, recalibrating his sense of the smoke's true position with each deviation from his original path. However, with the forest's meandering turns, he ultimately lost all trace of it. Deciding to abandon the pursuit of the smoke, he pressed on along the narrow path, hoping he was still heading in the right direction. The absence of a target tormented him far more than the pain of climbing. The North was vast, nearly rivaling the remaining expanse of the realm, and he recalled his father Eddard Stark's words about the sparse population compared to the other three corners. Let me encounter a northerner, father. Within the dense woods, a sharper pain throbbed in his head, as if someone were tugging at non-existent braids, rendering one side of his skull numb and heavy. Exiting the thicket, he found himself in a light drizzle, the cool drops refreshing his face, sharpening his senses. He navigated the contours of the mountain, painstakingly circumventing the dense forest, and by fortunate chance, the smoke reappeared before him. Thank the gods, he nearly wept with relief. At this moment, the smoke lay just beyond the thicket and a narrow gully, with no hills obstructing his way. He should be able to approach it swiftly. Destiny had allowed him to glimpse the smoke once more. It would not permit him to perish so close to its warmth. After continuing for what felt like an eternity, he finally confirmed that the smoke was indeed within reach. The surroundings had plunged into twilight, and he felt as though he might faint at any moment, collapsing into the encroaching darkness. As he drew closer, the forest enveloped him in darkness. He attempted to move his legs and stretch his arms. If it were a wildling, perhaps I could slay one, at most two. Beyond that, I would surely succumb. He endeavored to advance further, hoping to encounter a hunter or a resident of the mountain clans. Even if he were to perish here, he could rely on them to relay the news to Winterfell. This sword could serve as proof of identity, while the dagger might be offered as a token of goodwill. The hunting dog detected him before he could react, barking furiously. It was fortunate that no wildling had crossed the wall with the dog. He heard two sharp twangs as arrows accurately struck the ground 2 feet before him. In the flickering firelight, he glimpsed a figure holding a bow and several silhouettes darting from the entrance. Should he press on? The next arrow would surely find its mark in his chest, a fate he wished to avoid. Friend, he thought, these are the Lost Night's Watchmen. Most of the mountain clans in the north are allies of the Night's Watch. Upon witnessing their lowered bows, he retrieved the 2 arrows embedded in the earth. Their heads were flat and spear-like, sharp as blades, adorned with 2 blood grooves polished to a gleam. Genuine iron tips, not the sort of weaponry a wildling could craft. With great difficulty, he raised his hands and limped forward. Under the glow of the flames, he beheld an elderly man with a thick white beard, wrapped in a heavy fur coat. His deeply etched wrinkles framed a large, rosy nose, from which robust white nasal hairs protruded. His eyes, nearly obscured by heavy, creased eyelids, revealed a glimmer of brightness, pure as water, a quintessential mountain dweller. I am Jon Snow, from Winterfell, a member of the Night's Watch and the steward to Lord Commander Mormont. His status as a Night's Watchman might be of value, but the Forest Clan and Mountain Folk were also allies of Winterfell. Lower your bow, Hot. Tend to the dog. The elder's voice boomed with a certain ruggedness characteristic of the Mountain Folk. Hod was a boy of merely 8 or 9 years, his age akin to Bran's. Yet the rigors of the wild rendered him far more rugged and robust. Draped in fur, he resembled an agile hunter, but when soothing the dog, he appeared as a child. Glancing through the window, Jon noticed 2 other children, a boy and a girl, as well as a woman clad in hunting attire, which was little more than coarse furs, resembling the mountain folk he had encountered. She appeared significantly younger than the elder. I have heard of a Jon Snow from Winterfell. To verify your identity, you would do well to disclose the names of your father, mother, brothers, and sisters. The elder remained guarded, his demeanor stern and poised for confrontation, clearly prepared to react should Jon fail to answer. Such an inquiry posed no challenge for him. My father is Eddard Stark, my brothers are Robb, Bran, and Rickon. He hesitated over whether to mention Jon's half-brother's name, but deemed it best to omit it in this context. My sisters are Sansa, Arya, and I do not know my mother's name, but I am aware of the name the elder seeks. The Lady of Winterfell is Catelyn Tully. Yet I am a bastard, not her child. I do not know who my mother is. Very well, child, though any northerner could answer that. I trust the wildlings would not. The old man gestured for him to enter the house. Your cloak, I must say, is hardly that of a Night's Watchman. Thank you. The tale of the cloak is quite lengthy. I am yet to learn how you are addressed. Inside, it was exceedingly warm. He even let out a groan as he beheld the clay-sealed hearth, with a small fire burning beneath, its chimney rising toward the roof. This was no hastily constructed dwelling. I have seen your uncle. He referred to me as Scruffy, and you may do the same. Back then, my beard was not entirely white. You must know his name, do you not? Benjen Stark. No, that is not it. The old man grinned widely. Not that. He glanced once more at the elder. How long ago was that? Ha ha. Now I believe you are indeed a bastard of Winterfell. The smile was as warm as fire, and he felt genuinely at ease. These are my 3 grandsons and granddaughter. This is my daughter. The father of the children, Ricard, has answered the call to the south, seeking to rescue Lord Eddard. Well, Horman recently dreamt of most dreadful things. She believes her father is already deceased. Horman is somewhat younger than Hodder, yet not by much. Her eyes are large, gleaming with a mischievous glint, reminiscent of Arya, though she is not. You mentioned another uncle. You must have visited Winterfell. Perhaps he is aware of his mother's condition as well. You look pale. And you are smoking. Please, take a seat. The speaker was the daughter of Scruffy, her brown hair tightly wrapped atop her head, though she was significantly younger than Scruffy. Under the firelight, one could discern that she was no longer in her youth. She appeared capable, agile, and strong. She offered him a piece of warm bread, while another boy dutifully poured a bowl of soup from a pot and extended it towards him. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Jon sat down, but the pain from his wound compelled him to cry out. He felt the blood seeping from the injury once more. In truth, he could not staunch the flow. Did you encounter an enemy? The old man inquired. Wildlings. A band of wildlings. They have crossed the wall and have ventured far to Crown's Landing, preparing to assault Black Castle from the south. This was his most vital task. Commander Mormont had led most of the Black-Cloaked brothers north, leaving Black Castle exceedingly vulnerable. Should Black Castle fall, Mance Rayder would undoubtedly lead the wildling horde across the wall. Perhaps they have already done so. Yet, he hoped his deception might instill some caution in the wildlings, preventing them from acting rashly. This is indeed grave news, the old man sighed. Quickly, drink a bit. Your cloak must also dry. If that wound is left untreated, it could be fatal. He wished to request assistance in sending the message, but they were no scholars. Lacking a raven, he sipped the hot soup and instantly decided it was the finest he had ever tasted, continuing to drink deeply until it was all gone. The warmth enveloped him, instilling a sense that he could still manage to deliver the message to Black Castle. He took a bite of the charred bread. Its crispness whetted his appetite. The interior had a slight tang, yet it still emanated a rich, weedy aroma, utterly delectable. Before long, he heard the sound of rain outside, which intensified. Without such a sanctuary, he would surely perish in the wilderness, he thought. The old man unfastened the bandages he had tied and inspected the wound on his leg in the firelight. Blood had soaked through the makeshift bandage, and what remained had coagulated into a large patch on his leg. Perhaps I may not possess the refined skills of a maester from Winterfell, but I believe I am not inferior to him in treating these injuries. What is his name? Ah, another name. Jon smiled. Reuven, Maester Reuven. Oh, I remember another who was called, Varys. The old man skillfully wiped the blood around the wound with a hot, damp cloth, while his daughter assisted him, occasionally washing and handing him clean cloths. Have you seen them? Jon longed for another bowl of soup. That is a lengthy tale. In my youth, I accompanied my brothers to the Wintertown market to sell furs, though it was said to be for selling furs, in truth. I pleaded with my father to take me to see Winterfell. I had long heard from the tribesmen that it was the largest castle in the north, with the tallest tower in all the north. That time, we merely circled the Wintertown market, regrettably unable to enter Winterfell, as its towering walls barred us from entry. However, the tower was indeed magnificent, visible from afar even outside the castle. Although we could not enter, I was still greatly pleased. I thought to myself, if Winterfell is so grand, what must the capital, 1,000 times larger than Winterfell, be like? From that moment on, I began to dream of the day I could journey south to behold the most magnificent city on the continent. Later, the opportunity arose to unite the mountain clans. Winterfell called for warriors from our region, and so I ventured south with the wolves. At that time, I had grown into a man, and my father did not oppose my decision. He exchanged 2 bundles of furs for a sword for me and my brother, which was the first sword I ever possessed in my life. Well, you wouldn't think I was going south to war, would you? It was not so at that time. There was peace throughout the land, and the south had no need for northern men in battle. Lord Rickard was not preparing to incite a rebellion. Having finished, he gestured for his daughter to fetch a leather pouch, while the nearby children gathered around to watch. This was their learning ground for healing, Jon mused. You haven't yet said how you know them. Jon felt a wave of drowsiness. Indeed, I have already mentioned it. He pulled the stopper from the leather pouch and poured its contents over the wound. Agonizing pain surged through him, and Jon could only clench his fists. He saw blood once again welling from the wound. That year was called the False Spring. Many stories you have heard. As a mountain man's protector, I journeyed south with Lord Rickard and some of his children. Of course, your father was not here. He had to depart from the Eyrie. I fulfilled my wish and beheld Harrenhal, its towers larger, its walls thicker and higher. And then, Jon strained to suppress the pain, unwilling to let them see his suffering. And then I returned to the north. My brother went south to King's Landing with your uncle, and later your grandfather. None of them returned alive. He pressed his hand against the wound, ensuring there were no further complications, and began to apply the prepared herbs. We waited and waited in Winterfell for news of your father, but it never came. The suspense became unbearable. Rumors circulated that your father had perished at sea, while others suggested he was lost in the company of some woman, entirely oblivious to his identity. Just as the lords began to conspire to support your uncle Benjen, he returned. He applied a powder to his wounds, a far more excruciating remedy than any wine could offer. Surely, you do not believe that only Lord Rickard and his heir met their demise in King's Landing that year? Indeed not. Your brother perished as well. Accompanying Lord Rickard southward were various families from the north, scattered across the mountains, and the people of the neck down to the marshes. Blood flowed freely throughout the north, and the elders grew stern and furious, just as they do now. They shall never return, just as old Hodder dreamed. Never to return? The last news he heard was of Robb achieving a great victory in the south, and it stirred a pang of envy within him, wishing to rush back and fight alongside him. Was it merely a dream? How could one dismiss a child's dream so lightly? Child, you are unlike the true northerners in this respect. We are the descendants of those who worship the old gods and the weirwood trees. The strength resides in our blood. This is no ordinary dream, but a prophecy. Some among us possess the ability to shapeshift, to enter the bodies of animals. Shapeshift? He recalled having entered the form of a dire wolf in a dream, observing the world through its eyes and nose. I can sense it. You are a shapeshifter, endowed with this power. The elder chuckled softly. I cannot. Jon had never actively assumed another form, and at this moment, he felt no presence of the dire wolf. I only dream occasionally, and my wolf remains beyond the wall. Since our separation, I have not dreamt of it again. He dismissed these thoughts, returning to the elders' earlier words. If they would never return, then what of Robb and the others? Robb and the northern army have been decimated. Most northern nobles are either dead or captured. Child, I wish I could tell you otherwise. Jon understood the implication. If Robb cannot return, who will stand against the wildling horde? Winterfell must confront even more intricate challenges. The wall is far from their primary concern. Once you have eaten your fill, I shall tend to the injury on your arm. Then, rest well. There is no need for you to keep watch tonight. He was uncertain how he fell asleep. hoping for a dream of Robb, one starkly different from the girl's dream, where Robb had triumphed over the southern foes, returned with his sisters, and made his way back to the north, back to Winterfell. Yet, Robb was absent from his dreams. Instead, he saw Sam crying on the ground, and he called to him, urging him to be brave, but Sam continued to weep. He wished to find Pip, to seek out Mormont, to locate his other brothers. But they were nowhere to be found. He pushed open the slightly ajar black door, only to find the commander lying amidst a heap of debris, blood pooling around him. His crows, which he had nurtured, perched upon his face, pecking at his eyes, extracting strips of flesh from the hollow sockets. In fury, he shooed the crows away, and they scattered into the sky, some still crying out for snow. Then he found himself in a dark cave, where Ygritte stood naked in a deep pool, blood cascading from her chest, flowing over every place he had once caressed. She began to embrace him, weeping, lamenting that they should not have left the cave. His heart ached with sorrow, and he yearned to comfort her, yet words failed him. As he responded that he had no choice but to depart, Ygritte's demeanor shifted to one of fury. "Jon Snow, you traitor! You have betrayed me. It was you who shot the arrows. It was you who brought about my demise." She revealed the gaping wound on her chest, a vast hollow. Not I. It was you who pierced me with 2 arrows. I have never harmed you." He wished to defend himself, but Ygritte offered him no opportunity. Transformed into a wight, she lunged at him, forcing him to flee the cave. Exposed and vulnerable in the snowy wilderness, the icy wind swirled around him, and he was nearly frozen, yet he pressed onward. He was unaware of how long he had been traversing when, in his moment of despair, a stunning woman, her hair as white as the snow, approached him, radiating warmth. "Be brave," she urged. He longed to inquire, "Who are you?" But she vanished, leaving him clad in warm garments, as if he were wandering through a summer meadow in full bloom. He continued forward, but the darkness ahead deepened, and the storm intensified. He felt an overwhelming heat when, in his impatience, he beheld a creature with icy blue eyes, riding a pale, lifeless horse, advancing towards him. He awoke suddenly, acutely aware of the fever consuming him. His forehead burned with alarming intensity, and his body felt weak, though the pain from his wounds had subsided. "You have slept for quite a while," the old man remarked. "I was just about to roast some eggs on you. Now that you are awake, you shall not perish." He noticed that only the old man remained with him. "Once you have eaten, I shall tend to your wounds again." Jon Snow peered through the cracks of the window. Dawn had broken. Regardless, he resolved to set forth, to deliver the message before the wildlings. "Old man with the scraggly beard, which clan do you belong to in these mountains? Flint, Wool, Norrie, Burrell, Harklay, Rydell, or not?" The old man bore no distinctive features, and Jon was disinclined to learn the lore of the North. Had Robb been present, there would have been no need for inquiry. "I assumed you already knew," the old man chuckled, his eyes narrowing. "Which clan do you believe is worthy of following Lord Rickard Stark south to King's Landing?" All clans are worthy, Jon thought, yet the old man evidently regarded allegiance to the Lord of Winterfell as a rare honor, prompting Jon to contemplate from a different perspective. His head felt heavy, and after a prolonged hesitation, he ventured, "I would guess Flint." The Flint clan was among the few mountain clans with familial ties to House Stark of Winterfell. He attentively observed the elder's expressions, the moment a hint of discontent appeared. He would cease, uttering the name of the next song. However, the elder displayed no dissatisfaction, but rather a semblance of appreciation, prompting him to continue. "My father once remarked that the Flint family from the mountain clans was the original Flint, the closest ally of Winterfell. Their contributions to Winterfell's successes have allowed their roots to extend throughout the north. Flint had always aspired to marry a daughter into Winterfell, yet in recent decades, the Starks have been selecting brides from the south and sending their own daughters southward, leaving behind the old folk of the woodlands largely forgotten." Then he chuckled. "But you are mistaken. I am not a Flint. I belong to House Norrie." With a mischievous grin, he added, "Yet our ties with Winterfell are as strong as Flint's. Also, we are friends of the Night's Watch," which pleased him immensely. Suddenly, a bold idea surged within him. "Lord Norrie, please take me to meet Count Norrie." Chapter 11. Melisandre gazed into the flames before her, a tumult of chaotic visions flooding her mind. Some depicted solitary lives, others glimpses of the future, obscured by the identities of those involved and their whereabouts, while some were profound metaphors that only revealed their significance post-event. Melisandre endeavored to decipher the metaphors before they unfolded. Yet most offered no clues, such as the black fish leaping from the water to consume a passing bird, or a snail falling from a tree to be devoured by a foraging hen. Perhaps these were mundane illusions of life. Yet she harbored no doubts about the majesty of the Lord of Light, refusing to dismiss these as mere whims of his boredom. For those enigmas she could not interpret. She confided in no one. However, when she was certain, she articulated her beliefs with unwavering conviction, fully aware that should she exhibit any doubt, others would be unlikely to believe her. True power does not stem from tangible weapons, but rather from the hearts of men. Your Majesty, we must project our voice across the Seven Kingdoms. If we linger too long on this desolate isle, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will inevitably forget us. Davos always considered the king's interests above all else. They had deliberated strategies for quite some time. Davos worked tirelessly, as did the king. But it must be said that the king's actual power was woefully inadequate, and they collectively dismissed her. There was no alternative. The seven gods had dominated their hearts for far too long. Even though the king did not believe in any deities, certain ideals from the chivalric code had seeped into his very marrow. The king harbored no qualms about burning the living. Yet he would never consent to placate the Lord of Light by sacrificing the innocent. The chosen of the gods often require certain qualities, a belief she had long held. Otherwise, why would the divine not select those of weaker will? The king's roar interrupted her thoughts. Forget? You speak of forgetting? Let me tell you. The people of the Seven Kingdoms have never remembered me. Had they remembered, I should have been the one to seize Storm's End, not Renly. Had they remembered, I should be the one upon the Iron Throne, not that bastard. Had they remembered, the Seven Kingdoms would know peace and tranquility, rather than the wretched state they find themselves in now. The king, sporting a beard that was once entirely black, now bore a blend of black and white. He has grown gaunt, his complexion darkened, yet his gaze remains piercing, akin to steel. Your Majesty, the people of the Seven Kingdoms are already well aware of your courage and resilience. However, we must maintain our momentum, ensuring they recognize that their rightful king has not surrendered. Thus, I propose that the king's mood is less than favorable, and perhaps Davos should choose a more opportune moment to speak. Yet, this characteristic of confronting adversity may very well be the reason the king appointed him as prime minister. You propose. Pray tell, is it akin to suggesting I kneel before the bastards of King's Landing as Alistair did? Should Alistair be sentenced to death, he might serve as a sacrificial offering. Davos remains undeterred by the king's wrath. No, your Majesty, you are the king and need not bow to anyone. Yet you require allies, dependable allies. None other than the King of Light will suffice. The king fell silent, his gaze shifting from elsewhere to the map table. The king does not require allies. But speak, who are our allies? The king lifted a stone emblematic of House Lannister, striking the wooden table that bore the map of Westeros. Melisandre knew that the table in the Hall of Dragonstone was named for this very table, intricately carved to depict a detailed map of Westeros, which Conqueror Aegon once used to devise his battle strategies. The North, your Majesty, the North could be our ally. Humph. Robb Stark, who crowned himself king in the North, has carved out much of the realm, including the Riverlands, and is nothing but a traitor. How could the North be my ally? Your Majesty, Winterfell is now under the stewardship of Bran Stark, who has not inherited Robb Stark's title of king. To confirm the veracity of this information, I requested the maester to repeat it thrice. It is well known that they would never kneel to the usurper of King's Landing who murdered their father. This is our opportunity. Furthermore, they require us. Perhaps they are even awaiting our assistance. The title of Warden of the North requires the king's consent. This is an overreach. Proceed. Yes, your Majesty. The Stark situation in the North is dire. The Red Wedding has decimated the North and the elite forces of House Stark, leaving only the Dreadfort and a few families largely unscathed. Presently, Roose Bolton is preparing to sail back to the north from the port of Salt Pans, and upon his return, he will surely launch an assault on Winterfell to assert the rights granted to him by the usurper of King's Landing. Davos paused momentarily. For the Starks, the situation is even graver, as the Red Wedding resulted in a multitude of northern nobles and their heirs being captured. If the northern families are concerned for the lives of their lords or heirs, they may be loath to fight for Winterfell. Will they fight for the Boltons and Freys? The king holds little respect for traitors. Your Majesty, they have lost too many fathers and sons in this war. They are unlikely to risk the lives of their remaining kin. Davos sighed heavily, recognizing the cruelty of choice for them. The fewer they have left, the more they will cherish what remains. They may not fight for the Boltons, but openly supporting the Starks poses a challenge to gain advantage through foul means. This realm is in decline. The king pressed his lips tightly together, his fingers tapping upon the map table. Indeed, your Majesty, it is imperative that we consolidate all available forces to expel the malevolence threatening our realm. The unity of House Stark? Precisely, your Majesty. Stark refuses to acknowledge the usurper in King's Landing, a fact that is well understood by the capital. If the rumors are true, alongside the 2,000 soldiers of House Frey marching north, there are also the combined forces of the Lannisters and Tyrells. One can only imagine the immense pressure that House Stark and Winterfell will soon face. The Tyrells? The bastard usurper has already granted Brightwater Keep to Garlan Tyrell. Valerion is his heir. Highgarden belongs to him. His younger son, Loras, has joined the Kingsguard. What, pray tell, is the Tyrell's purpose in advancing into the north? To secure a refrigerator for his diminutive mother? The pressure on the usurper is palpable. Without the North's fealty, the Iron Throne lacks legitimacy. Relying solely on the Boltons, Freys, and Lannisters is insufficient to eradicate the dire wolves. As long as the Starks remain in Winterfell, they cannot rest easily. Should the North remain under Stark control, the Southern Lords will undoubtedly be stirred to action. I suspect Dorne Martell does not favor the current Iron Throne. The North lacks sufficient ports. How do they intend to transport such an army to the North? Has Lord Manderly surrendered? No, Your Majesty, White Harbor has not changed allegiance. Numerous coastal landing points remain in the North. If the Starks are wise, they should seal those routes. Proceed. Your Majesty, as I previously stated, Stark's situation is dire. If even half of the reports from the Wall hold true, the North will face the threat of a wildling army, which could bleed the realm dry amidst these conflicts. Stark undoubtedly seeks a formidable ally rather than confronting these multifaceted threats alone. You speak truthfully. The North is indeed bleeding. Yet, they ought to kneel, otherwise. How did it come to this? Your Majesty, it is precisely because they are bleeding that they may become our allies. This ally cannot provide me with even a single soldier or steed, and furthermore, they seek to take my men. At present, they cannot furnish us with support. But once the North is fully reclaimed by House Stark, the circumstances will change. Additionally, we need not provide them with troops now. The decree of the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms is sufficient to assist the Starks in intimidating hesitant vassals, and will also empower those vassals willing to continue fighting for Stark. Moreover, should Stark acknowledge you as their legitimate king, the Iron Throne would undoubtedly turn its gaze upon the North, thus alleviating the pressure we face. You underestimate me. As well as Tywin, the true threat to the bastards and their lineage lies with me. The submission of House Stark would merely redirect their true animosity towards me, which I would welcome. Allow me to tell you, should Stark falter, the people would merely declare that I have failed once more. Yet, should they triumph, it would amount to nothing of consequence. King Stannis waved his hand, signaling his disinterest, and through the Raven, he commanded them to pledge their loyalty to me. Should they acquiesce, I would permit Stark's child, one named Brandon, to safeguard the North. Your Majesty, the Stark family has held the guardianship of the North for 3 centuries. A right that is inherently theirs. You cannot offer them what they already possess as a token of generosity. Does the Arryn family hold the East for a shorter duration? Has Robert not withheld the guardianship of the East as well? Is Brandon not of similar age to Robert Arryn? Your Majesty, they are nearly contemporaries. Yet their temperaments are surely distinct. The true authority over the North now lies with Meera Stark, the ward of Brandon Stark, who stands in stark contrast to Lisa Tully. To equate them is akin to comparing a fly to a butterfly. Brandon is but a cripple, and yet I know that woman. The illegitimate daughter who crowns herself as the queen of love and beauty. If she possesses even half the capability to deal with the Boltons and Freys as she does with her spear, we need not worry for the Starks. Stannis moved silently around the map table, yet you speak the truth. Send word to grant him the guardianship of the North, but he must proclaim his allegiance to me. Your Majesty, such a demand may seem overly arrogant and insincere. It could even be perceived as a deliberate slight. This will not foster unity nor send a message to the Seven Kingdoms. Ser Davos, they will not perceive it as a slight, provided we offer them an appropriate gift. They will readily kneel again before their rightful king, pledging their loyalty. Melisandre finally diverted her gaze from the flames. The Red Woman, I have no gifts for them. What they lack, I equally do not possess. The king turned his back to the map table, gazing out to sea. Your Majesty, there is one gift that may seem superfluous to you, but is of immense value to them. Melisandre smiled, and the king turned his face to scrutinize her, attempting to discern the nature of her witchcraft, while Davos hesitated, clearly suspecting another one of her magical schemes. What are you implying, Red Woman? Stannis clenched his teeth, appearing rigid and unyielding. Your Majesty, the gift has arrived. Melisandre disregarded their derision. A weathered merchant vessel docked in the harbor, bearing a restless crew and a young girl. Melisandre meticulously calculated the timing. As she approached the port, the vessel had just anchored. She dealt with the guards' unwarranted inquiries regarding the newcomers. Melisandre arranged for accommodations and hot water for those aboard, but the young woman with the chestnut hair was different. She insisted on meeting the king. The girl followed her into the guest chamber of the Stone Drum, anxious and fearful. She had seen grand halls before, but none so dim and empty. Do not be afraid, child. Before you stands the rightful sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, King Stannis Baratheon. You may speak your name and all that you wish. The girl, like a startled fawn, struggled to maintain her composure despite her evident trepidation. Your Majesty, I am Sansa Stark, the daughter of Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully. Her voice trembled with fear, yet flowed smoothly. Melisandre stepped forward to smooth the hair that had fallen across her face, seeking to quell her unease and shivering. Her exquisite gown was marred by splatters of dried blood. Despite her efforts to cleanse and conceal the stains, there were simply too many. Lady Sansa, I lament the plight of your father, mother, and brother, and I hope you can summon your courage, spoke the Onion Knight softly. You are most kind, my lord. I am yet unaware of your identity. I am the Hand of the King, the commander of the Narrow Sea Fleet, and Sir Davos Seaworth, Count of the Rainforest. The king's voice was frigid, hastening his words, clearly impatient with the formalities. You are the Onion Knight. My father once shared tales of your deeds, and your legend is well known in the north. The girl comported herself with grace. Your father, Eddard Stark, forged a marriage pact with King Robert, betrothing you to the Lannister bastard, Joffrey. Later, Tywin Lannister arranged for you to wed his dwarf son. The Lannisters will not easily relinquish you. Pray tell, how did you escape from King's Landing? The king sought only the information he desired. Sansa recounted her harrowing experiences and then retrieved a letter pinned by Dantos from her bosom. Such peril surrounds the weddings of today. Tell me, was it the imp who poisoned Joffrey? No, I do not know. I cannot say who was responsible for his demise. Your Majesty, the false king is now dead, which attests to the might of the Lord of Light. Melisandre interjected, wishing to remind him that this was the consequence of earlier displays of power. I am uncertain whose might this is. The true occupant of the Iron Throne is the bastard's grandfather or great-grandfather, Tywin Lannister. As long as he lives, the dynamics will not shift. The king waved the letter in his hand. Dantos. I recall him. He fought valiantly during the Ironborn Rebellion and was knighted by me. Though he later succumbed to drunkenness, becoming more akin to a sot. He escorted you from King's Landing, displaying the qualities of a knight rather than a fool. I can grant the request within the letter. As for you, your union with the imp lacks any witness from parents or siblings and has not received the sanction of the legitimate king. Therefore, it is invalid, and I declare it null. Thus, I shall not return you to King's Landing. He turned to Melisandre. Since you deem this a gift, return the gift then. Upon receiving such a grand offering, I hope he remembers to kneel. Lady Sansa, congratulations. I trust you must miss Winterfell dearly. Davos spoke gently. Your Majesty, returning the Lady of Winterfell is no simple task. Otherwise, Dantos would not have sent someone to Dragonstone. Melisandre glanced at Davos, noting that the ports leading to the north were either untrustworthy, occupied by enemies, or too distant. Sir Davos, if you were to smuggle Sansa Stark back to the north, they would no longer treat your orders with disdain. When you negotiate an alliance with the Starks, I believe we can make our voices heard across the Seven Kingdoms, and they will be aware of our movements. The king paced the hall, casting a glance at Davos, yet remained silent, evidently still undecided. I am the Hand of the King, appointed by the king himself. I should remain by his side. Davos possesses the cunning of a smuggler, while you, my lady, have spoken of the epic clash between ice and fire, light and darkness. Winterfell lies closer to the battleground you described. It would be prudent for you to return with the girl, for you may yet sway the beliefs of House Stark and bestow further glory upon your Lord of Light. Davos's words struck her as absurd. The ancient seven have never conquered the north. How then could the Lord of Light succeed? You are mistaken, Sir Davos. The faith of mortals cannot augment the glory of the Lord of Light. As for the great battle, fate has already decreed its course, and I am prepared to tread upon the north and even the wall. However, discussions with House Stark pertain to matters of state, a task that must be entrusted to you. Melisandre gazed intently at Davos. If that is the case, let my Hand of the King accompany you to return Sansa to the north. That would ensure absolute safety. Your Majesty and you? I am a king, not a child. I do not require your constant presence. You have no better counsel to offer, so it is best you depart at once. Your Majesty, if it is counsel you seek, perhaps I have one more. Davos awaited the king's nod, suggesting an alliance. While Princess Shireen is your heir, she too requires a consort. Lord Eddard Stark has 3 sons, one deceased, one crippled, and one still an infant. Sir Davos, matters concerning Princess Shireen are not yours to fret over. I do not wish for her to be discontented by such concerns. Your Majesty, as Hand of the King, it is my duty to be concerned for her future as queen. Davos insisted. No, My brother, Brandon Stark, is not disabled. He has recovered and is able to walk unaided, thanks to his sister. Sansa interjected, perhaps one of the few pieces of good news she had heard in King's Landing. In that case, take this mission upon yourself. However, I warn you, should the proposal of an alliance bring shame upon the king and the future queen, I shall hold you accountable. The king furrowed his brow, issuing an order to Davos. Melisandre smiled faintly, uncertain whether the Onion Knight comprehended the weight of the matter. Once the king departed, only Melisandre and Davos remained in the hall, and Davos appeared exceedingly uncomfortable, but Melisandre would not allow him to leave in such a state. Davos, that crewman named Gendry, after being knighted, will certainly not be returning to King's Landing. Let him accompany us. Melisandre turned before exiting the hall, stating, we shall depart tonight. Tonight? My lady, I feel there is no need for such haste. Sansa could remain on the island a while longer. Sir Davos, the storm god has already stirred great waves upon the southern seas, filled with ferocious winds, yet has not yet reached here. Departing tonight will harness that power and ensure our success. Melisandre slowly adjusted her gown. Nonchalance is a reflection of confidence, a fact easily perceived. She had understood this long ago. As far as I know, you serve the Lord of Light. I am a servant of the Lord of Light. I serve the Lord of Light. However, I comprehend what you intend to convey. Apart from the King of Light and the ancient, nameless deities of darkness and cold, the rest are but diminutive false gods, mere lice and cockroaches beneath the two true deities, wielding weapons that instill dread in mortals, brandishing them with reckless abandon. Yet, regardless of their clamor, they ultimately resemble children playing house. This smuggler possesses a keen insight and unwavering conviction. Melisandre, ever gracious, maintains her radiant smile towards those who cannot be swayed. It is her custom. Should a storm arise, it would transcend mere childish play, possessing the potential to influence the fate of the mortal realm. Moreover, I have never witnessed them brandishing weapons. Davos, of course, is skeptical. No, you have seen them. Melisandre smiles, continuing under his probing gaze. The gray scales upon Princess Celene's face are a manifestation of that. This affliction, unleashed by the false god known to mortals as the Mother of the Lorne River, corrupts the essence of fire, born of its very might. Since you are aware, why do you not assist Princess Selene in ridding herself of it? The King of Light has not endowed me with such power. However, I can assure you, she will recover. How do you know? Davos is clearly intrigued. Sir Davos, I have stated it numerous times. I have seen it in the flames. Melisandre replies with a gentle smile. I have invited you, yet you have never consented. Melisandre understands Davos' curiosity about her visions, while recognizing he would never take any action that might lead her to believe he would turn to the King of Light. He is a man of peculiar moral standards and orthodox thinking, perhaps the reason for his rise from smuggler to prime minister. Madam, as you have arranged. I have no time. I must prepare the vessels and check the supplies. The evening tide approaches swiftly. I take my leave. He departs in haste. Everyone fears her. A truth she comprehends fully. She perceives what others cannot, understands what others do not, and knows the secrets among the gods. The tide arrives as anticipated under the cloak of night. Melisandre boards the ship with Sansa, departing from Dragonstone. After settling Sansa in the cabin, she ascends to the deck. Gazing towards the distant storm amidst the turbulent waters, she senses someone behind her. Sir Davos, do you too wish to observe the celestial phenomena? She glances back at Davos, still shrouded in darkness. His discovery may have embarrassed him. Madam, I do not comprehend celestial observation. Yet, I am aware that the current wind direction is fortuitous. If all proceeds smoothly, we could reach any port in the north within a week. This is a gift from the King of Light, Melisandre remarks with a smile. Noticing Davos's indifference. If my memory serves me right, you claim this was the work of the Storm King? He would articulate every characteristic worthy of skepticism to refute her belief. Melisandre feels that the more he doubts, the more she must demonstrate her abilities to convince him. He is a man of purity and reason. I have stated that the so-called storm god is but a louse and a pest compared to the King of Light. It is through his guidance that we may harness its power. We are sailing favorably, are we not? With all due respect, madam, I believe this is merely coincidence and luck. His tone was solemn. After many years at sea, I have encountered both the favor of fortune and the misfortune of disaster. This time, you shall experience the former. Melisandre sought to bestow upon him another seed, to ponder upon once you reach the shore. The shore? My lady, therein lies my concern. Where exactly do we land? The ports and coasts of the north are rife with pirates and foes. Melisandre studied his face, seeking assurance that this was not merely a ruse, a visage weathered by time and trials. Sir, I am not the captain, she chuckled lightly. Such inquiries are best directed towards navigators or ambassadors. Surely he knew this? Davos stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure. The eastern coastline of the north offers numerous landing points, yet I cannot ascertain which are trustworthy. If reliability is paramount, Eastwatch would be the foremost choice. He hesitated, then continued, yet upon reaching Eastwatch, we must venture southward to Winterfell, and traversing the King's Road is perilously unwise. As many reports indicate, wildlings have appeared south of the wall. Well then, Eastwatch is ruled out, she stated. He shot her an odd glance. The coast along Sealskin Bay presents many suitable landing spots, yet the Amber family is notoriously savage. Should we be mistaken for smugglers, it would spell disaster. Moreover, the route southward is scarcely better than Eastwatch. Indeed, we have eliminated another convoluted option. She encouraged him to proceed. Alternatively, we could sail into Greycliff Bay and request an audience with Castle Black. However, given that Robb Stark executed Lord Rickard, it would be imprudent to escort Lady Sansa there. He did not allow Melisandre to interject, as the other coastal entries were either under the control of House Bolton or unsuitable for concealing one's identity. Thus, it appears we are left with the obvious choice. What troubles you? The last remaining son of the Earl of White Harbor is currently a prisoner. If he were willing to barter for a liege lord, he would likely not hesitate to exchange Sansa Stark for his son, he lamented. He would not. Melisandre found the notion intriguing. Stannis Baratheon's head would suffice. He widened his eyes, somewhat disheartened. To avoid inciting the nominal lord while regaining an heir, if I were in his position, I would do the same. I trust you have not forgotten your smuggling experience. Onion Knight. As they conversed, a tempest gathered in the distance, the sky beginning to crackle with lightning. The flashes illuminated the heavens, transforming the tumultuous waves into terrifying primordial beasts, clashing violently and consuming all in their path with a triumphant roar. Melisandre turned away, as the storm god unleashed his might further south, and this power began to extend its influence here. It is merely a natural storm, he questioned and doubted, and it will soon catch up to us. Its target is not us, Melisandre elucidated. Sir Davos, your observations lack nuance. Were you to look closely, you would discern the storm god. He is in need of offerings. What offerings? Blood, she replied, gazing at Davos, perhaps sensing his disdain. With all due respect, my lady, what I beheld was merely an ordinary storm, a commonplace lightning. He hastened his pace, having seen no offerings. Forgive me, you consistently overlook the evident features. Melisandre interjected, gesturing ahead, urging him to peer intently, awaiting the next moment. Davos, filled with skepticism, began to gaze toward the sea. In an instant, multiple bolts of lightning cascaded from the distant horizon, illuminating the entire sky engulfed by the tempest. Had he retained any sense, he would have discerned a vividly realistic colossal hand formed from dark clouds, descending upon the ocean's surface, beneath which thunder rolled and lightning flashed. Perhaps he would doubt his own vision, yet the relentless lightning was sufficient for him to observe. His expression was one of astonishment. The god of storms? The manifestation of the god of storms. It feasted upon offerings. The god of storms, a deity believed to exist solely among the Iron Islands. He had yet to recover from his shock. The drowned god and the god of storms, a pair of false deities. They were like worms unworthy of the divine pantheon. The drowned god fantasizes about conquering the land, yet when it reaches the shore, it cannot remain, often becoming enslaved. The god of storms dreams of mastering the seas, but is perpetually subjugated by the heavens. They are mere playthings of the true gods. Their champions are destined for failure, yet they remain blissfully unaware. The exuberance they possess now foreshadows a future steeped in sorrow. My lady, your metaphors abound, and I, a simpleton unacquainted with letters for most of my life, find myself perplexed. Serve the true gods, shun the false. Melisandre regarded him, her eyes gleaming like obsidian. You must tend to the ship. She departed the deck, leaving Davos alone in astonishment. Chapter 12. Daenerys. The afternoon sun blazed upon the grand pyramid of Meereen, its walls shimmering with brilliance, while the Unsullied at the pinnacle remained steadfast under the unrelenting rays, a sight that offered her solace. The summit, once crowned by a colossal bronze statue of a harpy, had been toppled by her after she seized this stronghold, replaced by a signal tower manned by her unsullied soldiers, alerting her to foes approaching from all directions. The old nobility of Meereen naturally seethed at this affront, yet as the vanquished, they possessed no voice in the matter. Moreover, as the conqueror, it was imperative to undertake actions that would assert her dominion, and demolishing the grotesque, useless harpy was evidently the most fitting course. After all, it had not been the first time it had suffered humiliation. It was fortunate not to have been dragged to the Dothraki Sea to rust. Embrace your demise, Daenerys mused. The Harpy's crown was said to have been adorned with a smaller golden likeness, long stolen before Daenerys arrived at the slave cities. The Great One crafted a larger golden harpy in its stead, yet its hue clashed with the bronze, resembling an unsightly rash upon its head. Following the statue's dismantlement, she ordered the Unsullied to cast the remnants, along with the golden adornments, into the mint. She believed the Unsullied should weigh the total mass before delivery, and the mint ought to report back to her the quantity of copper and gold coins minted from the materials she had provided. However, after months passed without any report, she resolved to inquire during the next session with the mint. Under the sun, Meereen is a cacophony of life, vibrant yet tranquil, as if it were a city untouched by the ravages of war. However, as night descends, it transforms into a den of endless murder and vice. Beyond the horizon, conspiracies and alliances against her surely unfold in the daylight. Perhaps I should bring an end to my reign here, heed the counsel of Illyrio. Accept the fealty of the Golden Company, and march upon the chaotic Seven Kingdoms to assert the power of my father and ancestors. What would Aegon do if he were alive? She inquired of the elder by her side. Clad in a white robe beneath the scorching afternoon sun, the old man, adorned in exquisite armor, resembled a proud lion. Yet, his voice was gentle and melodious, his movements graceful yet imbued with strength, and Daenerys trusted her captain of the King's Guard. Aegon, the Conqueror? The elder remarked upon seeing the queen nod. He was a man of great wisdom, both stern and compassionate. He too faced setbacks and endured humiliation. Yet he did not allow anger to govern him. Indeed, I am aware. If he were to confront my predicament now, what would he do, sire? Your Majesty, you pose a difficult question. The Conqueror Aegon was a remarkable man. I cannot presume to fathom how he would have handled it. Noticing the queen's dissatisfaction with his response, he continued, but he would certainly not permit conspiracies to unfold beneath his very nose, nor allow murder to run rampant in his city, or let his adversaries form alliances unchecked. Thus, he is indeed a great man. I too cannot, yet I am at a loss as to how to respond. I possess only the loyalty of the Unsullied and the service of the Second Sons. While the Unsullied may vanquish foes on the battlefield, they are ill-suited for patrolling the city, and mercenaries merely rob the streets of gold and the sanctity of women. As long as such murders persist, my Unsullied shall ultimately perish in the gutters of Meereen, and the city shall be overrun by the bastards of the Second Sons. Perhaps Dario's method is the correct one. I should raise the slaughtering blade and eradicate all those in Meereen who defy my rule, including the charming boys and girls serving her at the Great Pyramid. Your Grace, I comprehend your sentiments, yet this is not the path of a sovereign. The elder's tone was humble, and though his rebuttal displeased her, he understood that his counsel was born of loyalty. You just mentioned Aegon the Conqueror. I believe his greatness lies not in his mercilessness towards foes or generosity towards friends, but rather in his ability to restrain his anger when faced with severe setbacks in his rule. The First Dornish War, Your Grace, you ought to understand. When his sister Rhaenys fell in Dorne, he sought vengeance. Yet, when the Dornish offered a proposal for peace, he suppressed his desire for revenge and acquiesced. This does little to comfort me. They have not extended any peace proposals to me, Daenerys mused, recalling how her brother Viserys had once remarked upon the Conqueror's admiration, yet held disdain for his decision to forego the complete subjugation of Dorne, deeming him weak in that regard. Perhaps I should seek a union with the noble families of Meereen, governing alongside them. You have taught that the marriages of kings and princes often lead to war and death. If I were to do so, perhaps it would quell the incessant murders. This is my proposal for peace. Should they refuse, let them be burned. Daenerys gazed upon the sunlit city, its golden hue illuminating her thoughts as she attempted to envision the deluge of blood that would engulf the city's brick walls. Your Majesty, there is no need for such despair. Your union should be forged in Westeros, amidst the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms. If you were to appear in a timely manner, you would undoubtedly garner the support of war-weary lords. I believe Dorne and the lords of the Riverlands would rejoice at this prospect. Rejoice? They are preoccupied with stitching the banners of the true dragon, praying for Viserys to lead an army across the sea to liberate them. Only a fool would believe otherwise. The common folk pray for favorable winds and rains, the health of their children, and an everlasting summer. This thought brought her back to her beloved bear. The bear, though dull and unremarkable save for its robust physique and earthy scent, occasionally possessed profound insights. Perhaps he should offer her counsel in this matter. If he were to return, what would the lords of the Seven Kingdoms desire now? It is not difficult to deduce, Your Majesty. Though Prince Dorne is gravely ill and struggles to walk, he has bowed before Robert's iron throne, yet he has never relinquished his quest for vengeance for his sister and Rhaegar's children. The Tyrells, elevated by the Targaryens, do not hail from nobler stock than his vassals, yet they aspire to entwine their bloodline with the Iron Throne. The Stormlands and the Westerlands are currently embroiled in disputes over the throne's rightful claim. The Riverlands harbor no ambitions beyond the hope for peace. The Iron Islands seek to restore ancient ways. The Vale maintains its own defenses, perhaps wishing you to remain distant, and the North, having bled profusely in war, likely yearns for peace more than revenge. I dare not propose any specific betrothal, but with careful consideration, your name alone would suffice to secure a place in Westeros. At that point, you need only await the growth of your dragons to conquer the 7 kingdoms on your behalf. This may be a sound suggestion. Yet have you witnessed the devastation in Astapor? Do you wish for me to impose a new war upon Westeros? I am not my brother Viserys. Westeros does not hold such allure for me. If it were possible, I would prefer to return to the Red Keep in Pentos. However, I am reluctant to reveal this humble desire to the kindly old man before me, as it may wound his heart or cause him to underestimate my resolve. I have already placed my bet. Either I shall not leave the table until I have triumphed, or I shall lose everything. I am the queen, the mother of dragons. Your Majesty, the 7 kingdoms have descended into chaos over the Iron Throne. You need merely return to restore order. I shall. Yet now, I face attacks and challenges. Sir, I have spent my life fleeing, driving them back to the sea, with my head on a pike and my knees bending for them. I swear, this time, I shall not. Ser Jorah did not force her, skillfully balancing the duties of a guard and an advisor. Perhaps the bear would offer him more direct counsel, more meaningful guidance for action. Yet on this matter, she knew that Mormont would likely align with Ser Jorah's sentiments. They all longed to return home. They each had a home in Westeros, safe for her. In Westeros, she had not a single relative. She was utterly alone, adrift in a world that felt foreign. People say that dragons have 3 heads. She now occupies one, but where are the other 2? If I do not return to Westeros, will they come here to meet me? The evening glow drifted over the towering pyramids, with only wisps of delicate clouds adorning the sky. At this moment, Meereen appeared even more enchanting, bathed in the golden and crimson hues cast by the sun filtering through the clouds, while the distant ocean mirrored the vibrant colors. A bloody night awaited. She dined under the evening's radiant light, savoring a glass of red wine, a slice of roasted beef, and delicate pieces of bread, accompanied by butter, cheese, and a hint of tart lemon. The red wine warmed her body, prompting Eiley to jest that the alcohol rendered her more beautiful. Perhaps, in her youth, she had followed Viserys through the bustling streets of the free cities, playfully dubbed the Barefoot Princess. For a considerable time, she remained oblivious to the concepts of beauty and ugliness, unaware of how she appeared in the eyes of others. When she began to grasp some understanding, she could only discern her worth through the gazes of the people around her. Yet, this offered no aid in evaluating her beauty, as she could never ascertain how much of that worth stemmed from her appearance and how much from her name. If I were to marry Hisdar, do you think it would quell the chaos and murders in Meereen? She felt reluctant to pose such questions to Eiley. While they might be adept in the art of the hall, they were utterly ignorant of the intricacies of governance. Eiley's wide-eyed expression, almost comical, nearly made her laugh. Khaleesi, I cannot say. Are you truly considering such a decision? His hairstyle is utterly ridiculous, his beard laughable, and he is so feeble that he could hardly serve you. You would be better off marrying me. At last, she burst into laughter. This little fool, she thought. Hisdar may not possess striking looks, but Daenerys believed he harbored the wisdom of a ruler and a gentle disposition, reflecting on his repeated petitions to open the fighting pits. She also deemed him resilient and somewhat amusing. He was not someone she found repulsive or felt the need to distance herself from. If marriage could indeed put an end to the murders, perhaps I should marry, though it would be best if Daario remained oblivious. The thought of Daario brought forth a sense of trouble. Tumultuous emotions swirled around her, leaving her vexed. As a lover, he was adequate, wild and untamed as a partner. Yet, these traits could be tolerated, serving as a spice in life. Perhaps the ordinary Daenerys suited him, but the mother of dragons, born of storms, did not. She felt guilt for such thoughts, perhaps betraying her emotions by prioritizing power. If Ser Jorah were here, he would comfort her, reminding her that she was a ruler by nature, not an ordinary woman. Perhaps he would also reassure her that she valued her responsibilities more than her own desires. No, she wished to respond. Her choices were neither rooted in obligation nor necessity. Initially, she merely considered that he lacked a fitting name, one esteemed by a Westerosi and reflective of Westerosi visage. Yet now, she felt he could not fill the void within her, leaving her disinterested and listless. This sentiment was beyond Eily and Missandei's comprehension. Perhaps only the enigmatic Missandei, standing behind them, could grasp it. Missand is but a mere 10 years of age, and Daenerys occasionally perceives a certain sisterly grace within this small child, although most often she regards her as a younger sibling, an intelligent and kind-hearted little sister. Tragically, one of her brothers met his demise at the hands of the son of the Harpy. Daenerys reflects upon her own life, fraught with suffering and setbacks. Yet in comparison to the trials faced by this young one, her tribulations seem trivial, even when juxtaposed with the plight of most slaves. Missand, she earnestly hopes, will find solace following the news of her brother's passing. She is aware that such distress has weighed heavily on the child for an extended period. Daenerys has offered her comfort, inquiring, "Did you often meet with your brothers? Pray, recount their exploits to me." The child hesitates, saying, "How could I possibly burden your grace with their tales? Yet, perhaps there is merit in sharing, for they too were warriors under my command. And upon their untimely demise in shadowy corners, I realized that my understanding of them was woefully insufficient. Perhaps you could grant me the opportunity to honor their memory." In the wake of liberation, nearly every Unsullied chose to remain, and Daenerys expended considerable effort to ascertain that their decision was entirely voluntary. She harbored no desire for them to feel indebted to her. "Perhaps I could learn of their aspirations and dreams while serving under my command, as this is the duty of a queen." The child continues, "Before your grace's arrival, I seldom encountered my brothers. On rare occasions, I would catch a glimpse of them, and they would do their utmost to acknowledge my presence. After your grace freed the slaves, we began to meet more frequently and converse, albeit briefly, for they were not adept at storytelling. Moreover, they each had their own responsibilities, patrols, training, and a multitude of other tasks." Daenerys yearned to lift her, but with guards nearby, she could only gently clasp her slender shoulder. "When in Astapor, I was still too young to remember much. All that lingers in my mind are the vibrant flowers, the butterflies, and my brother, Missandei, teaching me to climb trees." It was a joyful thought, for her brother imparted to her the secrets of the sleeping dragon's fury. As the sun rose over the sea on the following day, Daenerys returned to the light. Today, she must attend to petitions, she mused. The requests from the populace varied greatly, and she felt such matters should not be directly handled by a ruler. She was no deity, unable to transcend the need for investigation to ascertain the truth of the petitioner's claims, nor could she render sound judgments in the absence of all parties involved. "Your disputes ought to be resolved by a magistrate," she would repeat. More often than not, the petitions entailed requests for various rights, wine taxes, goat meat taxes, and the exclusive rights to silk. To the majority, she could only respond with a gracious smile, promising to consider their requests at a later time, while a select few she could outright refuse. However, she believed a good ruler should not be excessively callous. Thus she endeavored to avoid harsh language unless the petitioners were unreasonable or their demeanor repugnant. At long last, after dismissing the final petitioner, she breathed a sigh of relief, hastily descending from the dais, seeking to ease her stiffened posture. "Grey Worm, report to me the events of last night." This was the most sorrowful aspect of her duties. Each night, patrolmen fell victim to untimely deaths in the streets. "Your Grace, last night, 10 individuals succumbed to murder. A pure soul was injured, yet no lives were lost." The rise in murders, juxtaposed with a decrease in the casualties among the pure, presents a glimmer of hope. "We have bolstered the ranks of our patrols, effectively curtailing the machinations of the Harpy's progeny." "Excellent. I wish to avoid any more losses among my pure souls." "Your Highness, this may prove challenging." Daario stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The Harpy's offspring will soon orchestrate schemes targeting more patrols, unless they are eradicated. Your Majesty will inevitably witness an increase in the corpses of eunuchs. In my view, it is preferable for the Harpy's offspring to perish by the hundreds, provided we preserve our cherished eunuchs. They are the children of the battlefield, not mere enforcers of order. Are they not? Is the Ravens Guild any different?" He spoke rightly. Their training was exclusively tailored for the battlefield, not urban law enforcement. The Ravens Guild pales in comparison. Yet a curved blade is swifter than a spear when it comes to decapitation. He grinned wickedly. "My dear Queen, grant me a command, and I assure you that there will be no murders tonight or on any subsequent night. Then I shall rule over an empty city. Spare your strength. This city has bled too much, and I wish to see no more." She responded coolly, "Perhaps there exists a peaceful means to govern. We may yet resort to your curved blade. That would squander a considerable amount of provisions. Our coffers overflow with gold and silver, yet our food supplies are scarce." Daenerys observed him caressing the naked woman on the dagger. The flesh of these Giscari nobles was hardly appealing. "Robust men do not consume human flesh," Bervos interjected awkwardly, clutching his considerable belly. Daenerys was momentarily at a loss for words. Since we lack food, let us procure it. I trust that gold and silver still hold a lure for merchants. Daenerys wished to spare him the harsh realities. Your Majesty, we do not lack for food. Yet the duration of the war remains uncertain, as do the timelines for the grain-producing city-states and Meereen to resume cultivation. It is prudent to stockpile, for our granaries are vast and require numerous ships to fill. The White Knight chimed in, moreover, winter is approaching. Then let us procure ample provisions. We should reward all merchants who can transport grain to Meereen, to ensure they understand our needs. I intend to meet with the captains of the ships docked at Meereen. Thus, the following day's petition was nearly entirely occupied by the captains and crew members. They presented her with a variety of gifts: exquisite blankets from Meereen, combs crafted from dragonbone from Ass-High, lacquerware from Pantos, and miniature warships forged of gold from Bravos. Daenerys instructed Missandei to arrange reciprocation for the captains. She bestowed gifts upon each captain, articulating the needs of her city. As the ruler of the realm, she understood that the city required an array of supplies, of which food was merely a fraction. The absence of slaves, a critical commodity, had significantly stunted Meereen's commerce, a decline that could hardly be attributed solely to the coalition opposing her. The captains extended their utmost courtesies to her, with few exceptions. Eager to answer any questions she posed, someone was boasting to her about feats that may have been recounted to countless others. For instance, he claimed to have ventured deep into the fabled lands of Valyria, retrieving countless dragon eggs. When Daenerys inquired about the whereabouts of these eggs, he replied that they had all been claimed by the sea due to a tempest. Otherwise, he might have been the father of dragons. Others proclaimed to have encountered mermaids in the Isles of the Three Sisters, albeit these mermaids sported long black beards that nearly reached their waists. The mermaids allegedly raided his ship, absconding with the women aboard, and carelessly uttered that no women should have been allowed on the vessel. There were even more outlandish captains who claimed to have crossed the Ashai and traveled to the farthest eastern lands, where the king crafted chambers for his beloved out of gold, using ships' worth of bronze for beams and pillars, and erected miles of walls from stone. However, the captain's youth made it difficult for Daenerys to believe him. She instructed Missandei to reward each of them with a gold coin bearing the visage of a jester. Others brought her tidings from various realms. For example, the wildlings from the north had breached the wall, riding mammoth-like creatures to seize Winterfell, while giants stood by the eastern sea, sounding their horns at passing ships. The Golden Company had secretly dissolved their pact with the city-state of Meera and were advancing eastward. The pirates of the Stepstone Islands had been slain by an unknown hero, rumored to be the resurrected Rhaegar, who displayed the heads of the pirates along the coast, encircling the entire island. In Bravos, thieves had plundered a vast collection of tomes on dragons from the citadel, merely because the Sea King's son had become enamored with dragons. A multitude of Lyseni courtesans dyed their hair white, masquerading as Valyrian descendants to delight their patrons. Daenerys understood the reasons behind this. She felt revulsion, yet the captain, lacking any decorum, incessantly boasted about his conquests, his vile gaze inciting within her a desire to see him burned. When he was finally ushered out by Ser Jorah Mormont, Daenerys exhaled a sigh of relief. Among the myriad of rumors that the captains had relayed, two particular tales astounded Daenerys the most. One was of Prince Doran of Dorne, who, out of envy for his healthy daughter, had imprisoned her in a high tower, forbidding her from seeking suitors. Prior to this, he had arranged for her the company of dying nobles or morally corrupt bastards. Daenerys found such a father utterly despicable, as she had always believed that if her own father were alive, he would have doted on her. Yet this account shattered her expectations, revealing that her father had been cruel, and she surmised he would have treated her with equal severity. She noticed Ser Jorah's conflicted and skeptical expression. He clearly did not believe Prince Doran to be such a man. The second tale involved the imp of House Lannister, who, after assassinating the king of King's Landing, escaped from imprisonment and subsequently killed his own father. Now, he was purportedly gathering a stone army in the ruins of Valyria, preparing to reclaim his father's stronghold in Westeros. Daenerys suspected the latter part of the tale to be false, yet the former was shocking. A man who committed regicide could also escape punishment and slay his own father. Perhaps he was indeed, as the whispers suggested, a demon, a regicide and patricide, clearly far more malevolent than his notoriously wicked father. She inquired about this individual with Sir Barristan, yet the knight proclaimed that the imp Tyrion was merely an ordinary man, nothing more than a diminutive dwarf. She was aware that many rumors were fabricated. Perhaps the captains merely concocted tales to witness the queen's astonishment. But she would not grant them that satisfaction. Regardless of how absurd the claims were, she always responded with a smile. though whether it was one of amusement or derision remained a mystery for the speaker to decipher. She yearned to hear the accounts of honorable men who had witnessed the events firsthand, rather than relying on exaggerated hearsay. She believed that one captain might possess genuine information, as he seldom used phrases like "it is said" or "I heard," but instead spoke with conviction. "I saw, I discovered, my son witnessed, my daughter told me. My crew encountered, and the orphans I rescued recounted." What resonated with her were the words of the orphans she saved. If he were a benevolent individual, then his story would hold weight. This captain, a man with a grand beard, hailed from Bravos and spoke fluent common tongue. "Your Majesty, we transported goods from Bravos to Seagull Town, where we unloaded our cargo. Upon hearing of the conflict in the riverlands, I procured grain in the valley and delivered it to salt pans to sell to the combatants there. Your Majesty, you cannot fathom the devastation. It is a modest port, far inferior to the grandeur of King's Landing or Seagull Town. The last time I visited, I could enjoy clean water, stay in comfortable inns, and savor delicious meals. But this time, it has transformed into a hellish landscape, littered with corpses and charred homes. You must have never witnessed such a sight. The atrocities committed there are beyond human capacity. Our drinking water was exhausted, and we were forced to anchor for 2 days, yet every well was choked with bodies. And the river occasionally washed down a variety of corpses. There, I rescued several surviving orphans who bore witness to the town's destruction. A band of marauders pillaged the settlement, slaughtering all the inhabitants outside the castle, violating every woman, and mutilating or devouring the castle's lord who refused to offer us any assistance. My son and the sailors had no choice but to search upstream for a water source. Along the way, he spotted the colossal head of an ice wolf, sewn onto the neck of the king in the north, displayed by soldiers of House Fry to those traversing the riverlands. My son dared not venture further, for the area was rife with wolves and bandits, emboldened to strike at any solitary traveler during the day, making it perilously dangerous. On the following day, after replenishing our water supply, we encountered the army bearing the flag of the Flayer, and we hastily set sail. Witnessing them inflict horrific punishments upon the crew members stranded on the shore, sailors, and women emerging from the castle. They had previously requisitioned passing ships and salt pans, and we escaped swiftly, racing across the narrow sea. Daenerys understood the aftermath of war. She had witnessed how the Dothraki treated the vanquished. "You are from Bravos. How could you cross the sea to the Slaver's Bay?" "Your Majesty, we encountered a storm and could not dock at a suitable harbor. By the time the tempest abated, we had traversed the entirety of the narrow sea and arrived at the Stepstones. The pirates in the region are particularly fierce, compelling us to navigate eastward to evade their ships. We made a stop at Volantis to replenish our supplies." "Your Majesty, there, the noble Gisker of Yunkai has allied with the forces of Volantis, preparing to challenge you, intending to expel you from the Bay of Slaves." On the high embankment of Volantis, I witnessed the assembled armies, and many warships were present in the military harbor. I surmise that the Allied forces may set forth in the near future. Yes, although the information may seem inconsequential, at least the captain did not mention mermaids. I am grateful for the intelligence provided, and we appreciate your willingness to risk delivering supplies to us. I believe the grains from the valley will be exceptionally fresh and delightful. I would gladly purchase them at 7-fold the market price as a reward for your loyalty, bravery, and kindness. Your Grace, the Dragon Queen, I thank you for your generosity." He hesitated slightly. "The daughter I met in Volantis informed me that she had witnessed a great dragon capturing a giant elephant upon the Blacktooth Mountains. She claimed it was you who granted her the privilege of seeing a true dragon, and she now carries a child, convinced that the child bears the essence of the dragon, hoping to name her offspring after you or her brother. Is it Drogon? Has he indeed grown capable of capturing elephants?" Daenerys was uncertain, yet she welcomed the tidings of dragons. "If it is a girl, let her be named Dany. If a boy, let him be named Rhaegar." She removed her armband, an exquisite silver trinket shaped like a 3-headed dragon. "This shall serve as a gift for your granddaughter." After bidding farewell to all the captains, she turned to the White Knight beside her, puzzled. "Do dragons grow at such an astonishing rate? They are now capable of feasting on elephants. Perhaps compared to humans, they do grow swiftly." The elder hesitated. "Yet I am uncertain if a dragon can truly grow from the size of a chicken to one large enough to consume an elephant in merely 2 years. It is said they never cease to grow. Perhaps I can rely on the dragons to vanquish the allied forces. But dragons are not entirely dependable. The Conqueror's sister rides a dragon nearly as formidable as the Black Death, Viserion, yet she still fell to the great crossbow. The allies are aware of your dragons. They will not be caught unprepared. We must rely on ourselves for now. They will grow and become my formidable strength." In her heart, She quietly called their names. Then, she heard the resounding roar of dragons echoing throughout the pyramid, instilling awe and trepidation. They have finally returned. Daenerys hurried toward the entrance of the pyramid. No wonder the guards appeared astonished. She beheld the aging knight beside her, equally pale. The black Drogon, the golden Viserion, the green Regal, and the red dragon danced through the sky, chasing one another, with only the red dragon truly deserving the title of Great Dragon, larger than all three combined. Chapter 13. Olyvar Frey. The fortress of Riverrun was dark and damp. Olyvar Frey had lost track of how long he had been imprisoned there. All communication with the guards was strictly forbidden. Had the scheme been executed? He wished to inquire, yet he knew no one would answer him. Fortunately, he was confined within the confines of his own family's prison, still enjoying the privileges befitting a true Frey. Yet, apart from this singular advantage, he was, in essence, a genuine prisoner of this establishment. Although he belonged to the Frey lineage, his claim to inheritance was exceedingly distant, rendering him inconsequential within this flourishing family. He was the 18th son of old Walder Frey, overshadowed by a multitude of brothers, nephews, grandnephews, and even nieces and grandnieces who stood ahead of him in the line of succession. As an outsider within the family, his greatest source of pride stemmed from having had the honor of serving as a squire to Robb Stark, the king in the north. The young wolf was merely a few years his junior, yet he exuded the essence of a heroic figure from tales of old. As a squire, he had accompanied the young lord through nearly all his victorious battles, sharing in the glory of the crown. Moreover, he was the full-blooded brother of Roslan. He could have been among the king's closest confidants, a steadfast protector of the realm. Poor Roslan, if Robb were to see you, he would surely lament not having wed you. That woman of the Westerling name, Jane, whom he had witnessed firsthand, fragile and ostentatious, was certainly no more captivating than his sister. Jane, why must all those who lead princes and kings astray bear the same name? He felt an unsettling restlessness, yet the world outside had become estranged from him, leaving him to languish despondently upon his damp bed. Ever since he had compelled the old servant to change his sheets and converse with him, he had been deprived of the comfort of fresh linens. No one had informed him, yet he understood that this was a punishment for his insolence. But what crime had I committed? I have remained loyal to my king, devoted to the honor of my family, striving to prevent them from falling into the snares of evil, and earnestly offering counsel to my father, my brothers, and the heirs of Riverrun. I do not deserve this punishment. Beside his bed lay a copy of the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, which he had perused at least 10 times within these prison walls. With each reading, he found affirmation in his actions, realizing that a knight ought to make choices akin to those made by the great knights of history. King Robb had once placed his sword upon his shoulder. Even though the king had cast aside his sister, he remained a knight sworn by the king. There was no greater honor than that. He still recalled his vow. Oh no. Even if I am not a knight, even without the king's decree, I would still choose to do what is right. Exposing the vile and despicable conspiracies is as vital and just as protecting my king. As he observed the candle flickering, nearing the end of its waxen life, he reignited another, the flame restoring a semblance of tranquility, seemingly eternal in its steadiness. He stared blankly at the flickering light, where, in its glow, dragons exhaled fire, and soldiers writhed in agony behind stone walls. He initially thought it an illusion. Wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, the flames vanished, revealing a blue-eyed warrior brandishing a spear, bellowing at him against a backdrop of swirling snow and ice. The frigid breath nearly froze him, but he immediately recognized this apparition. Despite having never witnessed it before, he wiped his eyes once more, and in the flickering flames, the frost and snow vanished, revealing lifeless bodies dangling above the river, some still writhing in their last throes. As he prepared to approach for a closer look, the candlelight flickered and everything faded away. Then the iron door rattled, emitting a creaking sound, reminiscent of a reluctant child resisting the call to return home. Following this was the solemn sound of boots, unmistakably not that of a guard or a servant. He immediately comprehended that this was someone with whom he could converse. "My uncle, how have you been during this time? The old lord has mentioned you on several occasions, inquiring whether you still draw breath." "Oh, we understand. He is concerned for your well-being." "Well, are you all right? I have heard that young Edwin has arranged everything for you. Books, candles, paper, ink, blankets, roasted venison, honey-glazed fish, lemons, oranges, apples, and blackberries. All your desires have been fulfilled." He recognized the voice of Walden Frey. Walden stood tall, clad in the standard blue-gray leather armor of House Frey, resembling a complete buffoon. He was the third son of Sir Steverin, the eldest brother, and his claim to inheritance was far superior, aside from the women, Had Edwin, Blackwood, and Gatorface perished, he would have been the heir to the twins. How could it possibly be well? The sword I desired was never granted. Only a single book was brought. And not a whisper of news has reached me. As you can see, he felt his voice tremble, and thus endeavored to lower his tone. What has transpired during this time? King Robb? The cruelty of that man now rests so easily. What does it signify? I do not wish to ponder it. Oh, I assumed you were aware. Your letters were never dispatched. Thus, the plan was executed flawlessly. What a farcical scheme. Nonsense. You are all mad. He could scarcely contain his fury. Alas, we are preparing to declare that the false king has transformed into a bloodthirsty ice wolf, wreaking havoc during the wedding, the flames flickering, nearly extinguished. Shadows danced upon the walls, swaying and crawling. Do you intend to deceive in such a manner, treating them all as fools? He laughed heartily, wishing to weep for his king. Humph, this is merely the narrative for our allies. As long as they remain our allies, they must believe. And what of the Starks? Amber, Tully, Seaworth, Glover, Mormont, Manderley? Do you expect them to believe as well? They would only perceive this as an affront. They must believe, whether they wish to or not. The Iron Throne has bestowed the lordship of the North upon the Boltons. We still hold the fealty or heirs of these houses, and they must submit. The traitors entrenched within the realm are now few. Once the Lannisters have subdued Dragonstone, the kingdom will muster its forces to utterly annihilate the Starks. And in a few winters and summers, who will remember them? Who will recall the events that transpired here? Ha ha! How could the North forget such matters? How could the Seven Kingdoms forget? They may now praise the taste of their dung, but once an opportunity arises, they shall exact vengeance upon the Freys, who will forever live in fear, alongside any true believers in the North, separated from us only by a narrow neck of water. Thus, we must ensure that the North remains firmly in Bolton hands. In the present day, the corpulent Valda has wed Roose Bolton, and once she bears a legitimate heir, we, the Freys, will be able to rest easy, untroubled by the North. It is well known that the Frey family is renowned for its fertility, and Valda will undoubtedly provide him with numerous little flayers. He shows no concern for how many offspring Bolton might produce. The ignoble actions taken by the Freys will not go unpunished by the gods. King Robb? There is no king, merely a usurper. Indulge yourself in that illusion. I can only inform you that Robb has met his demise, pierced through the chest by Bolton at the wedding. The blood nearly drowned him. Jaime Lannister sends his regards. And oh, how wide Robb's eyes grew upon hearing that. Umph, such is the price of betrayal and the insult to the Freys. Huh. Black Walder even had a direwolf's head sewn onto his neck. How dare you? How dare you? He could no longer endure such shamelessness and charged toward the prison door, his hands reaching through the waterlogged iron bars, nearly grasping Bolton by the throat, shouting loudly. Ah, damn it. Your king's head has already been delivered to King's Landing. Were it not for your surname being Frey, we would have hanged you and displayed your head upon the castle wall. He clutched his throat, glaring with rage before turning away. Uncertain how much time had passed, he withdrew his hands from the stupor, but they throbbed with pain, blood flowing profusely, akin to being scorched by fire. That night, he succumbed to a high fever, lying upon a damp bed, waking several times in a haze, each time greeted by darkness. When he awoke again, he found himself in a small room with a window. Sunlight streamed through, and dust danced in the brilliant light. His entire body ached, utterly enervated. Yet the fever had subsided. He raised his hand, preparing to rise, only to discover that his chest and hands were bound in bandages, still throbbing upon contact. Ollie, I thought you were on the brink of death. The maester said you had only a 50% chance of waking. The girl, named Val, was the illegitimate daughter left by his brother, raised by her mother as if she were her own child. The maester speaks wisely. Any fraction of survival is still a victory. This statement elicited a giggle from Val. How long have I been asleep? It has been 3 days since you were brought up from the crypts. No one knows how long you slumbered there. When they carried you out, they remarked that your skin was burning hot, capable of cooking an egg. The maester said even leeches refused to drink your blood. It was too scalding. I truly wish I could have an egg to eat. If not, a roasted leech would suffice. Pray, tell me what transpired during my unconsciousness. Ah, much has occurred. The men were initially jubilant, but then rage took hold. Their reactions varied, yet all the women were terrified. Rosalind wept incessantly. Many perished in the castle, a great number of whom were Northmen. Ollie, I overheard some servants say that the Freys would be cursed, and there are many bastards who are relieved not to bear the Frey name. Ollie fell silent. He was aware of the plans of Lord Walder. As his legitimate son, he was entitled to partake in the family conspiracies, yet he never anticipated that Lord Walder would choose the most disastrous course of action. He harbored a loathing for his own arrogance, believing that his loud proclamations and vehement denunciations could rouse his relatives. Yet what awaited him instead was imprisonment, ultimately depriving him of the invaluable opportunity to inform Robb, as well as the chance to salvage his family's honor. He ought to have remained silent, biding his time to stealthily depart and seek out his king, bearing the dreadful news. Amidst the stillness, the aged Lord Frey was brought in. So venerable was Lord Frey that the skin above his neck was bereft of hair, entirely exposed, his wrinkled skin adorned with age spots. Yet, under the sunlight, he resembled a frail infant curled upon his grand seat. "Ah, you have betrayed the family, boy," Lord Frey remarked, as if uttering ludicrous words in a comical manner. Olyvar was acutely aware of his father's anticipation for him to speak, yet he stubbornly maintained his silence, prompting old Walder to continue. "Your mother was a virtuous woman, indeed. Not only that, but she bore me 4 sons and a daughter. When I wed her, I never anticipated her fecundity. Who could have known? The people of House Tully are all ailing, perpetually coughing and lacking vitality. Ah, surely it must be the blood of Frey at play. Perhaps Frey has the lineage of the green-handed Tully. In just 7 years, she bore me 5. Your uncles could not envy such a bounty." He had never held any affection for this father, both diminutive and acerbic in speech. In his youth, he had even believed that his brother Stephen was the true patriarch. He had always sought to avoid this old man, yet today he felt no fear. "Why are you all still here? What are you waiting for, my death? Get out. I will ring the bell when I wish to summon you. Now, I have a few whispers to share with this son, and you are not to eavesdrop. Go on. Be off." In the blink of an eye, only the 2 of them remained. "I know you young folk," he continued, "always forsaking genuine gold for inexplicable trifles. Utterly foolish. Robb Stark is foolish enough, just like his deceased father, choosing to tarnish his own honor rather than that of a girl. If his grandfather Rickard could witness the current state of the Starks, he would surely rise from his crypt. Alas, he has been thoroughly roasted. I fear he cannot rise." Still, Olyvar remained silent, knowing that it was prudent to let the Marquis continue, for the old Marquis had aged yet seemed increasingly incapable of keeping secrets. "I am acquainted with many dukes of Winterfell, you know. If we speak of temperaments, none possess a better one than that boy Robb. Yet each has far more cunning than the young wolf." Ah, his grandfather, the one who was roasted, had prepared for many years to venture south. When I learned he wished to extend his reach to the south, I suggested securing a Frey woman for his son, but the old wolf flatly refused. I proposed a match for his second son, and he similarly declined. I understood then that he would never marry his only precious daughter to my Stephen or my fine grandson, so I suggested a girl for his younger son. Yet he told me that he intended to send this son to the Wall. Ah, the Wall. I thought there were no suitable lands in the north for his son, and proposed a parcel at the river crossing for the young wolf, but he still rejected it. You see, I have been spurned by wolves on numerous occasions. He knew that his father, this old Marquis, had not yet finished, so he patiently awaited the continuation. Later, I learned that he sought a female fish for the heir, sending his daughter to Wind's Rest and his second son to the childless eagle. The old wolf believed the lion had withdrawn from the king's realm, leaving the stage to him. Ah, though his movements were subtle, King Illyris observed everything. Marquis Ward indulged in memories of the past, devoid of a single tooth. Yet his lips remained agile, perpetually moistening them, eloquent in speech. Were we to discuss history from centuries ago today? I know what you are pondering. Young lad, do you think I possess ample time to deliberate on the, which son was it again? In any case, I have little time to reason with you. Oh, but I shall soon arrive at the crux of the matter. The old wolf had meticulously planned everything, awaiting the moment to serve as the king's hand and to forge a prosperous era alongside Prince Rhaegar, unaware that Rhaegar was as mad as his father. Heh. The wolf's schemes faltered at the first sign of calamity. No plan, preparation, or promise could rival a moment of impetuosity. And they boasted it was the blood of the running wolf. Host repeatedly cautioned his son-in-law, and later the old wolf, yet they leapt into the abyss one after another. I had thought Eddard's son would be different, but he proved even madder than those before him. Alas, madness begets madness, but how could Frey accompany them in their descent? Frey has no claws. There was no need for such slaughter beneath the eaves. Olyvar could no longer contain his impatience and hastily inquired, yet despicable words eluded him. I had informed him that while Catelyn's Bay lay in the hands of the Ironborn, there was no necessity to confront them directly. Yet he even believed I sought to ensnare him in the Riverlands. If he truly wished to return to the north, did he intend to rely on that splendidly ugly Eddard to lead us against the Iron Throne? The outcome was already decided. Robb would not succumb. He triumphed in every battle, yet he lost the war. The young wolf has bewitched you. I too was prepared to open the river crossings for him. But at that moment, I received a missive from Tywin. Old Ward smiled enigmatically. What news? He first spoke of the union between Fry and the Lannister house, extolling the longevity of their friendship, yet he forgot that I had bribed his foolish father to acquire his sister, spending more gold than he could fathom. He had surreptitiously cursed old Fry countless times. He even recounted how Aemon and his sons displayed valor on the battlefield for the Lannisters and the Iron Throne. Then, he spoke of the victory at Blackwater, of the alliance with Highgarden, of the seat prepared for Prince Dorne at court, and of the task accomplished by the Duke of Harrenhal in the Eyrie. Littlefinger's diminutive bird rendered the female fish utterly captivated. He also promised to bestow Riverrun upon Aemon, even the descendant of the witch from Castle Rock, pledged to Lord Castamere. I knew he would mention it, declaring that should the witch dare betray the Iron Throne, he would sing them a song of the same name. Oh, Tywin Lannister. His toothless mouth incessantly moistened his lips, as if savoring a taste that only he could discern, believing these words would bear weight. Everyone underestimates Fry. What truly solidified my resolve was another matter. What is it? If neither allure nor threats can sway old Walder, I wonder what could possibly convince him. My dear boy, I doubt it is necessary to elaborate so much. If you truly are that foolish, I might as well toss you into the river rather than waste my breath on you. Old Walder curled his lip, clearly dissatisfied with the response. Bolton has released Jaime Lannister from Harrenhal and even dispatched his guards to escort him. I specifically had Black Walder confirm the whereabouts of his captain, the one they call Iron Leg, who indeed did not appear in the twins. The fishwife has acted foolishly, and the gods have not compensated for her folly. Thus, it is evident that the gods do not favor your king, Robb. The usurper has returned to King's Landing unscathed, while the North's king leads a fragmented rabble. I cannot fathom what Tywin, that lion, is still waiting for regarding the Iron Throne. For Walder's sake, I shall certainly align myself with the victors, especially considering the promised Riverrun, which has been held by the Tullus for millennia. Oliver did not expect to grasp so much. Listening to these conspiracies and tales, he was filled with indignation for his king Robb, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he awkwardly stated that the North is still under Stark control. What does Bolton's betrayal matter? We either seize the heirs of the Northern lords or grip these lords by their throats. They must bow and obey. Moreover, the forces of the Riverlands have begun to besiege Whispering Castle. Once Dragonstone is captured, the kingdom's navy can blockade White Harbor, and Lord Eel must surrender. I had warned him, eat less seafood and bear more children, but he paid me no heed. The Starks have ruled the North for millennia. I do not believe they can be overcome. Can they be conquered? Foolish boy, the North has long been weakened. Otherwise, how could the sea monster so easily claim the Bay of Crabs and Deepwood Motte? If the news from the Wall holds but a tenth of truth, the lords of the North should be concerned about the North rather than the South. The others? A vision flickered in the candlelight. There is indeed such a rumor. Though it pertains to wildlings, a new king from beyond the Wall. They have failed countless times before. This time, if they enter, they had best slay every noble in the North, just as we did. Thus, the North shall forget Walder's folly. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable anxiety, as if chilled. If the others truly exist, then it is all the more imperative for the Starks to be vanquished swiftly. You see, how many deaths could be averted by a single wedding? The world ought to thank me. I have saved the realm much strength. Without the united power of the Seven Kingdoms, how can we contend with the legendary darkness? Stark's little wretch wins a battle or two and dares to claim kingship. King of the North. Merely a usurper dividing the Seven Kingdoms. Old Walder has lived for over 90 years, yet has always been a loyal servant to the realm. The Seven Kingdoms have not fought the others for thousands of years, or perhaps never at all. He blushed with anger at his father's shamelessness. The gods will curse us. The world will scorn us. He leaned on his body, speaking with fierce contempt, as if the figure before him were not his father, but a mischievous little demon. I have lived for over 90 years and have never encountered any gods. Look, the believers in the divine, like the noble Baelor, cannot even produce a single heir. Left to starve to death, while the descendants of the disbelieving old Walder crowd the halls, feasting heartily at every meal, he uttered with a tone of frustration, though, admittedly, without teeth. Within the Seven Kingdoms, those who professed faith would universally despise the phrase. If the Iron Throne were to gain complete control of the situation, it would inevitably cast aside the phrase. What a foolish course of action. He was unwilling to ponder further. The shame tied to his surname would haunt him for a lifetime. Silence. I did not come here for your admonitions. Oliver noticed the gloomy demeanor of old Walder, a stark contrast to his earlier self-satisfaction. Look at you, such a buzzkill, just like your mother. I thought you only inherited her skin. Should he feel pride? Contemplating the bleak future, the shattered ideals, his great king, and his current helplessness, he was overwhelmed with emotion and began to weep, but as the tears flowed, he felt an overwhelming sense of fragility, unworthy of his king. I should die alongside King Robb. Enough. Enough. You fool, spare me your theatrics. Old Walder's sharp voice mercilessly mocked his vulnerability. To think, you are a tad older than Robb, yet far more juvenile. He did not weep when he met his end. While living, he was a jester, but in death, he resembled a king. My king has 2 brothers. He should not have left Robb, even if the Frey army withdrew. He could remain by the king's side as a free rider, he mused. The very thought of this made the recent sobbing cause his head to spin even more. A cripple and an infant. Old Walder scoffed. What concerns me is that bastard Eddard. Jon Snow. He recalled Robb mentioning him. The one who was legitimized by Robert. That bastard severed the head of the heir to the Iron Islands and displayed it upon the walls of Winterfell. Now, she has reclaimed Deepwood Motte from the Ironborn, capturing the sole surviving scion of Balon. If Balon valued his children half as much as I do, he would think to trade for Catelyn Bay. Valuing children? Such a blatant falsehood. Even in his foggy state, he grasped the implications. If the Starks were to reclaim Catelyn Bay and secure the White Knife, the North would stand firm as a mountain, while the Bolton forces, supported by the Iron Throne, would find no passage back to the north across the neck. Once the Starks captured the Dreadfort and quelled the restless lords, establishing their foothold in the north, they could retaliate against the Freys at any time across the neck, ensuring that the river crossings would never know peace. This was the true source of Old Walder's anxiety. You regret it. Hey, who do you think you are? Were it not for your surname being Frey, and my reluctance to commit kinslaying, your head would already adorn the river crossing. Old Walder would never admit to any wrongdoing. You have committed worse deeds. Then you come forward? Hey. Old Walder merely wishes to know if you are willing to admit your fault. If you do, I shall still recognize you as part of the family. My descendants may be numerous, but fortresses and farms are even more plentiful. Should you refuse, you shall return to the dungeons of the Keep to rot. Admit my fault? Absolutely not. I am a knight sworn to Robb, having pledged a sacred oath. For the honor of your forsaken lineage, I must steadfastly uphold Robb's cause. Alas, I perceive you have lingered too long with the wolf cubs, rendering you rather rigid. Upon hearing this retort, he did not seethe with anger. Rather, a smug satisfaction enveloped him. Though the descendants of Old Walder abound, they ought not to be lumped together indiscriminately. Your half-brother, Pate, is a man of integrity, untainted by bloodshed. Your other half-brother, is a scholar in service to the Hunter family. Surely you recall, he too is blameless. As for your youngest half-brother, he has already met his demise. Oh, death absolves one of all debts. How delightful. Benfred. Benfred is another of your half-brothers, with children merely 2 or 3 years of age. Since you have made your choice, I shall assist you. After all, I am your father. I would not feast upon my own son. I shall declare you a traitor to House Frey. And I will vociferously proclaim that you betrayed your loyal King Robb by divulging secrets and severing ties with your family, enduring torment for him. Oh, I shall represent the Iron Throne in judging you. I shall not sever your head, for which father would behead his own son. Instead, I shall exile you to Old Town, where you will learn to forge chains, yet you shall not be permitted to vow as a scholar. I shall ensure you enter the church, perhaps joining the Sons of the Warrior or some other order, where you will profess repentance for your family's actions and pray. Yet you shall never swear an oath of membership, until all believe you a virtuous, loyal, and sacred Frey. At that juncture, you shall learn from me, leaving behind a plethora of offspring. Should the day come, as you predict, when the Iron Throne seeks to cast aside the Freys, they may very well contemplate your ascension to Riverrun. Do you await that day, indeed? His delight grew with each word, the wrinkles upon his face blooming with a rosy hue. Yet soon his tone shifted. Damn that Black Walder, that fool. He is neither lord nor heir, yet dares to command. To sow a wolf's head for the king in the north. Utterly foolish, absurdly so, as dim-witted as Tywin's hound. Indeed, compounded foolishness. Your half-sister, Rosalind, cast aside by the Starks, suffering humiliation. This I shall ensure is widely disseminated. And you, as Rosalind's half-brother, must ensure her plight is known far and wide. For even the Starks would be compelled to express remorse upon encountering you. You inquire as to how I shall arrange your fate? Chapter 14. The Duke of Terrors. Keep the Duke gestured for his attendant to remove the leech, now engorged with blood, and then donned his undergarments. Simply slipping on a gray woolen sweater and throwing on a lambskin jacket, the servant stood obediently by, awaiting his next command. The Duke discerned the flicker of confusion in the man's eager gaze. Yet this individual was astute, knowing how to maintain a demeanor of deference and silence. Scholars favor leeches for healing patients, allowing them to consume the superfluous necrotic flesh from wounds to prevent infection. However, the Duke's perspective diverged slightly from that of the scholars. He believed leeches could absorb toxins from the blood, thereby thwarting manipulation by poisonous substances. He was convinced that the impetuousness and irritability of youth stemmed from a toxic temperament coursing through their veins, while the decay and frailty of old age resulted from the accumulation of years' worth of impurities. If one wishes to maintain composure and sharpness, it is essential to frequently resort to bloodletting with leeches. Stark, however, did not comprehend this. They prided themselves on their impetuous and headstrong kin, believing them to possess the blood of the running wolf. If his memory served him right, the North had already paid a heavy price for this so-called running wolf blood. Brandon Stark, who met his demise at the hands of his own in King's Landing, was a prime example of such impulsiveness. In his youth, he earned the nickname Wild for his reckless actions, often described as having the blood of the running wolf. His sister mirrored his folly, reveling in pursuits of horseback riding and falconry, boasting of her exploits. The world spoke of Lyanna being abducted by Prince Rhaegar, yet in truth, it was the girl's vanity and capriciousness that led her to forsake her responsibilities in pursuit of the prince, embodying the essence of the running wolf blood. More recently, there was Robb Stark, who, at his core, was yet another impulsive youth, acting heedlessly and casting aside his obligations, burdened by the toxins in his blood. Much like his legitimate son, Domeric Bolton, they all paid dearly for their foolishness. The Duke did not wish for the North to follow suit in misfortune. Leaving behind his new bride, the Duke stepped out of the chamber, only to find that freezing rain had begun to fall once more. It had persisted for quite some time. The river outside surged tumultuously, resembling thick mud, while several travelers in search of passage were turned away at the castle gates, left to wander aimlessly in the rain. The Duke, a guest of the twins, deemed this matter beyond his concern. Since the wedding, he had remained in the twins. Having received accolades and appointments from the Iron Throne, he was now the newly appointed Duke of the Dreadfort, the protector of the North. A title is merely a title, one he understood all too well. Presently, he was hindered by the icy rain and the waters of the Gallant Bay, which obstructed his return to the North to eradicate the remnants occupying Winterfell. Only by completely expunging the dire wolves could he align his title with reality, a sentiment shared by Duke Tywin. In light of this, he had commanded Rick Bolton to summon his vassals. According to the responses received, there were at least 2,000 foot soldiers stationed at the Dreadfort, with an additional 1,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry deployed along the banks of the Weeping River to thwart the incursions of mixed-blood pirates. To the south, his forces were even stronger, commanding 3,000 infantry along with nearly 1,000 remnants from various northern houses. Should he successfully navigate the waters of Gallant Bay, he would be able to return to the north with 2,000 Frey soldiers, 2,000 Westerland troops, and 2,000 Riverland soldiers. A promise made to him by the Iron Throne, awaiting the final blow to the Stark bastards, the disabled, the children, and the foolishly loyal lords who stubbornly resisted their fractured nation. In pursuit of resolving the passage through Gallant Bay, the Duke had been a guest at the twins for nearly a month. He had dispatched trusted commanders such as Lyle and Cost to negotiate at the Isle of Pike, awaiting their return with news. However, in the days that had elapsed, the Duke had received no word. He recalled borrowing several cages of ravens from old Lord Walder Frey before their departure. If they had successfully arrived at the Isle of Pike, at least one raven should have returned by now. The Duke felt a twinge of unease. Perhaps the leeches of the Riverlands were ineffective, or perhaps the taint of Frey blood had sullied him. In recent days, the Duke has been engaged in playful frolics with the plump Lady Flay, and to his surprise, he has developed a fondness for her high-pitched laughter. Lord Ward appears to share this sentiment, regarding her laughter as the highest form of flattery, and has bestowed upon him numerous gifts. The Duke mused that if the boy Robb Stark could achieve even a fraction of such success, he would not be facing such a dire fate. "Your Grace, my father seeks an audience with you." One of Lord Ward's sons braved the rain to deliver the message. His hair drenched, water streaming down his pale, elongated face and disheveled beard, rendering him quite a pitiable sight. The remnants of rain on his cloak trickled across the threshold into the room, resembling a small river that slowly spread across the floor, prompting the Duke to step forward and slightly evade the encroaching moisture. "Are you suggesting I should follow you?" he inquired. "Sir, please lead the way." The servant draped a prepared cloak over his shoulders. With so many sons of old Ward, the Duke could not discern which one this was, nor could he recall his name. "My lord, I am not a knight," the young man stammered, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Such modesty was a rarity in Flay. Yet the Duke preferred his silence while he guided him. The Duke scrutinized him until the young man, assured that no further response would come from the Duke, turned and ventured back into the rain to continue his errand. The towns of Twin Rivers were connected by a broad stone bridge, with a watchtower at its center overseeing all vessels that passed. Now, amidst the relentless downpour, the river swelled ominously, only a few dozen feet beneath the bridge's surface. The last time the Duke traversed this bridge was many years prior, when he had just concluded his time as a ward in Crow Tree and was returning to Dreadfort to claim his title. The rain lashed against his face, sharpening his senses and sweeping away the flicker of unease that had briefly surfaced. He began to find a certain enjoyment in the cold rain. Soon, he arrived at the eastern castle, where a servant removed his drenched cloak and thoughtfully brought him a basin of hot water along with a prepared towel. He soaked the towel, wrung it out, and meticulously dried his face. The warmth brought a flush to his cheeks, and then, under the servant's guidance, he was ushered to meet the host. The chamber of Old Lord Ward was warm, yet filled with damp steam. "Please forgive me, my granddaughter's husband." The diminutive Marquis of Twin Rivers boomed, his voice resonating with unexpected vigor. "I hope you do not take offense. After all, you are now the Duke of Dreadfort, protector of the North." The Duke smirked slightly, a gesture he intended as a smile, and felt no offense. "Oh, what I must ask your forgiveness for is that I just took a hot bath here with my new wife." He gestured to the spot, and indeed, water was strewn across the floor. "So, you see, it has left the room rather musty. I do not appreciate this dampness. It is not conducive to health. You must understand, I am far too old to indulge in baths anymore, for they leave me quite dizzy." The Duke observed him with interest. The old Marquis was relishing the opportunity to converse while still able. "What should remain is a corpse, not a tongue." "Huh. I initially wished to meet you in the parlor, but I cannot bear to leave my warm chamber." "The parlor is dark and cold," Lord Ward remarked, smacking his lips. "Are you satisfied with the arrangements made by those lads for you?" "I am quite pleased." The Duke pursed his lips and spoke softly. "As long as you are satisfied, that is all that matters. You must understand, I bestow upon my kin the utmost treatment. I have always been generous towards family. Now, let us return to the matter at hand, shall we?" He pressed his lips together once more, and others would do well to interpret this as a light chuckle. "The parchment lies beside your desk, my Lord Bolton." He withdrew his smile, allowing you to examine it at your leisure. It was a small scroll of parchment, undoubtedly plucked from a raven. He unfurled the scroll to reveal the inscription, "The North belongs to me." The wretch named Rhaelys dared to threaten a king. Thus I cast him from the castle. Perhaps he will manage to swim back on his own. The others I dispatched to Old White to mine, promising that they would extract silver weighing as much as they do. I initially intended to write gold, but that amount would suffice to purchase a second North, one which you impoverished Northerners shall never witness in your lifetimes. I have decided to forgive their affront and allow them to return to homes not permitted in the North. King of the Iron Islands and Lord of the North, Balon Greyjoy. Thus, the possibility of returning to the North via the Bay of Crabs is entirely lost. The Duke concluded. "Well, if he refuses to yield, then we must resort to a forceful approach." Lord Ward adjusted his attire, wrapping himself more securely. "Did that whelp not consider reclaiming the Bay of Crabs? If he can, why cannot you? Those who attempt to seize the Bay of Crabs by force are fools. To succeed in a siege requires encirclement from all sides and the assistance of the Reachmen. We possess but one front." "Oh, I shall not inquire which front you refer to. Now, what is your plan?" While awaiting Lord Balon Greyjoy's response, "I have instructed my men to occupy salt pans, where they are gathering vessels. Alas, the place has suffered considerable destruction." The Duke spoke as if discussing a matter entirely detached from himself. "Fortunately, I previously commissioned the Iron Throne to disseminate word of lucrative ship rentals and salt pans. If the Iron Throne executes its duties effectively, merchant ships from both shores of the narrow sea should flock here. My only concern is whether the town's docks will suffice." "Hee. You need not doubt the prowess of Duke Tywin." Lord Ward chuckled like a mischievous monkey, even clapping his hands. "So, you were already aware that King Balon would refuse?" "I am uncertain." The Duke rolled the parchment back up and returned it to its place, as if he had never laid eyes upon it. "I once rescued a red priest in Harrenhal. I had intended to hang him, yet he did not plead for mercy, continuously proclaiming wedding. At that time, I had just received a letter from Tywin Lannister concerning the marriage of Edmure and Rosalind. I was certain he was aware of the wedding, being imprisoned in Harrenhal. He could not have been privy to such news. Hence, I spared his life, eager to discover what else he might know." The Duke turned to gaze towards the riverbank and continued. "Then the Red Priest informed me that he witnessed the flayers sever the right paw of the lion. Initially, I did not comprehend the significance of this, but by afternoon, I noticed that Jaime Lannister was missing his right hand. It was not the flayer who severed it, but rather a band of warriors from overseas. Since they serve me, calling them flayers is not wholly inaccurate. The Red Priest perceives a vast array of phenomena, compelling me to believe in his peculiar abilities. Though some of his insights are veiled in metaphor and ambiguity, there exists an undeniable kernel of truth. Curiously, I inquired whether he had foreseen his fate as a prisoner. His response was enigmatic. Everything is destined for you. Remarkable indeed. This monk possesses an air of mystery. Yet I harbor no trust for him, nor for anyone else. I had contemplated the notion of flaying him, but the North has long since abolished such barbarity, and I had given my word. He recounted witnessing my subordinate, Lylise, being hurled into the waters from a castle, meeting his demise. When I pressed for the identity of this castle, he claimed ignorance. Lylise was one of my most capable aides. You have encountered him, my lord, silent and steadfast, always discerning in his speech and actions. He has never disappointed me, and I am resolute in my desire for him to remain alive. Thus, seizing this opportunity, I resolved to send him far away to Pike Island. It is now abundantly clear, the castle in question is Pike Castle. The Red Priest undoubtedly possesses formidable powers. He chuckled, suggesting that he had already foreseen my return to the north by boat from Saltshore Town. Perhaps so, yet this is not the reason for my prolonged stay here. The Duke fixed his gaze upon the old Marquis, stating that he had seen ships adorned with the banners of the flayed man, the Golden Lion, the Rose, and the Blue Tower setting sail for the north. It is imperative to note that, at that time, the forces from the Bay of Rivers were still stationed at Bitterbridge, and the reinforcements from the west lingered at Lannisport, awaiting their own journey northward, which would take time. I must showcase my formidable allies to the north, thus I resolved to return alongside them, a fact unbeknownst to him. In any case, rather than languish here idly, I deemed it prudent to exchange the horn of the Sea Dragon, the stream of the Stone Coast, and King Balon for the Bay of Garlan. This would grant them a foothold on the continent and perhaps alter their predatory nature while leveraging their naval prowess. Such an endeavor seemed improbable, yet at that time, with ample opportunity, why not attempt it? If King Balon assents to the transaction, he must align with you against the Starks to safeguard his gains. You treat Balon Greyjoy as if he were mere plaything. You are indeed my son-in-law. The Duke smirked slightly, for they were adversaries. As for me, my sole intention was to rescue my subordinate. I once asked the Red Priest if the visions he beheld could be altered. He responded with certainty that it was utterly impossible. The future glimpsed becomes the past, and the past stands as an irrefutable truth. Amongst the myriad of magical arts, only prophecy, once set into motion, becomes immutable. Then there would be no need to hire assassins for future attempts on lives. Let the monk craft a prophecy of his own demise. To my surprise, Marquis Ward expressed considerable interest in this notion. Perhaps it could be feasible. I dispatched him with the intent of validating the Red Priest's assertions. Verification itself became a component of the prophecy. According to the monk, should one wish to invoke a prophecy, it is best executed when the subject is weak, for prophecy possesses the capacity for self-fulfillment. Thus, the greater the figure upon whom the prophecy is imposed, the higher the requisite cost, and the more challenging the execution. Conversely, if one drives a prophecy for oneself while still in a position of weakness, they remain bound by that prophecy even upon ascending to greatness. I remain uncertain whether Lylise sought his counsel regarding his fate. Have you decided to switch sides upon witnessing Rob's fate? Perhaps that young lad foretold his own destiny at a tender age. I have heard whispers that his half-sister is a seer. Could it be she who prophesied his demise? Does he even realize he is destined for the guillotine? The Marquis's laughter resembles that of a rosy rodent. I do not dispute this. The red-cloaked monk claims he has been ensnared by a curse, which subsequently revealed his destiny. He asserts it is the will of Lawler. Who can say? When the future is manipulated, fate inevitably sprouts roots, regardless of how grotesque or absurd they may appear. Pray tell, can your monk foresee your triumphant capture of Winterfell? Alas, he cannot. Given the nature of prophecy, I have forbidden him from gazing into any outcomes pertaining to me. In fact, I do not allow him near any flames. Such matters are frightful, and I keep him at bay. My lord, can you fathom the cost of the prophecy that foretold Daenerys Targaryen's vision of Valyria's destruction by fire? The price is beyond imagination. The new lady of House Frey entered gracefully, akin to a startled bird, her demeanor fraught with worry. Upon entering, she offered a gentle curtsy to the Duke, showing no inclination to engage with the guests. She presented Lord Walder with a full pitcher of warmed fruit wine, and the Duke caught a whiff of the sweet aroma, which stirred his appetite. He could not help but steal glances at the lady of the Marquis. She donned a gray-blue cloak from Riverrun, beneath which lay a purple lace gown, cinched at the waist with a gray silk sash. Though not tall, she appeared quite graceful in her attire. The Duke noted that her ample form added to her allure. Yet her pale and fearful countenance extinguished any interest he might have had. It was evident that her hair was still damp. "This is my 8th wife," he remarked with irritation. "My good lady, what is your name? Let our Duke hear it clearly." "Jocelyn Forth," she replied, her voice trembling. The Marquis, in an inappropriate manner, traced his hand along her form. She flinched, but did not withdraw, casting an awkward glance at the Duke. "Jocelyn, I wed her on my 90th birthday," he smirked wickedly. "She is already with child, and I trust one shall soon welcome another son. Your fortune is enviable, my lord," the Duke offered with an inscrutable smile. "If only I could endure a little longer," he observed as his wife filled his goblet with wine. "Good lady, your presence makes it difficult for me to converse with the Duke properly." After she exited the room, he slowly raised the goblet and sipped. "Eddard Stark should have died sooner. Otherwise, I would have compelled Catelyn Tully to take my hand again." He chuckled, eager to see the reaction of that little harlot. "She has no choice. She will surely bear you a brood of little trout." At that moment, a servant entered, setting down a small table, a blazing hearth, and a sturdy, broad chair for him. The Duke observed as they placed the wine jug upon the hearth and presented an array of fruits: succulent blackberries, raspberries, the freshly gathered seeds of pomegranates, tender apricots, sliced golden peaches, and even some unfamiliar vegetables that the Duke rarely encountered. Another servant swiftly covered the dampness on the floor with a cloth before exiting. "My dear lady, though timid, is by no means foolish. Look at all she has prepared for you. Please, take a seat. We cannot have the Duke standing while conversing with me," he said, gesturing to a nearby servant to refill the guest's glass. The Duke sat down, raised his cup, and took a delicate sip. The warm, fruit-infused drink enveloped him with comfort, prompting him to indulge in another small taste. "Your wine is exquisite, my lord. If only it were a touch less sweet." "Ah, I am glad you enjoy it," he replied with a chuckle. "However, this wine pales in comparison to the tales you tell. When do you intend to embark? I do not mention this to hasten your departure, as I am truly grateful for your support." He gazed quietly at the Marquis, recognizing that marching through the rain could dampen morale, yet these trials would be surmountable compared to returning home. Having received the harsh reply from King Balon, "I am preparing to depart tomorrow. I may pause in Saltfield for a time, for orchestrating a legion of 10,000 across the sea is no trivial task. Oh, for you northern folk, it is merely a return home, but for others, it may not be so simple. Nonetheless, for the tranquility of the northern kingdom, they should find their spirits lifted, correct? Fear not, my lord. There will be no rain for quite some time after this." The Duke maintained a composed expression, though he added, "Yet, the passage through Carlin Bay remains uncharted, and I would entrust my dear lady to your care. I have been tending to my granddaughter for decades." He chuckled. "I have done well. Look how plump she has become. I wouldn't mind nurturing her a little longer." Marquis Ward licked his lips and swallowed another mouthful of the warm wine, revealing a disdainful demeanor. After a moment's pause, he continued, "Did you say there will be no rain for a while? Is this another of your monk's predictions? Huh, what a fine monk indeed. I would like to have one of my own. If only he could predict an everlasting summer, for I detest winter. In winter, fresh fruits are scarce. Fine steeds fall one by one, and children perish, leaving women weeping incessantly, which is quite vexing." He rambled on, oblivious to the Duke's presence. The red-robed monk foretold that from tomorrow onward, there would be no rain in the river plains for a time. Since his predictions have been so accurate, I shall choose to trust him, though I shall not disclose this news to the soldiers. Should the rain cease tomorrow, they might take it as an omen of good fortune. Indeed, he replied hastily, leaving it unclear what he referred to. "This monk is a treasure. You must bring him to the army. The red-robed monk possesses certain abilities." Yet, when I pressed him for more, he began to urge me towards acts of arson. Thus, I have remained in a state of indecision. Skinning is a protracted horror, while burning is a swift one. When people endure rapid terror, they soon forget. The living cannot empathize and easily lose their memories. To sustain this, one must continuously burn, and even harmonious lands will ultimately become discordant. But skinning is a different matter altogether. Indeed, it is the Duke of the terrifying fortress. Under your governance, the North shall find tranquility and serve as a bastion for the kingdom. The Marquis, having devoured 2 blackberries, smacked his lips and sighed. In my youth, I had a fondness for nuts, yet now, alas, I am devoid of teeth. At times, gazing upon my present state fills me with sorrow. Fortunately, I still delight in various fruits, provided they are soft and thin-skinned. Oh, I must tell you, I also enjoy having the little ones brew wine from assorted fruits for me. Shall we not indulge in a warm, comforting cup? Once finished, I shall seek my dear wife, for I have no teeth, and she finds my gnawing quite satisfactory. Wishing you well, my lord Marquis. On the following morning, the Duke departed from Twin Rivers City, marching towards the place where the sun ascends. The road, ravaged by rain, presented a daunting challenge for the thousands of soldiers trudging ahead. He rode upon a gray steed, a gift from Lord Fry, whose gentle and steady demeanor greatly pleased the Duke. Flanking him were his guards, named Raimed and Silo, while his captain, the iron-legged Wotan, had escorted Sir James to King's Landing before joining their ranks. Though their skills paled in comparison to those of Lyris and Wotan, they were well versed in decorum, ensuring the entire company proceeded quietly towards their destination. Their fathers had been members of the Duke's father's guard, making their positions as guards quite customary. The Duke, unable to recall his grandfather, remembered that when Raimed first served as a guard, he foolishly boasted that his grandfather had also served the Duke's grandfather. The flattery that followed went unheard by the Duke, resulting in Wotan administering 10 lashes as was customary, after which Raimed became significantly more prudent. A harmonious land, a tranquil populace. The Red Priest had been strategically positioned at the front of the procession, 2 horses distant from the Duke. From behind, the sight of the Red Priest appeared somewhat comical, his dark gray hair tied in an odd manner and secured with a stick, creating a bulging bump that resembled a grotesque growth. I come for you. The Duke recalled the priestess' words, reflecting on the conversation that had left him feeling at a disadvantage, a sentiment he had never before experienced. The monk was clad in tattered rags, their color long faded, and upon closer inspection, the red hue hidden beneath the grime became apparent. His face was also flushed, with oily, coarse skin marred by numerous small blemishes, lending him an unexpectedly formidable presence. Why me? He had pondered asking, yet instead, he uttered, why not Stannis? I have heard he has taken a red woman and even altered his sigil. Should the Red Priest wish to boast, he could claim that the red woman had rendered Stannis impotent. However, the Red Priest responded, I shall assist in ways that leeches cannot, such as calming the sea, ensuring smooth sailing, and guiding the fleet safely to the desired shores. I may not be as inconspicuous as a leech, yet with a slight gesture, I can achieve greater outcomes, and I know precisely when to cease. Thus, he commanded that the self-proclaimed Red Priest, Acero, be bound to the fish at Heron's Keep. Apart from the visage etched with an unmistakable fury, the wooden structure bore 13 dark, blood-stained gashes, which were said to symbolize the 13 days that Daemon Targaryen awaited his foes at Heron's Keep. The Duke instructed Walton, accompanied by his retinue, to blindfold themselves and throw their lances from a distance of 10 paces, promising a golden dragon to anyone who could inflict even the slightest injury upon the Red Priest, whether it be a foot or an arm. Ultimately, none claimed the reward, with only a single lance piercing the fish. This lance was embedded 3 inches above the Red Priest's head, and the crimson ichor oozed down the shaft, dripping onto his face and garments, rendering him a veritable red demon. As the members of his retinue removed their blindfolds, they were met with a blend of disappointment and astonishment. Among the onlookers was a member of the Brotherhood, a jester who believed he could command the Duke, shouting maniacally, Demon, sorcery, burn this fiend. His raucous outburst was fleeting. It was but a brief moment before Walton seized him from the crowd and felled him with a single blow. Grasping the jester by the hair, Walton compelled him to face the Duke, awaiting his command. The jester, however, persisted in his madness, continuing to spew nonsensical words. The Duke, observing the jester's foolish and repulsive countenance and attire, ordered him stripped and bound to a cross, suspended upside down, and flayed before the heart tree. This was not the North, and oaths need not be upheld here. After releasing Acero, the Duke permitted him to remain in his ranks. Yet when the Red Priest audaciously suggested burning the heart tree and the jester, Walton and his northern retinue instinctively gripped their sword hilts, while the Duke merely regarded him with a pallid gaze. The next time you propose to burn the heart tree, I assure you, it will be you who is set aflame. Acero nodded in acquiescence. Thus the Duke acquiesced to another of his requests, placing the barely conscious jester upon a pyre. In this manner, the exotic Red Priest established his roots within the Duke's forces, a development both wondrous and incredulous, leaving the Duke with an unsettling sense of unreality. Yet, if the old gods and Lawler had orchestrated his fate thus, he had no choice but to accept it. Flanking Acero were members of House Fry, Sir Island and Sir Hostine. In the Duke's eyes, Island was a vile and cunning man, yet, judged by the standards of a commander, he was far superior to his half-brother Hostine, who was merely a muscle-bound fool. Thus, The Duke tacitly acknowledged Eileen as the true commander of the Frey forces in every circumstance, to bolster his actual control over the army. The enemies would not be as feeble as the Iron Throne presumed. He needed to fortify every ounce of strength within himself and his allies. The army moved slowly, taking 10 days to reach Saltpans. Lord Valerion awaited them at the camp's mouth, proudly hoisting the Flayed Man's banner alongside his own family's black dagger flag. It is said that the demons under Duke Tywin ravaged Saltpans beyond recognition, yet the Duke beheld a well-constructed encampment, replete with numerous vacant barracks awaiting the arrival of the Rose and Lion armies. In the town, only a few remnants of the fire remained, consisting of charred, unusable timber, bricks fused together, and shattered tiles. Regardless of the tragedies that once transpired here, the place had partially regained its vitality. The Duke acknowledged the accomplishments of Lord Rourke in his heart. Lord Rourke, the head of House Rourke, pledged fealty directly to the Dreadfort and managed the extensive lands west of the Last River and east of the Lonely Mountain, commanding several minor vassal families. Within the great camp, the Duke noticed some banners belonging to these lesser houses. He nodded to Rourke from his mount before leading the way into the military encampment, with Will promptly following suit. The soldiers lining the road rose to their feet, quietly observing his passage as he scanned his own men and advanced onward. His tent was unmistakably situated amidst the throng of troops. Thus commenced the Duke's work. Chapter 15. Asha Greyjoy. Asha beheld the head of Theon upon the walls of Winterfell. The soldiers gestured towards the severed head, their faces adorned with a hint of sardonic amusement, hoping to glean the desired expression from her countenance. The head resembled any ordinary one she had encountered, but thanks to the northern weather, its features remained strikingly clear, bearing the same faint smile as when they first met in the Iron Islands. The head indeed belonged to her brother. He had met his demise with courage, and regardless of how absurd his actions may have been, that much she could ascertain. Perhaps my own head shall soon join yours. She feigned indifference towards the severed head, displaying a dismissive attitude, much to the soldier's chagrin, who then urged her to move along, aware that their destination was the prison of Winterfell. Though she had little experience in prisons, she understood that this one was unlike the others. There were more guards than inmates, leading her to believe it was a special holding facility. Sea monster. You may choose your preferred cell, the jailer, a robust man with a thick beard and a slight limp, announced with vigor. You are quite generous. This entire place is mine. This was not a dungeon. Sunlight streamed in through a few small openings, allowing her to discern the layout, though it held little significance. She selected the cell that still received sunlight. Winterfell rarely housed prisoners. Those who were caught either faced execution or donned black attire to serve on the wall. Your brother Theon was afforded that opportunity as well. He always looked down upon others, so very proud. The jailer continued, however, as a woman. You likely cannot serve on the wall. Asha perceived the jailer's intentions. He merely sought to ingratiate himself with her. My lord, rest assured, I cannot perish so easily. She replied casually, for she had matters far graver than execution to contend with, hoping only for his silence. Cannot perish? Have you not seen your brother's head? He retorted. Fool, I am not blind, and you are rather enthusiastic, she responded, exasperated, acknowledging his foolishness in presuming she sought death. After enduring for a considerable time, she finally found a moment of reprieve to revisit her memories. The Blood-Wolf woman, true to her name, had left only one captive alive. The others, both the captured Ironborn and the deceased, had their heads severed and displayed on either side of the road leading to the deep forest fortress. Anyone who chanced upon this grim scene would undoubtedly question if they had stumbled upon the gates of hell. Indeed, it was the very gateway to hell. She had led 30 longships from the Iron Islands to raid the deep forest fortress. To ensure a swift retreat, she commanded half of the vessels to distance themselves from the shore, allowing for an immediate escape to Dragonhorn, while the remainder docked, primarily to garrison the fortress. As they broke free from the encirclement of the fortress and fled towards the coast, all they beheld were the longships engulfed in flames. They were utterly decimated on the expansive shore, as arrows raining down from the forest claimed the lives of the majority of the Ironborn, while the waves carried away a few, and others perished beneath the swords of the Northmen. He had set forth with an army of 2,000 from the Iron Islands. Aside from the fleet, whose whereabouts remained unknown, the remaining 1,000 Ironborn who made landfall were all slain. The northern men stripped the fallen Ironborn of their garments and discarded the headless corpses into the sea. She witnessed sharks prowling the shallow waters, laboring to drag the bodies into the depths. Some sharks, driven by greed, stranded themselves on the beach, where they were dismembered by the Northmen. She felt gratitude for the decision to cast the bodies into the sea rather than bury them, However, she harbored resentment for not having the heads cast alongside them. They were destined to feast eternally in the watery palace. She consoled herself, but how could one dine without a head? She did not see the body of her beloved. The maiden core. Perhaps she had seen it, yet without a head, identification proved challenging. She could not inspect each corpse's thigh to seek out the peculiar birthmark on core's inner thigh, resembling a woman's profile. His head was easily recognizable. She recalled it was the second one, near the sea, on the eastern side, in the battle on the beach. He had met his end at the hands of the Blood-Wolf woman, who had severed his neck with a single stroke. And she recalled the sight of his blood splattering without any semblance of beauty. I shall survive and bring back his head to the Iron Islands, along with that of Shaun. Undoubtedly, this was a catastrophic defeat for her. Following this failure, she risked losing the trust of the Ironborn, perhaps. She need not ponder such distant matters, for she might never have the chance to return. The Blood-Wolf woman could just as mercilessly claim Shaun's head as she could her own. No, the dead do not truly perish. Their power only intensifies. Shaun possessed his own pride, refusing to kneel for survival, yet I am acutely aware of my responsibilities. A mother should not lose all her children to her father's cause. I will seize every opportunity to endure. The sunlight quickly shifted, vanishing from the prison, leaving Asher gradually enveloped in darkness. She feared not the shadows. Recalling the exhilaration of racing across the dark sea, the memories of intimate moments in a dimly lit bedroom with past lovers lingered with her. Darkness had never instilled fear within her. Rather, it had always been a cherished companion. She was not destined to remain in darkness for long. As she drifted into a restless slumber, plagued by sorrowful dreams, the limping figure roused her. Your brother was beheaded just now, he said, before the Tree of Hearts. You are indeed a warm-hearted individual. She surrendered, and was escorted to the Hall of Winterfell. The hall was far grander than any place in Pike. Spacious enough to accommodate 1,000 diners simultaneously. In stark contrast, the Hall of Pike Island resembled a humble farmer's dwelling. Apart from the evidently vigilant guards, she encountered but 5 individuals. Seated at the foremost position was a youth, beside him an elder adorned with chains, next to them a child, while to the right sat a woman, and a middle-aged man wielding a sword paced restlessly in the background. Her brother might have been privy to their identities, yet the only one Asha truly recognized was the woman. Clad in a threadbare, colorless fur coat and a gray woolen cloak, the woman's eyes glimmered with an impassive intensity. Her dark braids were neatly bound at the nape of her neck, presenting her as a lithe warrior, unchanged since their encounter at Deepwood Motte. She sat there, possibly a striking maiden, yet seemingly disinterested in displaying such beauty, exuding only the formidable authority and utter ruthlessness of a judge. Before her stood the Duke of Winterfell, the Warden of the North, Brandon Stark. The middle-aged man spoke, also her brother's brother. Theon could have exploited this connection, yet it was evident he had either failed to do so or mismanaged it entirely. I have just heard you are the Warden of the North. Are you preparing to pledge allegiance to King Balon? If so, release me, and I shall plead with my father to relinquish the North to you, child. The direwolf, which had been resting beside the young boy, rose upon hearing her words, shaking its massive frame, its fur bristling, resembling a small pony. It did not intimidate nor utter a sound, yet Asha felt the palpable pressure exerted by the creature. Truly, a family that bears the direwolf as their sigil. Perhaps my father should have considered raising a sea monster. Asha Greyjoy, I regret to inform you. The elder's slow, measured words instilled dread within her. Deepwood Motte had received ravens from Pike Island, bearing the tidings of your father, Balon Greyjoy's demise. The elder's morbid tone was a perfect match for the news of death. Upon leaving Pike, King Balon had not appeared as robust as in his youth, yet he remained healthy and vigorous, far from the brink of sudden death. However, the elder's words brooked no doubt. This was evidently an undeniable fact. How did he perish? She was uncertain of the appropriate expression, yet she sensed that her current demeanor must have brought delight to the few seated at the table. According to the letter, on a stormy night, he fell from the bridge between the keep and the second keep. The scholar responded, My lady, please accept my condolences. The boy seated at the head of the table replied coldly. It was mere politeness, a sentiment she could perceive. You are mistaken. I am not being brought forth to face execution. That is not the purpose of my arrival. I have maintained my composure quite well, child. Do you perceive sorrow upon my countenance? I certainly hope not. If King Balon has indeed passed, according to your verdant land's laws, I should ascend to the Seastone chair. Release me, and once I become the Queen of the Iron Islands, I shall withdraw all forces remaining in the North and forge a peace treaty with the North. Alternatively, One could lead an army to seize Winterfell and display your heads upon pikes, Lady Asha. The appropriate response would be to express gratitude for your concern. Nevertheless, I find myself in agreement with your assertion that the Iron Islands and the North should coexist in tranquility. The Lady of the Bloodwolf replied, gesturing for her to take a seat upon the adjacent stool. The current situation reveals that the Iron Islands do not adhere to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. And historically, no woman has ascended to the throne of the Iron Islands. Furthermore, your uncle, Euron Greyjoy, has proclaimed himself the new king of the Iron Islands, rendering your aspirations rather bleak. The Lady of the Bloodwolf evidently desired a retort from her, yet Asha could not summon the energy for such trivial banter. Thus, the Lady of the Bloodwolf continued, to my knowledge, among the various families of the Iron Islands, your only supporter is your uncle, Harrenhal, unless you believe there are others. The rest have been slain by your own hand. Indeed, this is one of the most formidable families of the Iron Islands. Aside from my maternal lineage, every isle boasts my adherents. I am the designated heir of King Balon, and surely many captains will not forget this in such a brief span. Ironborn typically possess a poor memory. Perhaps, if your only adversary were Victarion, you might stand a chance, but your opponent is Euron. And I possess little faith in your prospects. I have previously dealt with him in the slave city of Astapor, the Lady of the Bloodwolf remarked. He is indeed the notorious madman of legend. She was acutely aware of Euron's insanity, yet she disdained her tone. Have you been bested by him? Are you truly so fearful of him that you require me to address you as aunt? Though I may be a bastard, I need not stoop so low. The Lady of the Bloodwolf, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, redirected to the matter at hand. Asha perceived an opportunity to exploit their urgent sentiments. Shortly after your father's demise, he returned to Pike, declaring himself king of the Iron Islands, while several lords who opposed him were cast into the sea. The timing is indeed suspicious, leading one to wonder if your father's death is linked to him. However, none of this pertains to the North, and we shall not place all our hopes upon you. Perhaps you should consider attempting it. Should I pin my hopes upon my uncle Victarion? You have not captured him. To my knowledge, the North desires vengeance upon the South. The North seeks restoration, not retribution. Yet you are correct. I have not captured him. You are in the North. He is in the South, and I cannot resolve both matters simultaneously. You truly ought to consider it. The Bolton's forces have retreated from the Weeping Bay and will soon return to the Dreadfort, while the surveillance on him from Barrowton has relaxed. Now, since your father has passed, he will naturally return to Pike. Perhaps at this very moment, he has already set sail from the Shivering Sea, depending on when he receives word. From your account, it seems my uncle is more fortunate. It is I who finds you more useful. Your words are indeed inspiring. Asha recalled her fallen subordinates and beloved, yet she felt no inclination to applaud. Perhaps you could wait a while longer. The Starks desire only the Weeping Bay. The Maester has proposed to exchange you, which your father might consent to, yet Euron would never agree. In the realm of the Ironborn, he may also be considered a barbarian. Such matters are best negotiated between you and me. The Lady of the Bloodwolf rose and approached her. Are we not already engaged in this? Indeed. Therefore, release me, and once I have usurped him from his position at the Sea Stone, I shall command the Ironborn to withdraw from the Bay of Crabs and restore the castle in its entirety. Of course, we have faith in your promise. Yet we are unable to wait, and frankly, my lady, from any perspective, we harbor little optimism regarding your capabilities. We do not trust in your ability to execute this transaction. The speaker was a middle-aged man, stout and strong, with a white beard. This is Ser Roderick Castle, the Master-at-Arms of Winterfell, the Bloodwolf maiden introduced. Ser, since the demise of my elder brother in battle and Theon becoming a hostage, I have been groomed by King Balon as his heir. The Iron Islands are well aware that upon my return to Harlaw, when I release the Ravens, all captains and lords will pledge their fealty to me. This is utterly implausible. Do you truly believe the Ironborn possess no laws? That a new king must be confirmed through civil war? She forced a laugh. Scholar, you must have some understanding of the succession rules of the Iron Islands? The scholar hesitated, causing Asha to feel vexed. She ought not to have questioned him. My lady, since the conquest, the Iron Islands have adhered to the primogeniture system. And prior to that, there existed an electoral system for selecting kings. In practice, primogeniture inherently excludes women from any line of succession, rendering the succession rules of the Iron Islands far less favorable to you than those of Westeros. As for the electoral system, history has never seen a female leader. Compounded by your recent defeat, this is equally detrimental to your position. Scholar, you may have forgotten that the last prince of Dorne was a woman. Is Dorne not part of the continent? She would not concede defeat. The scholar offered no response. My lady, since you assert that all captains and lords will pledge their allegiance to you, Let us consider the Ironborn in the Bay of Crabs as a case in point. Should they swear fealty to you, you may lead them back to the Iron Islands. If not, you may choose to remain a captive or stand guard alongside the garrison in the Bay of Crabs. Of course, you may also escape with the aid of the garrison. The choice is yours. Are you not afraid I might flee directly from the Bay of Crabs? Uncle Victorian could leave, and so could I. Indeed, should your attempt fail, I shall place your head alongside Theon's. She could hardly contain her eagerness to return to the Iron Islands. She smiled. The Bay of Crabs held significance for King Balon, who sought dominion over the north, but for her, it bore none, nor did it for any Ironborn stationed there. The guards had a legitimate opportunity to distance themselves from the poisoned arrows of the swamp devils. They would be pleased merely to escape. She was neither returned to the prison nor dragged before the heart tree to meet her end. Damn the cripple. Instead, she was ushered into a room that was elegantly arranged and exceedingly warm. Servants hastily brought her a meal that was reasonably palatable, while a maid prepared well-fitted trousers, leather armor, and a cloak adorned with golden sea monster motifs, suitable for her station. She suspected these were items once used by Theon. She also requested bathing water, which the servants promptly provided. She indulged in a long bath, as if she could wash away her failures and sufferings along with the water. After the encounter, she reclined on the bed, no longer mourning the deceased Iron Man nor lamenting the loss of her lover. Soon, she drifted into slumber, despite believing sleep to be beyond her grasp. The following morning, she was roused by the barking of dogs, as sunlight streamed into the room. Only then did she take the time to scrutinize her surroundings. The walls of the room were adorned with an array of long, velvet decorations. By the window stood an elongated oak table, its surface graced with a writing brush, ink, and prepared parchment, while on the opposite side rested a neatly arranged candlestick and a fire starter. A spacious chair, upholstered in exquisite leather, offered a comfortable seating experience. A narrow cabinet beside it was crammed with various tomes. On the other side of the bed lay a petite round table, accompanied by several equally plush stools, adorned with an assortment of fruits. This ambience, thus far, was one of elegance and comfort. However, the bare walls, embellished with an assortment of weapons, swords, spears, bows, and even a pair of flails, infused a hint of mischief into the otherwise refined atmosphere. In addition to the armaments, various accessories adorned the table beside the wardrobe. She spotted a silver clasp bearing the emblem of a sea creature nestled in the corner, and it dawned upon her that this chamber belonged to her brother, Shaun. In Winterfell, aside from the bed she had recently occupied, the room was immaculate and orderly, with everything in its rightful place. On the small table beside the bed lay an assortment of trinkets, a ceramic horse, a bronze ring, a jade figurine, and a collection of whimsical badges in the forms of ice wolves and sea monsters, crafted from iron, bronze, silver, and gold, large and small, arranged both horizontally and vertically in neat rows. Furthermore, there was a neatly stacked pile of thin parchment, inscribed with various musical scores and lyrics, indicating the considerable effort the author had devoted to them. She realized she had never truly known her brother. Yet, she soon suspected that all of this had been meticulously orchestrated by the Blood-Wolf woman, prompting her to hastily vacate the room, vowing never to return. Though regret washed over her almost immediately, she had anticipated a period of respite in Winterfell, but after a brief bout of organization, the Blood-Wolf woman led her and her cavalry southward at dawn. The Blood-Wolf woman had prepared a robust chestnut mare for her. Having little experience with horses compared to her familiarity with ships, Asha could still discern the mare's extraordinary qualities, though she hesitated to examine it closely, striving to mask her astonishment. Upon pledging her compliance, she was granted the freedom to mount, and with a single leap, she rose amidst the throng of cavalry, exuding an air more befitting a queen. The plains and hills of the north stretched endlessly before her, merging seamlessly with the distant clouds, illuminated by the morning light. Asha felt that marching northward was indeed a grave error. Here lay only forests and pastures, rocky terrain, and undulating hills, a natural hunting ground for lions and wolves, utterly devoid of sea monsters. The chilly morning wind brushed against her cheek, and while she had once envied the men below, in that moment, her envy shifted upwards. If only she could possess a magnificent beard like Roderick S., perhaps this morning would not feel so unbearable. However, it was but a fleeting moment before her face lost all sensation. She cast a glance at the Blood-Wolf woman, who appeared to be serenely perched upon her steed, gliding effortlessly as the horse galloped, her delicate cloak billowing gracefully in the wind, which only intensified the chill that enveloped her. Resolutely, she averted her gaze, choosing not to look at her again. Silently, she tightened her thick woolen coat, wrapping herself in the fox fur cloak emblazoned with the sigil of a sea monster. Though this only provided a modicum of relief from the cold, in her heart, she vowed never to return to the north. "Lady, if you are feeling cold, perhaps you might consider donning this," spoke a young man with chestnut hair, his face clean-shaven and features strikingly handsome, his deep violet eyes evoking immediate warmth. His genial smile seemed to soften the surrounding frigid air, and she pondered how long it had been since she had encountered such a man. This item was something he had just removed from around his neck. Asha offered him what she believed to be an amiable smile as she accepted the soft cashmere blanket he extended, feeling its warmth and comfort. She lifted her cloak and wrapped it around herself in front of him, smiling and expressing her gratitude. "You are not from the north. Northerners are never warm," he remarked. "Beautiful lady, I am not even from Westeros. I hail from Qarth, and my name is Gesher. I come from half a world away. Qarth. I once sailed to Volantis, thinking that was the edge of the world. Beyond that, I assumed there lay places beyond reach, eternally unattainable." She recalled her past encounters with the Lyseni pirates at the Stepstones, while Volantis had merely been a brief stop during a hurried voyage. In the eyes of the Qartheen, Westeros was the true edge of the world, while Qarth stood as the center, bridging east and west. Bridging or monopolizing? She questioned. The north is the farthest edge. Why does one from the center venture here? Surely, you did not traverse such distances merely to present me with a blanket? If that is the case, I shall cherish it dearly. "Lady, I follow my heart, and my heart follows beauty," he replied, flashing his smile once more. "A Stark girl? If that is the case, I may not be pleased," she teased as she regarded the young man. "There are too many Stark girls. Perhaps you are referring to one of the Greyjoys?" This suggestion sent her into a fit of laughter. Though he was of Qarth, his command of the common tongue was exceptional, and his attire did not betray him as a foreigner. Even the sword at his waist exuded the air of a Westerosi knight, quite different from that of Cole. Asha appreciated his boldness and enthusiasm. "Do the Qartheen also practice swordsmanship?" she inquired, her gaze lingering on his blade. "I have trained under my father's guidance from a young age, and by the time I came of age, I was capable of besting the royal sword masters." Asha noticed a subtle grimace cross his face. "Yet, beneath a Stark girl's hand, I have never triumphed." He continued to smile, though it had begun to wane. "Oh, how unfortunate. Being defeated by a woman must be quite disheartening, indeed. I recall when I vanquished the Iron Islands men with my throwing axes, their cheeks flushed crimson, some ashamedly burying their heads in the sand, while others cursed and threatened to leap into the sea." She donned her cloak once more. "What about you? Did your face redden in shame, or did tears of sorrow fall? I recall how endearing the Corsi are when they weep." "Huh, you are quite amusing." "Indeed. Tears did flow from my eyes, but they were tears of enlightenment." Asha promptly lost interest. If the Bloodwolf woman had already subdued him, the game would no longer be entertaining. "We, the Iron Islanders, take pleasure in the art of throwing axes. Only those men who possess precision in their throws can win the favor of the Ironborn women. Perhaps one should practice with the axe, while men ought to hone the skills of their swords between their legs." Asha cast a flirtatious glance at him before hastily departing. He chuckled, oblivious to the fact that he had been forsaken. The entire procession suddenly quickened its pace, and she hurried to keep up. By midday, the Grand Company slowly crossed the bridge over the White Knife River, pausing briefly for a rest outside Seaview. A vast cavalry contingent, with half the steeds lacking riders, caught Asha's attention. During the respite, she maneuvered through the ranks to approach the Bloodwolf woman. "How well do you know your uncle Euron?" the Bloodwolf woman inquired. "Among Balon's brothers, none can be considered sane. Euron is of the particularly inept variety. He is a priest of the drowned god." "What of it? Does he aspire to become the king of the Iron Islands?" "The scholar of House Seaview received word that your uncle Euron had summoned the banners on Great Wyke, wishing to reconvene the Kingsmoot." "Ah, the response has been overwhelming. Supporters of the Kingsmoot are gathering on Great Wyke, and the Crow Si, Euron, may harbor resentment. To wear a crown once is one thing, but to have it dangled over one's head is quite another. The Iron Islands have a tradition of electing leaders, a practice that has spared us from civil war, and that is indeed a commendable tradition. What is your opinion on this Kingsmoot?" "The Kingsmoot was once my opportunity, but now, having been bested by you, I fear the Ironborn may no longer favor me. In my view, the true contenders are merely my two uncles." "You have given up? What other choice do I have?" "The fate of the Iron Islands is uncertain. One of them is mad and cruel, while the other is obsessed with old ways. Both will only lead the Iron Islands to shed more blood, endure greater suffering, and create more widows and orphans. Perhaps, in due time, they will recognize your worth. Why would I need your guidance?" "Guidance? I merely worry that if the Iron Islands were to remain more subdued, my burdens would be significantly lighter. She gazed toward the distant hills. The entire north was watching Winterfell, yet my enemies were scattered around me, distracting my focus. The Bloodwolf woman suddenly stood up and addressed her. Tomorrow, regardless of whether you succeed in persuading the Ironborn, I shall seize the Bay of Crabs. If you succeed, they shall live to depart. If you fail, their heads will adorn the roadside, much like what you witnessed at Deepwood Motte. Humph. Are you not afraid of retribution from the Iron Islands? Retribution? Let me tell you, those entitled to seek vengeance are the North and all of Westeros. It has never been the Iron Islands. For the peace and stability of the Seven Kingdoms, I would not hesitate to eradicate the pirate families of the Iron Islands, accomplishing what the Conqueror did not, what King Robert did not dare to do. I shall undertake it. Asha felt that the Bloodwolf woman's arrogance knew no bounds. Do you believe that winning a few battles grants you the right to speak so grandly? As I ponder, I wonder how many battles Robb Stark has triumphed in. Asha feigns counting. This is not arrogance. It is a threat and a warning. The look in the eyes of the Bloodwolf is icy. Yet it only deepens Asha's disdain. The North is rife with vulnerabilities, trembling in the tempest. Such threats are rendered meaningless. A threat that cannot be executed is mere hubris. The Bloodwolf utters no words, but strides away from Asha, issuing commands. Advance swiftly, Gashar. You shall lead the right cavalry southward along the Weeping River. If you encounter the Bolton forces, harass them and ensure they do not cross the river. Signal to Will. Our main cavalry shall intercept from the south. Asha hears her rapid orders, as if she has already envisioned the enemy. Follow me, she calls out to Asha. Asha perceives no irregularity. Asha observes a throng of cavalry dispersing according to the call of horns and banners, seemingly preparing for an impromptu skirmish, yet she remains unaware of who the enemy is. She gallops southward along King's Road with the 300 to 500 cavalrymen of the Bloodwolf, the dust enveloping the thoroughfare. In but a moment, she no longer feels the chill. She encounters the enemy at the foothills of a mountain and the banks of a river known as Greywater. Asha, mounted alongside the Bloodwolf on a slightly elevated hill, watches as the young man who had offered her a blanket leads a handful of cavalrymen in a series of attacks against a contingent attempting to cross the river. Though ineffective, his efforts have evidently slowed their crossing. The Bolton infantry guards the crossing, with small groups of archers dispersed along the inner flank, by mere observation. Their commanding officer appears formidable. The bridge, constructed of wood, is narrow and winding. Asha sees only a few soldiers standing upon the bridge, bearing the Flayed Man banner, retreating to the opposite bank. Besides the Flayed Man flag, she discerns the dual axis banner of House Dustins of the Barrolans. The cavalry led by the Bloodwolf occupies a high ridge, showing no intention of advancing to provide aid. Before long, Asha witnesses another cavalry force emerging from the southern bank, directly charging at the crossing Bolton troops. The soldiers who had crossed are caught off guard. Some frantically retreat to the bridge, others fight desperately, while some plunge into the river. Once the battle on the far bank reaches its conclusion, the Bloodwolf makes her move. They traverse the ridge and halt a few hundred meters from the riverbank, fully exposed to the Bolton forces. Inform the Boltons across the river to surrender for clemency. The wind howls between the mountains, hills, and rivers, and Asha is uncertain how long she waits for a response. Meera provides her little time to contemplate the unfolding events. Fire shoot. The cavalry on the eastern bank initiates the assault, launching arrows that ignite the wooden bridge spanning the river. The Bloodwolf commands the lighting of bonfires at the forefront. The dry, yellowing shrubs and wild grasses along the riverbank ignite fiercely in the gale, compelling the Bolton forces to continually shrink their defensive perimeter to evade the encroaching flames. However, as the inferno draws near, many Bolton soldiers are forced back into the river, struggling to maintain their defensive formation. The crossing is strewn with wild grass and branches, and the surrounding weeds tower to half a man's height. The flickering embers swiftly transformed into flames under the fierce gale, which then burgeoned into a raging inferno. Akin to a dragon of fire surging forth with the wind, charging towards the Bolton army, causing the ranks of infantry to crumble in disarray. At that moment, the trumpet of the cavalry's charge resounded. Asha, taken aback, gazed at the Bloodwolf woman, eager to discern the unfolding events. Yet, the Bloodwolf woman paid her no heed, fixated instead on the Bolton soldiers being felled by the cavalry. There was little to behold. As the cavalry darted back and forth thrice, the soldiers surrendered, laying down their arms. The leader of the troops was dragged forth by Gashar to stand before the Bloodwolf woman. His visage was smeared with the ashes of charred foliage and mingled with the blood of a defeated warrior, rendering him a fitting garb for a vanquished commander. Asha observed as the Bloodwolf woman cast a glance at Gashar, as if questioning why he had brought this man before her. She commanded Sir George to escort Lord Rill and the surrendered Bolton soldiers back to Seven City, granting the soldiers of the Arid Mound safe passage, who had triumphed in the last tournament. It was the golden-clad Will. Gashar erupted into laughter. You should have ignited the battlefield sooner. Perhaps then he wouldn't need to burn the bridge. Thus, it falls upon you to arrange for the wounded and tend to the dead. Her discontent with Gashar's laughter was palpable as they awaited Will to cross the river and advance southward with full vigor. Were they retreating from Kaling Bay? Gashar inquired. Indeed. Presumably, the soldiers of White Harbor had also withdrawn from Kaling Bay, the Bloodwolf woman replied. Gripping the reins with one hand and resting her fingers on the hilt of her sword, for speed in warfare is paramount. Asha perched herself upon a clean stone amidst the battlefield. Observing the soldiers tidying up and the clumsy attempts of Will's men across the river to mend the scorched ferry bridge, slowly making their way across, she felt her entire body go numb, cursing the north 1,000 times, and herself even more. After enduring 2 hours of the howling wind, they finally formed an orderly line and continued southward, bearing the axe flag of 7. Asha estimated there were at least 1,500 cavalrymen and even more steeds. 2 days later, they arrived at the embankment of Kaling Bay. Asha knew her mission had finally come. Riding the mare adorned with the white flag of peace and the golden sea monster banner, she proceeded along the embankment towards the illustrious castle. It was said that anyone wishing to traverse the embankment must navigate through several crooked towers. If Stark's words held true, the embankment was the sole land route connecting north and south, and any description of Kaling Bay's significance would be an understatement. She refrained from contemplating the success of her mission. This castle held no meaning for her, nor for the Ironborn. She aimed to liberate them from this place. To calm her nerves, she diverted her gaze from the embankment to the expansive lands on either side. Bubbling up from the soil next to the embankment were occasional air pockets, reminding her of the treacherous marshes that lay ahead. If the legends were to be believed, the endless marshes of the Neck had devoured countless kings, lords, and soldiers, their bravery continuously adding to the lore of this fortress. In the marsh, there stood a few towering trees and lowly thickets. Yet the predominant presence was the tall grass that surpassed her horse in height. She believed that the lands surrounding these thickets must be solid, albeit they were merely scattered like lonely islands. She observed the withered yellow blades of grass sprouting from the mire, quietly drifting upon the muck, awaiting their decay. It was indeed a most repugnant place. Legend had it that should an enemy trespass, the swamp demons would coat themselves in mud, launching lethal poisoned arrows at the intruders. Even if they managed to evade the arrows, they would be confronted by quicksand, marshes, and bloodthirsty lizard lions. Even the castle they sought to conquer was erected upon treacherous, floating ground, rendering it elusive. She approached gradually, noticing the sea monster's banner fluttering high above the castle's ramparts. As she drew near, the gateway to the passage of Carling Bay creaked open. Ignoring her surroundings, she pressed forward on horseback, transitioning from the brilliance of the tempest to the cold, somber gloom. Desolation and filth were the prevailing tones here, a cacophony of foul odors, the acrid scent of urine permeating the air. She wished to linger not a moment longer. Behind her, the gate closed slowly, shrouding the area in deeper darkness. The castle was interconnected, and should this serve as a causeway, the passing troops would face a hail of arrows from the fortress above. A soldier obstructed her path, his gaze fierce. With a stubbled beard and clad in mismatched helmet and leather armor, resembling a crab discarded in a cesspool. Indeed, he was a crab, bearing the insignia of a carrion-eating creature, which Asha noted with disdain. "Do you know who I am?" she asked, her smile bright, seemingly unfazed by the grim surroundings, even reveling in them. Asha Greyjoy, or perhaps just a lackey of the Northmen, he sneered. Asha retaliated with a sharp elbow to his face. The man staggered back a few steps but did not fall. Instead, he clutched his face in agony and drew a dagger with the other hand. Asha maintained her smile, drawing her own dagger from her bosom, twirling it elegantly. "Who am I?" In a fit of rage, he turned away, following the soldier's guidance. She ascended the staircase to the upper levels of the bastion. The light improved somewhat above, yet the stench remained, now a purer form of decay. She beheld numerous iron-born warriors sprawled haphazardly across the floor, some lethargic, others motionless, with a few stamping their feet in boredom, indifferent to her arrival. It was difficult to fathom the severity of their plight, surrounded by enemies both within and without. Which one is the leader? Asha pondered, eager to resolve matters swiftly. Were they all dead? Here, she glimpsed the emblems of several families, Greyjoy, Sharp, Merry. Yet, she did not recognize a single familiar face. Follow me, a soldier instructed, guiding her further upward. The views on the upper level did not present a more favorable scene. On a bed, draped in rags and stains, lay a man encased in leather armor, drenched in sweat, battling a high fever. Was it worth negotiating with such a man? Better to slay him and seek a replacement. She suppressed her revulsion, watching from the side. The soldier assisted him to rise, and Asha noticed his injured arm, merely a small wound, yet it was severely inflamed. With no clean water or medicinal spirits available, one could only wonder when he might succumb. Are you the leader here? Asha found the atmosphere distasteful, yet felt compelled to express herself. What is your name? Lava Kenning, he replied feebly. I hope your resolve is as frail as your body. You know who I am. Do you not? I am Asha Greyjoy, daughter of Balon Greyjoy, king of the Iron Islands. I know, he acknowledged, though he appeared quite weak, striving hard nonetheless. What brings you here? To save you, she answered. I was captured by the harlots of the north. Admitting this still pained her. She had promised that if she could persuade everyone to surrender, they would be allowed to leave, to return to the sea and the Iron Islands. I agreed. He struggled to spit towards her. Asha recoiled in disgust. Ironborn never surrender, he barked vehemently. If Ironborn truly never surrendered, your head would have been displayed upon the city walls a decade ago. You expect to defend the city with such a coward? I have walls and soldiers. He nearly toppled from the bed. You have only death seekers. Dare you disrupt my men's morale? I could have you executed, he declared loudly, his weak hand striking the wooden board. Such words and actions drained his energy. Is it merely you? Asha lunged forward, grasping his hair and yanking his chin to drag him from the bed. She could have easily snapped his neck, yet refrained, merely feeling contempt before casting him aside. He attempted to struggle and rise, but was utterly powerless. He was indeed ill. At that moment, a group of soldiers surrounded them, unsure how to react. Asha paid them no mind. I am the last living child of Balon Greyjoy, designated heir. If the fever has not muddled your mind, I am now the queen of the Iron Islands. You are not, he gasped. Victarion is. Only he. Asha kicked him, and he clutched his stomach, expelling an unidentifiable liquid as he rolled away, swallowing the remainder of his words. He has abandoned you, left you here to die. You had best comprehend that. Anger surged within her as she summoned the remaining Ironborn, relaying to the soldiers beside her that she intended to take them home. The subsequent proceedings unfolded seamlessly, with no one questioning her status or authority. It felt exhilarating. 2 hours later, they lowered the great banner of the Kraken and slowly exited the castle. Nearly 100 Ironborn, ghost-like and supporting one another. She felt a twinge of regret when she had assured the Bloodwolf woman. She had provided various justifications to persuade the defenders, yet ultimately, none were utilized. The Bloodwolf woman had honored her promise. The Ironborn joyfully made their way to the riverbank and embarked upon the vessel. Once aboard, she stood at the stern, gazing back. Cavalry thundered along the causeway, stirring up billowing clouds of dust. The banners fluttered amidst the haze, illuminated by the setting sun, resembling a galloping blood-red wolf. She would have her vengeance, and she would claim it. Chapter 16. Jon. They set forth at dawn, traversing through the dim morning light. Hodder's dog joyfully dashed ahead, the jingling of its bell providing him with a sense of reassurance. The wound still throbbed with pain, each step proving to be a Herculean effort. No one could assist him, so he feigned complete uninjuredness, striving to keep pace with Hodder. Hodder, a sprightly lad, moved with a nimbleness that belied his youth, alerting Jon to every precarious stretch of their path. With tousled hair of a dusty brown hue, dampened by the forest's moisture, he appeared somewhat stout. Yet the bulkiness of his sheepskin cloak did not hinder his agility. He leaped from one stone to another, deftly avoiding puddles, his footsteps light and merry. Occasionally, he would pluck ripe fruits from the roadside, hawthorns, wild berries, acorns, walnuts, and vibrant fruits whose names eluded him. Jon endeavored to quicken his pace, constrained only by his physical limits. Yet no matter how he tried, Hodder always seemed to be waiting for him further ahead, ready to share the bounty of their journey. Through his felt hat, Jon caught glimpses of the boy's rosy, somewhat plump cheeks, weathered yet brimming with charm and vitality, a stark contrast to Bran. Has Bran stood up now? Will he continue to climb walls? The mountains stretched endlessly, and Jon felt he had traversed countless peaks. He was determined not to betray his exhaustion, refraining from inquiring how much longer until they reached their destination. In certain areas, he could see the overcast sky, and he silently thanked the gods for bestowing the rain upon the previous night. The post-rain forest was damp and treacherous. He took care to plant each foot firmly, aware that a careless stumble could exacerbate his wound and delay their journey. The forest was serene, yet the calls of birds filled the air, an array of species, predominantly crows, who refrained from uttering Snow's name. He could distinguish between doves, sparrows, owls, and large nightingales, but the others remained a mystery. Hodder, far more experienced, identified a cardinal, known for its fondness for caterpillars, its call a soft cooing. As they walked, he absorbed the sounds of the birds, the grouse calling out, a rhythmic quack. If time permitted, I could catch a few for you. Speaking made him feel more fatigued, and he paused for a moment, breathing heavily. The most bothersome were the woodpeckers, incessantly drumming away, making it impossible to catch any game with their raucous presence. Hodder, you must be a fine hunter, he remarked, as the dog barked in affirmation from ahead. Hodder had grown up in the heart of the forest, while the castle children learned to recognize crests, limiting their knowledge of birds and beasts. An elder with a white beard, who insisted on being called Greybeard, trailed behind them. Jon smiled wryly. The old man's true name was Halrenor, a distant relative of Count Norrie. Halrenor maintained a steady distance behind them, never straying too far, and whenever they paused, even momentarily, they could hear his steady footsteps drawing near. Jon felt utterly exhausted. Though the sky has not yet released its rain, droplets cascade from the leaves above. Whenever they startle a flock of birds, the birds respond with a brief shower in return. Hod enjoys the thrill of evading each downpour, but he can only smile and wait. Traversing mountains and valleys has drenched his cloak, rendering it increasingly heavy. His undergarments and boots also bear a persistently damp sensation. He cannot discern whether it is sweat or mere illusion. Perhaps he is entirely soaked, inside and out. A shortcut lies ahead, but it proves treacherous. Old Horla takes the lead. Hod pulls the hunting dog closer, signaling Jon Snow to follow. They walk alongside the stream, though it remains elusive at times. The banks are tangled with peculiar roots and fallen branches, obstructing their path and obscuring their view. He treads carefully, but soon confirms that he is indeed soaked through. The sword at his waist has become a burden, perpetually snagged by vines and branches. They continue onward, scaling high cliffs and descending into treacherous pits. Once nearly tumbling headfirst into one, they decide to take a moment to rest. Guilt and shame weigh on him. The Black Castle awaits. Yet he finds himself wasting precious time. They replenish their water by the stream, the cold liquid sweet and refreshing. These brief pauses for hydration serve as their respite. Finally emerging from the deep valley, he senses the sun has ascended to its zenith. At this moment, Horla declares they have completed half of their journey. Is Count Norrie's domain truly so vast? He forces a bitter smile. Vast. Norrie's territory is the smallest. Moreover, these towering mountains and deep valleys ultimately belong to House Stark. We merely possess hunting rights here. For these lands, we must annually deliver 300 fine deer hides, 300 wolf pelts, 3,000 sheep skins, along with 100 men for labor and 100 for military service. Perhaps you could suggest to the Norrie lord that Winterfell reduce some of the taxes. Except during rare years of war, they are not required to serve in the military or perform labor, Jon knows. Robb may come to learn these matters, as Maester Luwin will impart such knowledge to him. I am merely the illegitimate son of Winterfell. The term illegitimate is too genteel, perhaps bastard is more fitting. The world will not forget. He recalls Tyrion's words, do not underestimate your own strength. Even a child can push a boulder off a mountaintop, and with the right timing, it may crush a king. The old man continues on, panting heavily, yet refusing to slow his pace, especially since you are not a child. And perhaps you should remind me once more of your father's identity. He did not wait for Jon's answer. Ah, not just any Stark, but that Stark. Jon falls silent, uncertain of what to say. His legs have lost all sensation, and he relies solely on instinct to move forward. Stopping may mean he cannot continue at all. Do you know, I have seen the ice, a colossal Valyrian steel sword. I have witnessed it effortlessly sever a neck. I acknowledge that adults possess remarkable skill. I ask you, how many lords bastards can wield a Valyrian steel sword? And how many lords and heirs can? Does your brother Robb possess one? He does not. The steel sword was a gift from my sister, known as Lightbringer. It was not bestowed upon me by my father, he replied. When we meet again, let us converse about your mother. He recalled Eddard Stark's final words, now drifting like promises lost in the snow, as his spirit returned to the crypt. Her message buried beneath the white blanket of winter. I am aware. He possesses only one, and he would never part with the ancestral blade for any illegitimate offspring. Unlike the feeble king. But what difference does it make? Winterfell is now under the dominion of your twin sister. When you meet the leader of the Northmen, it would be wise to speak carefully. The leader is a stubborn little brat. He craves respect yet abhors rejection, often unable to discern priorities. Nevertheless, he is a man of his word. Find a way to elicit a promise from him. He felt Lightbringer swaying at his waist and steadied it with his hand. The journey resumed its quietude as they continued to traverse the dimly lit woods, filled with the sounds of new birdsong, the chirping of insects, and the jingling of hunting hounds' bells. "Hey, Jon, may I see your sword again?" Hodder crept alongside, the hound bouncing at his side, eager for a glimpse. He had not heard the roar of beasts. A longsword was hardly an effective tool against them, far inferior to the dagger at his hip. Thus he paused, unsheathing the sword, bending down to solemnly offer Lightbringer with both hands. It was exceedingly sharp. He must be cautious. The boy was just tall enough to surpass the sword's length, yet the Valyrian steel felt weightless in his grasp. He drew it partially, exclaiming in awe, then quickly returned it, casting a glance at his grandfather before stowing the long sword and extracting acorns, wild jujubes, and walnuts from his pockets to fill Jon's satchel. "Surely, he does not believe he has purchased the sword," Jon mused with a smile. The boy tenderly cradled the hilt with one hand while embracing the blade with the other, joyfully trailing behind Jon. Jon welcomed the reduction in weight. He truly resembled a squire, Jon thought, chuckling to himself. "I am not a knight. I am merely a night's watchman, and a watchman has no claim to a squire. Perhaps he ought to serve as a squire to Meera. She is a genuine knight. If he performs well, Meera might even knight him, a knight of the mountain clans." He recalled Meera's counsel. If he were to accept, he might journey south with Robb, accompanied by Ghost, detecting every conspiracy against Robb. Perhaps they would have achieved victory by now, and his father would have been rescued. The thought of Ghost filled him with worry. He grimaced. If he remained enveloped in anxiety, by the end of the night, he too would have a head of white hair. He quelled his distractions, focusing on the path ahead. He did not wish to stumble repeatedly like Hodder behind him. Reveling in his own clumsiness, they continued their trek, enduring a light rain. However, beneath the canopy of trees, the impact was minimal, and they did not halt. After several exchanges of swords with Hodder and consuming the various provisions he had offered, the scruffy man announced that they had completed half of their journey. The forest was dense, making it difficult for him to gauge the time. Perhaps it was already dusk, or maybe still noon. Regardless, he knew he would persist in his journey. They could not afford to spend the night in the unprotected woods. Ahead lay the Weeping Mountain. It is said that in ancient times, when the King of the North waged war in the forests, he met his demise beneath a falling rock, thus bringing his conquests to an untimely end. In his final moments, filled with profound sorrow and tears, he instructed his son to bury him beneath this mountain, and henceforth, the mountain bore his name. Jon was unaware of such tales. Typically, the kings of the North or the kings of Winter were interred in the crypts of Winterfell after death, with the exception of those whose bodies were never found, like the shipwright Brandon. However, he did not wish to argue about such matters. The abode of the Lord of the Norei clan lay upon the opposing cliff of Tears Mountain. At last, Jon received good news. His destination was now in sight. According to the instructions of the bearded old man, Tears Mountain was the largest and highest among a chain of mountains, with the more distant peaks belonging to the Flint clan. Beyond those lay the lands of the Wool clan, separated by broad hills. Though the bearded one could not specify whether it was the territory of the Reed or the Nor clan, having never visited. With his destination now visible, Jon felt it best to set forth immediately. He understood he was racing against time and endurance in comparison to the wildlings. Though they might traverse secluded paths more swiftly, they would not scale mountains nor endure the hardships of hunger during long treks, and they would be distracted by the villages they passed, engaging in foolish acts of pillaging. This was his opportunity for success. If he wished to rally more warriors from the mountain clans, he must afford the Earl ample time to gather hunters. Not a moment could be squandered on the journey. Emerging from the thicket, Hod returned the warmth of light, leading the way with his hunting dogs. Jon willed his legs to follow with determination. He must not stop, he thought. As they descended the slope of the mountain, they once more entered the primal, desolate, and shadowy woods, striving to keep pace with the sound of the dogs' bells. Pain began to seep into his back and legs, yet it was not unbearable, and he felt he could grit his teeth and endure. He longed for the hard boards of the Black Castle, even to lie there for a moment. Hod waited patiently at crucial turns, occasionally offering wild berries or freshly shelled pine nuts. Each timely appearance of food alleviated his hardships considerably. Jon felt a pang of shame, realizing for the first time the depths of his poverty. Alone now, he possessed nothing to return as a gift but a sword and a dagger. Both prepared for him by his sister, there was no reason to part with them. Moreover, such items in the hands of a youth could invite misfortune. After countless encounters with Hod and the dogs waiting ahead, all that remained in his mind were his numb arms, aching back, and nearly uncontrollable legs. The path ahead blurred, obscured by dark tree trunks and the chaotic cawing of crows. He endeavored to silence the pain emanating from his body. forcing a pale smile as he accepted a new offering, a shriveled wild apple, no larger than an egg, yet fragrant with the essence of fruit. He continued to follow, traversing ironwoods, oaks, white birches, and many peculiar trees he had never seen before, crossing a variety of fresh and withered vines, brushing aside webs laden with dew. As he trudged through the depths of the forest, the hunting dogs occasionally glanced back at him. It too was weary, its long tongue lolling out as it breathed heavily. What thoughts occupied its mind? Did it perceive my weakness? Or was it filled with sympathy for me, urging me to surrender? It traversed a treeless expanse and glimpsed the sky, still shrouded in gray. As if time itself were concealed, he mused. Looking upward, he seemed to catch a glimpse of light and felt the caress of the wind. From the splendor of the breeze emerged a woman, riding a magnificent steed before him. Whirling gracefully, beneath the radiant glow, she revealed her stunning visage and a smile filled with affection for him, her long hair dancing in the gentle zephyr. He yearned to behold her face clearly, yet she galloped too swiftly, her delicate features fleeting like a wisp of smoke, eluding his grasp. He recognized her as the mother he had longed for, yet never encountered. Her visage had never appeared so vividly before him. The overwhelming emotion nearly brought him to tears as he ached to reach out and touch her, to ascertain her reality. He extended his hand, yet it passed through the horse and the woman, who ceased their circling and came to a halt. Yet, simultaneously, her countenance began to dissolve, like flakes of paint falling from a statue, fragmenting and fading in the light. Everything before him grew indistinct and then evaporated. Just before losing consciousness, he heard the baying of hounds and the jingling of bells. The crackling of the fire jolted him awake. He rose slowly, every part of his body aching. Weary and languid, his mind clouded. He gazed at the sky, but all he beheld were the trees, enveloped in dimness. He hoped the sun hung high above the branches, or that the gray clouds still lingered. The black castle awaited him. I intended to seek out the leader to bring men to carry you back, but it was imprudent to leave the sick and children behind. He busied himself with the fire and the roasted meat. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, yet he felt no appetite. He was not hungry, for Hod had ensured he was well fed. The savage, I must speak, which only exacerbated his headache. Any movement intensified the pain, and he longed to lie down. I have redressed your wounds. If you wish to continue our journey, you must dry your clothes and cloak. He discovered he had been wrapped in other cloaks and coverings. Kindling a fire here was no simple task, but since it was lit, he might as well make the most of it. Do you wish to eat? This is the squirrel and rabbit Hod caught. He gently shook his head, contemplating a warm bowl of soup instead. Struggling, he searched for the leather water pouch, but his garments had been removed. Hod timely offered him the water pouch, sparing him the need to ask. Thank you, he murmured, feeling like a burden. Should the black castle fall to the savages, guilt would consume him. He had failed to protect the north, failed to safeguard the realm, and his honor would be reduced to rubble. After quenching his thirst, he laboriously rose, seeking suitable spots for each article of clothing that needed drying, continually checking for their progress. The bearded man and Hod observed his arduous efforts while gnawing on roasted rabbit. The hunting dog sat nearby, gnawing on a bone. When the garments and furs were finally dried to a tolerable degree, he resolved to set forth. Hod and the hunting dog led the way, while the bearded man brought up the rear, responsible for extinguishing the fire. The warmth of the baking heat enveloped him, dispelling the aches in his body. He yearned to reach the castle of Count Norre before his cloak and leather armor cooled. Yet he understood that this was merely a fanciful dream. Moments later, he felt the chill seep into him, inside and out. They advanced along the ravine at the foot of the mountain. The path was rugged, yet the obstructing bushes were few. Aside from the uneven terrain, their journey progressed smoothly. Finally, in the dead of night, they knocked on the doors of the Count's castle. Everyone was weary, and upon discovering that the Count was not present, he succumbed to the persuasion of the bearded man and slept in the hall of the wooden lodge. Upon awakening at dawn and stepping outside the hall, he beheld the full grandeur of the castle, which could indeed be deemed a castle. The stone foundation sprawled across the mountainside, with massive timber beams supported by great logs, and the massive arches, upheld by antlers, flared outward, giving the main fortress the appearance of a colossal bull's head. The castle was encircled by stone walls, enclosing all the wooden structures within. The passage leading from the base of the mountain to the main keep was guarded at a crucial point by a small stone fortress, a lone sentinel against many. Perched halfway up the Weeping Mountain, one might wonder how water was procured. However, the cascading waterfall plummeting from the summit resolved this dilemma for the Count, with wooden troughs diverting the flowing water from afar. Beside the trough connected to the waterfall stood a massive fishbeam tree, its red leaves shimmering in the morning sun. As he approached, he discerned a human visage upon the fishbeam tree, its expression both imposing and cruel, crimson liquid streaming from its eyes as if born of envy. He painfully knelt before the heart tree with his uninjured leg, offering a prayer. There were countless concerns he wished to beseech. Before long, he heard a commotion erupting in front of the main keep. The Count had returned. Count Norrie, as he was called by the inhabitants of Winterfell, bore a beard akin to that of the bearded man, though his was thick and dark, with wild yet neatly groomed hair at the sides, presenting an image of remarkable strength. He appeared to be of a similar age to Jon Snow's father, Eddard Stark. "Jon Snow, it must be you," the Count remarked as he fixed his gaze upon Jon. "Last night, I was quite inebriated at the foot of the mountain, yet Hawk shook me awake with fervor, declaring that a night's watchman bore urgent news." He raised his voice, standing high with a jovial demeanor, looking down at Jon. "Tell me, Jon Snow, am I too late to return, or too early?" Count Norrie was at least half a head taller than him, bearing the marks of age like the bearded man, yet possessing the steadiness of a hunter, the authority of a lord, and a hint of cunning akin to that of a merchant, making it difficult to discern that he was a man of the mountain clans. Perhaps, like other rugged lords of the north, beneath their wild exteriors lay contemplative minds. Eddard Stark had once advised Robb and him on this matter. Jon was eager to skip all pleasantries and delve directly into the matter at hand. "My lord," Jon said, bowing once more with difficulty, "this is not a decision of mine, but rather one made by the wildlings." He recounted everything he knew to the Count before him. All the toil had led to this moment. The wildlings from the south were scarce. Suddenly, the Count bellowed into the hall, "Holmar!" The ravens from the wall were not roasted for supper, were they? Holmar emerged from the great hall of the keep, leading a dog, a smile adorning his face as he engaged in light-hearted conversation, having fed it well enough to be prepared for roasting at any moment. The Count paid him little heed, turning instead to Jon. "You can write, I presume? Dispatch a message to them, urging them to bolster their defenses. The raven flies swifter than the hunter." Holmar nodded approvingly. He had already released a warning raven the previous night. "Indeed, it is imperative to alert the Black Castle, but that alone will not suffice. The wall requires manpower, and it is currently dreadfully undermanned. Even with adequate precautions, relying solely on the remaining cripples and the elderly will be woefully inadequate to fend off the fully armed wildlings. Not to mention the lack of defensive capabilities in the southern castles of the wall." "My lord," Jon protested, reluctant to concede defeat, yet unable to compel him to directly assist the Black Castle. "I hope you have more ravens at your disposal. I shall send one to Winterfell. They are the only ones capable of vanquishing the wildling horde beyond the wall." The Count disregarded his plea, commanding the hunters to butcher the deer they had caught and instructing the steward to ensure that every household of hunters received a portion. He then signaled for Holmar to kindle the great fire in the hall, gesturing for Jon Snow to accompany him inside. "Oh, Jon Snow, who are you?" the Count inquired once Jon was seated. "You are not clad in black. Were it not for Halra and the imp, I would hardly believe you to be a night's watchman." "My lord, I am indeed a night's watchman," Jon replied, the words causing him discomfort, as though someone were drumming in his head. "I am the steward to Lord Commander Mormont, a bastard of Winterfell. Eddard Stark is my father." "I have only heard of Ned's illegitimate daughter," the Count remarked with a vexed expression, as if to imply that Eddard Stark was a man of loose morals. "How could he have a bastard?" "She is my twin sister," Jon explained. "She has been legitimized by King Robert and is now known as Arya Stark, the commander of Winterfell's defenses." Very well. I concede that Ned is more proficient in fathering children than I, but he is dead now. Perhaps my opportunity has arrived." He erupted into laughter. "Oh, do not hold it against me. He is gone, so please accept my condolences." After his laughter subsided, he fell into a brief silence before continuing. "Child, hasten to compose the message, starting with the Black Castle. Surely you have something to add, then write to Winterfell. Ensure that the kitchen attendant who handles the ravens is literate. We cannot afford for him to deliver the message incorrectly. Once you have completed the letters, we shall discuss other matters." His tone softened, and Jon assumed this was a reflection of the hospitality of Winterfell. After filling the parchment with warnings, he handed it to Holmar and contemplated how to address Winterfell. Writing was not his forte. He could not be as forthright with Winterfell as he had been with the Black Castle. He picked up the quill repeatedly, only to sigh in frustration, uncertain of how to begin. "Is the quill pricking you?" the Count asked after Jon replied in the negative. "Then it must be the paper biting you." Something was indeed gnawing at him. Jon compelled himself to swiftly outline all the perils facing the wall, articulating the expectations that both the wall and he himself had of Winterfell. "I am Jon Snow of the Wall, not of Winterfell," he reminded himself as he wrote. striving to extract the last vestiges of strength from Winterfell through his words. After delivering the final letter, he turned to face Lord Norrie, curious about what further discussions could ensue. Your brother, Robb Stark, was slain by the Freys during the wedding at the Twins, and many northern lords, their families. And his mother, Catelyn Stark, also fell victim to this treachery. My condolences are with you, and indeed, I shall stand by your side. My own brother has likely perished as well. I fear not a single one of the 100 Norrie hunters will return. Jon felt a profound sorrow, yet was not taken aback. His tears had long since dried. The granddaughter of the wildling, Hothen, had a premonition. She informed me in advance. Her father has also met his end. My lord, what is your brother's name? Lord Norrie gestured to a servant, who, clad in hunting attire rather than that of a typical attendant, approached with 2 drinking vessels fashioned from horn, placing one into Jon's hands. Owen Norrie. He raised his cup in a toast to Jon, to Robb, to Owen, to Rickard. Upon finishing their drink, Lord Norrie gripped the horn tightly. To die on the battlefield is glorious, but to perish at a wedding is utterly disgraceful. Perhaps you should inform the brothers of Winterfell that we await their maturation, while also conveying that our patience is not boundless. This is an opportunity, Jon mused. My lord, I hope Norrie can send hunters to defend the Black Castle alongside me. If the wildlings breach the wall, the North shall have no chance for vengeance. For retribution, we should march north rather than south. Yet our northern advance is ultimately to secure a path southward. I believe my sister and brothers, upon receiving the Raven, will dispatch reinforcements to the wall to vanquish Mance Rayder. Jon Snow, if we defend the wall while Winterfell remains unresponsive, our efforts will be in vain. He returned the horn cup to the servant. It holds significance, I assure you. Winterfell would never forsake the wall. He merely hoped that Meera and his brothers had not been blinded by hatred. I trust in the honor of Winterfell, yet this does not extend to trusting his children. You must have faith. My father is a man of honor. I know this, and I stake my life and honor on it. His children are equally trustworthy. Lord Norrie erupted in laughter. If this child were you, I might trust her, but I have not seen them. I only believe in what I have witnessed firsthand. Furthermore, as far as I understand, he is but a child, and your sister is merely a woman. Why should I place my trust in them? He slammed his hand upon the table. Allow me to propose this. My daughter, the one standing behind you, my only daughter, age 16, is quite a match for you. If you promise to marry her, I shall immediately summon warriors to guard the Black Castle for you. This is not merely my Black Castle. It belongs to the entire North. The servant's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she held his gaze bravely, as if challenging him. She bore a resemblance to Ygritte. Though Ygritte would not have blushed, Jon thought. My lord, you are aware that I have sworn an oath as a Night's watchman, pledging before the heart tree to neither marry nor claim lands. Jon felt that Lord Norrie was merely refusing him in a different manner, which left him somewhat disheartened. Oh, how straightforward you are, speaking of the Night's Watch, he remarked, his bushy beard quivering. Clearly, you ought to be more concerned about your lineage. Was this an affront? My lord, I harbor no such pride. Of course, I am merely a bastard of Winterfell, unworthy of your daughter. Robb is the king in the North, and his heir is also a king. Did you not say that your sister was legitimized? Do you truly believe you have no hope? Lord Norrie took a new goblet of wine, asserting that the Night's Watch too must have ways to liberate you from your vows. How naive one must be to think such possibilities exist. He felt a sense of disappointment, but still wished to contend. This is utterly impossible, my lord. You might as well propose different terms. Different terms? Norton's goblet was emptied in one swift motion. Very well, let us propose new conditions. You and I shall engage in a drinking contest. Whoever consumes the most shall be deemed the victor. Should I lose, I shall dispatch troops. Jon felt a throbbing pain return to his head. Even if he were in good health, he could hardly be his equal. Not feasible. Then what of hunting or wrestling? You must know, I have faced Ned countless times, and he has rarely triumphed. We have relied on wrestling to determine whether to heed his commands. If wrestling alone dictated matters, he would have severed your head long ago. Jon was growing increasingly exasperated, staring at him intently. Could he not discern that he was injured and in poor condition? If he were to wait until he recovered, he would likely be wrestling Mance Rayder in this very hall. You remain unwilling. However, allow me to inform you that to earn my trust, you must either defeat me or propose a marriage alliance. The last union between the Starks and the Norries occurred over 2 centuries ago. My lord, I am not the Duke of Winterfell and cannot arrange a marriage alliance for you and the Starks. This lady may seek other nobles. Brandon's marriage could preserve significant power for Winterfell, while Rickon is but a child. Who says my daughter can only marry into Winterfell? This statement sent a jolt through him. He began to doubt whether he should have come here seeking assistance. His two sisters were in King's Landing and could not possibly remarry this lord, and Meera, just a glance at Lord Noray's bushy beard revealed he was far from an appropriate match for her. If his sister were to wed this man, he would sooner allow wildlings to pass beyond the wall, perhaps. Lord Noray took another cup, this time drinking more slowly. Was he attempting to prompt me to propose terms? Realizing this, he quickly regained his composure. He descended from his seat, retreated beneath the high table, saluted Lord Noray, and unsheathed his long sword. As I journey north to the wall, my sister Meera Stark bestowed this sword upon me. He drew forth the blade, the ash-like ripples flowing along its surface. Exquisite in its beauty, it was a Valyrian steel sword, an honor only a select few ancient noble families among the Seven Kingdoms could possess. Its value could not be overstated. Lord Noray halted his drinking, fixating on the sword, then on him. I am willing to offer this sword as a guarantee that Winterfell is trustworthy and worthy of your trust, should you aid the Night's Watch. If Winterfell does not send troops against Mance Rayder to leave you without support, this sword shall be yours. He waited for several breaths, yet Count Noray remained impassive. With a heavy sigh, he felt compelled to raise the stakes. In the name of the Great Wall, Winterfell, and my sister, Meera Stark, I assure you that each of your warriors will be bestowed with a fine steel sword, a set of leather armor, and every fallen soldier shall receive compensation in the form of a golden dragon. Count Noray smiled. Chapter 17. Rykapur the banner adorned with the image of a colossal direwolf billowed in the fierce winds, producing a soft rustling sound. Rykapur was filled with a tumult of emotions, both exhilarated and exceedingly anxious, for this marked his first departure from the north and his inaugural step onto a true battlefield. They advanced swiftly southward along the embankment bordering the coastline and the endless marshes, neglecting to prepare for any threats arising from the swampy direction. He yearned for the marsh dwellers to witness their raised direwolf banner, to see them avenging the north. Yet, more importantly, he hoped that the marsh folk would perceive them as allies rather than as marauders from the sea, unleashing a volley of poisoned arrows. Surely, the marsh dwellers would notice the direwolf banner also fluttering above Garlan Bay. The marsh folk remained loyal to House Stark, did they not? Just as the Poole family did. Rykapur mused. No, the Poole family were direct vassals of House Stark, their ties far more intimate. His uncle, Vian Poole, served as the steward of Winterfell. When the young wolf descended southward, Rykapur had been too young, unworthy even of wielding a true iron sword. He recalled his Uncle Vian's mockery, claiming his greatest achievements were slaying rabbits with a child's bow and retrieving bird eggs from 6-meter-high trees. At that time, he had retreated in the face of such derision, returning disheartened to the Poole family estate from the banner-laden Winterfell, tending to aging and young horses for his father, which merely involved delivering fodder to them in due course. On fair weather days, his father would permit him to ride a pony for a spell. During his spare hours, he practiced swordplay with the elder members of the household, though they were not as skilled as Ser Roderick from Winterfell. As veterans who had participated in every battle since the Trident, their guidance was more than adequate. They asserted that should he continue his training, by the time he reached the young wolf's age, he would be a competent mounted warrior. I do not wish to be merely a mounted warrior. I aspire to become a true knight. To become a knight, one must first serve as a squire. And who in the north was more renowned as a knight than the Lady of Winterfell, the Wolf Girl? Following the Red Wedding, the Wolf Girl summoned all direct vassals of House Stark to Winterfell in a bid to uplift spirits, expressing gratitude for their sacrifices. Yet, gratitude was not her true theme. Vengeance was. He remembered that at the onset of the feast, they mourned their deceased kin, but once the banquet concluded, only the echoes of tearful roars remained. It was then that he became the squire to the Wolf Girl. This was a position coveted by many, as numerous individuals brought back by the Wolf Girl from distant lands harbored hostility towards him. Yet, such sentiments mattered little. Only he was deemed worthy, deserving of the trust bestowed by House Stark, just as his uncle had been. To this group of foreigners, Reka felt they were unworthy of trust, save for Shar, Will, and the Red Warrior. Among them, his greatest disdain was reserved for Gassar, Cole, Redbeard, and Mad Cow. Gassar visited the Wolf Girl far too frequently. Cole was even worse, not only possessing an unappealing visage but also visiting as often, bringing with him an assortment of foul-smelling sheepskins that cluttered the training grounds. Redbeard and Mad Cow constantly ridiculed him for his stature, yet he was not particularly small, merely slightly shorter than Count Byman, and only marginally younger. The only admission he could muster was their commendable swimming skills. In the moat of Winterfell, they frequently emerged victorious in swimming contests. His aversion to the sport stemmed not only from the frigid waters, but also from the spectacle of men competing in the nude. drawing a throng of women to the walls and drawbridge to gawk. Crossing the Bay of Garlan marked the true onset of the south. Dust billowed along the embankment as Rhaeka turned in his saddle to glance back at the towers enshrouded in haze. They leaned precariously, resting at the end of the causeway like swords thrusting from the earth, or perhaps like hands bidding farewell to all northern men heading south. Did Lord Eddard, uncle, young Wolf, and brother Tormund view the same sight? What emotions accompanied their journey southward? Anticipation, anxiety, tension akin to his own? He gently urged his steed onward, following the banner of the running wolf. His mount, named Oriole, was not his most cherished horse. That honor belonged to the little gray mare he had ridden for years, named Sea Smoke, sharing a name with a dragon of House Targaryen. However, she had never reached maturity, and his father deemed her temperament too timid for the battlefield. Oriole, in contrast, was seasoned, steadfast, and robust, a perfect steed, previously reserved for his father alone. He often rode her to survey the family's lands and forests, never allowing another to mount her. Oriole had likely never set hoof beyond the north. Once he was chosen as a squire, everything changed. A good squire required a good horse. Care for your knight. Care for your war horse, your armor. Do not bring shame to Housepool. His father had personally handed him the reins of Oriole. Alone, he had ridden from their estate to Winterfell, specifically to bestow this gift. In haste, he had prepared only this suit of chainmail, perhaps a tad large, but with sufficient layers beneath, it would suffice. I have also commissioned the leatherworker to create 2 sets of leather armor for you. He had instructed hurriedly before departing. When the war concludes, I shall return Oriole to you, and I shall lay the heads of our enemies before you. By then, you shall know that Housepool's blood feud has been avenged. He had sworn this solemnly to his father, who merely chuckled softly and shook his head in silence. What did that mean? Ah, I shall make you believe. The following afternoon, a light snow began to fall in the riverlands. They received orders to change horses and resumed their gallop along the King's Road, beneath the immense banner of the Ice Wolf, with none daring to obstruct their path. Within the confines of the carriage, he felt the snow melting upon his countenance, each flake dissolving into droplets, while his cloak began to accumulate tiny shards of ice. Aside from the thunderous sound of warhorses trampling the earth, all that accompanied him were the rhythmic beats of his own heart and the labored breaths escaping his lips. He sensed the coldness of his thighs and knees. As the other knights of the north surrounded him, gray snow swirling around them. In the distance, he observed the open ground already cloaked in white. The lands of the Riverlands had succumbed to winter. What fate awaited the north? This heralded ill tidings, for the snow would saturate the terrain, hindering their march. Yet no. Snow was an ally of the north. As dusk approached, the snowfall ceased. Following a brief pause of the army on the King's Road, he remounted the Oriole. He was now uncertain of his whereabouts. The Oriole showed no signs of fatigue. Perhaps it relished the long-distance run? He nibbled on some tough, dried beef while sampling a bit of milk wine from the leather pouch, a gift from his father. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, casting a somber gloom across the sky, they departed from the King's Road. Turning westward, the sounds of calls traveled from front to back, and he joined in. Feeling his face and mouth stiffen in the cold, he saw scattered riders, brandishing flags or torches, guiding the cavalry to turn off the main road. In the blink of an eye, he lost sight of the She-Wolf's banner. This was unacceptable. He was the She-Wolf's attendant and must remain by her side. He urged his steed to quicken its pace, and the Oriole understood his intent, surging past dozens of cavalrymen and their empty horses. Ahead, the She-Wolf was surrounded by her retinue, engaged in conversation, but he was too far to catch the words, a source of frustration for him. As her attendant, it was his duty to be by her side, yet her guards had pushed him to the periphery, rendering him unable to reach her. They must be deliberating their strategy for the assault on Riverrun. He recalled the term. He had heard the scholars of Winterfell speak of it. Riverrun spanned both banks of the Green Fork River, each side adorned with towering castles and formidable gates. The phrase had constructed high walls from stone, safeguarding the crossing. More terrifying still, they directed the waters of the Green Fork to encircle the castle, creating a natural moat. As long as the phrase guarded the gates and raised the drawbridge, even 1,000 soldiers would be powerless against the fortress. According to the scholars, once they crossed the neck, all that met their gaze would be the realm of the phrase. West of the King's Road and east of the Green Fork, extending to the Salt Pans, lay the territory of Riverrun, where all lords owed their fealty to the phrase. Rhaeka pondered, with thousands of cavalry traversing enemy lands. How could they possibly launch a successful raid? He was uncertain of the She-Wolf's plan. He recalled the words of other knights. If they could not conquer, then let them display their might beneath the castle, striking fear into their hearts. for Carhold was already in the hands of the North, allowing them to descend upon their foes at any moment, instilling dread in their lives. No, he thought, he did not wish for them to merely live in fear. He desired to see them hang, avenging his brother and serving as a model for his younger sibling. As night gradually descended, darkness enveloped the surroundings, compelling them to reduce their pace and ignite torches. He glanced back, observing that most of the distant specks of light were gradually swallowed by the mist. Following the night ahead, he rode upon a lark, with another empty steed trailing behind. Thus, they traversed the desolate plains. The atmosphere among the crowd was frigid, with not a single soul daring to utter a word. Only the sound of hoofbeats and the occasional whinny of horses broke the silence. He tightened his cloak, curling himself up even more. His legs began to ache, the inner thighs chafed and sore. They had departed from Winterfell 5 days ago, and during this time, he had scarcely rested, either relaying commands for the Wolf Girl or awaiting orders. If any time remained, it was spent tending to the horses and inspecting armor and weapons. In the preceding days, he had felt invigorated, thrilled by the novelty and excitement, but now only exhaustion remained. He even found himself dozing off on horseback several times. Fortunate that the Wolf Girl had slowed their pace for safety's sake. At night, one should not sleep too soundly. Did you hear that? The howl of wolves. Beside him was a fellow soldier, equally weary, named Oren, who appeared to be of similar age. Rika sensed he was speaking to stave off drowsiness. Not only did he speak, but he also softly imitated the howling of wolves. Oh, lo. Sleeping at night? He thought his companion rather naive. In the previous days, they had camped at dusk, but now, with night fully descended, they showed no signs of halting, and he immediately understood that battle loomed this very night. He licked his lips, reminding himself that he was a man of House Pearl, ever prepared, and as a retainer of the Wolf Girl, he would not be daunted by the prospect of combat. He witnessed a massive raven perch upon the Wolf Girl's shoulder, and his companion ceased his howling. Did you know? The commander is a shapeshifter capable of controlling animals. This great bird can guide us, whispered the older knight, audible only to him and Oren. His name was Lawrence Snow, the illegitimate son of Count Harris Hawthwood, and with both the count and his heir, Dylan, deceased, he stood as a formidable contender for the title of Hawthwood Earl. Though born out of wedlock, his actual standing surpassed that of Rika. Pearl Hawthwood Castle was a storied stronghold that had endured for a millennium, and the Earl held adjudicative power over disputes within the fief. Rika surmised that had he not become the Wolf Girl's retainer, this man would never have deigned to converse with him. Why not guide us now? Oren inquired. Is it too dark for it to see? Can a bird not see? Lawrence chuckled. Another possibility is that we are nearing our destination, rendering its guidance unnecessary. Rika observed only the raven on the Wolf Girl's shoulder, pecking at her palm before it took flight again. Extinguish the torches. Remain silent. He heard her command. Extinguish the torches. Remain silent. They began to shout towards the rear, the flames of the torches extinguishing one after another. Yet he felt as though he could see more clearly. As the firelight faded, he sensed the air growing colder, and even the surrounding sounds diminished significantly. The cool moon is veiled behind delicate layers of clouds, rendering the earth a vast and hazy expanse. The extensive fields appear eerily silent, save for a solitary figure standing in the distance. Rika knows that it is the city of Twin Rivers. They pause here to change horses once more, but their pace has slowed considerably. She can see the castle from afar, yet when its true contours finally emerge, they have traveled for several more hours, and Rika can assert that it is now deep into the night. He gazes at the sky, where he can faintly discern the great raven circling above them. At this juncture, the Fry family has not laid any ambush, which only indicates their complete ignorance of their march. Lawrence rakes his fingers through his hair and steels himself, asserting that the commander must possess some cunning strategy. Rika hopes that the Wolf Maiden is already well prepared. He knows he need not overthink, but simply fulfill his duties, although his mind is already in disarray. He observes the Wolf Maiden engaged in discussion with Gashar, who then whistles, summoning a number of knights from the main body to assemble nearby, numbering approximately 100. After counting heads, they quickly set off towards the northwest, burdened with heavy packs. Who are they? He inquires of Lawrence. You know there are 2 fortifications at Twin Rivers, right? In the middle of the river, there is a defensive tower. He strains to recall snippets the scholar had once mentioned. Lawrence glances at him with renewed interest, which fills Rika with a quiet pride. After the main body of cavalry departs, they advance towards the direction of Twin Rivers, halting half an hour later. They are not far from the city, yet not excessively distant. The sounds of neighing horses and chopping which should not alert the hounds of Twin Rivers. Hurry up with the timber. The measurements must be precise. Rika secures the yellow oriole, and another military horse to the makeshift hitching post crafted by the vanguard. Then approaches the Wolf Maiden, who stands commanding in front. He cannot comprehend her orders. Yet he hears her insist on testing the weight and angle of the packed earth as quickly as possible. These foolish pigs have yet to discover us. They possess an abundance of horses but a scarcity of foot soldiers. Most knights have dismounted, busily attending to their assigned tasks. Rhaeka finds himself bewildered, realizing he seems to have nothing to do. The Wolf Maiden's horse has been taken away by the quartermaster, and she herself has no other needs from him. Holding a water pouch, perhaps she might wish to eat something? Upon seeing Rhaeka, the Wolf Maiden merely nods gently. This gesture eases his mind a bit. Perhaps he need not busy himself like the others? He truly wishes she would say something to him, assign him a task, preferably ordering him to sleep. However, he feels that even if she were to command him to rest, he would be unable to do so. The battle is set for tonight. Rhaeka gazes at the shadowy silhouette of the castle in the distance, imagining the river before it and its towering stone walls, envisioning how they would storm the battlements. Lower the drawbridge, open the city gates, charge through the inner fortifications, and ultimately conquer the stronghold, subduing the garrison and capturing the entire city of Twin Rivers. The thought of a moat akin to that of Winterfell, with towering walls and immensely heavy gates, fills him with apprehension. As Rhaeka patrolled alongside the Wolf Maiden in their ranks, the cacophony of thousands of horses echoed across the fields. Soldiers, organized and methodical, formed a circle of 7 or 8, seated on the ground, conversing in hushed tones as they traversed the muddy roadside trampled by their comrades. By the time the patrol concluded, Rhaeka had spotted 2 towering wooden frameworks, their slings filled with stones or earth. They tested the distance of their projectiles based on the weight of the oil barrels, intent on igniting a conflagration within the tower. They launched their stones, meticulously measuring the distance of each throw. Thanks to the dim light of the hazy moon, they could discern the projectiles soaring through the darkness. Soon, they maneuvered the 2 catapults to a location near the main gate of Twin River City, where the walls were already adorned with flickering torches. "Commander, the positions are set," reported Cresaven to the Wolf Maiden, having completed the preparations ahead. At just 16, Cresaven had ascended to the title of Count of 7 City, and Rhaeka believed he was the most likely suitor for the Wolf Maiden's hand. The Wolf Maiden merely nodded, refraining from issuing the command to attack until the cawing of crows echoed from above. As a crow alighted upon her shoulder, Rhaeka witnessed the catapults hurling oil barrels into the air. Following their dim trajectory, he noted that the barrels landed in the moat, just shy of the gate. Enraged, the young count commanded his soldiers to advance the catapults further. When they launched again, the oil barrel struck the city gate with a resounding impact. Thus, they continued to hurl barrels, some skewed and colliding with the walls, others landing within the city, where he heard the cries of the distressed. At this juncture, the Wolf Maiden dismounted, and Rhaeka raised a torch before her. She ignited an arrow, drawing her bowstring taut, and aimed toward the gate. Before long, Rhaeka beheld flames erupting within the castle, and he could almost hear the chaos unfolding inside. Behind him, the restless whinnies of warhorses filled the air, while in front of him, the soldiers operating the catapults issued synchronized commands. The men behind remained silent, aware that even if the gate were to be consumed by fire, it would serve little purpose. Moreover, a formidable iron barrier lay beyond the gates, easily deployable to thwart any intruders. After exhausting their supply of oil barrels, they ignited black spheres, which blazed to life as they hurled flaming projectiles into the city. The Wolf Maiden casually tossed her bow to Rhaeka before the crows ascended into the darkened sky once more. What secrets could the crows unveil? Like all the soldiers behind him, Rhaeka gazed intently at the walls of Twin River City, the castle, and the elongated bridge connecting both sides. In the distance, he glimpsed a throng of soldiers from West River City hastening across the bridge towards East River City. The sounds of disorder emanated from within East River City. It was clear they were engaged in extinguishing fires. "If only we had wildfires like those in King's Landing," mused the young lady. "They are on the move." The words came from a daunting warrior, towering above, possibly possessing the bloodline of giants. With his imposing armor, he resembled a monstrous figure, striking fear into Rhaeka's heart. He is not a man of Westeros. It is said he hails from the contested lands, known by the moniker of the Red Warrior. Rumor has it that he has fought valiantly on the battlefield, his body drenched in the blood of his enemies, thus earning his name. Rhaeka regards him with a sense of awe. My Raven observed that the soldiers within Twin Rivers numbered no more than 200. Currently, the defending Frey soldiers protecting Robb and his party scarcely total 20. Their success seems assured. Rhaeka yearns to understand how they will seize the fortress before them. Regardless of the bravery of the knights behind him, They cannot breach the moat nor penetrate the castle walls, as evidenced by their indifferent gaze at the flames. The remainder depends on the beasts. Beasts. I shall unleash the birds to open the dog kennels, sending the dogs to slay the guards of the drawbridge. She chuckled lightly, as if victory were already in her grasp, yet all must await the signal flare or the sight of them capturing West Castle. Firebombs were hurled into the city by catapults, igniting blazes that spread throughout. The soldiers atop the walls remained steadfast, unfazed by the flames. Any foolhardy attempt to storm the castle would meet their arrows. Rika observed them, bows in hand, prudently sheltered behind the battlements. It would be best to have the dogs open the gate directly. I have never witnessed a gate consumed by flames. This grave and colossal warrior seemed to jest. Yet Rika saw no smile upon his face. Moreover, the iron grating was established as a second line of defense to prevent the enemy from surging through the breach should the gate fall. West River Castle has been taken. Rika heard the voice of the wolf woman, following their gaze across the river to the castle, where two flames blazed atop its heights. This was the signal of their conquest. Do you think East River Castle will come to their aid? The wolf woman inquired of the officers surrounding her. They likely will, replied Weald. My lady, can you discern how many of us remain at West River Castle? 32 remain, 3 of whom are grievously injured. The wolf woman appeared unfazed. They occupied the towers with bows drawn, capable of holding the line for a time and drawing the enemy's attention. Rika felt the sweat pooling in his palms, his legs trembling, the frigid air seeping into his trousers. A peculiar, creaking sound resonated, and suddenly, the drawbridge collapsed, crashing against the riverbank with a thunderous impact. Pleader, gather your men, shields at the ready. Now is the time. Follow me. The wolf woman, astride her steed, led the charge into the flames. Heedless of the archers stationed atop the castle walls, Rika cast aside his torch and drew his long sword, hastening after the wolf woman. He witnessed her sever the stout chains of the drawbridge with a single stroke, propelling herself toward the castle gate. Arrows rained down. Rika heard the groans behind him and the dull thuds of arrowheads striking armor, alongside the sounds of horses plunging into the river and their neighs. The wolf woman pressed forward, using her sword to deflect the oncoming projectiles, while Rika followed closely, and scathed. Perhaps he was oblivious to his peril. His focus solely on the still-burning Grand Gate. Push! Rika could not ascertain who issued the command, yet they all heaved against the door. Had the bar been removed? He did not know. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled himself against the gate. The door exhibited signs of being pushed, not due to a lack of strength, but rather because an obstruction lay behind it, preventing it from yielding. Rika sensed the warmth emanating from the door, yet he remained indifferent. Closely following him was the Crimson Warrior, accompanied by a multitude of armored figures whose identities eluded him. Together, they unleashed a ferocious roar, and at long last, the city gate succumbed to their might. Kill! He instinctively shouted, surprised by his own newfound bravery. Suddenly, a massive boar charged forth from the passageway, nearly toppling him. The creature, adorned with several spears, remained vigorous, its injuries only amplifying its fierce cries. Fortunate, he mused. The wolf maiden, wielding a longsword, was the first to surge through the passage, and Rika felt exhilarated to find himself as the second warrior to breach the city. In mere moments, he beheld a ceaseless tide of soldiers from floor rushing toward the passage. He anticipated fear would seize him, but the wolf maiden offered no time for contemplation. Plunging directly into the fray, without a moment's hesitation, he followed suit. Rika found the act of killing to be rather mundane. Each enemy that approached him seemed to extend their necks, awaiting the decisive strike. Here, he felt entirely at ease. Lower the iron bars. He heard the floor soldiers thunder. Too late, he thought, for I have already entered. The resounding clamor of steel chains echoed as the final iron barrier descended at the passage's exit. Rika heard the thunderous roar of the Crimson Warrior. He turned to see the warrior effortlessly lift the barrier, creating a passage just high enough for the armored northern warriors to surge through, flooding into the castle. Focus! He heard the wolf maiden shout. He quickly evaded a feeble strike from an enemy and retaliated, dispatching his foe with a swift motion. He felt arrows piercing through his iron armor, breaking through the leather armor his father had provided, embedding themselves into flesh. Yet, he recognized these were merely trifling surface wounds. However, the arrows swayed against him, hindering his movements. It mattered little. He was evidently not the enemy's primary target. The wolf maiden was. He observed as she claimed the life of nearly every adversary she faced, her relentless momentum instilling dread in the floor soldiers who cowered before her. The iron barrier was held aloft by the Crimson Warrior and several others, allowing cavalry to charge through the passage and into the castle. their jubilant roars heightening his senses and making him feel like a warrior himself. The wolf maiden swiftly dispatched several nearby soldiers, clearing a path to the castle tower. Rhaeka, alongside another armored soldier, followed closely in her wake, guarding against threats from behind. From the tower, soldiers wielding long spears descended to engage them, but one by one, their weapons fell to the wolf maiden's blade, leading to their demise. Rhaeka and his companion ensured their foes were thoroughly dispatched. Only exhilaration coursed through him, fear was absent, and he felt himself to be the second greatest warrior in the realm. Below, the cavalry rapidly cleared the battlefield, dismounting to follow Rhaeka as they surged toward the tower. The narrow corridors of the tower were intricate and convoluted. Fortunately, torches had been lit within, illuminating the path just enough for him to discern the wolf woman ahead. She navigated the passage with practiced ease, allowing Rhaeka to follow her without a second thought. The anguished cries of the Flay soldiers echoed ahead, accompanied by the sounds of bodies tumbling downwards. Without hesitation, Rhaeka swung his blade at the approaching figures, having lost count of how many times he had done so. His arms trembled with exertion, yet he felt capable of continuing the onslaught. A refreshing breeze from the river brushed against him, signaling that they had successfully ascended the castle walls. He gazed towards the distant riverbank, where cavalry bearing the banners of ice wolves commenced their measured entry into the stronghold amidst the dim light. After the wolf woman dealt with the last of the archers on the battlements, no further resistance remained within the castle. Only the cries of women and children, pleading for mercy, filled the air. The cellar, the training grounds, the stables, the warehouses, and the watchtower may have still been embroiled in conflict, but the tide of battle had clearly turned. His heart raced wildly, echoing in his ears as he yearned for a moment of respite, perhaps a warm drink to alleviate the exhaustion that enveloped him. Yet, the wolf woman pressed on without pause, and he felt no justification for resting. The fighting concluded at dawn, with all rebellious soldiers having been slain. The northern cavalry had firmly established their dominion over both banks of the Twin River Castle. In the morning light, the Bloodwolf maiden tore down the banners of the crowned stag and the golden roaring lion from the ramparts, while Rhaeka, in tandem with her movements, lowered the blue twin towers on a gray field. He returned to the hall, where torches still flickered. At that moment, the wolf woman sat upon her throne, her visage and attire drenched in blood, yet not a trace of fatigue marred her countenance. Standing beside her, Rhaeka felt utterly drained yet exhilarated. He was in a daze, scarcely registering her commands to the knights gathered in the hall. Perhaps she was merely rallying them for the final push. Clear the training grounds. Bring all the surviving Flay there. Gather the deceased as well. Mei surveyed the treasure chambers to the east and west, establishing defenses and tallying the spoils of war. Rhaeka beheld a cellar brimming with silver, a weapons room laden with swords and armor, and mountains of provisions and furs, all untouched by flames, a stroke of fortune he appreciated. It took the soldiers several hours to finish clearing the training grounds and escorting the living Flay to the designated area. The ground was still stained with fresh blood, with some Flay tightly bound and discarded nearby, including the women, all ensnared in ropes. Most striking was a bald elder seated in a chair. He could only be the Marquis of Ward Flay, rumored to be 92 years old, resembling a large pink rat. Silence. The wolf woman's voice rang out, authoritative and undeniable. Blood coated her face, hair, and leather attire, as she declared, "The castle is mine now, scholar. Do you remember to whom you owe your service?" "Yes, my lady. I understand. I serve the mistress of the castle," the scholar replied, visibly shaken and weary. "Excellent. I require a list." "You know which list I mean," the wolf woman stated, addressing the scholar directly. Chapter 18. Bran felt his tears cascade uncontrollably, not due to the bite inflicted by the dire wolf, but rather from the disobedience of Rickon, which weighed heavily upon his heart. Perhaps there was no particular reason at all. He simply felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He recalled the last time he had cried, which was for Theon. He believed he could have saved him, even if it meant donning black attire and accompanying Jon at the wall. Yet, in deference to his sister's orders, he had stood by helplessly, witnessing her condemn him to death. Since the dawn of his memories, Theon had been akin to a brother to him. While he recognized that this brother could not quite compare to Robb, nor was he on par with Jon, he was indeed a brother who had once rescued him. It was only after Theon's demise that Bran realized his own shortcomings, and in that moment of regret, he had wept bitterly, the sobs transforming into an uncontrollable wail. Yet, that sorrowful weeping had been justified. He had resolutely vowed to embody the essence of a man. And with adulthood approaching, he was destined to inherit the title of Lord of Winterfell. How could he allow himself to cry over the disobedience of a mere child like Rickon? Moreover, He had shed tears, which Pelia must have witnessed. How embarrassing. She would likely think he wept solely due to the bite from the dire wolf. As if he would cry over a wolf's bite. Summer gently licked his hand, prompting him to embrace the dire wolf's neck, burying his face in its fur, silently wishing that Rickon could be as obedient as Summer. Upon hearing the footsteps of Maester Luwin, he hastily wiped the corners of his eyes. Bran, I have heard the news, the Maester said with a sorrowful expression. Alas, the dire wolf is a wild beast. This marks the 6th person it has bitten. Surely, you can forgive him. The Maester gazed at him with a wistful look, hoping that he had not discerned the traces of his tears. Bran remained silent. Summer would never lash out indiscriminately, nor would he ever attack a family member. The thought of this saddened Bran. Although the dire wolf was not his, they shared an undeniable bond. They should have been friends by now. Or perhaps the dire wolf's attack was an indication of Rickon's intentions towards him. After all, they were brothers. Let me see your wound. I have brought the medicine, the Maester urged. Upon indicating the location of his injury, Bran allowed him to help remove his trousers, revealing the bite marks on his thigh, 2 deep gashes with blood congealed around the surrounding skin. Bran, if the dire wolf truly wished to harm you, it would have likely taken a chunk of flesh. It seems he merely intended to frighten you, which explains the nature of your wound, the Maester sighed, wiping away the blood with a damp cloth before cleansing the injury with wine. I do not harbor resentment towards him, Bran replied cautiously, acknowledging that the slight pain from the wound cleaning and application of ointment was trivial. Indeed. However, Rickon does require some discipline. With Meera now in the south, it is challenging to manage him, especially considering that his dire wolf shares his untamed nature. Perhaps Ser Jorah is correct. We must confine him. I do not wish for him to be confined. If he were, Rickon would surely weep every day. The elder and younger wards, who had once shared a close companionship with him, could no longer accompany him. In Winterfell, he was bereft of friends. That is a beast, Bran. If it truly harmed someone, it would be impossible to spare it, he stated. Bran wished to counter, insisting that the dire wolf was not a beast. But his voice faltered as he muttered, at least Summer is not. I concede that Summer differs. However, it does not alter their nature. Besides, Rickon is certain to find new companions among the newcomers of Winterfell, many of whom are merely a year or two his senior. Bran was reluctant to discuss his brother further. What are we to do regarding the Elder Ward? Does Lord Ward show no concern for them? Perhaps not, at least. This situation suggests as much. He may have too many descendants to care about the loss of 2. Ruin bandaged his wounds carefully. They all refrained from referring to the Red Wedding, as though uttering the phrase might unearth old scars. We are merely children. That matter does not concern us. Especially since the younger ward was murdered within Winterfell. Bran spoke in hushed tones. The younger ward was slain on the night of the muster, and the murderer has yet to be apprehended. Bran suspected that everyone was merely shielding the true culprit. In truth, he felt a twinge of secret satisfaction, though he dared not voice it, for he deemed it wrong. Meera, in an effort to protect the elder ward from a similar fate, confined him within the room once occupied by Jon. It was not their affair, though they were fostered by his mother, like Theon. They were essentially hostages sent by their family. Ruin had gathered his medicine box. Theon is different, Bran awkwardly remarked. He understood there was no distinction, yet he felt Theon, having lived alongside him for so long, was entirely unlike the elder and younger wards, whom he had always disliked. Ruin sighed, choosing not to respond. Would Meera kill him? If Robb were still alive, he would never permit it. He intended to assert that their father would not harm him, but uncertainty crept in. Meera is a knight. She would not slay an innocent child. Moreover, if she intended to kill him, she would have done so already. Bran absurdly pondered. Perhaps she waits until he matures. Meera had forgotten them. If she recalled, she might even slay Theon. Guilt over Theon's death still lingered within him. Yet, Meera was not so forgetful. She would not overlook the presence of another fry in her household. The scholar had risen, preparing to depart. Child, Theon has committed a grave error. One must realize that his objective was Winterfell. Should he succeed, how many lives would be lost? I know. I no longer wish for him, he asserted firmly, then lowered his voice. In truth, I am aware that she is shielding the murderer of the younger ward. If she truly sought to investigate, she would certainly uncover the perpetrator. She acts for her own reasons. We must trust her. The scholar patted Bran's shoulder, an act that felt both comforting and encouraging. You are now the Duke of Winterfell, Bran. As a lord, you must consider the myriad implications before making decisions. Perhaps, in this regard, you might learn a thing or two from her. Reflect on her motivations. She too harbors a disdain for the younger ward. Bran nodded. Yet this did little to assuage his doubts. I understood she had her own reasons, but she harbored a certain aversion towards the Reed siblings. Bran, like you, adored Meera. Yet she remained somewhat cautious of that boy, Jojen. In truth, I found the child peculiar as well. I believed such sentiments were entirely natural. To them, the child. Hodder was one of your father's closest friends, and they would also be your good friends. You must regard them as such, and knowing this suffices. Upon hearing reports that the Reed siblings had not returned south to Greywater Watch, but had instead ventured north, Bran found the news rather strange. However, he was reluctant to provide Maester Luwin with further evidence. After Maester Luwin departed, Bran embraced his dire wolf. Oh, it could no longer be called a pup. It had grown larger than the biggest dog in Winterfell, and it would grow even more, much like its mother. Summer seemed to sense his emotions, nuzzling against his face, finally eliciting a hearty laugh from him. After the laughter subsided, he dashed out of the keep. Beyond the keep, he sprinted directly to the armory, passing through the guest chambers without encountering a single soul. Ever since he had regained the ability to walk and run, the towering figure of Hodder had vanished from his side. It was not until 3 days after Hodder's disappearance that he became aware of it. Bran had sent out searchers, scouring every nook and cranny of Winterfell, delving into every well and pit. Yet Hodder's whereabouts remained elusive. Bran felt that his own recovery had led to Hodder's neglect, causing the gentle stable boy to depart in sorrow. If it were not for Hodder's own choice to leave, who could vanish so quietly from Winterfell? The thought of having taken so long to remember him filled Bran with sorrow and regret. He silently vowed that if he were to see Hodder again, he would shower him with an abundance of honey and various sweet fruits. He longed to see that jovial, beaming face once more. With his sister gone, the Reed siblings departed, and Hodder missing, Bran felt that Winterfell had never been so desolate. His father had taken most of their acquaintances, and Robb had taken the remainder, leaving Winterfell feeling almost like a foreign land to him. Initially, he had felt angered, perceiving these unfamiliar faces as intruders in his own home, but upon their departure, he realized that they had become familiar in their own right. He had intended to climb the walls to gaze upon the fiery forge beyond, where the greatest number of people congregated, and which appeared quite wondrous. According to Maester Luwin, the forge had brought considerable wealth to Winterfell, allowing them to acquire a multitude of warhorses for the south. Yet, how long this trade could endure, he did not know. He had heard Roderick mention that White Harbor might sever its ties with them at any moment, for the Earl's heir had been captured by the Lions, potentially turning that rotund Earl into an enemy of Winterfell. Should enmity arise, Winterfell would find it impossible to sell its porcelain. Involuntarily, he found himself leading his wolf towards the training grounds. When not occupied with study, he always preferred to retreat to this place, especially when his sister was still present. Her subordinates fought with far greater finesse than the few children currently engaged in combat. He stood upon the bridge, observing the skirmish in the training grounds. In the past, his parents delighted in watching his brothers train from this vantage point. He beheld 2 clumsy boys exchanging blows in the arena. The boy with black, curly hair was named Falt Glover, a nephew of the current Earl Glover from a collateral branch, while his opponent, a child from the Forest family named More Forest, was of a similar age to Falt, roughly 8 or 9 years old, akin to Bran. Under the guidance of Sir Roderick, they engaged in a methodical bout, reminiscent of the time when King Robert visited Winterfell and he sparred with Prince Tommen. Boy, how many times must I tell you to steady your shield before you attack? Sir Roderick bellowed, his white beard quivering. Bran recalled that his sister Meera had appointed Roderick as the commander of Winterfell's defenses. He need not have been overseeing these children, yet out of respect for the families loyal to House Stark, he dedicated a portion of his time each day to instruct them. Bran was aware that Roderick primarily resided atop the castle walls. He had heard Roderick speak of the enemies surrounding Stark. To the south were the Lannisters at Old Town, the Flint family at Widow's Watch. To the west lay the Dustons at Barrowton, and to the east, the Boltons, now sworn protectors of the north by the Iron Throne. The thought of the Karstarks to the north, potentially adversarial to Winterfell, troubled him. If only Robb were not beset by foes throughout the north. The Maester and Sir Roderick frequently assured him that he was the true guardian of the north. Yet, the prospect of facing Lord Bolton, the leeching fiend, filled him with dread. The only source of solace he found was in the legendary knight, his sister. However, she seemed to regard the North's enemies with a dismissive attitude. When Maester Luwin and Sir Roderick believed it prudent to summon the troops to quell the rebellious lords nearby, she resolutely advocated for a southern advance to bolster northern morale, declaring, "I shall not allow the Northmen to shed blood needlessly in fratricide." Roderick cursed her for her folly, yet she chose to ignore him. Subsequently, she convened and entertained the various houses sworn to Stark at Winterfell, passionately declaring her intent for revenge during the feast. That night, he witnessed many shed tears, including Sir Roderick, whose eyes were swollen. He did not cry. He merely repeated to himself, "I am Bran Stark of Winterfell." Following that evening, Sir Roderick vowed to her that he would guard Winterfell, remaining ever vigilant against the hostile lords surrounding them. "Bran," he heard someone call out to him. "Come down and spar." The speaker was named Burren Tohar, 10 years of age, towering over all the other children, a veritable sovereign among them. Bran recalled that his brothers shared the same name. He understood that Burren was likely to become the heir to Hoarfrost Castle, contingent upon Meera's choice between the bastard and himself. Bran, upon hearing his shout, momentarily forgot the bandages on his legs and the bites he had endured, and rushed down with Summer. "I am not afraid," he exclaimed, upon seeing him descend. Hal Mullen burst into hearty laughter and promptly fetched protective gear and a wooden sword from the side of the training ground. Hal, with his short brown hair and a robust physique, though devoid of a beer belly, was a jovial character, responsible for guarding the noble children of the North. In truth, he also held the position of captain of the Winterfell Guard, a role originally filled by his brother. Rumors circulated that his brother had been captured by Lady Dustin of the Barrolans, which led Ser Roderick to believe that the Barrolans had pledged allegiance to the terrifying fortress. Falk Glover and the moles of the forest graciously cleared the area for them. Ser Roderick observed Bran and Burren with a serious demeanor, as was his custom in the training yard. "Hey, Bran, do try not to cry." Burren, already donned in protective gear, jested. "You will be the one to weep." Bran felt a pang of anxiety. Burren was not only tall, but appeared quite strong and skilled. Having only recently resumed his training, this was their first bout. He comforted Summer, tethering the wolf to one side. Summer nuzzled him affectionately, seemingly unfazed. Bran reasoned that if the wolf were to roam freely, Burren might concoct excuses for any potential loss, and he would not fall prey to such advantages. Their match commenced swiftly, devoid of any preliminary testing of skills. Burren's strength was formidable. Bran found merely wielding his shield to be a strenuous endeavor. With each of Burren's strikes, he struggled to maintain his footing, soon gasping for breath and feeling increasingly overwhelmed. He had yet to even deliver a proper attack. Bran perceived Burren's sword everywhere, each blow resonating heavily against his shield with a resounding thud. He was compelled to adjust his approach hastily. Roderick had taught him how to confront opponents who were taller, larger, and stronger. He aimed to evade Burren's attacks with agility, planning to counter once Burren fatigued. However, he quickly realized that Burren was swifter than he anticipated, rendering him unable to evade any blows. When Bran resolved to launch a counterattack, he was abruptly knocked down by a collision with Hobb, landing ungracefully on the ground. After a struggle, he managed to rise with the assistance of Benjen Stark. Though his face flushed with embarrassment, he felt an unexpected exhilaration rather than disappointment. He recognized that he was no match for this opponent and needed to grow taller and stronger. Fortunately, Ser Roderick soon called forth the children from the Karstark and Poole families, sparing him further time for shyness. "Bran, you performed admirably. Do not cry." Burren laughed heartily at him. "You are the one who will cry." This was not Bran's first experience of being toppled. He longed to unleash his wolf upon Burren. But he and the other children were companions sent by their families to grow alongside him, symbolizing their family's genuine stance in the ongoing conflict with the Boltons. He could only love them wholeheartedly, feeling profoundly conflicted. After the brief tournament concluded, Bran remained to practice archery with his young companions. In this realm, Glover and Forrest are far superior to anyone else, while Burren's performance is rather mediocre, occasionally even overshadowed by Bran, which secretly pleases him. After 20 arrows had missed their mark, Bran felt a dull ache in his back, as their instructor, Hubin from Seawater City, instructed them to gather the arrows and then disperse. Bran understood that they were now free to roam. Wade and his companions introduced the game of river crossing. Yet their new friends scoffed at it, preferring to form factions and engage in chaotic brawls rather than assume the roles of the river crossing lords. However, the games that truly captivated them were twofold: dragon chess and a card game. The exquisite deck of cards crafted from special paper that his sister had left behind was long since ruined, compelling them to recreate it using leaves coated with adhesive. Although the leaves appeared identical, Bran could almost recall each card by the unique patterns on their backs. The cards his sister had brought featured suits representing the 4 seasons. Yet when they crafted their own, they unleashed their creativity, showing little interest in the seasons themselves. They replaced winter with wolves, spring with eagles, autumn with lions, and summer with venomous snakes. In reality, roses should have represented summer, but that seemed foolish. Their companions unanimously opted for the snake, given that summer was rife with them. The rest of the cards followed suit, as they replaced the 4 kings with renowned ancient monarchs or princes from the 4 realms. Each time Bran drew a card, He felt a particular connection to the wolf representing the king of the north, fully aware of the reason behind it. Regarding other characters, he and his friend Banjan, who excelled at the game, held differing opinions. For the two dragons, the group wished to represent them with the Black Death, Balerion, and Vagor, but Bran felt that Aegon I and his queen, Rhaenys, riding on Vagor and Silverwing, would be more fitting. However, apart from Arthur Conan, none of them knew which dragon Silverwing was, even though both dragons had visited Winterfell. When they played cards, they had to avoid Rakan, who always liked to snatch cards and disregarded the rules, throwing tantrums if his whims were not met. No one could tame him but Bran. Given the presence of the direwolf, Bran felt that the direwolf biting him was Rikon's form of retribution. Today, as he drew his first hand, containing 2 dragons and a plethora of kings and knights, Miss Jolly interrupted him. He reluctantly handed his cards to Holland Poole, who eagerly accepted them. Since his brother departed south with Meera, Holland had taken up residence in Winterfell. Upon returning to the great hall of the keep, he noticed Maester Luwin, Ser Roderick, Lord Roose Bolton, Ser Glover, Maester Mason, and Lord Connington, among other officers of Winterfell, seated around him. He suddenly sensed that something significant might be afoot. Had the Boltons already attacked? He felt a surge of anxiety, yet he soon settled into his place. Summer lay curled beside him. "Esteemed lords, now that we are gathered, let us commence," Ser Roderick stated, offering a gentle nod to Bran. He thought to himself how gentle he appeared at that moment. The Bachelor of Ruin cleared his throat and began. "We have received several pieces of news, some delightful and others sorrowful. Haha, Bachelor. Let us first speak of the joyful tidings," Conchi remarked dismissively, his laughter resonating, causing his long, tangled brown beard to quiver. His hair, also brown and thick, cascaded loosely to his shoulders, giving him the appearance of a barbarian clad in armor. His laughter possessed an astonishing intensity, sending a chill down Bran's spine. Aside from Ser Roderick, the others joined in the merriment, evidently aware of the news. "We have received word from the Raven, Bachelor Ruin," he declared. "Indeed. We have captured the twins and hanged all the Freys, even sending old Walder's head to King's Landing," Conchi announced loudly. Bran, overwhelmed with joy, sprang to his feet, fists clenched. He feared he might be overstepping, yet none of the lords present seemed composed. They were all shouting in exuberance. They were all eagerly awaiting the release of their pent-up emotions. "Your sister has avenged the Red Wedding," Sir Rolf lamented. Bran felt his scalp tighten, a shiver running down his back. "How did she accomplish that?" he inquired. "The letter does not specify. Furthermore, not all the Freys were hanged. The children and women of House Frey have been imprisoned, awaiting their fate. We ought to celebrate," Bran suggested. "Indeed, at the very least. We should inform Winterfell and the entirety of the North," Royer responded. "My lord, I have already dispatched the Raven to the north. It will not be long before they receive the news. We should rally the troops and seize this opportunity to win back the wavering lords," Conton asserted. "My task is to hold Winterfell," Ser Roderick replied. "We may indeed win over the undecided lords, but likely only House Amber. The letter states that Great Jon has been released and will soon return with the army to the north," the Bachelor added. "We should amass the forces from White Harbor, conquer Castle Carhold, and then march on the Dreadfort, ripping out the filthy heart of House Bolton to hang upon the Weirwood tree. A quest for vengeance cannot be complete without that foul heart," Conchi exclaimed, his earlier mirth spiraling into fury. Bran grew concerned that he might disrupt the atmosphere. "We lack sufficient forces. The Dreadfort currently boasts an army of 4,000, not to mention the reinforcements from the Last Hearth, which could be even more. How many men would you require to besiege such a stronghold? Moreover, we must remain vigilant against the Witch of the Last Hearth and her father's sudden assault," Royer warned, acting as Roderick's mouthpiece. "When will there be enough?" he thundered. "The Freys, the Lions, and the Stinking Rose will soon land in the north. Do you intend to defeat them then? Will you have gathered enough forces by that time?" His face flushed with urgency. "Now is the opportune moment to summon all lords. To consolidate their strength, we must not allow the southern barbarians to set foot on our lands. My duty is to defend the castle, not to attack," Ser Roderick replied coldly. Bran did not comprehend why the jubilant atmosphere had so swiftly transformed into one of hostility. "Coward," Conchi vehemently rebuked, while Ser Roderick, upon hearing the words, had already grasped his sword, his icy gaze speaking volumes. "Enough," Bran resolutely declared, his voice ringing out with a force akin to a child's shrill cry, yet it succeeded in silencing the crowd. Summer, too, rose at an opportune moment. Baring his fangs and issuing a silent threat, he attempted to regain a semblance of maturity, envisioning himself speaking as Rob would. "I will not permit quarrels to erupt here. Any strategy against the terror at the wall must receive the consent of both Meera and I, Bran asserted with unwavering conviction, observing the flush on Condon's face. Robb might tame Grey Jon with the wolves. Could he do the same? He wished to prevent Summer from inflicting harm. Maester, please continue with the other tidings. Bran lowered his voice, striving to quell the rising anger. Jon Snow had dispatched ravens from Earl Nori, and if his words held truth, the wall was perilously vulnerable. The ravens sent from Black Castle bore even grimmer news. The main forces at the wall, led by Mormont, had already suffered devastating losses beyond the wall, and he himself had met an untimely demise. Bran sat down, feeling his fists clench tighter. Winterfell was barely capable of defending itself, let alone offering assistance to the wall. What are we to do? Humph. The wall has stood for thousands of years. It will surely endure a while longer. Once we rid ourselves of the Boltons, we shall dismantle Mance Rayder piece by piece. It was Condon who spoke again. My lord, what do you mean by that? Sir Mason inquired. What do you think it means? It means they should wait a little longer. When have they ever spoken favorably? It's always demands. Poachers, rapists. A gang of wretches. What good can we expect from their lips? Oh, our harvest this year is splendid. Do you think they would speak thus to the lords? The Black Bear is a fool, insisting on entering the forest in winter. Who can blame him? My lord, the wall also has its sense of honor. And there are those of noble lineage among them, the maester retorted. Indeed, either they are aged or deceased. What remains but a rabble of refuse? Jon Snow is not one of them. Bran intended to emphasize this point, but as the words escaped his lips, he felt like a petulant child. Listen to his surname. Bastards are but products of desire and deceit. He heard himself cry out sharply for the second time in a short span. He might tolerate discussions regarding bastards, but he would not allow anyone to insult his father. Lowering his tone, he endeavored to rein in his emotions. Jon Snow would never lie. From my understanding of him, he is not one to fabricate tales regarding such grave matters. The maester added, and Sir Roderick nodded in agreement. Then perhaps he should elucidate how he came to be within the domain of the mountain clans. Perhaps he is a deserter from the Night's Watch, caught and now spinning tales. Moreover, how does he know of the vast hordes of wildlings in the south? Hasn't the Black Bear taken all the strong lads north? How could he be left alone in the south? Condon insinuated, his words sharp as a cruel dagger. Bran listened, longing to scream. Yet he resisted the urge to be perceived as mad. If only my sister were here, she would undoubtedly know how to handle this situation. Her meetings have never devolved into such chaos. We shall discuss this matter further later. Bran once again felt defeated. Maester Luwin, please impart any other news. Maester Luwin sighed and replied, We have received word from the island of Skagos, from the Raven of Lord Borch. It is disheartening news indeed. They have been annihilated by the Crow clan. The Lord, along with his children and servants, is hastily making his way to Winterfell, seeking refuge. Notably, it has been reported that the leader of the Crow, Magnar, has proclaimed himself the King of Skagos, though we have yet to verify the authenticity of this news. If the rumors hold true, it is a place known for its cannibalistic tendencies. I sincerely hope the distress signal comes from them, and not from the Black Castle or Jon Snow. I welcome their arrival, he stated. Indeed, we must extend our welcome. Bran echoed. The messenger was an exceedingly old raven. It is remarkable it still remembers the way to Winterfell, the maester remarked. Let the White Walkers take them away. Those man-eaters, Sir Roderick exclaimed. Let us hope they can find their way to Winterfell. The outside world is chaotic at present, Sir Roderick added. The others seemed indifferent to the news, Bran mused, for had his father been alive, he would have summoned the bannermen to retaliate. But everything had changed. Winterfell could no longer exert control over its surroundings. Is there any further news? Bran inquired, wishing he could rush out to share his sister's victory with his friends. The Lady of the Eyrie is dead. She was murdered by a singer and pushed through the moon door. Bran was unfamiliar with the moon door, but felt no need to ask. The North has descended into this state entirely because of that wretch, cursed Catelyn. Bran could not comprehend the source of his anger. I have read her letters. She was terrified, unwilling to mobilize forces to protect her children, Maester Luwin defended. Family, duty, honor, Catelyn spat. Look at her. She has long forgotten her name, Tully. Riverrun is besieged, and she remains indifferent. The Tully line is on the verge of extinction, yet she cares not. It is better this way. Her family is Arryn, not Tully, the maester replied, somewhat feebly. She is already dead. Now the Vale is under the control of Peter Baelish. He shares no blood relation with young Robert Arryn. I foresee him being ousted by the people of the Vale sooner rather than later, Sir Roderick opined. Should that time come, an alliance with Robert Arryn might garner the Vale's support. Ah, the Earl of Stonehenge would surely agree, suggested Roose. Let it be. That child will likely not survive long. Besides, Who among us can forge such an alliance? Sir Roderick replied. After the discussion concluded, Sir Roderick and Maester Luwin remained. Bran felt relieved. The presence of others would only lead to further quarrels, and he was quite weary of it. What shall we do? Bran was the first to speak. Everyone aware, he referred to the matter of the wall. Winterfell lacks the strength to bolster the wall's defenses. We could send ravens to Lord Norton and the other mountain clan leaders, imploring them to lend their aid, Sir Roderick suggested. That sounds prudent. Bran believed that this might assist Jon. Should the wildlings seize the wall, they would inevitably advance upon the last bastion of Winterfell. We ought to send ravens to House Amber as well, added Maester Luwin. Thus, they resolved upon a course of action, releasing several ravens under the pretense that the issue had been resolved, thought Bran. Chapter 19. The Duke of Terrors. The Duke had anticipated that he could embark the entire army within 3 days, transporting them to the north as one would ferry piglets. However, the task of boarding 10,000 men proved far more intricate than he had envisioned. Now, on the 10th day since his arrival in Saltmarsh, he remained unfulfilled in his mission, and it was clear that the delay would extend further. The boarding process had rendered the troops exceedingly chaotic. He received incessant complaints from the captain, who lamented that he had waited nearly a month without a single soldier boarding his vessel, and his supplies had long since been depleted. When the Duke inquired how many soldiers his ship could accommodate, the captain replied it would not be fewer than 300. Thus, the Duke assured him that the following day, his ship would be utilized, and he would replenish its supplies. Yet, upon boarding the next day, LYMD reported that after 50 men had boarded, the hold could no longer contain additional soldiers, let alone the steeds, provisions, and other supplies they bore. The soldiers awaiting embarkation on the shore voiced their grievances loudly, while those aboard cursed the cramped conditions. The captain complained about the soldiers occupying too much space and chattered incessantly. Subsequently, an officer approached the Duke, expressing dissatisfaction as his men were being dispersed across several vessels, hindering their ability to coordinate effectively. The Duke summoned the captain for questioning, to which the captain replied that he had not anticipated the ship would be burdened with such a multitude of supplies and lamented that the soldiers refused to huddle together. Consequently, the Duke ordered Cello to hang the deceitful captain from the erected wooden tower, demanding he atone for his lies. However, the absence of the captain rendered communication increasingly difficult, ultimately revealing that the crew was unaware of their destination, let alone how to coordinate with other ships. The Duke cursed the captain, simultaneously marveling at his exceptional ability to maintain order among the crew without a clear objective. To simplify matters, he commanded that all soldiers disembark and dismissed the newly arrived captain, who seemed to believe he was entitled to payment according to the previous captain's contract, insisting he would not leave the dock unless compensated. Clearly, he had misjudged the situation. The Duke had little tolerance for exorbitant demands and had him arrested, flaying him beneath the old captain's corpse. Displeased by his cries, the Duke ordered the soldiers to sever his tongue, for this was not the North. After this grim resolution, the efficiency of boarding had not improved, but at least the cacophony had diminished, as the clamor among the squabbling factions of the army lessened. On the following day, a grand vessel, known as the Braavos War God, which claimed to traverse the Jade Sea, tragically capsized and sank at the harbor's exit after loading 300 souls. Only a handful of soldiers and a greater number of sailors were rescued, while the remainder, along with 50 horses and an indeterminate amount of provisions, were consigned to the depths of the ocean. To exacerbate the dire situation, the sunken ship obstructed the harbor's passage, requiring 2 arduous days to retrieve it, during which 2 more soldiers perished. Sir Marquesro was consumed by fury, repeatedly lamenting to the Duke about the loss of valiant soldiers and noble knights aboard, his heart overwhelmed with anger and sorrow. The Duke discerned the underlying regrets stemming from the loss of the knight's son, who had also succumbed to the sea. Silently, the Duke resolved that if the knight were to successfully set foot on northern lands, he would be granted the first opportunity for glory. As for the knight's grief, the Duke felt uncertain about how to offer recompense, and thus ordered the execution of all surviving sailors aboard, ensuring they would join the deceitful captain in death. Following the sinking of the Braavos War God, numerous vessels that had been waiting offshore departed, unable to ascertain how long they would be required to linger. To assuage the remaining ships and encourage their continued participation in the transport operations, the Duke hosted a banquet for the patient captains. During the feast, the Duke assured them that arrangements for the remaining soldiers' transport would soon be made, contingent upon their willingness to wait for unanimous agreement among all captains. However, they collectively demanded double the commission. The Duke felt he could not strip them of their rightful earnings. From that moment, he began to harbor an uncontrollable disdain for these Southerners, a sentiment that struck him as peculiar, leading him to ponder whether his prolonged absence from leeching had caused his loss of composure. The impact of the sunken ship was profound. The suitable docks in Saltfield Town were limited to 3, and although the wreck had been towed upstream, the space for vessels to maneuver had significantly diminished. After several collisions, the captains concluded that at most 2 docks could be opened simultaneously. The Duke acquiesced, necessitating an extension of the entire transport schedule. When the transportation finally fell into a semblance of order, 10 days had elapsed, and the Duke entrusted the coordination of the remaining soldiers on land entirely to Viscount Wilralco. From that point onward, the Duke embarked alongside Sir Tyberland Lannister, the commander of the Royal Army, and his 2 officers, Sir George Malbran and Sir Tien Lannister, aboard the royal vessel, the Golden Hill, provided by the Iron Throne. This ship, a colossal hybrid of sail and oar, was equipped to navigate under various weather conditions. Beyond its crew, it could accommodate 500 fully armed warriors, truly a maritime behemoth. Its design prominently featured gold and black, symbolizing the royal colors. This vessel was one of the few royal warships to survive the Battle of Blackwater. Atop the ship flew the divided arms of the Crowned Stag and Golden Lion, while lower flags displayed the Roaring Lion, Golden Rose, Red Flayed Man, and Blue Twin Towers, representing the principal houses involved in this expedition. As the Duke bid farewell to the officer from the Western Realm and made his way back to the cabin, he noticed Acero gazing at the colorful banners fluttering at the bow of the ship, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The divided flags of the Stag and the Lion belonged to the royal banner, thus they were to be hoisted at the highest point. Just as you had witnessed in Herrenberg, the banner of the Icefang Wolf was always to be displayed above that of the Skinner. The Duke approached Acero, maintaining a respectful distance. The red-robed monk withdrew his gaze and flashed a grin at the Duke. The once proudly hoisted flags had been lowered, leaving only the Skinner's banner to flutter. The Icefang Wolf was absent, yet the Stag and the Lion remained. They too were fierce beasts, or perhaps in your homeland. They are merely domesticated creatures? My lord, in my homeland, the lion is indeed a beast of ferocity, though I am uncertain about the Stag. However, no matter how savage a beast may be, none surpasses the prowess of man. From a young age, I have learned that it is humanity that can evoke sheer terror, a sentiment that no beast can instill. He smiled knowingly. My lord, if a man can skin another, he can certainly strip the hide from a wolf, a stag, or a lion. Such is the truth. Have you ever witnessed a lion's pelt being stripped? The Duke inquired. No, my lord, I have not. Yet I did dream of a lion, Acero replied, his demeanor respectful. In my dream, the lion was besieged by a pack of wolves, fleeing in panic, nearly having its throat torn out by them. I am uncertain as to what this symbolizes. The Duke was not pleased in the slightest. Murmurs of dreams. You are a red-robed monk. Are you not meant to observe the flames? When did you take to dreaming? Furthermore, my men report that you seldom sleep. My lord, I do occasionally succumb to slumber, albeit lightly. The visions in dreams are often inconsequential, and more often than not, devoid of meaning. However, my lord has forbidden me from making prophecies concerning matters related to you. Thus I have not sought omens from the flames for quite some time. Omen? What distinguishes an omen from a prophecy? The Duke questioned. Laro likes to employ metaphors. I consider that as an omen. Omens can be interpreted in myriad ways, with different individuals deriving distinct meanings, much like the red comet in the sky. Prophecy, on the other hand, reveals future events before one's eyes, often visible through the flames, though not necessarily significant, and seldom targeting those nearby. Some more adept priests do not require observation, as they can glean knowledge through blood or other mediums. Laro's gifts are never stingy, yet prophecies devoid of offerings cannot be generous, my lord. The old gods record the past, while Laro's prophecies transform the future into the past, returning once more to the old gods, the Duke remarked, a slight smirk curling his lips, tinged with cold derision. I permit you to observe by the fire, be it a bonfire, a candle, or any other flame, as you wish, but should you desire me to provide offerings, you must first reveal the returns. Only then shall you present your price. Upon returning to the cabin, the Duke found himself unable to settle his thoughts, turning instead to regard the flickering candlelight. Yet, there was nothing within the flames. Only a thin veil of black smoke encircled the orange-red flicker, the yellow outer flames, the pale inner flames, and the black wick. Just as he contemplated drawing nearer, the voice of a guard interrupted him. My lord, Sir Garrett Tyler requests an audience. Let him enter. The Duke rose, extinguished the candle, and opened the cabin window, allowing sunlight and the sea breeze to pour in. Sir Garrett, removing his exquisite helmet and cradling it against his chest, bowed respectfully to the Duke. expressing his regret for the interruption. The Duke regarded him quietly, gesturing with a smile for him to take a seat. At that moment, a servant brought forth goblets and a decanter, and the Duke silently filled 2 cups, awaiting his response. To be honest, I have no desire to lead our southern soldiers into the icy north. You see, the farthest I have ventured north in my life was to Eagle's Nest, where I sought a lady for my cousin. Our soldiers were ambushed by those wretched mountaineers along the way, and most of them had likely never left their small towns, spending their lives tilling fields, hunting hares in the woods, and undergoing rudimentary training on their lord's lands. We never promised them a journey to the north. Lord Tyrell offered them additional pay and provided thick woolen garments, sheepskin trousers, and coarse leather armor, yet they remained anxious. My lord, I do not wish to complain. I know they are men of honor, and when given orders, they would not flinch even in the face of peril. The knight laboriously lifted his goblet. Taking a slight sip, the red wine resembled aged blood. The Duke understood he would continue until the true purpose was revealed. We come on the orders of the Iron Throne. But to speak candidly, what do the commands of that cursed Iron Throne have to do with southern soldiers? What relevance does the tranquility of the north hold for them? The Duke also raised his goblet and took a sip, comprehending the underlying meaning. My lord, the shipwreck at the port has dealt a heavy blow. We have scarcely set foot on the continent, and if further setbacks await us, I shudder to think what madness these soldiers might resort to. Garrett's expression mirrored that of other captains the Duke had encountered. He appeared more composed than he anticipated, listening more than he spoke. After several glasses of wine, the knight could no longer contain himself and divulged the crux of the matter. For this expedition, it seems we must continue to provide our soldiers with additional compensation. What people desire is but honor, gold, land, and women. Honor belongs to the king. However, the north is frigid, gold is scarce, women are rough, yet there is always ample land. I shall allocate sufficient fiefs for your soldiers. To hell with the land, Garrett exclaimed. They are southerners. Southerners. Why would they desire northern lands, especially now as winter approaches? My lord, it must be snowing in the north already. What use is land that cannot be cultivated? As a graveyard, perhaps? Let it be a graveyard, then. The Duke continued to listen calmly to his complaints. It snows in the north even in summer. What can we expect now that winter is nearly upon us? I have understood your point, knight. I have heard that the offspring of Eddard has brought back a great fortune in gold from overseas, enough to fill hundreds of carts. Perhaps she is the wealthiest in the kingdom. If we can capture Winterfell, I assure you, all soldiers will share in that gold. My Lord Bolton, it is of utmost importance to soothe the spirits of our troops. We would rather expend more funds than allow them to languish in despair. In my estimation, the reward for each ordinary soldier should be set at 20 golden dragons, for each knight at 200 golden dragons, and for each lord at 10,000 golden dragons. And what of the commander? Inquired the Duke. The commander? I require no reward beyond that of a lord. However, should we breach Winterfell, I shall claim a tenth of the wealth within the castle. Gaet's eyes sparkled with excitement. My lord, why not? We shall depend on the valor of your army in the siege. The Duke remained unfazed. Upon achieving one objective, he commenced with another. My Lord Bolton, I have come bearing an additional task. He adopted a mysterious demeanor, increasingly reminiscent of those captains. My lord, do enlighten me. Duke Tywin has seized the bride intended for the heir of Highgarden, Valerion Tyrell, and wed her to his son, the imp. This has left Valerion without a suitable match for his station. I have heard that the girl is both exquisite and youthful. Thus, we demand that if we conquer Winterfell and capture Lord Eddard's youngest daughter, she shall be taken with us. I am astonished to learn that the esteemed heir of Highgarden would marry a bastard. Moreover, we have not received news of Eddard's daughter in ages. She may have perished in some gutter. I have heard she is quite mad. Regardless of her sanity or folly, we shall bring her back to Highgarden. He declared with an air of finality, as if issuing a command. You may only speculate. My lord, allow me to be candid. Valerion is the heir of Highgarden, and he shall have better suitors. If Eddard's daughter truly resides in Winterfell, for the stability of the Iron Throne and the peace of the North, she must be married into House Bolton. I believe any ruler seeking to stabilize the North would arrange it thus. The knight swirled his goblet of red wine, pondering deeply. Indeed, indeed. After finishing his drink, as if a new solution had dawned upon him, he exclaimed, Then we shall take Eddard's bastard. Has she not been legitimized by King Robert? She is a makeshift match. As for her suitability, let our Duke of Tyrell decide, but I cannot return empty-handed. I shall not. The Duke fell silent, refilling the knight's glass with red wine. You shall return bearing your own corpse. She is the queen of love and beauty. The Duke remarked with a faint smile, yet she is still a bastard. If you manage to capture her, You may deal with her as you wish. Her claim to Winterfell is superior to that of Sansa Stark, and the Duke would not forget. As the saying goes, the dagger reveals itself when the map is exhausted. Winter is coming, my Lord Bolton. Please remember, House Tyrell shall always be House Bolton's ally in the south. He drained his cup and took his leave. The storms of late autumn in the narrow sea are unpredictable, yet at this moment, the clear skies are a rare blessing. Farewell, Sir Gallant. The Duke stepped out of the cabin, gazing at the myriad vessels scattered across Crab Bay. A formidable army of 10,000, accompanied by 400 to 500 vessels, is poised to land along the banks of the Weeping River. How many years has it been since such a sight graced the port of Bolton? My lord, the Lannisters have reported that the Courageous has navigated its journey with great success and has reached Seagull Town, along with more than 10 other ships currently resupplying there. Seagull Town. Robb once beseeched Lysa Tully for passage through the Bloodgate, only to be rebuffed by his aunt upon his return from Seagull Town to White Harbor. Such relatives can indeed be disheartening. The Duke seemed to be musing aloud, perhaps explaining to his guard. I had presumed her loyalty to the Iron Throne would supersede familial ties. Not long ago, I too had made a request, for which I received a response from the Duke of Harrenhal. He stated that Lysa Tully forbade any soldier from traversing the Vale, and he was unable to persuade her. Thus, he suggested we embark from Salt Pans, with a stop at Seagull Town. Cello listened in silence, offering no reply. How could the Duke of Harrenhal have arrived at the Eyrie so swiftly after departing King's Landing? Thus, it appears that Lysa Tully is responding under the auspices of her new husband. Cello remained resolute, fixating on the personnel moving about in the ship's hold, wary of the unfamiliar faces surrounding him. Should we prevail against the Starks on this return to the north, we would have a substantial number of castles in need of loyal retainers to fill them. Would you care to take charge of one? Cello faltered, unable to speak. I shall make the arrangements for you. A simple expression of gratitude to my lord will suffice. Thank you, my lord, he replied, lowering his voice. Did you know that when the master of the Dread Fort was still the Red King, their dominions spanned the entirety of the north, claiming every section of the eastern coast, from Skagos Island to the hearth of Winterfell, encompassing the shores of White Harbor and extending southward to Old Town, with the White Knife and Long Lake serving as boundaries? Today's Castle Caho is built upon the ancestral lands of House Bolton. The Duke gazed out to sea. In those days, the Dread Fort controlled all eastern trade in the north. Shipwright Brandon was compelled to explore routes across the Sunset Sea. His son, young Brandon, witnessing his father's failures, deemed it an impossible venture and consequently set fire to his father's fleet, earning the moniker burner of ships. It was then that House Stark of Winterfell turned its ambitions eastward, igniting a bloody conflict between the king in the north and the Red King. Cello remained silent, absorbing this history unknown to him. In the aftermath of the war, the Bolton family retained the port at the mouth of the Weeping River, Bolton Port. The troublesome trio of the sister islands has not caused any disturbances. Instead, Port Bolton continues to dominate the maritime trade of the north. The Stark stronghold of Winterfell, along with White Harbor and Old Town, cannot compete with Port Bolton. The wealth generated by maritime trade has enabled Bolton to recover swiftly. During the Second Betrayal, the Red King allied with Grey Stark, Shrak, and others to assault Winterfell. All of them were kin of the Starks, much like House Karstark, who, despite their ulterior motives, united in their attack against the Starks. Regrettably, the rebellion was quelled. Grey Stark was vanquished, and Shrak fell into decline, ultimately vanishing completely. As for Bolton, its lands were once again diminished, and Port Bolton was razed to the ground, though remnants of its ancient port can still be seen today. The true protagonist of this tale is none other than Roga Bolton, previously mentioned. The Duke pursed his lips and turned to Cello. You have never heard of this, have you? My lord, I have not, Cello replied. Some records are preserved solely in the Dread Fort. Of course, the Heart Tree remembers everything. Cello remained silent. Every time I traverse eastward along the coast, I envision the flourishing state of the riverbanks back then, the Duke mused, surely smiling to himself. I once inquired of my father why the port could not be reopened, and he told me it had been utterly destroyed. The riverbed was filled with the massive stones dismantled from the watchtowers and those transported from the Iron Hills. Even if we were to rebuild, we could never restore the waterways, and without navigable channels, no ships could pass. Indeed, that is why I instructed you to clear the riverbed. The blockage has accumulated far too much silt, the Duke observed, gazing at Cello. Do you think Winterfell would guess where we would land? I do not know. Ah, splendid. I hope Winterfell remains in the dark as well. My lord, our forces are formidable. The Starks will not be a match. Cello could no longer restrain himself. The Duke glanced at him. Formidable? I fear you are mistaken in your interpretation of strength. We have the support of the Freys, Lannisters, and Tyrells, but they are soldiers of the South. How can they adapt to northern warfare? They appear merely as targets. Most will perish this winter. Furthermore, against a fortified castle, what does sheer numbers matter? Cello appeared anxious. Our northern allies. In my estimation, none are truly reliable. The Dustin family of Barrowton is controlled by Lady Dustin, my late wife's sister. While she may not be as ruthless as Lisa Tully towards her kin, our meager ties have withered away with the passing of my late wife and her child, Dominic. The only thing sustaining this relationship is her lingering resentment towards the Starks. The source of that animosity is not for me to divulge. As long as the Stark male line endures, no noble of the North will genuinely stand with Bolton. Similarly, it is only the hatred towards the Starks that keeps House Karstark aligned with us. As for the others, well, Lord Jon would rather remain in the dungeons of Riverrun than bend the knee to me. The nobles who superficially support me, such as Widow Flint, Locke, and Lestwater, are merely half-hearted. They may be of some use, but should never be relied upon. Thus, all the joints converge in Winterfell. Yet mere military strength is insufficient to secure a decisive victory. The Duke paces the corridor outside the cabin. The ancient forests and dilapidated castles flanking Crab Bay fail to capture his attention. Rick Bolton has reported to me that the half-breeds of Winterfell are erecting a kiln outside the city, employing countless commoners as laborers. Therefore, those mingled among the populace from the Terror Fortress, once the enemy approaches, will surely be relocated within the city in true Stark fashion, creating an opportunity for them to open the gates. My current heir far surpasses that wretched half-breed. Cielo remains silent. Winter has arrived, yet she insists on firing the kiln. Let her be. The Duke chuckles softly, pondering that if the last two sons of Stark were to perish, matters would become vastly simpler. That half-breed could directly wed Rick, thus sparing us the need for bloodshed, and the North would remain unscathed. How splendid that would be. Have you heard of the faceless men across the narrow sea? No, my lord. I have sent Iron Leg to Bravos. The lives of those two children are worth an exorbitant price. My lord, a voice interjects. Cielo immediately draws her sword, poised to cleave the intruder in two upon the Duke's command. Yet the Red Priest appears oblivious. You need only offer a trifling tribute. R'hllor will accomplish what the faceless men cannot. Asaro has unexpectedly emerged from behind the Duke. Asaro, there are matters you ought not to overhear, nor should you be privy to them. My lord requested that I contemplate my recompense before making an offer, hence my presence. It is merely that my ears are rather keen. My lord may wish to speak more softly in the future. The Duke casts a calm glance at the Red Priest and gestures, prompting Cielo to sheath her sword once more. What does your god demand in return? And what is your request? The lives of those two children. I take this as your recompense, and your demand? I shall not propose that you incinerate the heart tree of the North, although R'hllor would be most pleased by such a sacrifice. You would do well to remember this. You ought to recall my earlier words. My lord, I remember well. Should I suggest the burning of the heart tree, you would see to my demise. Then allow me to impart another warning. Should you again refer to the belief of the Northmen as a false god, I shall likewise see you dead. Yes, my lord, I shall remember. He offers a smile. Excellent. Now you may disclose your god's demands. Those two children are, after all, a king and a prince. The price must be royal blood. Royal blood? I could capture a monkey and fashion a crown for it. Any crown will suffice. And you may name it as you wish. Let me be frank. Aboard this ship, throughout all the lands north of Neck, I possess no royal blood to offer you. My lord, there is some. Where? Further north, the king beyond the wall. I will not march against the lands beyond the wall. Nor am I interested in the king beyond the wall. If they were to breach the wall, that would be for the best. At least Stark would lose an ally known as Amber. I understand. However, Rollo harbored no affection for deceit. The monkeys were certainly out of the question. He laughed heartily, remarking that I had already mentioned those two children were once a king and a prince, yet they no longer held such titles. They had not claimed their brother's titles, and were now merely dukes. The Duke sensed a chill in his gaze. My lord, the cost is minimal. A mere drop of your blood will suffice. Perhaps I could seize Winterfell by my own strength. The Duke calmly addressed the red-robed monk. If it becomes evident that you prove ineffectual by that time, I shall have you burned before the heart tree. It is through me that you have boarded this ship and secured clothing, sustenance, and even life itself. Monk, none of this comes without a price. My lord, I shall repay you to the best of my abilities. I have declared my purposes for you, Asaro replied respectfully, continuing, difficulties await you ahead, and I am confident that I will be of assistance when the time comes. Chapter 20. Rikapool after resting a night in Twin River City. They left behind 250 soldiers and nearly an equal number of the bodies of House Fry. The corpses hung in orderly rows beneath the bridges of Twin River City, swaying gently in the cold wind, paying tribute to every passerby along the Green Fork River. They traversed Twin River City with a sense of victorious joy and pride, their cavalry flowing towards the next battlefield. Rico experienced the most fulfilling sleep of his life after a day of tension. With his eyes closed, the gruesome reality of blood and flesh, the stench of death, anxiety, fatigue, and exhaustion all vanished in the embrace of a beautiful slumber. In that moment, he found himself reminiscing about the warm soup and freshly baked lamb bread of Twin River City. He could still feel the aches throughout his body. Yet these pains were the rewards of his fierce battles, the testament of his bravery, and a mark of his fortune. Although his armor had been pierced, the arrows were thwarted by his leather padding. His body bore bruises, but they did not impede his subsequent combat. He had grown fond of the sensation of donning armor. The cavalry was nearly as exuberant and spirited as he was, a sentiment he could perceive in the whinnies of the steeds and the exhilaration of their galloping. They crossed Twin River City, traveling south along the coastal road, while the local lords remained indoors, fortifying their keeps, watching them pass by like startled ducks. He realized that enemies outnumbered allies in this region. They should recognize the banners held aloft within their ranks. The gray shield adorned with a blue disc might elude their understanding. It belonged to his modest family, but they would certainly recognize the soaring banner of the Ice Wolf. How could they not? They had previously fought under its standard for the young wolf. As they passed by such estates, the cavalry whistled, mocking the cowards hidden behind stone walls. Those behind the walls had ample reason to fear. Along the route, Rico witnessed numerous farms reduced to ashes, leaving only wet remnants of charred debris and crumbling walls. Many keeps suffered similarly. Behind their corners, makeshift shelters concealed the impoverished or robbers, and he even spotted several gray-haired, emaciated old women. Their response to the great cavalcade passing was one of numbness. This left Reka feeling disheartened. He would have preferred to witness faces twisted in anger and hatred. Hey, I am conquering your territory. They might be farmers from the vicinity, perhaps laborers from a fortress, or seamstresses engaged in embroidery, yet at this moment, they were nothing more than pitiable homeless souls. Reka felt certain that they would not survive the winter. As the march continued, the cold seemed to intensify. Clearly, they were heading south. Throughout the journey, he patiently listened to Lawrence impart various knowledge. Overall, he appeared to be an exuberant young man eager to mingle with those around him, perhaps due to a buoyant mood. In the afternoon, they arrived at the gates of Seaside City. The twin tower flag, emblazoned with a gray background, fluttered high above. This was the banner of House Fry. Did they remain unaware that the Fry stronghold had already been seized? The soldiers defending the castle, upon seeing the approaching cavalry, were thrown into a state of panic and confusion. From his mount, Reka observed from a distance. They were either too old or too young. He believed that crossing the moat and deploying a couple of siege ladders would guarantee an easy victory. However, the Wolf Lady did not rush into the attack. She sent a mercenary knight bearing a peace banner to approach slowly. The knight discarded his sword and dagger by the city walls before entering the castle. The cavalry waited restlessly at the foot of the city for 2 hours. Eventually, several soldiers lowered the twin tower flag. The drawbridge descended slowly, and the city gates creaked open, revealing a contingent of cavalry bearing a blue banner with a soaring silver eagle. Leading them was a robust man adorned with an elegant white beard, his white hair concealed beneath an eagle-shaped helmet. He exuded an air of authority that Reka had never encountered before. Tall and resolute, he appeared untouched by the ravages of time. He could only be the Count of Seaside City, Jason Melisandre. Reka had expected him to dismount in submission upon approaching, but he did not. My Lady Stark. He appraised the Wolf Lady. Just 2 hours ago, I was a prisoner in my own castle. Had you not come, I might have perished in my cell. Thanks to you, I can reclaim my stronghold. His tone was tinged with nostalgia. After the death of the young wolf, Fry had shamefully exchanged the captive children from the Red Wedding to open the gates. I thought I was strong enough, he lamented. You must understand. I once pledged my loyalty to the young wolf, allowing the Grey Wind banner to fly atop the castle for the first time in hundreds, perhaps thousands, of years. I have grown old, and as I approach the end of my days, my bones decay, yet I find myself in such a lamentable state. Do you require me to kneel? Leave that for your liege lord, the Wolf Lady replied softly, glancing back at Seaside City, which brought a measure of comfort to the elderly man. Regardless, he resolved to continue southward, to rescue either him or his stronghold. The numerous wars had spilled too much blood in Seaside City, and the supplies within had been completely ravaged by Fry. He sighed deeply. Now that winter has arrived, I believe I can offer you 50 mounted soldiers as a modest contribution towards rescuing your lord." He added, "I have heard that Derry City has been looted twice and burned once, its male lineage extinguished. My lord Count, if I may say, you have committed no wrongdoing. And indeed, you are quite fortunate. I have no need for your soldiers. I require only a few guides familiar with the terrain of the Riverlands. That would be most desirable." The Count of Seaguard prepared to return, for it is known that the pardon from King's Landing shall soon arrive, provided that Lord Frye's assurances are to be trusted. Yet, you would do well not to place your faith in such promises, Rhaeka thought. After all, there will be no pardon forthcoming from the Iron Throne after this debacle. You must not falter. He turned his horse around and headed back. They swiftly departed Seaguard, marching forth and setting up camp in Stonehill by evening. Rhaeka heard from Lawrence that this land had once been the abode of a king from ancient times. But what lay before him were merely bizarre stones, solid foundations, undulating hills, and an endless expanse of damp and desolate wilderness. Perhaps this place had once flourished in prosperity, but now it stood as mere ruins. Lawrence pointed to a few unmarked stone tablets, claiming they were the tombs of kings. Rhaeka cared little for such sepulchres. If one sought to behold such sights, the entirety of the desolate moor was riddled with the graves of ancient kings, nobles, and warriors of a bygone realm. Lawrence's other anecdotes were intriguing, yet he had his own duties to attend to. The vanguard knights had already erected makeshift stables for the horses, providing a place for the steeds to rest. Some warriors had also gathered ample fodder from the fields. Rhaeka intended to feed the hay collected by the soldiers to the few warhorses under his care. In addition, he needed to prepare marching supplies for the wolf girl. Check the tools, stack the tomes, and ideally, he would also arm her with swords, though the wolf girl had no need for his assistance in that regard. Serving as a squire was no easy task. He always had to rise earlier than the wolf girl and retire later. Tragically, the wolf girl consistently awoke early and slept late. The sole consolation was that he was not her only squire. He and George Kiso, a distant nephew of the former commander from Winterfell, had both been accepted as squires. However, George was younger and had been placed in the rear, avoiding the battles within River Ron, which left him rather disgruntled. After settling the horses, he spotted George laboriously hammering wooden posts. He laughed heartily at this, finding extra joy in the sight. Once all the posts were secured, Rhaeka collaborated with the other soldiers to raise the tent. This was the commander's simple campaign tent. For the sake of mobility, they had foregone a fully equipped table, instead laying animal hides upon a rudimentary framework of sturdy branches, creating a makeshift surface for strategizing. The commanding officers best remember not to rest their arms on this table, nor to sip wine while discussing matters. Besides that, they must remain standing. It is said that discussions conducted while standing are prone to disputes, yet they never seem to quarrel. The wolf girl convened an officer meeting here. Attendees included the young Count Selwyn, Count Robert of Deepwood, Count Tohar, and other noble commanders alongside the wolf girl's officers. Rhaeka, George Kiso, Lawrence Snow, and a guide from Seaguard attended as squires, listening attentively. The attendees could have been more numerous, Rhaeka pondered, for they had rescued a considerable number of northern nobles and officers in the city of Twin Rivers, including Lord John Amber of Hearthstone, Sir Keller Seven, Cragen Seven, Sir Rhea Kindaston, Jack Flint from Flint's Finger, Aidan Flint from Widow's Watch, Sir Marco Piper, Cole Riswell from Gold Mane, Ed Riswell from Black Mane, Sir Constant Strat, Sir Edric Tohar, Henry Nori, and others. Yet, they did not march south together. Notably, they chose not to pledge their allegiance to Lord Roose Bolton. Ladies and gentlemen, the city of Flowing River is currently besieged on 3 sides. The forces of House Fry are positioned west of the Tincture River. The allied troops of the Riverlands stand to the east of the Red Fork, and the Westerlands army is stationed in the region between the 2 rivers, effectively trapping the garrison of Flowing River within the castle. There are no bridges connecting the besieging forces, only a few rafts and small boats, making it impossible to support one another, rendering them 3 isolated units. Should our forces advance southward, the first opposition we will encounter will be the Fry troops stationed on the west bank of the Tincture River, numbering approximately 3,000, who are entrenched along the river. Rhaeka illustrated the general layout of the area while introducing the various factions and their positions. Given the isolation of these 3 forces, the Fry army must be taken into account. How many cavalry and infantry do they possess? Charles inquired. At most, 500 cavalry, the remainder being infantry. The wolf woman replied, without disclosing her source of information, yet everyone understood that her words were grounded in truth, as all battlefield occurrences fell under her watchful raven's gaze. These men can be charged at with cavalry. Will smiled, resembling a true nobleman. his scarred visage lending him an air of valor. They are deployed along the river for 10 miles. Thus, cavalry cannot charge over long distances. We can defeat and disperse them, but annihilating them would prove quite challenging. Even if it were achieved, it would consume considerable time. We must recognize that we do not possess the luxury of time nor the supplies to engage in a game of catch with pigs. Once we relieve the siege, we shall swiftly return to the north, where further battles await. Every northern officer nodded in agreement. Stationed along the river, are they fools or geniuses? Their deployment is intended to prevent the garrison of flowing river from swimming across to escape. The downside is that catching pigs takes time, and besides, we are not Freys. We do not partake in cannibalism. Is there a bridge to cross upstream on the Tingsure River? We should first engage the forces of the Westerlands. There is no bridge within 100 miles of the Tingsure River, the guide from Haijiang City remarked. The officers began to murmur amongst themselves, gradually losing focus. We can swiftly dismantle the Frey encampment, and then the cavalry can shift upstream to seek a crossing. Rapidly crossing the river to trap the Westerland soldiers between the Tingsure River and the Red Fork, at which point we can engage in a decisive battle. That is far too perilous. Regardless of whether it is 200 miles or 100, by the time we reach the crossing, it will surely be dark. And we cannot cross the bridge at night. Should our intentions be discovered, we would merely face a fierce beating from the Westerlands. Charles disagreed. Do you know who commands the Westerlands? The wolf woman asked the guide. It should be Tywin Lannister's son, whose father is Kevan Lannister, the brother of Lady Tane. He was appointed as the Warden of the West by Queen Cersei. This raises a curious question. Why isn't Kevan Lannister the Warden of the West? Will voiced his concern. From the perspective of the Lannisters, the position suited for Kevan would be that of Prime Minister, not Warden of the West. If you seek the answer, go and inquire of that conniving Cersei in King's Landing, remarked the Earl of Deepwood Mott. I have many questions for her. What do you all know about Devon? The commander spoke. His father perished in the Whispering Woods, after which he vowed not to shave until he avenged his father. It is said he has not yet trimmed his beard. It appears that his father's murderer still lives quite well, chuckled Gashar. His father's killer is Eddard Stark. Executed by the young wolf, the guide responded. Gashar's smile instantly vanished. Well, at least he is not a timid and cautious individual. Let us hope he does not flee in disgrace. When the she-wolf perceived that no new plans were forthcoming, she began issuing orders. On the morrow, Crito and Gashar shall lead the cavalry straight to the Frey stronghold, to seize the last of the Freys and rescue Duke Edmure Tully. If time permits, tell him that his lady waits for him in River Run. This incited a burst of laughter, what would ambush from downstream, while Gashar would maneuver around the battlefield and then return to strike from upstream. Lords of the earldoms, prepare your forces for an attack at any moment. Let us first defeat the foolish pigs. The group erupted in laughter. I believe we can devise a better strategy, Lawrence Snow interjected from the side of the tent. This displeased George Castle greatly. Ricard also deemed it rather reckless. He was not yet the Earl of Hornwood. What place do you, a bastard, have to speak here? Retreat at once, the Earl of Deepwood Mott chastised. Yet, silence reigned within the tent. Lawrence's face flushed crimson. Ricard observed some officers in silence, while others bore smiles, seemingly relishing this unique atmosphere. Perhaps the Earl of Deepwood Mott had yet to grasp the true issue, or perhaps he was deliberately oblivious. My lord, we still have time to hear his insights. Let him speak. The she-wolf broke the silence. I have studied the young wolf's raid on the camp. His voice trembled slightly. Yet he persevered, asserting that the key to victory in that battle lay in two aspects. Firstly, the capture of Jaime Lannister in the Whispering Woods led to a loss of command for the enemy forces. When the West troops on the northern bank of the Tumblestone were attacked, the southern bank's forces took a perilous risk to cross the river in a bid to rescue them, only to suffer a crushing defeat and throw their own defenses into disarray. As he spoke, he gestured to the map. But why did they take the risk to rescue? Because both banks were West forces, and at that time Jaime Lannister was captured, leading to successive defeats that compelled the southern officers to act. Secondly, the southern enemy forces, having lost their leader, were caught between the defenders of Riverrun and the young wolf's assault. Indeed, we have finally discerned how the young wolf emerged victorious. The Earl of Deepwood Mott remarked with a hint of derision. The people of the West also know how they met their downfall. Thus, when we shatter the forces of Frey, the Western army shall not take the risk of crossing the river for rescue. Instead, they will merely bolster their defenses. The more decisive our victories, the stricter their vigilance will become, and their retreat will hasten. Along the banks of the Red Cross River, numerous vessels await, enabling them to retreat to the eastern shore at any moment. Lawrence maintained his tone firmly. Frey is neither one of their own nor under his command. While the loss of this ally is indeed vexing, It does not impose any penalties on Devon, nor does it burden him psychologically. In essence, he would not act impulsively to cross the river on a raft for rescue. However, witnessing the collapse of our allies, he would surely reinforce his defenses or, realizing the futility of the situation, seek to retreat and regroup for another engagement. Will seem to hold a certain admiration for Lawrence. We did not attempt a flanking maneuver behind them. In such circumstances, the gates of Flowing City cannot be opened for pursuit. If I were in his position, I would naturally wait to join forces with other troops before confronting us across the river, Charles added. In other words, they would calmly observe as we dismantle Fry's army, subsequently engaging us in a war of attrition. The Wolf Maiden pondered. They might even retreat east of the Red Cross River, ensuring we cannot cross, and considering the time factor, we would ultimately have to return to the Northern Territories. Lawrence interjected, emphasizing the crux of the matter. After our departure, they could continue to besiege the city. After all, our allies in the riverine area have lost their offensive capabilities. Will supplemented Lawrence's point. Allowing them to escape would indeed pose a dilemma. The Wolf Maiden remarked. You claim to have a better strategy. Now is the time to share it. Her words invigorated Lawrence, filling him with inspiration. Rhaeka felt a tinge of envy. Abandon the forces of Fry, cross the Tungsure River, and launch a full-scale attack on the main force of the Western Army. Lawrence clenched his fists. What of Duke Edmund Tully? The guide inquired. Let him meet his Fry bride later, Will responded nonchalantly. The large-scale mobilization of cavalry and river crossings are not easily concealed. If they manage to escape, it would be a loss. Hence, a strategy is necessary, the Wolf Maiden concluded. Why not divide our forces? One part attacks Fry, while the other takes a longer route to cross the Tungsure River and strike directly at the main western force, Charles proposed. Are you mad? We do not possess such manpower. Once Twin River City falls, the enemy will learn by tonight at the latest. At that point, Fry's army is more likely to withdraw and counterattack Twin River City rather than lay siege to Flowing City. Whether they head towards Twin River City or other locations is inconsequential. The key is to prevent the main western force from discovering our intentions. Within the tent, discussions flowed as everyone contributed, ultimately refining Lawrence's plan. To achieve victory, one must inevitably take risks. To decisively resolve the siege of Flowing City, we must confront the main force of the Western Army swiftly. Our chances of success lie in rapid maneuvering. Charles will. You two shall lead the cavalry camp a half-day's ride from Fry's forces, sweeping away their scouts. Once our army successfully crosses the river, you and I will alternate in raiding and harassing them. The outcome of these skirmishes is not paramount. Should Fry return, we will disrupt their path. And if circumstances prove dire, you shall retreat towards Seacoast City, delaying their return and awaiting our army's return for a pincer attack. The remaining individuals, alongside me, circumnavigated the forest and coastal mountains, crossing the Tungsure River within 2 days, preparing for a decisive confrontation against the main forces of the Western Territory between the two rivers beneath the tumultuous city of Benlu. After dividing our forces, a mere 1,200 cavalry remained to confront the Western Territory's main army. Rhaeka was at a loss as to how to breach the enemy's defenses and flank fillet across the river. He dared not voice his uncertainties during the military council. They set forth at dawn, departing from the desolate stone city, heading south along the coastline. Swiftly, they journeyed, concealing all identifying banners, traversing coastal fishing grounds, and veering eastward at the mountainous region by the sea, swiftly penetrating towards the Tungsure River. They followed the narrow paths of the stream valleys, traversing the forest, and reached the banks of the Tungsure River by the evening of the second day. Dispatching a small contingent to seize the beachhead across the bridge under the cover of night, eliminating the stationed soldiers of the Western Territory. According to the Wolf Maiden, none were spared. The following morning, they crossed the bridge, with all 1,200 cavalry taking 3 full hours to pass. Amidst chaos, several dozen fell into the water, and he witnessed a few soldiers sink directly, while others, fortunate enough, grasped onto horsetails to reach the shore. Rescue was impossible. After crossing the river, it was time for the tactics of the young Wolf Lord to unfold. Rhaeka, astride his yellow Oriole, followed closely behind the Wolf Maiden, catching a distant glimpse of the walls of Benlu City, where the banner of the Icefield Wolves still fluttered high, a sight that brought him solace. Perhaps after this battle, he would be bestowed the title of knight. The Western Army had not relinquished their guard over the Western Front. Barbed wire obstructed the entrance from the King's Road to the main encampment, and the entire besieging army around Benlu City was impeccably arrayed, yet not entirely foolproof against a large-scale cavalry assault. Rhaeka merely hoped their archers were unprepared for defense. There are many flaws. Credo, Redbeard, lead the charge with me. The wolf maiden shouted to the flanks, and over 1,000 cavalry surged like the wind, their iron hooves thundering, resembling a military drum, the resounding clamor invigorating the spirit. Perhaps the young wolf lord would similarly vanquish an enemy force of tens of thousands here. The cavalry maneuvered through the gaps at the riverbank. Some soldiers hastily dismounted to push aside the barbed wire, allowing the following cavalry to surge forward. Rhaeka, on his yellow Oriole, followed closely behind the wolf maiden, seamlessly transitioning into the main camp of the Western Territory. He need not choose a direction. He merely followed the wolf maiden ahead of him. They encountered only sporadic archery attacks. Excellent. This indicated a lack of organized defense towards the south. The cavalry struck like a dagger, cutting into the belly of their prey, swiftly rendering it incapable of further resistance. The first to crumble were the disordered infantry, who, upon the cavalry's incursion, scattered in panic, exposing their backs to the advancing horsemen. Too inexperienced, Rhaeka unleashed his blade repeatedly, slaying every enemy within reach and eliminating any chaos that could pose a threat to the wolf maiden. As they burst into the vast tent dominated by crimson hues, Rhaeka felt the battle had reached its conclusion. The main forces of the Western Territory thrown into disarray by the relentless incursions of the Northern cavalry. Following the wolf maiden, they traversed from the banks of the Tungsher River to the banks of the Hongcha River, then turned to cross once more, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. In the midst of the array, he faintly perceived the gates of Runflow City swinging open, the drawbridge descending. As soldiers brandished the trout flag and surged forth in an orderly fashion, the Blackfish, stationed high upon the city walls, surely had a panoramic view of the battlefield. His decision to enter the fray indicated that victory was all but secured. It was akin to a dream. Rhaeka understood that they had once again triumphed in a raid on the camp. They had repeatedly breached enemy lines, cutting down foes with relentless vigor, and after several skirmishes, only 5 or 6 cavalrymen remained beside the wolf girl, who continued to navigate the chaos of battle, directing the next wave of assault. Discarding tedious thoughts, he closely followed the wolf girl, persistently urging the scattered horsemen to rally, yet only a handful responded, while the majority remained oblivious to his fervent calls. The battlefield was engulfed in turmoil, with fleeing enemies scattering in every direction, some appearing as youthful as George Kaiser himself. If these individuals continued their flight, they would undoubtedly fall prey to the blades of riders eager for easy prey, Rhaeka mused. They galloped across the disordered battleground, relentlessly searching for the remaining Westland's forces still resisting. Vast numbers of Westland's soldiers abandoned their weapons, frantically seeking escape, akin to flies, rushing into the river to seize rafts and boats. But the disordered remnants of the defeated merely pulled more soldiers back into the depths. They struggled in the water, but within moments, vanished beneath the surface. The battle concluded with the surrender of Darvon Lannister. The sky was dim, shrouded in gray, and even the blood appeared ashen. From across the river, Rhaeka could not discern the situation of the Frey forces on the western bank. They might have already departed. In the aftermath, soldiers scoured the battlefield for injured or fallen comrades, directing personnel to assist or mark those in need of mercy. Eventually, they would pry open pieces of armor to collect the gold, silver, and copper hidden within. The wolf girl merely surveyed the scene and commanded 3 noble leaders to tally the spoils, identifying nobles, knights, and esteemed warriors to be sent to the dungeons of Runflow City, before leading her retinue toward the riverbank. There, they confirmed the capture of 13 small boats and 20 rafts. This was fortuitous. Once the prisoners were secured, they could swiftly embark on the vessels to pursue Frey across the river. However, the sheer number of captives made it impossible to organize a force to cross and chase Frey, deviating significantly from their initial plans. Yet, this was not a matter for Rhaeka to concern himself with. He felt it best to await orders. After surveying the battlefield, the wolf girl led her guard, along with the significant captives including Darvon Lannister, into the castle. Darvon Lannister endeavored to maintain his composure, but his tangled mane of yellow hair was quite disheveled. As for the other assorted captives, he naturally could not recognize them, and they had not announced their names. Moreover, Rhaeka's attention had long shifted away from them. In the hall of Runflow City, he beheld the legendary knight, renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms. I watched your battle from the ramparts. It was truly exhilarating. I yearned to descend and fight alongside you. Sir Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, exclaimed with hearty laughter, his smile stretching the wrinkles across his face. How remarkable it is that the children of Eddard Stark are so distinguished. The wolf maiden smiled politely at him. Sir Meryn, I express my gratitude for your assistance in liberating Riverrun and avenging the king, his mother, the nobility, and the soldiers who perished at the Red Wedding. He approached the wolf maiden and bowed solemnly. His thick brows and grizzled hair, combined with his deep, gravelly voice, exuded a formidable presence, making him appear trustworthy from any angle, as Rhaegar mused. The quest for vengeance still required several key figures, including Ser Blackfish. At the very least, Lyman and his son Edwin, along with that wretched Blackwood, must be accounted for. The scholars had indicated their involvement in the assassination. Blackwood was particularly loathsome. They would soon find their heads severed by his hired knights and return to Riverrun. Just wait and see. He concealed his amiable smile, revealing a countenance of disdain. After identifying the captives, I shall pursue them across the river. With Riverrun lost, they are hardly a threat. Were I in your position, I would cross the Red Fork, launch a surprise attack on Harrenhal, and defeat the usurper's reinforcements. Vanquishing him would effectively sever the Iron Throne's ambitions over the Riverlands before winter's end. Where is he now? The usurper's march was sluggish. Perhaps it was due to a missing hand, as they meandered along the way. He hesitated momentarily and added, "But he is not the main concern. I must inform you that a significant number of nobles and heirs who originally fought for the young wolf are imprisoned in Harrenhal, including Willis Manderly, the heir to White Harbor. In terms of the Stark family's safety, rescuing him bears far greater significance than defeating Tywin Lannister," Blackfish sighed, "even if you merely ascertain his fate. Indeed, it seems I must alter my plans once more," the wolf maiden remarked with a smile, "though if that is the case, Duke Edmure must remain among the Freys for a while longer. His foolishness is a disgrace to House Tully. Nevertheless, he will be fine. The Freys can certainly extract a good price for him now. In any case, his Lady Fry is still safely ensconced in Riverrun. You must send someone to retrieve her, for she carries a Tully heir who may inherit the cunning of the Freys." Speaking of the lady, Ser Blackfish's expression turned grave, and he sighed. "You must contemplate how to accommodate Robb's queen. I must tell you, her mother has been instilling her with notions of dark despair, yet she has resisted, at heart. She is a good girl, though she bears no wolf within her. You must consider whether to bring her back to Winterfell. I must meet her and seek her counsel." "In attire like that?" Blackfish chuckled. "The wolf maiden's garments, stained with mud and blood, would surely frighten the girl. The queen should know no fear." She replied with a smile. They encountered Robb's queen in the hall. She was of a graceful stature, her chestnut hair crowned with a small, sparkling diadem, her heart-shaped face etched with sorrow. Rhaegar flushed at the mere sight of her. What a beautiful woman! He discreetly tugged at his cloak to conceal the arrow holes in his armor, straightening his posture. "Your Grace." The wolf maiden knelt solemnly on one knee, prompting Rhaegar to follow suit. His left hand clenched to avoid revealing the damage to his armor. The sorrowful queen approached to gently support the wolf girl, who then rose alongside her. "It has been a long and arduous journey. I am immensely grateful that you could come to our rescue. I have also heard that you have captured the city of Riverrun, avenging the Red Wedding." The soldiers mocked the surviving Freys, branding them as kinslayers. Yet, the wolf girl refrains from uttering such words to this lovely and pure queen. The quest for vengeance is only half complete. A few Freys remain within the army, with the one who assassinated King Robb being Roose Bolton, who is marching northward, and the instigator of the regicide, Jaime Lannister, advancing toward Riverrun. Queen Jane fell into a brief silence, which did not linger long enough to seem peculiar, before resolutely stating, "We shall inevitably fulfill our desires." "Indeed, Your Grace, we shall," the wolf girl replied, shifting the conversation back to the matter at hand. "You are the Queen of the North. You ought to reside there. Though it is cold and desolate, you shall be treated with the utmost respect of the Northmen. In any case, you possess ample choices." "No, I wish to return to the West with you," poor Jane lamented, revealing that she had not conceived a wolf's offspring and was nearly still a maiden. A noblewoman harshly interjected, her words causing Queen Jane's complexion to flush with embarrassment and agitation. Reek found the remark jarring and deeply offensive, glaring fiercely at the woman. "No, I am not." Queen Jane nearly broke into tears. "You are the Countess of Castle Black, I believe? I regret to inform you that your son, Renard, also perished in the Red Wedding. I heard from a scholar of Fry that he died most valiantly." She wept, yet Reek found her tears insincere. "I have but these few children left. They should return with me to the West." "They are all of the West." Two small children followed closely behind her. Jane's younger siblings. "My lady, you and your children and brother may return to the West. We shall not tolerate any humiliation befalling Queen Jane in the West," the wolf girl asserted firmly. "If you wish to depart, you may do so at any time. We shall not impede your journey. I hope there will be no guards, for our numbers are few." "She is my daughter," the Countess began, but was interrupted by the wolf girl. "She is the Queen of the North. Trust me, she shall not endure any mistreatment in the North." Once the realm is restored to peace, we welcome you to visit her in the north at your convenience, or for her to return to the west to see you. The north is too distant. She has no kin there. Lady Hightower's voice softened considerably, realizing she could not persuade the people before her. My lady, her siblings can accompany her to Winterfell, and in the future, they may return with Queen Jane. Nevertheless, they would always adhere to the Queen's wishes. They gazed at Queen Jane. Robb left me at Riverrun. I shall wait for him here. I shall go nowhere, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Very well. After seeing the Queen off, Reek ascended the walls of Riverrun alongside the Wolf Girl. From the battlements, the vast expanse of the Riverlands was clearly visible, the waters reflecting a misty blue, starkly contrasting with the landscapes of the north. The cold wind howled from the riverbanks, and Reek felt an even sharper chill. Rhaeka had no choice but to tightly wrap her cloak around herself, as she never performed such an action in front of the Wolf Girl, striving to appear completely unfazed by the cold. I am a northerner. After resting for a day in Flowing City, they assembled their ranks to depart, with Sir Blackfish accompanying them on their journey. Sir Blackfish, do you know what our greatest prize is on this southern expedition? The Wolf Girl inquired, seated upon her horse, the cold wind brushing against her face, a strand of hair swaying before her eyes. Lady Meera, since you have asked, I would say it is the indomitable achievements of House Stark. Following the whispers of the young Wolf Lord, the battles in the Whispering Forest and the raid, as well as your lordship's victories at Riverrun and the siege. The world shall believe that as long as the Starks of Winterfell stand, the Iron Throne shall never be secure, and its allies will keenly observe its cracks. For House Stark, the path of vengeance and continuous victories necessitates that the indecisive lords of the North contemplate how best to present themselves. Sir Blackfish squinted, his face etched with the marks of weathering. The Wolf Girl chuckled, shaking her head. The greatest prize of this journey is indeed Riverrun. After this battle, I fear the Freys, both great and small, will assert their claims. I cannot slay them all, but I do not intend to grant the castle to any of them. You are the Grand Marshal of the South, appointed by Robb, and thus rightly deserving of a fief that befits your station. It is a fine place. Yet it is too late. I am 56 years old and cannot bear another heir. I have heard it said that the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. There are many Frey women in Riverrun. You may choose one at your leisure and plant your tree. The young lord would be a disaster. As you wish, my lord. You may leave Riverrun to Duke Edmure or Brandon Stark or Rickon Stark, provided the next time the dire wolves cross the river. They do not charge us or send women our way. The officers laughed heartily at this. Then, with more cavalry than when they had set out, they leaped over the Red Fork and galloped toward Harrenhal. Chapter 21. Jon Stark awaited him outside the hall, clad in full battle attire, accompanied by over 100 armed clan warriors, each donned in animal hides, equipped with mountain bows, throwing spears, and short curved blades. That should suffice, Jon mused, perhaps. These men should be enough to vanquish the wildlings that had ventured south of the wall, especially since they possessed horses, well suited for mountainous campaigns. Should they reach Black Castle first, victory against the southern wildlings would be almost certain, given the wooden fortifications. He was there to bid farewell to Hodder, their brief acquaintance evoking a deep sense of reflection within him. He slightly crouched to avoid his wounds and embraced Hodder, who had accompanied him all the way, the boy appearing quite bashful. After releasing him from the embrace, Jon removed a sword with both hands. This is a sword I borrowed from Lord Nori. I now gift it to you. Jon spoke gravely. Besides archery, you may find interest in practicing with a sword. But this is a real sword. So you must be cautious and not use it against your sisters. Hodder quickly shook his head to indicate he would not. His chubby face flushed with excitement. He anxiously glanced toward his grandfather. After receiving a nod from his grandfather, Hod extended his hands to catch the sword, biting his lip in anticipation. Jon understood the significance of the first true sword for a boy. Take this as well, he said, handing over a piece of parchment. If one day you aspire to be an exceptional swordsman, take this to Winterfell and seek out my sister, Arya Stark. She is one of the finest swordsmen in the realm, capable of guiding you to become the second best. At this, Jon smiled, and so did Hod, though the bittersweetness of the moment was understood only by Jon himself. A good warrior and an adept leader must not only master martial skills, but also learn to read and write. Feeling that he had spoken enough, he rose to his feet, gratified by the resolution of the matter. If you don't leave soon, the wildlings will start having children at the wall. Lila urged him to set off promptly. He nodded at the scruffy man, and everything transpired in silence. The heir of Lord Nori, with chestnut hair and a flushed complexion, sat atop her horse gazing down at him, an air of poise reminiscent of his sister. Yet, their facial structures differed. His sister bore the quintessential Stark visage, while she possessed a heart-shaped face akin to that of the wildling Val. This resemblance led him to momentarily ponder that perhaps wildlings and northerners were not so different after all. He mounted his shaggy steed, and despite his desire to gallop back to Castle Black, the mountainous path necessitated a slow and steady pace, allowing no room for impatience. Jon felt a lingering ache in his head, striving to remain silent upon the horse, occasionally closing his eyes, hoping the horse would tread steadily, as each jolt sent waves of pain through his skull. "What are you thinking about?" Lila inquired. "Nothing at all," he replied. "Mance Rayder's army," Jon heard himself say. "Are they formidable?" she asked, her tone as casual as if she were inquiring about the weather. "I'm not certain. I saw at least 100,000 wildlings there." He recalled the scattered camps sprawling endlessly. "So are they formidable?" she pressed. "Well, certainly 100 men wouldn't stand a chance." He felt a chuckle rising within him, questioning how to respond to such inquiries. "Then how many could defeat them?" she continued. He sensed a wave of embarrassment, akin to being urged by his sister to recite a lesson, as if this girl was unsatisfied with his answer, her demeanor laced with disdain. He endured the throbbing in his head, casting aside his emotions, and suddenly felt that this question warranted careful consideration. Though Mance Rayder had gathered many wildlings, how many of them could be considered combat-ready soldiers? 10,000? 20,000? Their women had taken up arms, but how many were truly fit for the battlefield? And among them, how many belonged to disciplined military ranks? He remembered telling Ygritte that the wildlings could not prevail. His confidence stemmed from the knowledge that they lacked battlefield discipline, resulting in utter chaos. Their numbers, though vast, did not necessarily equate to effective combat capability. How many could defeat them? He pondered deeply. He found it difficult to provide an answer. Perhaps 2,000 cavalry. No, 1,500, if they could incite chaos. If the wildlings camped on an open plain, it would facilitate a surprise attack, if reconnaissance failed to detect their movements. If the wildlings did not dig trenches, could it be 1,200 cavalry? 1,000? Or perhaps, he dared not continue his thoughts. Mance Rayder's forces were vast, and if they were to assault the Black Castle, there was ample open ground before it, but also forests. The woods would not hinder a cavalry charge. Rather, they might serve as excellent cover. Chaos. The wildling horde was inherently chaotic. A sudden strike would only exacerbate their disarray, with tribes entangling themselves in confusion. Trenches? He had never witnessed wildlings digging trenches in their camps, especially not in the bitter cold, with their rudimentary tools. It was inconceivable they could excavate even a patch of earth beyond the wall. He had not seen sturdy caltrops or properly placed wooden barriers. Reconnaissance? That indeed posed a question. Mance Rayder seemed to have deployed wildlings for scouting on the outskirts, and Orell had once controlled an eagle. So he would not assume that the wildling army lacked other shapeshifters capable of commanding reconnaissance birds. "What troubles you?" Layla asked, appearing somewhat perturbed. "There are shapeshifters among the wildlings who command an eagle," Jon replied. "What are you talking about?" He realized he had not comprehended her question and had been lost in thought. "How much do you know about that girl, Horman?" Jon felt as though the world described to him by Maester Luwin was gradually collapsing, while a new reality unfurled before him. "What is wrong with you?" Layla turned her face towards him, as if verifying whether he was jesting. Jon remained silent. The eagle had been taken over by Varamir after Orell's death. Since then, he had proclaimed himself a skin changer, commanding 3 wolves, a snow bear, a shadow cat, and that eagle. A shapeshifter, the most formidable of them all. If the bearded man spoke the truth, he too was a shapeshifter, and his granddaughter Horman possessed a certain uniqueness. Could she counter Orell's eagle and neutralize Mance Rayder's reconnaissance capabilities? If only his sister were here. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What is going on?" She prodded him with the hilt of her sword. A sharp pain shot through his wound, almost making him cry out. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "Just a bit of pain," he replied. "The wildlings shot me with 2 arrows." "You really are insufferable, Jon Snow." She turned away, ignoring him. He was taken aback. When had he offended this girl? By noon, they had circumvented the Weeping Mountain and entered the mountain paths, during which Layla had not spoken a word to him. They paused by a small river, filling their water bags and feeding the horses. Jon knew that after leaving this place, they would have entered the new gift, swiftly advancing toward the Black Castle, where they would constantly encounter wildlings and face peril. Jon gazed at the mountains, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Would this be an opportunity? Would Winterfell muster the strength to assist the Wall in defeating Mance Rayder? Would they march north after receiving word? How long would it take? He recalled his departure from Winterfell, taking over 10 days to reach the Wall. Even if the cavalry had ridden tirelessly, how many horsemen could be summoned from Winterfell? Even if they were to rally from the surrounding areas, how long would that take? A sense of anxiety gnawed at him, evidently manifesting on his countenance. Jon Snow, I must caution you, though my father has consented to lend troops, it does not imply that I can readily sacrifice our warriors for your wall in exchange for gold dragons. Such treasures hold little significance for us. Our willingness to assist stems from a sense of duty and honor. Of course, there is also the trust we place in Winterfell, if you still represent it. Layla turned her horse's head, blocking his path. Jon observed that all the warriors of House Norrie had fallen silent, gazing at him like a pack of fur-clad mongooses. What is the meaning of this, milady? He inquired, perplexed. There were numerous other clans between the Black Castle and the lands of Norton. Why had she come here? Though he had never encountered the Night's Watch, he was aware they donned black attire. Her gaze was icy, sharp as an arrow. Jon believed this was no longer an issue. How do you know there are 100,000 wildlings? She pressed on. I will tell you, but you must trust me. It is a long story. What do you think we are doing now? If we did not trust you, would we be gathering warriors? She appeared enraged. I know you are Eddard Stark's bastard, were once, are now, and will always be. You seem just as peculiar and awkward as you did in childhood. What? He doubted his ears, but quickly grasped her meaning. I am not troubled by my illegitimacy. He halted. Did we meet in our youth? Yes. I will tell you when the opportunity arises. She turned her horse and continued on. He found himself momentarily frozen in place. Mance Rayder had seen him as a child. And so had she. What a small world of acquaintances. He urged his horse to catch up. Tell me what you were thinking earlier, Layla called over her shoulder. Though Jon knew she was speaking to him. Then I shall reveal how I recognized you, if you wish to know. Jon chuckled. Your father mentioned we are of similar age. Do not pretend to be the elder. At least, when someone weeps in the shadows. I have grown to understand the importance of not disturbing them. She faced away from Jon, concealing her expression from him. He shook his head in resignation. Had it been in the past, he might have blushed, but now he could only manage a wry smile. I was contemplating your question, Jon replied earnestly, ensuring she would not dismiss him as insincere. What question? How many men would it take to defeat Mance Rayder's army? Jon stated. After a brief silence, he continued. If we could eliminate the shapeshifter controlling the eagles among the wildlings, I believe 800 elite cavalry would suffice. He paused. I do not possess 800 elite cavalry. The 100 elite horsemen of Norrie have perished in the south, and as you can see, only 100 mounted warriors remain. Over 100 Norrie soldiers sat astride their horses, and he observed them intently. Some had hair as white as snow, bearing the marks of age like a scruffy beard, while others were youthful, perhaps only a few years prior having been mere boys like Hod. They were indeed cavalry, but one could hardly call them elite. A profound sense of guilt enveloped him. Am I leading them towards their doom? No, he thought, as a throbbing pain began to assail his head. He paid it no heed, enduring the discomfort which surely twisted his features into a grimace. Yet there was no alternative. He endeavored to lower his voice and patiently elucidate. Since Count Norrie had heeded my call, I am convinced that if I attempt to persuade the leaders of the other mountain clans, although I do not possess a plethora of Valyrian steel swords, as long as I am the son of Eddard Stark, I know they will rally to my side against the wildlings. What are you waiting for? Lyra's impatience was palpable, her tone almost mocking, leading Jon to feel that she secretly deemed him a coward. What if I am wrong? Jon felt a surge of anger rising within him. What if 800 cavalry, 1,000, even 1,500 or 2,000 could not prevail against the wildlings? They would all perish beyond the wall, every last one. Their heads would be severed and fashioned into drinking vessels. Surely, someone must confront them, mustn't they? Lyra's voice was cold, as if kissed by frost. Furthermore, you promised that Winterfell would dispatch troops to combat the wildlings. I made no such promise. He retorted. If they do not come, the Valyrian steel sword in my possession belongs to Count Norrie. What does that signify? Who in the realms wishes for your worthless sword? Lyra's face flushed crimson. Jon had never witnessed a woman so enraged. The pain in his head intensified, the veins within throbbing as if someone were hammering at his skull. Winterfell will not send an army. You have seen the Raven's reply. Meera has already journeyed south. Winterfell lacks the strength to rescue the wall. Only Norrie can. Only you. Only I. Only they. He gestured towards the Norrie youth and elders who looked upon him. Jon lamented in his heart. What am I doing? If they choose to turn back, who will rescue the Night's Watch? Jon Snow, you are truly cursed, she declared vehemently. You have already stated that. Jon felt only a chill in response. A silence enveloped them once more. You say you can sway the other mountain clansmen. How confident are you? She inquired with urgency. None. I can attempt it. But I have already expressed my fears. What if I am wrong? Jon shouted. What do you believe we are doing? We are defending the north, safeguarding our realm. According to you, with sufficient soldiers, we could decisively vanquish the wildling horde and eliminate the threat to the north's safety. She appeared even more incensed, nearly roaring, and then she continued fiercely, "If you are mistaken, I shall slay you before Mance Rayder can twist your head off." With that, she turned her warhorse and called, "Hodrin." A man on horseback pushed forward. His hair was streaked with gray, his face etched with wrinkles, and his complexion was ruddy, weathered by the elements, with a few stray locks falling across his forehead, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. This was the true essence of a northerner. "You shall lead this cavalry. Should the Black Castle fall before my return, do not dare come back," she commanded. The old man said nothing, forging ahead, leaving the others behind. The clan knights quietly rode past the two, soon vanishing around the bend of the narrow path, leaving only the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoing in the valley. A silence enveloped the pair once more. "Now it is your turn," Layla said. "To the east lies Flint, to the west, Wool, and to the south, slightly, are Harclay and Burelli. Further south are Riddle and Knot. I am unsure of their exact locations, but they are all hidden among the hills. Which one are you most familiar with?" "The first is crucial. Of course. It's Nori, you fool." Jon sensed a hint of amusement in her voice. After a moment's silence, she added, "The second most familiar is Flint. My mother hails from the Flint family." "Ah, the original Flint. Splendid. Let us head there." They then reversed direction, veering onto another path. Once they crossed the narrow trail and thickets, Layla inquired, "Is that eagle significant? If we can eliminate that eagle, your chances of killing me will diminish considerably." Jon chuckled, though it brought him a headache. He understood that maintaining composure was imperative. Victory relied on the cavalry's surprise attack, which would be severely hampered if they were discovered prematurely. "Do you have a solution?" "None. I am not a skin changer," Layla replied, turning to him. "The wildlings can devise their strategies. We must certainly counter them. There must be a way. Valamir is the most powerful skin changer among the wildlings. No one could take his eagle from him, except for his sister. And so what? Will he don the eagle's skin to enhance its talons?" Layla queried. "Of course not. It will make the eagle smarter and more resilient," he speculated. "Then, since it remains an eagle, we shall employ methods suited for dealing with eagles. Besides the eagle, the wildlings will also send out scouts, though seldom." "Ah, Jon Snow, you seem quite familiar with the wildlings." Layla teased. "You had better articulate your story clearly. If it's lengthy, condense it as much as you can." Jon obliged her, recounting the events of crossing the wall, the slaying of the one-handed Colin, and the wildlings' incursion beyond it, and subsequently inquired about Winterfell's history. "I expected you to hold your tongue longer." Layla smirked and continued, "Around the age of 8, I attended the harvest festival in Winterfell with my father. It was the summer following the first winter, and ordinarily, we would not have been invited. However, that year, your father, Lord Eddard, extended an invitation to the mountain clans. Thus, my father brought me along. Accompanying us were my 2 brothers, one named Ricard, the other Brandon. They are both dead. The mountains are more brutal than you imagine." The recollection of the deceased did not evoke sorrow in her demeanor. They too attended the harvest festival for the first time. "The harvest festival, I recall now. That year, many from the mountain clans came, nearly filling Winterfell to capacity. The gifts they brought were indeed plentiful, though most were quite similar. Among my father's offerings were 7 exquisite golden pheasants, which I dare say are the most beautiful creatures in existence. I pleaded with him not to take them away, yet my father remained resolute. By the time we arrived at Winterfell, only 2 of them still lived, and I wept all the way down from the mountains. Additionally, there was a pure white pelt of a shadow lynx, a rarity I have only seen once in my life. My mother implored him to keep the pelt so she could fashion it into a grand cloak for him, but he declined, stating that such a gift was meant for someone truly worthy. Rumor has it that this white lynx pelt was later bestowed upon King Robert, though I cannot confirm this. However, I am aware that one of my uncles lost his life in the pursuit of that elusive white shadow lynx, either trampled by a frightened horse or falling from a cliff. The details escape my memory. There were many other gifts as well. I have little recollection of the lynx pelt, but I vividly remember those golden pheasants. We kept them in the sacred wood, but they eventually vanished. And I suspect they succumbed to illness." Jon made every effort to respond to her. "The gifts your father returned pleased my father immensely. He presented each person accompanying Lord Eddard with a steel sword and a set of leather armor. For that white shadow lynx pelt, he received golden dragons equivalent to the number of people he brought to Winterfell, 1 for each." Jon was taken aback, left almost speechless. He glanced at Lila, who clearly bore no signs of deceit. "Ah, I was just about to mention you," she said, and after a moment of silence, she resumed her tale. "We lingered in Winterfell for 10 days. My father and the clan leaders spent their time hunting in Lord Stark's forest alongside Lord Eddard and other lords, often for several days at a time." Lila chuckled, saying she could hardly endure the needlework with the girls of Winterfell under the watchful eye of the old woman. So she frequently slipped away. What I remember most vividly is climbing the ruined tower and standing at its pinnacle, gazing down upon the entirety of Winterfell. I had never before lived in such a grand castle. She gently urged her horse onward, continuing, "Initially, I had no inkling that Lord Eddard had an illegitimate son. All we knew was that he had a formidable illegitimate daughter. My brothers spent their days mingling with other boys their age, including Eddard's adopted son, either sparring with wooden swords or competing in archery. Yet, regardless of whether it was archery or combat, they were no match for your sister, who was merely 7 years old while my brothers were already in their teens." Jon chuckled. During our time in Winterfell, the days flew by. I recall one afternoon before our departure when I resolved to take one last look at the entirety of Winterfell. I ran to the ruined tower, preparing to ascend to the top to survey the fields and the castle. We were surrounded by mountains and trees, but there was little pasture and no castle to speak of. It was then that I spotted a brown-haired boy quietly sobbing within the tower. My father may not have known about Eddard's illegitimate son, but I spent ample time with the women of the north, so I was aware that the boy hiding there in tears was indeed you. Jon smiled calmly. It was indeed his little sanctuary. I feared I would disturb you, so I chose to stand aside and wait for you to finish your weeping. Yet, your tears lingered far too long, and as my patience waned, I resolved to abandon my vigil just as you dried your eyes and departed. Later, I ascended to the tower's pinnacle, but the initial thrill had eluded me. It is quite natural for a child to cry. However, upon reaching the summit, a singular thought consumed me. Even the esteemed Lord Eddard Stark pales in comparison to my own father. Do you jest at my expense? There was a tinge of bitterness in his voice. Think as you will. We mountain folk ventured deep into the woods, where our parents and siblings could perish at any moment. A farewell one morning could very well be the last glimpse of a loved one. Often, no bodies are ever found. I have witnessed far too many children, women, and warriors silently wiping away their tears. She glanced at him with a smirk and said, "Jon Snow, I have no objection to tears. I simply dislike prolonged weeping. The north is so frigid that tears can freeze upon one's face, which is quite unbecoming." "Then I must apologize. I had no intention of disturbing your climb," Jon replied with a smile. "I wish to understand the reason for your tears, but I could not do so without betraying your secret. Besides, that was the day before we departed Winterfell." Jon himself could scarcely recall the reason. He had no desire to dwell on it. Compared to most northerners, he had fared much better. Even should he weep, he felt he had no right to do so. If he believed that receiving a noble education entitled him to noble privileges, that would be utterly shameless. "Thank you for keeping my secret," Jon said, unable to fathom the humiliation he would endure if his clandestine tears were laid bare for all to see. As a child, he had always been sensitive and fragile. "You know, the moment I heard you had arrived at the castle, I implored my father to allow me to attend, just to catch a glimpse of that childhood acquaintance. Is there any change? A fever seemed to have thinned you, yet you remain much the same. At first glance, I thought Winterfell had mistreated you." She laughed. "Surely Winterfell does not mistreat bastards? I heard your sister fled home at the age of 12. Jon smiled but remained silent. After a pause, he continued, "Among the mountain clans, the Flint and the Mormont houses are the most powerful. I intend to approach these two first. If they hold affection for my father, they will surely cherish the north as well. Convincing them will make the rest considerably easier." Another silence fell between them. Jon could only hear the sound of long-haired horses trotting on the green stone and the birds chirping in the mountain stream. A scene difficult to envision as belonging to the north. The birdsong no longer vexed him. Instead, it was delightful, and after a while, he felt some relief from his headache. He gazed down the mountain stream, where endless emerald pines, cypress, iron trees, and birches towered majestically, the dense forest seemingly boundless, filling his sight. Occasionally, bizarre rocks jutted out, weathered by eons of ice and rain, their surfaces adorned with strange symbols etched by ancient beings, still vividly discernible. In that moment, he felt as though he were sharing his perspective with the ancient spirits, watching them regard the peculiar stones as he did, silently passing by and gradually disappearing from view beneath their gaze. As the true winter approaches, what might this place resemble? Jon pondered, filled with awe at the sight before him. Neither of us has truly experienced a memorable winter. The summer has already proven arduous enough, and the thought of winter is beyond comprehension. She responded somberly. Torgon Henflint, the leader of House Flint, is of sufficient age to have endured the harsh winters. He understands what is paramount. You must muster your spirits and exert your utmost effort if you wish to safeguard this land, luring their cavalry out with all one's might. Whether it be 800 or 1,000 riders, or perhaps even more, You must draw them out to defeat Mance Raider, deceive, coax, or bargain, it matters not. Since Eddard Stark has dispatched but one son to the wall, we must make the most of it. From the depths of the forest came the cries of apes and the songs of birds, both mournful and sorrowful. My honor can only be found amidst the endless snow and ice. He recalled his words to his sister, who now ventured deep into the south to settle the national disgrace and familial grievances. Meanwhile, he, alone, entered the dense woods and climbed the mountains, striving to uphold the tranquility of the north and safeguard the kingdom's integrity. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Fate had driven them apart. Yet an invisible force had drawn them inexplicably close. I vow to do all within my power, in the name of Eddard Stark. He heard his own reply. Chapter 22. Varys. Once he boarded the Nightingale and departed Westeros, he ceased to be a prominent courtier, the master of whispers for the Iron Throne, marking the commencement of a new chapter in his life. He had traversed many chapters, some joyous and free, others painful and heart-wrenching, some exhilarating and fleeting, others light and tedious, some weighty and challenging, and some splendid and profound. His favorite was undoubtedly the splendid and profound segment. Even now, the splendor persists, continually deepening. He had yet to unbox the gifts and savor their delights, yet the rewards seemed to pile before him, exuding a rich and fragrant aroma, the true essence of which might send shivers through his being. In the tedium of his time aboard the ship, he continuously compared these chapters of his life. However, when a crew member interrupted his musings, he resolved to cease the comparisons, arriving at a definitive conclusion. Each segment is indispensable. Yet a mundane life ought to be adorned with splendor and depth. For he had long understood a truth since his days as a street thief. Joy without effort is fleeting and shallow. Joy cultivated through diligent toil is enduring and profound. During his alliance with Illyrio, they rose to become the foremost merchants of Pentos and the governors of the city-state, manipulating the urban landscape and mastering trade through their gubernatorial status. Illyrio, with his fine physique and ample gold, allied himself with the princely family of Pentos. Varys believed he could do the same, though he felt that a eunuch should not hinder a woman of noble birth from contemplating marriage. The change in status made the accumulation of gold increasingly effortless. He defined this chapter as light yet mundane, until he received an invitation from the king across the narrow sea. His intelligence, career, and its significance were elevated here. The trivialities that once occupied his small bird's attention, what cargo a certain captain intended to sell, the emptiness of a wealthy merchant's purse, and the illegitimate offspring of a young lady being the captain's, were now replaced by matters of greater import. He could employ his talents and the information at his disposal to serve his country and his king. More importantly, here, he could assume the role of a genuine observer, transitioning from merely scrutinizing wealth and affairs to watching humanity and engaging in the politics that influence all. This bestowed upon him a profound sense of novelty. Yet, this freshness was coupled with the weight of hardship. He witnessed the nation inexorably march towards ruin, ordinary people driven to despair by the folly of the powerful, spiraling towards death. Onlookers might surmise that he was a catalyst for the nation's collapse, yet he was merely a diligent eunuch, powerless to defend against the accusations directed at the illustrious or the influential. This period remained etched in his memory. Upon returning to Pentos, tormented by anguish, his friend Illyrio presented him with a long-term goal worthy of cultivation. He recalled a question he often posed to sages regarding power. When a bishop, a king, a wealthy merchant, and a soldier occupy the same room, each commanding the soldier to slay the others, to whom should the soldier heed? Only those with a true understanding of power could grasp the essence of this inquiry. He had hoped Tyrion might illuminate his path, but even such an astute mind failed to provide a satisfactory answer. Tyrion's talents lay not in this domain. It was sufficient for him to compensate for the shortcomings of noble knights. This question demanded his attention. He not only had to answer it, but also to embody that answer in practice. After the demise of the mad King Aerys, disheartened, he returned to Pentos, resolved to spend his remaining days in the tedium of indulgence, dreaming of becoming a portly glutton alongside his friend. Yet, at that moment, his friend Illyrio sought him out, imploring his assistance in delivering the greatest gift to his deceased wife. His friend, too, bore his own burdens, he mused. He recalled Illyrio's humble request and the tone in which it was made, knowing that given their bond, such humility was unnecessary. "My good lady, Scylla, has passed," Illyrio commenced. Varys was not taken aback. He knew Scylla had longed for death after succumbing to grayscale, resolutely declaring that she would not live in ugliness or die in agony. However, she was merely in the early stages of infection, witnessing Illyrio's sorrowful visage. He felt no obligation to disclose the nature of her demise. The child remained her only regret in her final moments. He heard Illyrio say, her sole concern. Varys found himself unable to console his grieving friend. I promised her I would care for the child. He wept. She entrusted me with his protection, to provide him the best I could. Tears welling in his eyes, he reassured Illyrio. I am his father. How could I fail to care for him? My eldest son may inherit the family legacy, and my eldest son's uncles may harbor animosity towards him, but I am confident in my ability to safeguard him. He wept incessantly, leaving Varys in a state of bewilderment, yet he understood that he would acquiesce to whatever demands Illyrio might propose. No matter how much I attempted to console her, she merely repeated her plea to safeguard him and provide him with the finest. It was only after I promised her the best that she finally closed her eyes. For 3 days, I pondered what truly constituted the best, what could genuinely protect him. Varys observed as a sorrowful, yet proud smile gradually emerged upon his face. This marked the commencement of his next chapter in life. He heard Illyrio proclaim, my child. He inherits his mother's silver hair and my violet eyes. Illyrio, immensely wealthy, firmly believed that a name and authority served as the finest armor and the most formidable sword, the ultimate gifts he wished to bestow upon his child. Decisively addressing the matter of power through his actions, Varys, fueled by a desire for vengeance against the world, accepted Illyrio's plea for assistance, subsequently returning from Pentos to Westeros, officially embarking on a new chapter, pouring his heart and soul into it for over a decade. Memories flooded back as Varys gazed at the Red Keep, now shrouded in darkness and gradually diminishing, listening to the distant tolling of the church bells, eagerly anticipating his next return to Westeros. In the present, Westeros lay in disarray, presenting an opportune moment for the true dragon to restore order. His heart surged with excitement. The North had lost the war and found itself in dire straits. The East was fragmented, with an unworthy ruler at the helm. The Iron Islands adhered to ancient ways, launching reckless assaults and creating enemies. The Riverlands were weak and beleaguered. A scene of devastation. Although the West had emerged victorious in the war, a slight maneuver could reveal the folly of those in power, leading to inevitable decline under such leadership. The Stormlands, ravaged by war, struggled to survive. Dorne, far removed from the mainland, suffered from its limited size and potential. This was the moment for the true dragon to wield its might. When victory was attained, what recourse would the queen have against a more legitimate heir other than marriage? Although this diverged from the original aim of placing a man upon the Iron Throne and relegating a woman to the birthing bed, the Dragon Queen would not remain quietly in the shadows. Indeed, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. In the early stages, they could only navigate one step at a time, crafting strategies and spinning webs as they went, but now they were nearing the final phase of reaping their rewards. Remarkably, the queen they had anticipated brought with her even greater surprises. She was the mother of dragons, having birthed 3 dragons from stone. Even if she should require 3 heads, he was confident that the single head they had prepared for the queen would prove valuable, for regardless of whether they were red or black, they were all dragons. 3 dragons were sufficient to secure victory across the 7 kingdoms. Dragons were a fortuitous twist of fate. Previously, they sought to maintain a balance of power within the realm, delaying the war as much as possible to allow their seeds to grow. When war finally erupted, in a bid to diminish Westeros' strength, they could only prolong the conflict, causing allies to turn against one another. If the Dragon Queen wished to rule Meereen and hone her governance skills, then let it be as she desired. Is she not overwhelmed by the surrounding chaos? The eunuch has brought her a clever yet helpless individual from Westeros, a person whose abilities have been proven through practice, surely enabling her to find her footing amidst the turmoil. Is she not saddened by the unrest in Meereen? The eunuch will present her with countless little birds, ensuring her peace of mind and allowing her to revel in her role as the joyous Dragon Queen. The sailboat swayed tumultuously, mysterious tools outside clattering with each jolt. Yet he drifted into a light slumber, a rare ease washing over him after many years. On the following day, he awakened to the morning light. A young boy, not yet of age, brought him breakfast, 2 boiled eggs, a slice of bread, a fresh orange, and a glass of lemonade. He hastily consumed his meal, only to realize that no matter how quickly he ate, it would not hasten the ship's arrival in Pentos. He understood the source of his impatience. His old friend was ill-prepared to host a notorious regicide in such a hurried manner. He presented himself as an upstanding merchant in the free trade city, already facing scrutiny for his ties to the Targaryens. Should he also harbor a fugitive wanted by the Iron Throne, potential enemies would surely have their suspicions heightened. Subsequently, He arrived in Pintos without incident, but after discussing a few matters with his friend, he boarded a merchant ship bound for Volantis, where the Golden Company awaited him. He embarked upon the Seagull, navigating southward along the current, crossing the stepstones and traversing the shores of disputed lands. Sailing is a perilous endeavor. They encountered pirates near the stepstones and managed to evade them, yet a storm struck as they approached Lys. According to the captain, 2 crew members had been swept away by the gale, and the vessel sustained considerable damage, necessitating repairs in Lys. The Prince of Thieves did not yearn for Lys, but chose to wait, continuing toward his destination, for he had time aplenty. And the speed of sea travel far surpassed that of land. Lys is perhaps the most unremarkable of the 9 trade city-states on this continent, the weakest among the 3 cities of the Triarchate. It has never held an advantage in the ongoing disputes with its neighboring trade cities. This is, of course, expected. How could a city centered around indulgence exhibit valor? The world does not abide by such rules. Ironically, the people of Lys possess a certain brazen pride. In Varys' eyes, their arrogance and self-perceived superiority are akin to summer ice, easily shattered by scrutiny. Their pride stems solely from being an initial colony of Valyria, having once hosted ancient dragon lords. Varys believes that if the issue of power were laid before them, they would unhesitatingly choose a king, for they have long been tamed. Oblivious to the fact that the dragon lords have crumbled into dust, their true dragons sunk beneath the waves with the burning stones. Lys serves as a significant transit point, and he sought to glean some information, so he entered the Happy Inn, a favored haunt of ordinary sailors. At the bar in the main hall, he ordered a glass of Pellini wine. This wine, crafted from the island's unique plums and beets, is sweet and tangy, reminiscent of the beverage he loved to sneak as a child. The barmaid approached him, presenting a sweet smile that he found difficult to bear. He raised his glass and took a gentle sip. The flavor was a blend of tartness and sweetness, yet it was far removed from the innocent taste of his youth. There was an added complexity. He pondered the nuances, slowly savoring a second sip. This time, a hint of unripe bitterness emerged, leading him to a conclusion. My lord, you have indulged in 3 solitary drinks. Should you continue in this manner, you shall miss the finest offerings of Lys, remarked the barmaid as she poured him a 4th glass. They needed no explanation regarding what constituted the best of Lys. Dear lady, believe me, I have long since lost the world's finest treasures. Otherwise, why would I endure this bitter solitude? He replied. Here, the revelers sought amusement more than they celebrated news. Their loud, monosyllabic cheers overshadowing the murmurs he yearned for. This was the city's failing, yet he felt no compulsion to abandon it, for other taverns bore the same plight. If it is lost, then reclaim it, she suggested.